Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place, even as we get into the new year, and of course, Happy New Year to everyone that probably we have not met on this show. And we would wish everybody that we stay alert even as we roll into the new year and to take political positions that are profitable for this great country and profitable, of course, for the welfare of each and every individual within this great setting. Well, karibu sana kila mmoja pahala popote ulipo. Tunaendelea kukaribisha na tunakuomba wakati unatupata tu, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, ili wote tukamakinike pamoja tunapoanza kipindi chetu, tukijadili masuala yetu kwa kina. Kwa hivyo mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali ukue wewe ndio balozi wa Mtembei TV. Ukitupata tu, tafadhali endelea kusambaza habari kwamba tuko hapa na tuko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba tunawaelimisha na kuwajulisha Wakenya yote ambayo wanapaswa kuyajua ili wachukue msimamo ambao unafaa katika kuchangia maendeleo ya nchi hii na kusaidia kukosoa yale ambayo yameenda mrama, ili kila kitu kinyooke na kila Mkenya afanikiwe. Kwa hivyo asante sana. You are all welcome. Thank you so much. Understand there is an echo. Okay, sorry. I think that has confirmed if that is taken care of. Sorry about the echo. I think it's my mic. If that is sorted, please confirm. Mohamed, thank you so much. Anasema uko na echo sana. Naomba uangalie kama imeisha ama bado ipo. Thank you everyone. Okay, sorry. Ni microphone yangu sikuangalia vizuri na ikaanza kuleta kizaza. Asante sana kwa kunijulisha ili tukarekebishe na tukasonge kwa pamoja. Thank you so much. I'm glad for everyone. And as we start out the show tonight, I want us to start with a word of prayer for this great nation. Many things are happening and are very disturbing. Some of the decisions being taken by the government are very far-reaching consequences, and we can't take this lightly. We need every help we can get, include divine intervention, because some of these matters are very much touching on the daily lives of Kenyans, and there seems to be no help for the common mwananchi, as there is what is popularly known as state capture, with almost all institutions that will have advocated for the welfare of the common mwananchi. And so we want to call the government to sense and call Kenyans to be alert and be able to defend what is rightfully theirs, and stop pretending that everything will sort itself out. If there is no better way to deal with matters initially, there will be no better way to deal with them left on their own without rectifying what is wrong. Well, thank you so much. And I want us to believe together and pray as we start out our show. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you that we have a privilege to congregate here and discuss matters Kenya and the future of this country, which we believe is right in your hands, even as you determined it from eternity past. We are all the brain child. We are all products of your decisions and your intentions. As a nation, you know us better, you understand us better. You are the God that declares the end from the beginning. And so as we rely on your wisdom and rely on your capabilities, we really look unto you for the salvation of this country from wrong leadership and from wrong decisions that are affecting the lives of Kenyans. Father, we want to lift each and every Kenyan onto you and just ask you that your hand of comfort and your hand of strength will rest upon their lives. That, mighty God, you will be the present help in time of trouble, even as your word goes. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will give hope to the hopeless, that you will strengthen the weak, and you will be there to defend the weakest in this great nation. Father, we pray that every strange wisdom that has been deployed to oppress, to frustrate, to make life unbearable for this great country, we stand against that wisdom. We rise up by the power of the blood covenant and denounce and destroy every strange wisdom that has been unleashed against this great nation. We pray that by the superior wisdom of Jehovah shall this nation be governed. By the superior wisdom of God shall this nation be salvaged from decadence. We pray in the name of Jesus. Let every strange wisdom from underworld, every strange wisdom from foreign gods be destroyed in the name of Jesus. That, mighty God, only by you shall this country be governed and be led into the right direction. We pray for every community, we pray for every county, we pray for each and every minute segment of this nation, that Jehovah God, you alone shall be the defender of this nation. You will contend with them that contend with us and be able to save our children, even according to your word. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus over this nation as we ask you that you purge and cleanse this nation and make it whole again in the name of the Lord Jesus. We give you thanks, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen and amen and amen. Well, thank you once again for making time to join us on the show. I want to salute all of you for your faithful followership and continued commitment in ensuring that you are part and parcel of what is happening at Mtembei TV, especially the Open Forum political discussion show. Well, today Murkomen had it rough trying to sell UDA in Kalenjin soil. What is cooking with UDA? Is everybody tired with UDA already? And so we will be playing that clip to that effect so that you begin to notice that there is something not so well with UDA on the ground, although they are giving us the PR that everything is all right. Almost Murkomen was almost chased from the podium trying to advocate for UDA. He was told to go to the office at work and leave politics for the locals. And it's like the UDA candidate may have it rough winning on the ground. And this is the bedrock of UDA from the political angle. So what is happening with UDA? And of course, there is calls for the impeachment of the deputy president, Bwana Gachagua. And so we are asking, will he survive the impeachment? And with all the undertones and the underground fire being unleashed against him, does he have the political capability and the political stamina to survive the impeachment if it is brought? We would love to hear what you think and feel about the same. And of course, zero subsidy for anything. That is seems to be the Kenya Kwanza UDA government policy. They are now withdrawing every form of subsidy. No subsidy for electricity, no subsidy for education, no subsidy for food, no subsidy for anything. Will that precipitate into a crisis, or what is your thought about the same? Asante sana. Tunapoendelea katika mjadala wetu, ningependa Salute Tatu Juma, hi to you, thank you so much. Sheila Rono, karibu kwa show. Muhammad Ege, thank you so much. Of course kuna Mark Meki, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Wandera D David, happy new year to you. Kuna Pam Pam, happy new year to you, thank you so much. Kuna Nyarango Otis Anthony, New Year's manenos, asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Tutasonga mbele kwa pamoja. Gitonga wetu, karibu sana kwa show. Of course kuna Achieng, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Shem Juma, Wanjala, they cannot buy lies and propaganda anymore. Their dreams were mere dreams. Okay, their dreams have been turned into nightmares. Whichever. Okay, Jasper Wendo, karibu kwa show. Penny Nyagaka, you're welcome. Awino Rapemo, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Manu Mvuvi, karibu kwa show. Mato Makandates, welcome, thank you so much. Mimi sienda kwangu Mseveni, na Mseveni si yangu. Niko Kenya, asante sana. Of course kuna Alex Media, you're welcome. Kuna Kelly Collins, you're welcome. Who else here? Thank you. Kuna nani huyu? Lake Galacha. Hey, majina magumu kweli. Haya, karibu sana. Mildred Wesonga, you're welcome. Roman, you're welcome. This UDA short-lived. Okay. Kuna Samantha Amanda, hi to you. Okay, thank you so much. Samantha anasema nini? Ebu acha hiyo. Anasema hai hiyo bosi yako Order of Mtembei TV amefanya watu wengi waache kuwatch your show after the handshake. Naruto, which handshake now? You people are too complicated and too take it easy. He went there to do his responsibility. He was called to give his view about online ventures. He didn't go there to reconcile with Ruto or join Ruto into political whatever maneuver. But all in all, everybody's entitled to their opinion and they are free to associate with whoever they wish to associate. And so, sisi tutaendelea na kupush to make Kenya better. Kuna Patrick UDA, he say I'm joining the forum, thanks, karibu sana. Alafu kuna nani huyu, Joadis Sadia, you're welcome. Messi Jessica, you're welcome. Let's have this as we start out the conversation. Thank you so much. The link to use to get in the studio nimesahau kupeana, ndio hicho. Haya, tumia, ingia studio tukajadili mawili matatu tunapoendelea na mjadala wetu. And then of course here goes for this start out. Tusonge mbele. Na kutumikia Kenya.
ametuheshimu. Mimi naomba kwa unyenyekevu tupigie kura chama cha UDA.
No! Hakuna! Hakuna! Hakuna!
Hakuna!
Sasa amenituma mimi, ninaomba hivi. Haya, sawa, nimewasikia. Haya, munisikize basi. Haya, nimewasikia. Haya, ubwa kidogo. Aramende. Haya, waswahili kama mwisho. Waswahili. Hala hii. Amaiteso. Hala hii. Kana utarata. Sidanyor legieme. Sidanyor lambushini. Sidanyor lawendiso. Owajine wacha UDA kura. Hasa mwapiga biden. Mwawana somba komita kamangne. Mwawana komita kamangne. Mwasuaso. Arambe. UDA. Senator wapi? Gavana wa raia wapi? Haya, bila bidem kama ngale kwa lakini kama ni mwisho ukachine wa chama kura. Wewe rura na mukta inapata niona cha kura chama. Kura ya UDA. Asante sana.
Samahani. Mambo ni kama hayo kwa ground, inaonekana UDA kumewaka moto. Watu hawataki story ya UDA. Na hiyo ni Elgeyo Marakwet kule, nani alikuwa senator. Inaonekana hiyo strategy yao it may backfire in their face. Alafu kuna Patrick Yuda hapa anasema yeye ni Patrick Yuda wala si UDA. Okay, sawa, thank you for correcting us. Let us do what is necessary to see to it that we do what is required. Okay, thank you. Alex ni okay. We will keep playing videos until we get the contributors to enter to get into the studio ili wakachangie masuala haya. Mimi naona tu hii UDA imefika menopause kabla ya wakati wake, na inaonekana itatimuliwa kama vile tumekuwa tukisema mambo haya, kwa sababu wewe utaignore watu alafu unaendelea kusema utawaongoza ama utawatawala. Kuna mwisho wa kila jambo, kilicho na mwanzo kwa mwisho, na inaonekana sasa hii UDA isipojipanga it will cease to be a political party less than 3 months in office.
If we were all to rely on buying food and assuming nobody went to the farm to produce that food, we wouldn't ensure the coins or the notes that we all have. So let's all work together and address the issue of food security in the country, because it's our business to ensure that we have food to eat. It is earned, and that's why you see I've also made the announcement that we are going to import maize, we are going to import rice. So we are not doing it because we want, but the projections are so bad that if we do not do it, our people will die for lack of food. Yeah. So the mitigation measures that we have in the short term, as we plan ourselves to grow more food in another 6 months or so, is to bring you maize to get the unga. And I want to commit, by the end of March, by the end of February, the cost of unga will have come down. The cost of rice will have come down.
The demand for value-added products is very high at the moment. We are having challenges with the countries that have been buying our teas in bulk, mainly Pakistan and Egypt. And there is an urgent need to create or to reach out to the new markets that want value-added products.
Atakosa kutupendelea namna gani na sisi ndio tumemchagua? Kwani iko makosa amefanya? Iko makosa amefanya? Minister chungu nzima, principal secretary chungu nzima, na bado
Mambo ni kama hayo. Katika UDA ama Kenya Kwanza wanaendelea kujipika vifua kwamba watafanya vile wamepanga, licha ya vilio kutoka kwa wananchi, vilio kutoka kwa wakulima, vilio kutoka kwa wananchi wa kawaida. Wanafunzi ndio hao wanajiandaa kurudi shule. Hali ya maisha iko juu, lakini inaonekana serikali iko determined kufuata script yao. They don't give a damn on what Kenyans are saying. And so there is a lot that needs us to ventilate on as the Kenyan people, and remain focused, remain vigilant, because if we don't, this is one government that may just mess us a great deal and turn us into minced meat for themselves to consume. And so the earlier we begin to ask right questions, the better. And the more we remain focused on this one, it is what is required, and that is what is called, we are all called upon. Now, huyo ni Bwana Gachagua. Sababu ambazo kuna shinikizo ya yeye kutimuliwa ama kuwa impeached ni hiyo hiyo, kusema kwamba watu wa Mount Kenya ndio walichagua serikali, na kwa hivyo viti vyote vipewe watu wa Mount Kenya, na hao wengine wajipange, ama hao wengine wakae kana kwamba ni wageni hapa katika nchi hii. Ni swala nyeti ambalo katiba inaliangazia. Kama wewe ni kiongozi wa kitaifa na lazima ukae kitaifa na uwaze kitaifa na uongee kitaifa. Mbona Gachagua amejitolea kuwa anaongea tu kuhusu sehemu moja? Yeye ni deputy president wa Republic of Kenya or president, deputy president wa Mount Kenya? Hilo ndio swala ambalo kuna wananchi ambao wanauliza, na of course viongozi wanauliza, mbona yeye anaongea tu kuhusu kabila lake ama sehemu yake, na Wakenya wengine nao watatetewa na nani? Na swali ambalo ningependa kuuliza mimi ni do we elect a government so that our appointive position in parliament a reward for electing a particular government, or their positions for the service of Kenyans? Why have we turned the government to be on a reward system, whereby you get elected and then after there you now begin to reward your community, reward your backyard, reward your friends, reward your girlfriends, reward your concubines? Is that the whole essence of the government? And those positions, are they supposed to be filled by competent people who are supposed to serve Kenyans, or it's supposed to be a reserve of those who voted in a particular government. So I want us to look at this keenly, because the attitude that we see being portrayed, especially by Gachagua, the deputy president, is that after you elect in a particular president, that president needs to become your slave or needs to do only what you want. And if he doesn't do what you want, you need to vent and probably push for getting what you want, because you voted for him so that he gives you what you want. Is that how governance is done? In my opinion, the what needs to be done here is we must separate the elections from the national service, and national service needs to be cross-cutting, and it needs to be on merit, not on the basis of who voted who where. Sijui unaonaje masuala haya? Karibu kila moja, tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tukajadiliane kwa kina, kwa sababu wakati ni huu wa kusemezana, ili tuelewanwe na tusonge mbele kwa pamoja. Naona Sister Roda amefika. Vipi Roda leo?
Poa sana, nimeona uko online nikasema nikuje naona uko peke yangu nikasema nikuje nikusalimie, lakini mimi sitaongea sana about hii mambo ya UDA. Mimi nimechoka na mambo ya unajua, saa zingine tunakuja hapa, watu wengine wanaogopa kuongea ukweli, watu wengine wanajificha, alafu mimi kitukie tunataka tukikuja hii forum tusiongea about ma tribe, tunaongea vitu zile reality, zile Ruto anafanya. Tusifocus so much na huyo Gachagua na huyo ni focus na Ruto, kwa sababu hii ni regime. We are in a Ruto regime, and we know very well Ruto, he is a dictator, he's a regime. That's the way we need to focus. Muliona alichukua nini? If today I was very sad. He focused, he take our election with the power. Akatuma majeshi huko Kisumu wapi? That is a dictator. Alafu kile kitu mimi nimesikia leo, nasikia kuongea kwa roho yangu. Nimeudhika. I was just feeling sad today. I'm regretted why for the former president Uhuru, he take the job in DCR. Why did he get, and he already get his pensioner, he get I don't know how much money from the government. Those money are not enough for him to feed his family and to live a good resident. Those are the things we need to focus, and we cannot just assume things. We cannot just come here and assume. We need to come here, we talk things reality, because this guy is not good for us. It's only problem all the time. His regime, regime is a dictator. We know what happened in 12th December. He used own regime. He didn't celebrate how we celebrate our National Day. He continued doing regime, colonial regime. Those are the things we need to focus as a Kenya. We need to stand by. We need people. You have already actually, me, I was so sad when I hear some country in Africa that have done a lot of research. It's only the Kenya we are so behind. May Lord have mercy on us. Can you imagine Ruto regime? He have already take capture in the court. In the court, and even you take your case in the court, even when you're former president, even when you're former prime minister, even when you're former minister, nobody can reason for your court. Because they have already taken starts capture. I'm asking myself, what is the work of the United Nations? Those are the work they need to work for us where there is a dictator regime. At every way, ukipeleka kesi yako, court inakuwa nini? Court inakuwa independent. Tuliona rais ule mteuri, nchi yetu ilikuwa very totally democracy. Hata vile watu walikuwa nampenda. Huyo rais wetu aliweka nchi yetu really true democracy. Alikuwa na actually actually Kenyan people, we need to cry. I don't know how sometimes I see some churches pray, I feel you are very stupid. Can you imagine huyo mtu Uhuru alikuwa anapata freedom kwa koti. Hakuna kesi yote ilikuwa na justice. Why can we in our country we can be like South Africa or Botswana where the court is their own independent? This guy, he have been taking every control, and we are coming here, we don't talk those things. These are the things we need to focus. Leo nimesema leo ni must nita change my own. Leo nitaongea my own. Leo nitakuja na nyingine yangu. Leo nimekuja kama mwanaume ule ataki kupanga mashoro. Mnaona, we need to focus those things. Ruto regime, take captures in the court. Kids have been hung out, he remove hung out, everything. He take capture in the church. People nowadays, they don't have a faith. They have our faith have been very slow nowadays. We need to stand still. We need to stand still with those people. Yeah, those are things I want to talk right now. And I hope we will have that topic here all the time. Those topics we need to focus. We don't focus what Gachagua said. Leave them alone. Those people are foolish. They're not clever. Gachagua is not clever. Leave them alone. Those foolish people like Makoreni, CG, whatever, leave them alone. We focus with our country is more important. It's more important like those Gachagua. They're just nonsense. Wasting their time. Wanatuchekea sisi tukiteseka. Si ako na nyumba huko Karen, analala mzuri na sisi tunateseka. Na anakula, anapatiwa mshahara, ako na gari za serikali, sisi tunateseka. We have to speak reality things here. Topic reality can make our country move forward. Because Ruto regime have been controlling everything. Regime is a dictator. Thank you. Let me give Sister Nari to start. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you Rhoda, we appreciate that. Na tuna uhuru wa kuongea, uhuru huo tunapata kutoka kwa katiba. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ana haki ya kusema yaliyoko moyoni mwake, haswa tukiendelea kuelimisha Wakenya na kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata ufahamu unaofaa. Just to say something about Uhuru Kenyatta and the former president Uhuru Kenyatta and his job at the AU. It is not an offer by William Ruto. It is not a job by the Kenya Kwanza government. It is a job by the African Union, okay? African Union. And he's given that responsibility because of his experience. Kwanza kitu moja ambacho kinamfanya anakuwa qualified kufanya hiyo mapatanisho ni hiyo story ya handshake, okay? Vile aliweza kuestablish uwiano katikati yake na Raila Odinga, wakafanya kazi vizuri katika his second term. Hiyo ndio inapatia hiyo nini, kuonekana kwamba yeye ni mtu wa amani na anaweza kusaidia kuleta amani mahali ambapo kuna mgogoro. So sio swala ambavyo ati Kenya Kwanza imepatia kazi Uhuru Kenyatta. Hiyo ni siasa tu wanajaribu kucheza nayo. Uhuru Kenyatta anatekeleza majukumu yake kama any former president. Kama unakumbuka vizuri, hata baada ya Moi kutoka kwa ofisi, okay? Moi aliendelea kufanya nini? Masuala ya kuleta amani, masuala ya Somalia, ya Sudan, hiyo mambo yote. So after you have performed well as a president, or if you are capable of like Uhuru Kenyatta is still strong, is still useful, he will be engaged by the international bodies in ensuring that there is peace around the nations. And so let us not drag our local political differences to mean that President Uhuru Kenyatta is working for William Ruto. He's not. It's William Ruto who is an opportunist who wants to bounce on anything and claim that he is the cause of the same. That statement was spoken by William Ruto while he was in the US, claiming that he has sent Uhuru Kenyatta as his representative in Congo. What capability does William Ruto have to do with the peace in Congo? Being president of Kenya doesn't entitle you to be a peace broker in a country that is fighting. William Ruto anajaribu kubeba Wakenya wajinga na nafikiria dunia nzima inatumia akili yake kufikiria. We don't think that way, and he needs to grow up and be safe in his own skin, badala kushikilia on everything, dragging Uhuru Kenyatta's name. Oh, the former president, oh, this and that and that. Now that Kibaki is dead, is now claiming to be the wherever he wants to do the government like Kibaki did. Kibaki did not do what he is doing. Kibaki first day gave Kenyans free primary education, which Moi was not able to give in 24 years. But William Ruto has taken away everything, claiming he's recovering the economy. He's not recovering the economy. The only way to recover this economy is to stop corruption. What mitigation has Kenya Kwanza put together to stop corruption? Because most of our revenues are lost through corruption. He's doing nothing on corruption and doing everything in taking money from the pockets of Kenyans to give to cartels who are eating corrupt, who are taking it for corruption. Eventually, all the subsidy for education will end up in corruption. All the subsidy for petrol will end up in corruption. And will be worse off in the coming days if nothing is done. And so naomba Wakenya wenye nia njema tusimame imara. Alafu kuna wale ambao wameanza kuchoka kwa sababu tukiwa hapa tunaongea masuala haya. Usichoke sai tafadhali, ni mapema sana. Na kuna wale ambao wanahisi kwamba tutoke tu hapa mara moja tuende kuanza kudemonstrate na kuhakikisha kwamba tunafurusha serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Ningependa kuwahimiza pia, vita zinafanywa kwa hekima na inafanya kwa ushauri mwingi. Tena in multitude of counselors there is safety. So hatuwezi tumia tu njia moja, kuna njia mingi za kuua panya. Kuna njia mingi za kuua panya, so tuwezi kutumia njia moja. We must use different avenues. One of it is this conversation. Wakati tunazungumza masuala haya, tunafungua macho ya wengi na wengi wanaanza kufahamu hiki ndio kipo, hiki ndio kinapaswa kuwa. So this part and parcel of what takes place so that change takes place. And that is why the conversation, it needs to be kept up and then get as many people to partake into the conversation, because through the conversation changes begin. And you see now like what is happening in Elgeyo Marakwet, things have changed. Now UDA is no longer the party of Elgeyo Marakwet. It's no longer the Kalenjin party. It is now a rejected party. Why? Because people are fed up. Now, from that being fed up, something drastic can take place. And so, mambo, we are far from safe. We are far from secure. Kenya Kwanza, they are putting up brave face, but their brave face is all fake. It's all fake because there's nothing underneath. What has Kenya Kwanza done to help Kenyan people? Nothing. Even the fertilizer they said is no longer available. They are now giving people 1,500 to go and buy fertilizer and then add the difference. That is not what they said. They said they will stop subsidy on food so that they go and bring subsidized fertilizer. So fertilizer is supposed to be in the market at 3,500. Not farmers to register so that they are sent 1,500, then they go to the kiosk and buy the fertilizer at 5,000. So you say that UDA is paying for them 1,500. This is a mess that we are in. And so Kenyan people, wake up. Don't take this as if it's a joke. We are in a bad place because we have a bad leader who wants to lead this country where it has never been before, by milking the remaining coin in the pockets of Kenyans. And where that coin is going, we can't tell. Because there's nothing wrong with paying wherever taxes and, even withholding subsidies. But we should see where those subsidies are going. We should see what those subsidies are securing for us. You're telling us you're saving money for us. Saving money for who? Who assigned you to save money? People assume office to function as government officials, not to be saviors. If it's savings account, si watu wanafunguanga savings account na bank, alafu wanasave pesa huko. Ama mnawekanga serikali wafanyie savings. Tuchungane na William Ruto. William Ruto ako hapa kuflizi hii nchi. Anakusanya hiyo pesa itoshe, alafu hiyo pesa itokomee. Arise, defend your nation. Tumsikilize Sister Nifa. Okay, let me just see if there's the video is ready. I could play a video then, yeah. Wacha nione kama video itacheza alafu uingie mara moja. Okay, let's see. Let's get that video then you can come in, Sister Nifa.
Ukurasa wa mwaka mpya 2023 unapofunguliwa, Wakenya sasa watalazimika kuingia mfukoni ili kukimu gharama ya juu ya maisha. Katika sekta ya elimu, wazazi wa wanafunzi wa shule za upili za bweni watalipa shilingi 8,500 zaidi baada ya ruzuku iliyowekwa na serikali kuwasitiri wakati wa janga la corona kuondolewa.
We are all beneficiaries of education. If we are cutting cost on anything, please don't touch on education. If anything, we need to pump more support into that.
Kwa mfano, mwanafunzi wa shule ya upili ya kitaifa anahitajika kulipiwa karo ya shilingi 53,554 kutoka 45 na senti 54. Bei ya mafuta ambayo iliongezeka kwa shilingi 47 na senti 58 kati ya Disemba mwaka 2021 na Disemba mwaka 2022 kwa lita moja ya petroli huenda ikasalia kuuzwa kwa shilingi 177 na senti 30 kwa lita au hata kuongezeka, bei mpya ikitangazwa tarehe 14 kila mwezi. Rais William Ruto katika hotuba yake ya mwaka mpya alitetea hatua yake ya kuondoa ruzuku ya mafuta, ishara kuwa bei hiyo haitashuka hivi karibuni. Bei ya vyakula iliyo juu kwa sasa huenda ikasalia ilivyo au hata kuongezeka baada ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kudinda kurudisha ruzuku kwa bidhaa muhimu kama vile unga, licha ya shinikizo kutoka kwa viongozi wa upinzani na baadhi ya Wakenya. Bei ya unga kwa sasa ni shilingi 230 na kushuka kwake kutategemea mazao katika msimu wa kuvuna na ukuja baada ya serikali kupunguza bei ya mbolea. Kwa walio na pesa katika benki watatozwa ushuru wa 20% wanapohamisha pesa kwenda kwa simu zao. Gharama hiyo ya kutuma pesa ilikuwa imeondolewa mnamo mwezi wa 3 mwaka 2020 na serikali ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kusitiri Wakenya wakati wa janga la corona. Nguo za mitumba zinatarajiwa vilevile kupanda bei baada ya mamlaka ya ushuru KRA kutangaza ushuru kwa kilo moja gredi ya kwanza mitumba kuwa shilingi 109 na senti 58, huku gredi ya pili ikiwa shilingi 91 na senti 31. Kuongezeka kwa ushuru huo kutaathiri bei ambayo mwananchi wa kawaida atanunua nguo za mitumba sokoni. Kwa sasa matumaini kwa Wakenya ni kuwa serikali itabuni suluhisho la haraka ili kuwasitiri kutokana na hali ngumu ya maisha. Tayari pendekezo la kuongezwa kwa mishahara limetolewa na baraza la maimamu nchini kama njia mojawapo ya kuwakomboa Wakenya.
Kwenye masala ya minimum wage aweze kuwapandishia between 15 and 20% ya ile minimum wage iliyoko sasa kwa wananchi wote.
Kwa sasa inangojwa iwapo kilio cha Mkenya kitasikika na maslahi yake kuangaziwa. Joel Chacha, runinga ya K24, Nairobi.
Hiyo ndio picha halisi ya masuala ya Wakenya na maisha yao. Mtu asikudanganye, hiyo ndio taswira kamili. That's the true picture of the situation at hand right now. And anybody who thinks that Kenya Kwanza is up to good, then you can see they are not up to any good. They are up to squeezing the last blood from the last Kenyan for their own benefit. No government exists to save money for anybody. Every government exists to facilitate life, facilitate businesses, facilitate services so that Kenyans or the people can live comfortably. This one doesn't look good. Sister Nifa, karibu.
Hello everyone. I hope Bernard umerudi Nairobi.
Yeah, niko Nairobi, asante.
Okay. So how was your retreat ama your congress?
Oh, the meeting went on well. It ended well, and
No.
I got back to Nairobi immediately.
Na huko, are they also complaining about huko penye mlikuwa Busia?
Yes,
Is the same
everybody's
crisis?
fed up. Everybody's fed up, including, of course, when I go in a new place, I interact with the common people. Wale wa kuchoma mahindi, wale wa kuuza onions, hapo wa kuuza matunda. Wanasema hii mpaka the taxi drivers, all the boda people, everybody doesn't see hope of anything changing under Kenya Kwanza. The only person who is seeing hope and things changing under Kenya Kwanza is William Ruto and probably Gachagua, because the rest of the Kenyans wameona dalili, wameona hapa hakuna hope.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
So yeah. So about Murkomen face Kalenjin hostility selling UDA. I don't know what it means. I won't say.
You don't know what it means, or you didn't get what it's about.
Even if I get well, I don't know how I can. Sijui nitachangia aje hiyo. First is Kalenjin. Second is UDA. So I don't know.
Murkomen is the former senator of Elgeyo Marakwet. He was appointed
And now it's a
into
still.
cabinet. He was appointed into cabinet by Ruto. So they were, which necessitated now there has to be a by-election in his Elgeyo Marakwet county.
Someone to replace him. Yeah.
To replace him. Okay. And then he had won the seat on a UDA ticket. And now he's gone back to campaign for the person who is supposed to succeed him. Okay. And wananchi don't want anything to do with UDA. So they are not sure whether they will even win the seat. That is the matter at hand. And then Elgeyo Marakwet, of course, is in the Kalenjin, where UDA is supposed to be strongest. Now,
For
if
sure.
UDA is infected in the Kalenjin soils, then it means UDA is doing very poorly in the rest of the country. Now, if that is the case, then the revolt is in the offing. It may even start in the Rift Valley, not in Nairobi.
So it means, okay, now I get the scoop. So it means those people, they are not happy as well. Even though I think huko ndo kura nyingi ilitoka ya UDA ama ya kina Murkomen. But I think they feel the pinch. So sitaongea mingi, and Murkomen naye si huyo ndo alienda huko where Qatar. Si huko ndo alienda kwa mpira. Okay. Sasa I won't speak. So I just say I think huko pia watu wamekasirika and wameshangaa, cause for sure it's not only Azimio ndo wanaumia, pia UDA ama UDA. And yeah. And then about hii mambo ya impeachment bado inaendelea tu. Sasa wewe unatuuliza ama wale walifikiria they can impeach him, they can impeach Gachagua. Sasa are we supposed
okay, inaonekana hujaelewa topic. Okay, what we are asking is, you remember, for example, when William Ruto was deputy president to Uhuru Kenyatta?
Yes.
And there were calls for impeaching William Ruto for misconduct and insubordination and all that. Okay.
Yes, but it never happened. Yes.
Yes, William Ruto was capable of buying MPs, okay, controlling the parliament to make sure that he cannot be impeached. Okay. Now, right now, one of the greatest problems of UDA is Gachagua in their relationship and his PR. He's not selling the party well, and he's not selling the government well. by his running his mouth. Okay? Now, if there is a call for his impeachment, can he escape in that kind of scenario? Does he have the political clout and the capability to be able to convince the floor of the House that the parliamentarians will stick in for him and save him from being impeached? Probably, yes.
One, they were saying they have numbers in the parliament. So walikuwa wanasema wako na numbers including wale ambao walinunua. So watu wake, they'll defend him. They will defend him. Hawatakubali akina Khalwale. Akina Khalwale. See, Khalwale ndo sasa is a big man there too. Eh?
That's why I'm saying the dynamics of impeachment are such that they are not cast in stone. It's very difficult to survive an impeachment because usually it is determined by the evidence that will be leveled on the floor of the House. And then when you're on the floor of the House, you have immunity. There is immunity when you are parliamentarian and you are making your allegation on the floor of the House. That immunity makes it you have a leeway of spilling the beans. Now, if the beans are spilled so badly that the picture looks so bad, including the people who came to vote for you will change their mind. That's how Waititu went. Waititu went to the Senate confident, and he had been assured by Ruto he's going to be saved. But when evidence began to be produced, amenyang'anya shamba ya which widow, amenyang'anya shamba ya which orphan, the moment they painted the picture and it looked so bad, the whole house went against him, and that's how he went. And so toying around with impeachment is something that is very delicate, in my opinion. And if there is anything, Gachagua should not allow that motion to take place. If it takes place, he may not survive because he not only has enemies from Azimio, he has also enemies within what? UDA. And all he needs is a few in the UDA who will join Azimio against him, and it's gone. And then kumbuka yeye anaongea story ya Wakikuyu na Mount Kenya. So that means the rest of the country can gang up against him in parliament. Na story yake inaishia hapo. And then it will be a salvation to William Ruto because William Ruto may be looking on how to replace him. Na hajapata nafasi. So atatumia hiyo njia ya kujisafisha.
Okay, usiendelee. Sasa the thing is this. I am also wasimu impeach number one. Now, kama hiyo kusurvive, kama huyo Ruto atamsaidia, because Ruto can do that. Wangempatia 2 chance, waende kwa meza vile nilisema jana, waongee. He's also a human being. You understand? Maybe he was a little bit excited. We can't say he's a bad person. Now, vile umesema, hapo ndio psychology inaingia. Kuna mtu anampush na inatoka huko juu. Kuna mtu anataka kumuuza Gachagua. He has to be very careful. Because kama huyo bibi yake ni Pastor Dorcas. Si ndio? Yeah, they should pray. Now I think kuna mchezo hapo. You know, it's only ya nini. Vile umesema kuna mtu anampush ndo kusudi watamwacha ingie kwa moto, wamuimpeach, alafu watamsaidia. Because normally, hata kama umefanya makosa, your party is there to defend you na kukusaidia. You hear? Listen very careful. Na hiyo kwanza hiyo sasa itarudi around. So you know, I have to speak according to how I see the things. First of all, I'm saying Gachagua is not bad. Kuna mtu mwenye anamdrive. But I believe his fellow Kikuyus watamsupport. Why? Because of course hata kama aliongea about Kikuyu, hiyo si makosa yake. kuna mtu, because if he's the deputy, huyo mwenzake, huyo the head boss wake inatakana amsaidie. Boss wake mbona anamwacha peke yake? Anataka amuingize huko ndani, akishamuingiza huko ndani alafu amwache. That's my psychology. Listen, but listen, it will turn around, na yeye pia watamkujia huyo the head, watamkujia, watasema this is how you wanted to, hivi ndio ulikuwa unadanganya mtu wetu, hivi ndio ulikuwa unadanganya mtu wetu. You understand? It's like inaenda hivi cycle. The way I said yesterday, Mama Mary was there, nilisema there are some people who cannot face the head person. They cannot face him. And the head person anajua, he's not stupid. Anajua, huu nikimguza ita mambo yataharibika. Nikiguza huu mambo itaharibika. Sasa yeye ananyamaza. And that's why you saw ananyamaza saa zile Gachagua was talking about Sakaja. And that's why nilikuwa naona, why you go to Sakaja? It's not Sakaja. Kuna some cards are being played hapo. Lakini if they're playing with Gachagua will turn everything upside down. Atawamwagia meza na meza itaharibika na vitu vitaharibika. That's my psychology. So I cannot speak really bad about him, or I cannot really comment. Mi najua there are some bad, kuna cards mbaya hapo. Kuna cards, because you know he's a tough man. And you know, Bernard, ukichukua marehemu the late Muhammad Ali na uchukue Tyson, they are all champions. Unajua, to fight, they can fight until. Sasa unajua if you're going to face mtu mwenye unajua, it's not easy to face him. Haikuwagi rahisi vile. So I think Gachagua, nafikiri yeye pia ana nini saizi, ana digest saizi. Because how comes if you have a party yako ndo nakuwa behind you. I'm not saying ati alifanya makosa ndio mbaya sana. Okay, speaking about tribalism is not good. Lakini the guy, maybe he was excited, bado alikuwa hajajua yeye ni deputy, bado hawakujua kama watafika hapo mahali. Lakini kuna simba hapo, kuna simba, I'm not going to say the name. Kuna simba nadanganya watu, alafu anakuacha unaingia peke yako, anasema we mwenyewe ndio ulitamka hivyo. Sasa I don't know how it's going to be, but wacha tuone vile itakuwa. Now nimemaliza hiyo, wacha niende kwa wengine, niachie wengine pia muda.
Okay, thank you Nifa. And Alex is telling you on the comment section,
right,
the badness of Gachagua is not to be explained to Kenyans. Gachagua has a history with the Kenyan people, and some of that history is not very good. Also, when you say
I don't know that.
When you say he's not a bad person, it's because you probably.
No, wait. I'm saying, unajua Bernard, we cannot just say mtu ni mbaya.
No,
like
not,
really.
Hold on, Nifa. Let me explain what I'm saying. Okay, when you say somebody is not bad, okay, and people know him as bad,
not really.
You are saying not bad will not change what they know. I was telling you that there is a history behind Gachagua. Gachagua was a DO, okay, during Moi's time.
Right.
Yes, there are allegations that the Kikuyus in Molo, okay, do you remember those clashes in the 90s? Okay, he was the
I was
DO.
young.
He presided over those kind of things. And then look at his demeanor. His demeanor in terms of the way he feels like other tribes cannot lead. Okay, other tribes cannot produce president, and if the president goes to other tribes, it is a mistake. It is wrong. Okay, so that mentality in him is such that it makes him even angry to imagine that even Raila Odinga vying for president is supposed to be a mistake that should not be allowed. It is such that if Gachagua was IEBC chairman, okay, other tribes should not vie for presidency. Presidency is a reserve of Mount Kenya and the Kalenjin community. Those two. The rest wakubali kuongozwa milele. Now, that is the kind of personality he is. And then he's now vocal about it. Then when they want to impeach him for it, okay, the only way for him to be, for him to survive, okay, is when the his party and the other members of that political party will come on board to save him, na watamuokoa kwa sababu wamechagua kumuokoa, si eti anaweza kuokoka. Wameamua kumuokoa. Are they capable of doing that? No. Why? How did he end up being the deputy president?
That was not the people. That was not the UDA. That was his boss. That was his boss.
He forced his way into being running mate to William Ruto. He got 2 votes. The other guy is the one who got 17 votes. Okay, but he said he has spent too much money on UDA to be relegated. So
that's what I didn't know. The other guy was who?
So if there are situations like that, nataka to talk hapo so that we bring in somebody else. If the situation is like that, ulijilazimisha kwangu mpaka nikakufanya running mate. Sasa hiyo umefanyika nini? Deputy. Na alafu unaendelea.
How do you know that?
Inakaa vibaya. So what happens? The easiest means to get rid of you. What is the easiest means? Sakaja, matusi, then impeachment, na ikifika impeachment na kufanya vile David alifanya yule the husband of Bathsheba. Okay, Uriah. Enda ukifika huko vita zikianza, mretreat, mtu akufe, mambo yaishe. So there's a possibility William Ruto can just call his boys. Hii impeachment ikifika, vote this guy out so that we straighten out things. We'll get another Kikuyu to replace him. That's all. But now the Kikuyu that will replace him will be weaker, will not be vocal, will not be like Gachagua. And then if that's the case, he has won. So he can even be celebrating for that to happen. He be the one inviting that impeachment to come. He may be even behind it. But tuachie hapo. Asante sana. Wamesema next person. Okay, thank you. Nyar County. Msichana wetu, vipi lakini?
Poa sana Bernard, habari za kila mtu? Natumai mko salama.
Tuko poa. Mwaka mpya.
Mwaka mpya. Nawatakia mwaka mpya yenye mafanikio. Na huu mwaka naomba hii serikali ing'atuliwe mamlakani. That's my prayer. Because Bernard, I don't want to talk about Gachagua's impeachment because if it were for me, I would have loved for Gachagua to go together with his boss because they are in this together. It doesn't matter. I would love if the impeachment comes, it should come for the two because they are doing nothing. This is not the select himself said when he was the deputy, he said the government was for Uhunye. Now the government is for the select, it's not for Gachagua. So whatever Gachagua is doing, I think these people just need to get out. Gachagua and this man, they're just, I think they're in this together, and then they just want to, as in, when you want to cover up something, so they want to cover up and then make it like Gachagua is bad. They are all bad. No one is better. How can you tell us that you are doing away with the help? You're doing away with the school subsidy. You're doing away with the subsidy for everything, and then you tell us you are good because the other person is talking about tribalism. The other person is bad. You're all the same. They are the same, but they are birds of the same feather. So let no one come here and tell us Gachagua is bad. Gachagua plus his boss, they should go together. Me, I want if their impeachment is to come, let it come for the two of them. They are we have the president and the deputy. Let them go home together. These people, UDA people should not come here and tell us Gachagua is bad, the other one is good. What has this man done to show us that he is good? What good has he brought to Kenyans, if not for whaling? What good, Bernard? Nothing. Everything he touches collapses. Everything, Bernard, everything. Nothing is good is going on in Kenya. What is wrong with these people? Why don't they even try? Even the bad people, I think even the bad people have conscience. Do they even have conscience at all? Even if you are bad, however bad you are, you must have a good side. What is the good side of these people? Nothing. Not at all. Did they sell their souls to the devil? Yesterday, it was this. They started with the fertilizer, which were given for free. They sold it. They went to the electricity. The highest shareholder is Ndini Nyoro, who is a UDA person. Why are they increasing the bills? Who are they for? The Kenyans or for themselves? And they come here to tell us, I don't know, what is this government going to bring? The body that is going to bring to replace help. What is this body? And for how long? 6 months, Bernard? Are we not going to take our children to school? Are those who are joining universities going to stay home to wait for them to constitute whatever they're constituting? If Bernard, governments, even in companies, there are systems. And you can't just wake up one morning and say, I've abolished this one. You'll have to wait for me to constitute another one. You'll have to constitute the other one before you abolish the one that is there. And this thing should happen systematically, not like you stop the other one to make another one. What is this that these people are doing? This man has been in power for over 30 years. Tell me he didn't even learn anything. He was there with Uhuru for 10 years. He didn't even learn anything. Or is he being controlled by the international community? Is he a man under control? Are they just switching him on and off the way they want? And then he's imposing it on us Kenyans. This is quite unfair. It's not fair at all. I don't think even the hustlers, the people who are singing at Upangwingwi wanted this. I don't think they subscribed to this. I don't think this is what they wanted. They sang at Upangwingi, they didn't know whatever they were singing. They didn't know whatever they were going in for. And now, look where we are. It's up to those who sang at Upangwingwi to come together to join hands with us, who told them this thing is gonna be a mess, so that we help them clean their mess. Now they've made it become our problem, so we have to fix it together. The hostility that Murkomen faced, he should have even faced more than that, because when these people were campaigning, the select always complained about the Akina Matiang'i campaigning for Baba. What is Murkomen doing? Why is he not in office? Is that his office? What do they want? Or they think we've forgotten? They told us wajinga waliisha, na kweli wajinga waliisha. Tumewaona na wajinga waliisha. Hata wenye walimba Tupangwingwi sahi, I think they are waking up. Because Bernard, on 23rd, from 23rd, people are going back to school. And you don't have money, you'll have to pay more. The work that you've been doing, there is no raise in salary. How are you going to survive? Perhaps the work that you were doing, even the one with the help plus all the help, you are struggling. Tell me now, how are you going to manage? I beg, I beseech fellow Kenyans, na waomba tu Wakenya wenzangu, tungane pamoja, hao watu waende juu, hivi karibuni watatuuza tu na tukiona tu watatuuza tu tukiona tu hivi. Juu already wanatuuza. So tusiuzwe tukiona. Let's stop all this madness. Haileti shangwe. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Nyare County, we appreciate that. Lazima tusimame ngangari, tutekeleze wajibu wetu ili usikuwe na yeyote ambaye atadanganywa. Lakini uongo wa UDA na Kenya Kwanza umefika mwisho. Njia ya muongo ni fupi. I don't think there are other lies to give to Kenyans. There is no other hope to give to Kenyans because the indications are inflicting pain to Kenyans is the main assignment of Kenya Kwanza. And where they are, whatever they are doing and how they are focused, it's clear to anybody who is thinking that hapa kukai vizuri. So naomba tumsikilize Wangira. Wangira alitangulia. Then turudi kwa Mama Mary. Wangira vipi?
Oh, niko salama, labda nyinyi hapo.
Tuko poa, maoni yako?
Oh, kwanza ni salamu tu za mwaka mpya. Kwa kila mtu naona leo tuko wengi, nasema Mama Mary na Roda, salamu za mwaka mpya. Bernard, you know, I didn't see that clip where Murkomen was finding it hard in Elgeyo Marakwet to campaign for UDA. So perhaps I'll not say much, but you know, I'll just say the general thing that I know about Elgeyo Marakwet. You know, Elgeyo Marakwet composes of two Kalenjin sub-ethnic communities, the Elgeyos and the Marakwets. And always, you know, the Marakwets, you know, have always felt as partly marginalized.
Okay, Mr. Wangira, just a moment. Let me just play it because we'll be early before majority of us were online. So let me just repeat to play it and then you come in quickly after the video. Ili isiwe ati tunaongeza chumvi.
Tumikia nyinyi na kutumikia Kenya. Kwa heshima ya huyo rais ametuheshimu. Mimi naomba kwa unyenyekevu tupigie kura chama cha UDA. No! Hakuna!
Hasa amenituma. Mimi ninaomba hivi. Haya sawa, nimewasikia. Haya munisikize basi. Haya nimewasikia. Haya waswali kidogo. Aramende. Haya waswali sema mwisho. Waswali. Ala hii. Ataiba. Amaita. Ala hii. Kana utarata. Sidanyor legiyeme. Sidanyor lambushini. Sidanyor lawendiso. Ewajine wachama na UDA kura. Hasa mwapiga bidem. Mwaga naso mbako midai kamangne. Mwaga nako midai kamangne. Mwaga suaso. Alambe.
Angre can take it now.
Okay, I've watched now the video, and let me just now make my contribution. Just like I was telling you that the county of Elgeyo Marakwet, comprises of two Kalenjin sub-tribe, the Keyo and the Marakwet. And the Marakwet, even during the Moi's time, were always feeling marginalized, it's the Marakwet area that, is almost semi-arid. It's the Marakwet area that you'll always find the insecurity that you always see in Elgeyo Marakwet, and that thing has not been the people in Elgeyo Marakwet, even during Moi's time, were not feeling comfortable within government, despite the fact that even Moi, as a Kalenjin, was president then. And you remember that in 2003, when we went for the elections, despite the entire Rift Valley voting for Kanu then, the Marakwet area voted for a lady on, I think, DP. The lady called JB Kilimo. If you remember JB Kilimo, JB Kilimo was voted, I think, on DP during, well, not DP, on NAC, sorry, on NAC, the party that Kibaki ran on, despite the entire Rift Valley having been Kanu. So there has been that problem, and that problem extends even to West Pokot, to the part of West Pokot where they feel that they are marginalized, and perhaps they are not part of the mainstream, the Kalenjin community, and perhaps that could be the problem that is existing in Elgeyo Marakwet, and it could be the cause of the shoutings you saw in that clip, because the Marakwets, have had their issues because they are not feeling comfortable in government, even when one of them is the president. That's perhaps all that I'll say about what befell Murkomen when he went campaigning for the UDA candidate in Elgeyo Marakwet. You are raising a very good question here, Bernard, on whether Rigathi Gachagua can escape an impeachment. Bernard, this is a good, very, very good question that you have raised, and perhaps I'll dwell more there than perhaps on what happened in Elgeyo Marakwet. Bernard, we must agree that William Samoei Ruto made his bed, and because he made his bed, he must lie on it. He must be ready to lie on it. And perhaps some of you are asking me, and perhaps some of you are asking yourselves what the bed is. The bed that President William Samoei Ruto made was that bed of the co-presidency. You remember during the first term of President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto, they operated like co-presidents. And when we moved to the second term, and William Samoei Ruto was denied that opportunity to operate like a co-president, you remember that he rebelled against President Uhuru Kenyatta. He just rebelled outrightly against President Uhuru Kenyatta and went doing his own things until he was elected to become the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. So that's the bed that I'm referring to, the bed that William Samoei Ruto made, that he must be ready to lie on. You cannot have your cake and at the same time eat it. If you want Rigathi Gachagua to operate purely like a deputy president, then you must ask yourself why William Samoei Ruto never operated purely like a deputy president. These are questions that we must ask, and these are pure political questions that we must ask. So when we go on whether Rigathi Gachagua can escape an impeachment, it is first we need to understand what we mean by impeachment before even we talk about whether he can escape an impeachment. An impeachment is a process that involves two houses of parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate. And in the National Assembly, there is a motion that must be passed by at least 2/3 of members. And that in that motion, they approve the charges, and the charges are whether you have seriously violated the Constitution, whether you have seriously violated the constitution, gross misconduct, among others. There are just few grounds under which you can impeach the president. I think 3 or 4 grounds under which you can impeach the president: serious violation of the constitution, gross misconduct, among I think other 2 grounds. So in the National Assembly looks at the charges and decides to approve the charges or not. So in a motion which must be passed by 2/3 majority in Parliament, that charge must be approved at the National Assembly before it can move to the Senate. Then if it moves to the Senate does what we call the investigation. They investigate to see whether there are grounds in those charges before they decide whether the president can be removed or not. The president can be removed or not removed. And the same applies also to the deputy president. The procedure for impeachment of the president and the deputy president is one and the same. So looking at Rigathi Gachagua, I've just told you that President William Samoei Ruto made his bed, and so he must be ready to lie on it. He must be ready to operate with Rigathi Gachagua, the co-president, the way he operated with Uhuru Kenyatta as co-president. Because if he tries to change tune, perhaps Rigathi Gachagua could decide to rebel. You never know. He could decide to rebel and do his own thing, the way William Samoei Ruto decided to rebel and did his own things after 2018. So impeachment is what we call a quasi-judicial process. It's half judicial process, but as much as it's quasi-judicial, but it's purely political, Bernard. For you to move in today and try to impeach, Rigathi Gachagua, whoever thinks that he can impeach Rigathi Gachagua, and I'm not speaking for him. I'm just looking at the political dynamics of this country. You need to be very bold today to think that you can move in and successfully impeach Rigathi Gachagua. Anybody who today thinks that he can impeach, or Rigathi Gachagua, as far as I'm concerned, is daydreaming. And these are the facts, Bennett. William Samoei Ruto still needs Rigathi Gachagua for 2027. That's one fact. He needs Rigathi Gachagua for 2027. So, he cannot do without Rigathi Gachagua today. If he was to front for the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, perhaps that could be the start of the end of William Samoei Ruto's, presidency. And that's why William Samoei Ruto will keep on working with Rigathi Gachagua, irrespective of how he behaves. Bernard, irrespective of how he behaves, Bernard. And again, there's what we call marshalling the numbers. I know William Samoei Ruto, as a person, given the experience we have had with him, we knew how he behaved after 2018, and he managed to buy nearly half of the entire members of parliament, who went with him, and Uhuru Kenyatta remained with very, very few. That tells you that, in terms of strategy, William Samoei Ruto, he is well positioned. But do you think that William Samoei Ruto can use that particular strategy to try and impeach Rigathi Gachagua? Just like I've told you, I don't think that William Ruto would be interested to see that Rigathi Gachagua is impeached today. Perhaps 2028 or 2029, but 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, I don't see William Samoei Ruto, becoming part of the scheme to impeach Rigathi Gachagua, because he needs Rigathi Gachagua for 2027. And without William Samoei Ruto in that scheme, it becomes very, very impossible to impeach Rigathi Gachagua, because the only person who can marshal the numbers in this particular respect is only William Samoei Ruto. And if William Samoei Ruto even tomorrow says wachana na hizo kelele za kusema mna impeach a deputy president, you'll hear nobody talk about the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. And that's the reason why you'll find people like the Nyeri governor, who was today very bold, and he was to use Miguna's term. He was telling them that come, baby, come, because he knows at the end of the day, it is impossible to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. So the way things stand today, and because of the political dynamics, Bernard, Rigathi Gachagua is unimpeachable. You know, it's unimpeachable. It's almost impossible to even think that we will impeach him, Bernard, irrespective of whether he will behave well.
Mr. Wangera, just sorry for intercepting you. Saying Rigathi Gachagua is impossible to impeach him, I would say it is an overstatement. An overstatement in the sense that you're comparing William Ruto to Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua was a one-time member of parliament. The politics of Rigathi Gachagua is such that it doesn't have a historical roots. His relationship with other people is such that he doesn't have diehards that we can say this is a diehard of Gachagua. Okay, so when you say he cannot be impeached, it's based on his personality or on his relation. From the inside information, his relationship with boss is not as good as is being painted too. And then the way he's struggling to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, it's looking like an imposition other than a recommendation. It's not that the Mount Kenya members of parliament are fronting him as their kingpin. He's the one fronting himself and trying to galvanize them to follow his kind of leadership. And so in that kind of a scenario, can you say that he cannot be impeached? And then if that matter is brought to the floor of the House, he can go the way Waititu went, as long as the allegations and the cases leveled against him are dire. And having run his mouth the way he's doing, the evidence could be overwhelming. And it could date as back as when he was a DO. And you know what happened when he was a DO. So if only we get an impeachment, whatever, what is it called, admission from, let's say, the only person to save him about impeachment is Wetangula by refusing to admit the impeachment motion. But when the impeachment motion goes on the floor of the House and the beans are spilled, the impeachment can go anywhere. William Ruto saying sitaki kusikia makelele. Comparing William Ruto to Uhuru Kenyatta, I don't think the command of William Ruto has more far-reaching adherents like the one for Uhuru Kenyatta. So, in my opinion, Gachagua can be impeached very early in the morning if that is allowed. He has more enemies within UDA. He has enemies in Azimio. He has not made friends with anybody. And so he's sitting on a fast sinking sand, in my opinion. So we cannot say the only person to save him, even Ruto may fail to save him. Just like, remember what he did in the Yala, wherever, voting about all the candidates fronted by Ruto was shortchanged by Gachagua. And Gachagua goes on television to say, we changed it, tulipoona tunaanza kuchezwa. So on those kind of grounds, wewe ukisema ati Gachagua is not impeachable, inaonekana unataka kutuhada. Naomba utamatishe tusonge mbele, lakini asante. Hiyo maoni yangu.
Politically, given the Kenyan political dynamics today, I repeat that Rigathi Gachagua is impeachable. And it's very, very clear. William Samoei Ruto to become president of the Republic of Kenya, he got around 4.5 million votes from the Mount Kenya region. And I've been following the politics of Mount Kenya recently, and you'll discover that even those guys who are pro-Azimio, just the other day, are collapsing around Rigathi Gachagua, which means they have found one of their own, that they can fall back to. And and that's why I've told you that William Samoei Ruto made his bed and he must be ready to lie on it. He has no other way out. He must just be ready to operate with Rigathi Gachagua as a co-president. There's no other way. Because today, every time you remember Rigathi Gachagua the other day telling Sakaja, sorry, that it's our people that made you become governor. Yeah? It's our people that made you become governor. You want to tell me that Rigathi Gachagua does not know that 4.5 million people from Mount Kenya voted for William Samoei Ruto, and William Samoei Ruto might be needing the same people come 2027? These are the dynamics I'm telling you about. That looking at the dynamics, nobody will want to touch Rigathi Gachagua at this particular point, because you touch him, we get in.
Mr. Wangira, you're forgetting that this is a minority government. And those figures you're quoting, they are figurative. You know that. Of all people. So when the call is made is when the reality is going to hit. But all in all, tusichukue muda sana kuzungumza maswala, naomba tuokoe muda. So ebu wrap up, tulete kwa Mama Mary, tarudi hapo baadaye.
I think I've just wrapped up. Let us just allow Mama Mary to come in. But that's my point, that as it stands today, Rigathi Gachagua is impeachable.
Yes, he's impeachable. Yes, we will impeach him. if he could be the first culprit, the testing of the waters. Next, we go for his boss. Then we clear this UDA problem once and for all. We get a new government that is able to function. This one wants to do away with everything that supports common mwananchi. All the same, karibuni sana, asante wote kwa kuendelea kukaribishana katika kipindi cha leo. Naomba tu tafadhali tusitazame peke yetu. Let's keep the spirit of inviting one another. Let us all converse. Let us all educate each other, inform each other. Kama kuna swala ambalo tungependa kujua, unaona tujui, tueleze, tutaelewa. Achieng pia amekataa maneno ya 4.5 million votes that Wangira has quoted. So Mama Mary, karibu lakini.
Hello, everybody. Bernard, Rhoda, motivational speaker, Mukungi, Musia, and Wangira. Mko salama sana. I can see your faces. You are still facing Kenya, and we are talking about Kenya, and we are fighting for our Kenya. And Kenya will be liberated in the right way. There is one thing I learned today. Maybe you guys, you had an idea. Let me allow me to say this. During BBI, you remember Ruto said that Baba called him for handshake, that he was the first person to be called by Raila. And I listened to Raila. He was being interviewed and categorically said he never, ever called Ruto for any handshake. So remember that point that I'm telling to Kenyans. Baba never called Ruto for handshake. That is during BBI presentation that they had, because I remember Ruto said that. Anyway, let me get away from there and go to Gachagua. Gachagua to be impeached will be a field open for us, and we'll have a breather and we'll be happy for a short moment. And I'm saying for a short moment because we need to deal with the boss also. I hope the people who will present the motion for impeachment have got concrete evidence so that we don't we don't go back and forth, back and vote. I hope they have votes enough, because this is democracy. We have to impeach whoever is not qualified for the whatever work or the seat that they hold. These articles of impeachment must be strong so that we get this guy out. Let's not have a fight like I saw in Senegal, fighting a pregnant woman with the chairs, and they don't care. And those were men. So we don't want to see any fight in parliament. We want to see men and women who are fighting with words so that we can see that impeachment go through. I don't care about Gachagua because he has made a big mess. And when you are a human being, if you know you have had history of mess, history of wrongdoing, sometimes sit back and rethink, not to put more on top of what you had been doing before. Because this is a different situation. This is a time whereby every Kenyan is watching you and even listening to you. So Gachagua has done his own mess, and let him continue. And I hope this impeachment go through. I know Ruto doesn't like him, although we also don't like Ruto. So these two guys, they are animals in the field, and they are fighting for one kill. And the kill is Kenyans. So Kenyans, let's watch, let's see who wins. Let's see Gachagua goes out, and then we go for the big fish. Because we Kenyans, we can do that. We don't want to give them a break. We want to push them out so that we can have a breather. We can have freedom. We haven't had freedom since these two guys got to that office. The other thing is about Murkomen. I thought it was not even where he comes from or he's a tribeman. That was a shock. That is to show how Kenyans have really, really come up. Kenyans are really learning, and they are getting it very right. That you are not going to force us to elect somebody because you are a big man or you are whatever. Even I had one guy there say, go away with your Ruto. And when I imagine that is a Rift Valley part of the country, part of the county where Murkomen come from, where Ruto come from, I was shocked. And I was not shocked in a bad way. Is to believe that really Kenyans are getting educated. Kenyans are getting it right. Kenyans are understanding that their country is in the wrong track. So those people, I really admired them. Whatever they said, I don't care whether they insulted him or they did what, but they did the right thing at the right time. I can't imagine other people doing the same, because that is how Kenya should work now. Don't accept stupid things. We want people who are elected and have job done. We don't want people who are just coming. Like, I looked at Murkomen and I thought like, oh, because you think you are CS, you're going to push a bitter pill through people's throat. They are not going to take it. Nobody wants that. People want liberation, and that is what they are looking for. So for the impeachment, let it go ahead. For Murkomen, go to the office and work as you are told. Get away from politics, because they know what they know. And those people should not be told who to elect. They are the people who face the problems, and they are the people who understand the ground. You people with big cars, you don't understand what Kenyans are going through now. So, Kenya, now it's time for you to work your way out. and watch how these people are trying to play games on us. We are the voice. And I have been saying, we are the voice. And once you voice out your griefs, if nobody listening, we are not going to listen to them. So that is the way. I'm happy for those Elgeyo Marakwet people. I congratulate them for the good work. And I hope Kenyans everywhere, that is the move, that's the mood. Let's continue doing that. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Mama Mary kwa maoni hayo na mchango wako. Tunashukuru sana kwamba Wakenya wanapevuka wakiendelea kufuata mjadala wetu. There are many dynamics involved into our governance, but one thing is clear. The country is headed in the wrong direction. And like we shared the statistics here, 73% of Kenyans think the country is headed in the wrong direction. And then the minority are the only ones who think that there is hope for the things turning around by the Kenya Kwanza government. But from all indications, I don't think there is much that is within the mindset of William Ruto to help the situation in elevating or easing the life of the Kenyan people. Now that he's touching on matters help, and then we are badly positioned. So university education, unattainable. High school education, unattainable. Primary school education, soon it will be, the counties are too many. We can't sustain all of them. We don't have enough money, and so devolution should be revised. Now that he wants to revise university loans, change the body for university, then which body will be collecting wherever the loans from those who have benefited from the help? What will be its name, and how would they now have a contract with a new body if they signed a contract with the previous body? I think this kind of confusion is unacceptable, and we just need to wake up and send this government packing for us to be free indeed. Well, I want to appreciate everybody for your continued support and followership of this show. I want also to urge you people to keep vigilant. Let's build up this show back to where it was during the elections and before the elections. Right now, we have a cause to stick out our neck and be able to defend everything as far as the future of this country is concerned. And so let's not just be, participants and then we end at participants. Let's be the ambassadors of this particular show. This show is watched worldwide, and there are people I've met who watch this show. They don't go to bed until the show is over, and it has offered some solace to some people, and they are not just people, ordinary people. People in high places follow everything that we do here. So I want us to hold this show with high esteem and be able to keep it running the way it should run, and let the people, when they tune in, get credible information that probably it's not being aired by the mainstream media houses. So naomba tuendelee kujitahidi na tutekeleze wajibu wetu, haswa in our circles. Tukienda kwa hizo vijiwe zetu, those are our small groups, those WhatsApp groups. Let's share the link, and let's also sensitize people to watch this particular show. I'm sure they will learn one or two things that is going to help them get better. Francis is here, and I want to bring him, but before I bring him, tomorrow is Wednesday, those of you are in East Africa, and we'll be resuming that, our Christian show, Escape the Era of Error. But we're going to go into a different dimension of the same, and that is, we'll be looking on the knowledge of Christ, the knowledge of Christ, because one of the things that has mixed up preachers in our day is that they are leading Christ, yet they don't know that Christ. And that is why there is a mess everywhere. They are seconding and propelling what they don't understand. And so we will be pinching our tent again for the next 3 months or so to push this knowledge of Christ into proper understanding. So before I bring in Francis, and probably I'll be dropping off so that I be set for the live stream tomorrow morning. I just want us to get into that proper perspective of the tomorrow's escape, the era of error. This is the 2023 season, which will be focusing on the knowledge of Christ, because we need people to know that in proper perspective. So tusikilize hii alafu Francis atakuja.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
So make a date with us in the morning as we'll be exploring that knowledge of Christ. I'm sure you're going to find it very interesting, as we'll be having different ministers teaching on various segments. We pray that all systems will be in place and everybody will be able to get and follow the teaching from wherever you will be. It is part and parcel of what we ensure that the world gets, because it's important that we have a proper understanding of what we worship and who we worship. The worship of God is not supposed to be mystical in such a way that only the preacher knows or only the pastor knows. It's supposed to be understandable to each and every believer and each and every worshiper. So nashukuru tu sana, tafadhali tuendelee kwa pamoja, tusukume ili gurudumu, tuhakikishe kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika kwa sehemu zote ambazo tunaweza kumsaidia kuelewa. Bwana Mukungi Mwasia, wewe umeamua kuacha kizungu kabisa, utaki hata jina Biden amekukosa.
Hiyo jina situmiangi sana, hizo ndo majina nimetumia sana. That's the names that I use for identity. The other one huwa naitwa senye hata naweza itwa nikose kusikia vizuri. Anyway, thank you Bernard. You know, when it comes to this regime, I will want to take you across some part of Africa and how, you know, when you look at Ruto, when during the Ruto's campaign, Ruto's portrayed himself as a person of a different kind, that this was more of a revolutionary person who could bring more changes that were more better than the one that were there. So then he promised to a point that people believed that their life can change overnight. And that is why that people are even feeling more betrayed in a very early time, because he's even short of demands that he made within the first 100 days. He kept promising and speaking anything that could make people happy without looking at the data that is the table and whatever is a real fact that is affecting the people. And that is the reason as to why he's trying to change even names, because ELB has not been starting yesterday. ELB has started for so many years ago. It has been there. It has helped a lot of people. So what he's trying to change things the same way Mobutu Sese Seko did. When he knew that he could not change Congo, he changed the name to Zaire. You know, these are the things that are happening. So he wants to portray that there's a revolutionary thing. There is nothing. Look at the Hustler Fund that was so much hyped. What happened? He came up with a narrative, oh, it will be interest-free, it will not. Then it make a U-turn, having realized that there's inflation, oh, there will be a little interest rate, there will be savings, there will be so and so. So he tried to portray something differently, but it does not come out the way the people are expecting it to come from the word go. That is why you are seeing him. He is more interested in counties that voted for Raila, because it becomes very easy to convince them than the counties that voted for him, thinking that they will benefit more. That is why he's more concentrating in Western and Coast, because he knows very well in Coast and Western, they are not used to his lies. So his lies can still sound fresh to the ears of the people in Western and in Western and in Coast. That's why he's concentrating in the two regions. But he knows in Mount Kenya, if he goes with the same lie, he might even be chased away, or something might happen because people have seen that it cannot work. You know, now people experience it on live. Hii ni kama live show, eh? Hii ile ya kuambiwa, hii theoretically, they are experiencing it live, that these things is not working. So he knows it very well. So the only way he can take lies is only the region that were voting for Raila that never had his lies well. Therefore, it is easy to lie to people who never had you earlier. And I will just take you across a little bit in Africa. Look at somebody like Lazarus Chakwera, the current president of Malawi. Got in with the same spirit that William Ruto got in Kenyan election. Chakwera promised a lot of revolutionary activity in Malawi. But when he got into power, he appointed almost a half of the cabinet being his family members. He underperformed. Right now, people are even tired with Lazarus Chakwera. They are not even wanting to hear his name, because whatever they expected, it is even not even 10% of what he has achieved. Also go to Nigeria. Nigeria will be having election this year, if I'm not wrong. If I recall back during the time of Jonathan Goodluck, when Jonathan Goodluck was leaving power in Nigeria, Mahmoud Buhari came on and promised that I will fight corruption, I will fight terrorism, I will fight everything else. But having Buhari gotten into power, we saw one of the largest hostage taking of the school girls, who were almost 200, by Boko Haram. We also saw some kind of the biggest corruption cases. Right now, as we are speaking, nobody wants to be associated with Buhari, because whoever will be associated with Buhari will not get anything in that election. Because what you promise and what you achieve is what will be weighed with it. Let's go back to history. That is around 1985, 1984, in the what you call the Upper Volta, or the currently the Burkina Faso. When the late Tom Sankara got into power through a coup d'etat, he instituted what you call some kind of structural adjustment or changes in the country. These things did not go well with the people who felt that things are not working out because of these radical changes that have been instituted in our country. And that's why when you read most of the article, they will tell you the reason as to why Blaise Compaoré overturned the government was due to the fact that Thomas Sankara was doing some changes in a rapid way without consultation. We can also revisit the recent kind of structural changes. Look at the former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro. When Bolsonaro got into power, people used to protect the Amazon forest. But he went ahead and decided to destroy Amazon forest without even considering the indigenous people and how important it is. As we are speaking today, is a senior citizen, not a president. Look even at the example of Trump. When he got to power, he started with suspension of NATO, health activity, abortion rights, gay rights, transgender. He instituted a lot of changes which were more radical. As we're speaking today, he just only served one term. So as you're instituting those changes, ensure these changes will not create uncertainty among the people. It is very dangerous because we are a country of socialism. We are a country that majority of us are laggards, people who don't believe in transformation so easily. They need to be convinced. Look at Huduma number. People, watu wameomba Huduma number watumie wamekataa kabisa. Mpaka leo hii, even registration, online registration, SIM registration, people are not registering. Why? They are laggards. There are people who do not want to take those changes very easily. They are just wanting to they are traditionalists, you know. So as much as Ruto wants to ensure those changes, he must be very careful because that one alone might bring an uprising, a very bad one, because people are feeling that things are not working out the way they are used to work. So when we are talking about that subsidy crisis, he should be very careful. You cannot change Kenya from being a socialist country or a mixed economy where we mix between the socialism and the capitalist to a pure capitalist country. Remember, we are used to government intervention. Now he wants to apply a classical model with minimum or no government intervention. What is likely to happen is that people will feel that things are not working out because expenses are going up, your income is remaining constant. It means it creating shortage or what we call a deficiency. So therefore it means utauza meza ama uuze kijiko ama vitu zingine so that you can fill the shortage or whatever you are lacking to fulfill your budget. So these are the things he needs to work very slowly on them because they are not well. They have not served people who tried to do them earlier under well circumstances. When you look at the Murkomen, just to finish on that, is that the Kalenjin community or the people from the Rift Valley, there's one thing that I've admired with them. They say that let's choose William Ruto, but at least let's choose members of parliament and other people who will fight for our rights. And that is why you see every Sunday, William Ruto will always go to Mount Kenya region to attend interdenominational services there. But when it comes to development and other activity, you hear him in Mombasa, you hear him in different other regions. But when it comes to church, hii Jumapili sijui atakuwa Laikipia. I think he will be somewhere Laikipia because of prayers. Look at the speech that William Ruto makes when he's in Mombasa and once he's in Nyeri. When he's in Nyeri, he will abuse Raila because he knows that's what they like most. But when he's in Mombasa, he will revoke the subdivision of Ghana Kulalo so that food production will be increased. That's how the man operates, and he knows it very well. Going in Mount Kenya, abuse Raila, people will be very happy. They will not ask for any development because abusing Raila is the business of the day. Go to Nyanza and other region, give them BT, cotton, give them industries, and they will feel happy because that's what they deserve. And that's how you'll be operating. I don't think it will be likely to change. So to me, he needs to work very careful because he might even not be able to complete the 5 years, keeping in mind that those changes have never gone well with the people whom he had promised so much, but he seems not to deliver anything. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mkungi for that elaborate observation of what could be at play in this country. Somebody trying to make out of himself a hero over nothing. As far as I'm concerned, every serious leadership considers the welfare of the people as a priority, not the welfare of the pocket, not the welfare of the economy, not the welfare of anything else. So if the priority of Kenya Kwanza is to save the money and not to save lives, the priority of Kenya Kwanza is to frustrate Kenyans and not to facilitate them to succeed. And then it is for them to make life unbearable for Kenyans. Let them be shown the door. That is the best reward we can give them. That's the best New Year gift we can give to Kenya Kwanza. Show them the door. Let them go and organize themselves. Let them run their family the way they are running Kenya right now and see whether their family is going to survive. It is important that everybody awakes to the reality of the same. Talking about tribalism and preferring communities over others, that is the greatest recipe of a problem in this country. And it seems that Kenya Kwanza doesn't understand how deep-seated the tribal issue is, a serious matter in this country, and how the other communities in this country feel sidelined from the business of this country, and the pain that they have taken since independence. They seem not to be up to date with that, and so they are playing around with something that is very, 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 very volatile in terms of when it erupts, they will have no say. They will not have. They will have no answer to that kind of a scenario. And so I just want us to be able to look at this critically. Okay, uh, we talk about tribalism and we think it's just a statement or it's just a slogan. The heart-seated issues in the hearts of some of the Kenyan communities in this particular country is not a simple thing like the Kenya Kwanza thinks they can say a narrative about it and it's going, or they can make a slogan and it is gone. It is not that easy and it is not that dismissal. And so I want us Kenyans to critically look at this matter on a very serious note, because it may be the beginning of our main problem. There is an analysis by Professor Manyora talking about what did Uhuru saw that more Ruto is not seeing. Ruto is not seeing many things. He's not seeing many things. He's not embracing the history of this country. He's not appreciating the dynamics of the differences in this country. He's not celebrating the diversity of our different communities and different political persuasion. He's on a script that is acting out to make this country a one-party state, and he wants to be the only brain thinking every other person to follow through what he is thinking. And if that is left to take center stage, we are doomed as a people. We're going to end up into one basket and we'll all be muzzled. We'll never say anything against UDA or against Kenya Kwanza. And so as Kenyans, we must remain vigilant. Let's fight William Ruto and fight the Kenya Kwanza government based on the Constitution. The Constitution charges everybody in public office to understand that Kenya has over 41 communities, and these 41 communities what constitute Kenya. We can't have somebody in public office but talking for his region and talking for his tribe and talking for his family. You don't use Kenyan office to do tribal politics or to do tribal errands. And for us to get that clear, we need to begin by talking on the same. Then kuna kitu kingine nilikuwa nimesema kabla tumrudishe Roda, nilikuwa nimesema kuhusu rewards, okay? Kulingana na Gachagua, ukishamchagua mtu huyo mtu anapaswa kupatia viti na kupatia viti kwa nyumba yenu na kwa community yenu. Hiyo haiko katika katiba. Kile kiko kwa katiba ni cabinet inakuwa constituted based on the Kenyan people and the competence of who is to serve where. It's not a reward system that you voted for me, you must become a CS. You voted for me, I will make you this. You voted for me, I will make you this. Hiyo kasumba ya katiba ya kitambo tuachane nayo, kwa sababu wakati umefika tuangalie Kenya kama Kenya. Na Kenya ni nzuri tu wakati tunatumia Wakenya ambao wamehitimu kutekeleza wajibu wao na kutekeleza kazi wameitiwa kuifanya. Hii masuala mengine tunajaribu kuyaleta, sisi ndio tunaleta shida. Kuna mtu ameniuliza swali na muuliza swali, mbona anasema kwa nini tulikuwa tunazungumza kuhusu uchaguzi na jinsi uchaguzi uliofanywa. So akasema kulingana na yeye Chebukati alifanya kazi mzuri, alihakikisha kwamba uchaguzi unaonyesha mapenzi ya Wakenya. Na mimi nikamuuliza mbona mambo yamekwama? Kama Wakenya ndio walichagua serikali hii, mbona mambo yamekwama? Nikasema mimi sipingi kama Chebukati alifanya kazi yake, lakini swali langu ni moja tu. Kama tutakubali kwamba education system yetu haitatusalia madaktari na nurses ambao wako qualified, yani wale wanaletewa certificate kwa nyumba. Okay, hatuwezi kupinga kwamba hao watu walienda shule ama hao watu wako na certificate, lakini wakati wagonjwa wataanza kufa mikononi mwao, ndio tutaanza kujua kwamba kumbe masomo yetu hayatengenezi madaktari. Madaktari wanapewa tu stakabadhi ya kuanza kuhudumia wagonjwa ili hali hawako qualified. So shida ya Kenya, sababu gani tuko na shida na uongozi? Tuko na shida na uongozi kwa sababu katiba na jinsi ya sisi kuchagua viongozi kikatiba imekuwa interfered with. The system is no longer giving us the leaders we vote for. The system gives us the leaders they want. And those leaders are round pegs in squared holes and squared pegs in round holes. That is why things are not moving. And so look at the way the confusion is thriving with the Kenya Kwanza. They seem to be lost. They don't know what to do. They are doing everything and nothing seems to work. All of it is because we're having round pegs in squared holes and squared pegs in round holes. Nothing is in its place. And so we must get that correct if we want to move forward as a people. Na lazima tukubaliane hapo. Kama tuko na competent leaders, wale viongozi mtu anajua kila anachofanya. The way Baba draws, anasema vile lapset na vile barabara itapita, okay, ifike Ethiopia, icross, ingie mpaka the other, ikupeleke mpaka West Africa, then it can cross the Atlantic Ocean. The way he paints the picture, it shows you somebody who knows what he's talking about. And if that kind of system is put in place, the kind of development and the kind of advancement that the country will right away begin to enjoy. It's something that is predictable. Not touch on education, touch on food, touch on agriculture, touch on fertilizer and all that. It's all guesswork. And so Kenyans of goodwill, tusimame imara, tutetee haki yetu na tukatae kubebwa wajinga. Wakati hawa watu wanakuja wanaanza kutubeba wajinga, tukatae kabisa kubebwa wajinga. Let's reject foolishness and let's reject incompetence from anywhere, from all quarters, including county government. Kama mtu anachezea akili za Wakenya badala ya kutekeleza wajibu wake, tumkatae huyo mtu. Tukatae uongozi wake. Tumtimue. Hiyo ndio jukumu letu. Hatuwezi kuwa na daktari hata ameletwa kwa hospitali yetu na kazi yake ni kuandika wale wamekufa. Sababu ya daktari kuwepo ni kuokoa maisha, sio kusupervise kwamba nani amekufa, kuandika death certificate. Doctors don't exist to writing death certificates. They exist to save lives. And if they are not saving lives, it means they are not competent. They are not well qualified. And all of that is because the system they used to get through school is twisted. It's wrong. And so the same way we get wrong doctors by messing up our education system is the same way we get bad leaders by messing up our election system. And so until we are able to correct our election system, we will not get right leaders. And anybody interfering with our electoral system is the enemy. It's just like that lecturer, that professor who is handing over a certificate of competence to a doctor when he knows he's a dunderhead. He doesn't understand anything medicine, but he's giving him authority and papers to go and practice medicine. There is no difference between the person who does that and the person who interferes with elections, subverting the will of the people and making the country go backward 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, simply because you have passed over somebody who is competent and bring in competence and give it the seat of honor. Thank you very much. Sorry for going too far, but let's keep going. Roda, karibu.
Asante sana. Sijui nitaongea nini. Umeongea vizuri sana. Sina kitu ya kuongea. Kitu kile mimi nataka kusema, kwani nakuuliza swali, kwani Kenya kunaga human right, like offices za human right anafaitia wa Kenya organization, yani hivyo umeongea about tribal, yani kuna watu wanapigania watu tribal zingine, human right. I think that's what we need in Kenya. I don't know whether we have, but according to the law, according to the United Nations, wanakuanga wanasema ati kila mtu na the same na religions na mtu ako kuna vitu United Nations they can support Kenyans when we go very hard time with the tribal stuff, because even me I feel like that in Kenya it have been really tribal right now. I feel like I see we have been very tribal than people. They say we are not, we are not tribal, we are unity because we are one community, but I feel like Ruto is doing to be discriminations about Kikuyu to community, encouraging community. I mean, he's too much to Kikuyu side. I don't know what. Alafu most of the Kikuyu, that's something I noticed. Even when you listen their church, they worship so much Ruto. But when I watch churches for other communities, they don't worship Ruto. But Kikuyu community, they're the one who worship him. Wanamuombea. Oh, we pray for our president. We pray for our, the Kikuyu. They're the one who like wanabeba msalaba ya Kenya. And it's very sad, unfortunately, because that is not the work of the community. Because even I remember when the boy was a president, we didn't feel the same things like at the rate Moi when he was a president. I didn't feel the same thing like now I feel about Ruto. His regime, I think when he was coming like a president, his regime, he was not coming to bring Kenya together. I mean, his regime, he was coming to destroy. I think it's something he was planning regime. Yake, it's coming to destroy communities na other communities where yani wana worship him, and he's going church different community. Mimi nashindwaje kwana ananga church specific. He doesn't have his own church specific ila anaenda Sunday. Kwa sababu hata President Uhuru Kenyatta, he was a Catholic and he was going one church every Sunday, I think. I don't know whether, because I didn't see every Sunday going this. I didn't see Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta was just staying in State House, or maybe was going to church, maybe cathedral. But Ruto regime, he go different churches, different community places. I'm wondering, he doesn't have his own specific church, because I remember Moi, I don't know why he was going different church. Moi used to go Kabarak, Nakuru, I remember. And then every 1 o'clock, I was listening news, Moi went to church, ICC. But Moi, I think he was going Moi Kabarak every Sunday. Sometimes at a different school, high school, something like that. Because my sister used to tell he used to visit their own school, like Moi Girls, so that my sister was studying Moi Girls, Kamangu. He used to visit sometimes. He used to love those to visit women's churches. So I don't know. Maybe that is the Ruto regime. That was he was planning. He's planning. He was coming Thanksgiving church every Sunday. So I don't know whether his regime will stop he will be stable and to fight his own church. Unfortunately, it's very sad. So there's so many things we can get help from United Nations to fight for that, because when you are the president of the state, and you need to start to go one church, not to go different. That's not the way. I have never even America, I don't think Biden go because in America is different community. There's a black community, there is a Mexico community, there is a Brazilian community. I think he go one church, Catholic. He's a Catholic. He can visit sometimes, but he doesn't go to visit the black community, Chicago, Mexico community. I think he go one church. Even Barack Obama, he was not doing like that. Even the former president, the George Bush, I don't think so. Even he's Clinton, he was not doing like that. I have never seen regime for Ruto how he is doing. So we need to be very careful, and we need to be open up. What is regime Ruto is doing this Thanksgiving Sunday, every Sunday, go different community churches, it's always in the tent. He doesn't go. I've never had the regime going to church in Kakamega or maybe Busia or maybe in we have different community. I've never seen him going. So his regime told him, go to Laikipia, go to Mount Kenya. So it's very sad, unfortunately. We want a very strong human right in Kenya who can fight for the human right. And I think that's the way we need in Kenya. And I hope Kenyan people, they can stand those organizations who stand for the human. And that's why BBI was coming. BBI was coming to bring such kind of things, that we can have organization inapigania yani mwananchi. Though that's why those are the things I was asking myself. This kind of impeachment of Gachagua, for me, they can impeach him if he's not okay. He's not the way, he's not doing well, like the way he speak all the time. He's a Nyeri. He speak about, I don't know whether he speak on behalf his community Nyeri, because me, I'm from Kiabu County. I don't know. But he always speak all the time about I'm so tired, because the work of the deputy president is to bring people together and to work for the Kenyans. You know why you are there, not to go for this community and to say mtoto wa Mau Mau. I was thinking today he's not doing according. I don't know whether it's a constitution or is it the law to go to those two regime, because they are one regime. I don't know what this regime is really for. So we must wake up, and we need people and men and women in Kenya who can have organization for the human rights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rhoda. We have human rights bodies in this country, but they seem to be muzzled. Some of them have gone to bed with the executives, and so they are failing in their responsibility as watchdogs for the common mwananchi. But we are not short of them existing within the country, only that they are not vocal as they used to be. In the previous regimes, the human rights were at the forefront of all the changes that ever took place. Mato Makandates anakuambia church ya Ruto ni Tanga group of churches. Tanga group of churches. He has to move from one. He has to Tanga from church to church. And it is for political expedient. In my opinion, William Ruto is using the church as a camouflage for his twisted faith and his twisted compromise with the other occultism and the international voodoo program of making presidency from their wicked altars and able to mesmerize the people or blind the people. So he's using the church as a hideout. He's using the church as smoke screen, but to keep people from realizing who he really is Ayaga. Those of you remember Ayaga was asking me today, he said, why is it that now William Ruto has white bodyguards, okay, Wazungus, Chinese, and all that? Why is that the phenomenal reality in his moving around, that he's now having Chinese bodyguards, he has Americans bodyguards and all that? And then from the look of things, it's just the people who are both the spiritual heads and all that, they are the ones burdening him with that and imposing that to him. And so I don't see any reason why he should be having a white bodyguard and going around with him in churches and all that and all that and all that. So lazima tuambiane ukweli. The civil society not doing too well, but it is there just to confirm. But hii ni vita ambavyo ni rahisi na hii ni vita ambavyo tawin. Bora tu tusimame kidede, tuhakikishe kwamba tunatekeleza ambayo ni wajibu wetu. Ningependa tu tafadhali kuwaomba, lazima ni drop out. I go and put myself together for the tomorrow's show. It will be running straight from 9 all the way to 1 o'clock non-stop, and I'll be the one who will be the main person in the whole thing. Mukungi is here, is going to help us into the discussion. Na wala ambao mjaingia studio, wale ambao hamjaingia studio, hebu fanya hima, ingia studio, sema yaliyoko moyoni mwako. Usijifiche huko uanza kusema hapa nilitakako kusemako, lakini sikupewako nafasi. Sisi tumepatia wewe nafasi. Angalia link ndio hiyo tunakupatia. Tafadhali tumia hiyo link kuja studio, ongelesha wananchi, sema vile umegandamizwa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, na tuanze kujipanga jinsi ya kuwang'oa, na tutawang'oa. Kila ambacho ningependa kila mtu ajue kwamba hii serikali itamaliza muhula wake wa 5 years. Nobody should prepare for that, because we will not have a bad driver continue driving us into the bushes because he doesn't know where the road is, and then we endure that. Lazima tukatae kuongozwa na viongozi wabaya, viongozi ambao hawafai, viongozi ambao hawajui kile wanachofanya. Maisha ya Wakenya is too precious to be left in the hands of incompetent leaders. And so every incompetent leader needs to be kicked out of office, from the governor to the MCA to every elective seat and all political appointees. If they are not competent, kick them out of office. And that is where I want Kenyans to take their full responsibility that is conferred to them constitutionally, that we are exercising our constitution by demanding higher standards from our government, or demanding their resignation now that they are not delivering to the Kenyans the life that they are supposed to deliver to the Kenyans. And we are not even holding them to account over their promises. We are not interested in their promises. What we are interested in is whatever the Constitution has given to Kenyans, why are they being denied? Why are they being denied their civil rights? Why are they being denied their right to food, their right to shelter, their right to education, their right to healthcare? That is a constitutional provided for. It's not a UDA promise. We don't want their promises because they never keep their promise. They are always lying, so we don't want to hold them on their promises. We want to hold them on the constitutional provision. Now that they are infringing on the Constitution, denying our children education, denying access to education, access to healthcare, access to food and shelter, then let's hold them on the Constitution. Tuache hii story ya kusema they promised. They are liars. From all indication, we can comfortably sit here and say William Ruto and team are official liars, and all they want is to lie to Kenyans. Now that they have violated the Constitution by making education not accessible, healthcare not accessible, food not accessible, electricity is now hiked, petrol is now hiked. That means the cost of doing business has doubled, and in the process, everything is going to hike. Now that they have failed to do what the Constitution requires them to do, make life bearable, then let us kick them out using the same Constitution that they swore to defend and stick by. So staki mtu achanganyikiwa hapa, okay? Tunasema Kenya Kwanza ni mbaya kwa sababu hawafuati katiba, hawatekelezi yale katiba imesema Wakenya wapate kutoka kwa serikali yao. Licha ya ahadi zao, licha ya campaign slogans zao, now we are not interested in any of their promises. We are looking at which part of the Constitution are they violating by denying our children education, by denying our mothers right to health care. Pesa ya mama kujifungua pia unachukua. Pesa ya wazee ambao watu wamemaliza nguvu zao wakijenga nchi, pia unawanyang'anya 2,000. 2,000 ni pesa kunyang'anya mtu. Ati serikali haiwezi kulipa 2,000 kwa wazee. Ni serikali aina gani hii? So kila mmoja tusimame kidede. Hii maneno ya kupromisiwa saa hii sasa naitisha 3 months. Which 3 months for what? Let William Ruto and team be kicked out of office. Let them be shown the door. Let their competence be announced on the highest rooftop. And let the world know he's the president that failed to perform and therefore was kicked out of office. Thank you, everybody, and I want us to be vigilant. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep it credible. Let's keep it solid and ensure that Kenyans don't get confused by watching this particular show. They get clear-cut way forward, and that way forward is kick Kenya Kwanza out of office. The 100 days have proven they don't know what they are doing. They are incompetent. They are confused. and for that purpose watolewe kwa ofisi mara moja, tupate serikali ambayo inaweza kufanya kazi. Masuala mengine ya kubembelezana baadaye. Okay, wakati mazima moto inapita inaenda kuzima moto kijiji kwa Ruben imeshika moto. Okay, ikipata kiosk kwa barabara inapita na kiosk. Kwa nini? Is an emergency. Okay, hii maneno kesi ya kiosk tutafanya baadaye, tuende kuzima moto kwanza. Sasa hivi kick Kenya Kwanza out of office, kick Kenya Kwanza out of office, wote wawekwe kwa sufuria moja, waende kupikiwa huko mbali. All the same, nawakaribisha tena kwa show yetu ya kesho ya The Knowledge of Christ. Kuna wale ambao wanateta hapa mimi ni mchungaji alafu naongeanga hivyo. Mimi ni mchungaji wa ukweli. Na sitakuwa mchungaji wa uongo siku yoyote, hata mkinipigia kura. Siwezi kuchukua.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay, tukutane hiyo kesho kwa hiyo show kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi masaa ya Afrika Mashariki hadi saa 7 mchana. Na kama huja subscribe kwa Triumphant Bible Media, tafadhali fanya hima subscribe, ili tukienda channel will do every effort to see to it that we are on all our channels, that including Mtembei TV. But there are times we have hiccups, and so we switch off from one channel and go to the other one. So be a subscriber of Triumphant Bible Media to get the broadcast directly to you without more hiccups. Because when we join the two stations, kuna vile ambavyo net huwa inaleta kizaza, either huku imeleta picha imeacha sauti, huku imechukua sauti ikaacha picha. So usichanganyikiwe. Kama unataka kufuata hayo mafundisho, hakikisha you are a subscriber to Triumphant Bible Media. Hiyo ndio channel yetu ya mahubiri, na tunataka watu wafuate Yesu vizuri. Kufuata Yesu anaeleweka, Yesu wa Biblia, sio hawa Yesu wenye ndevu mrefu halafu anakuja kutumika vibaya wakitetea mambo ni maovu, mambo ya wizi, mambo ya kuibia kura, halafu kuharibu inji, halafu anasema ati Mungu aliwaambia wafanye kile wanachofanya. Yesu wa Biblia kai hivyo, na tunataka kumchambua vizuri ili kila Mkenya na kila mwananchi yeyote, kila Mkristo yeyote mahala popote aelewe ni Kristo gani anayefuata na yeye atakuwa Mkristo wa aina gani. Ningependa pia kuwashukuru, kuna watu walinitumia mbuzi jana. Nilisikia kulikuwa na kampeni hapo ya mbuzi wakati nilienda kulala. Okay, nikapokea mbuzi, nafikia ilikuwa mguu moja na nusu. Ningependa tu kuwashukuru. Thank you so much for being mindful for me and watching out for my welfare. Ningependa tuendelee hivyo hivyo.
I think Bernard, I was late for that. I saw that information there, but I didn't know how they were doing it, so I was late for that, but I'll square it out. Thank you.
It's okay, thank you. Hiyo ni I think ilikuwa kampeni ya leo. Mimi nilistukia tu asubuhi kwamba kuna mbuzi. But I'm very grateful. I think I had the response of 2 or 3, 4 people, and I'm grateful for that. And of course tukumbuke kwamba mwezi umeisha, tutakuwa tunalipa hiyo bili yetu. We'll do that over the weekend. So that we settle our studio rent and the Wi-Fi. But all in all, thank you very much. Yes, Nifa?
Bernard,
Yes.
Yes, hata I wanted to ask you kwanza. Nilikuwa nimetoka nikakumbuka. I wanted to ask you watu walifikia wapi na hiyo bill for the office. We talked about it and then there's a guy ule mwenye alijitokeza akasema sijui, so there was some confusion. Akasema sijui nitalipa 6 months ama sijui 3 months.
Okay,
I've forgotten his name. Nilimwona tu mara moja.
Okay, thank you very much, Nifa. Thank you for bringing that up. Now, that's why nilikuwa nakuambia nataka kushughulikia hii masuala over the weekend. And
Okay.
just for point of information, purely point of information, okay? The person who made the promise is yet to honor that promise, okay? Is yet to honor that promise. And I hardly see him nowadays in the show. And I think unfortunately I didn't get his number, bado naitafuta. So unajua nasema hivi kwa sababu kuna assumption watu wana make kwamba mtu akifanya promise ata follow through. Some people just promise for the show and others promise to end the discussion. And then after the discussion, that's the end of the story. And so we are still where we were. We still want the well-wishers to do that. We are yet to establish that office. Mi nilikuwa na prefer we establish an office, a secretariat that takes care of that. But in the meantime, still where we were. Some people promised, honored, others did not. And like the guy was talking of paying for 6 months, hatujamuona mwezi wa kwanza, bado tunamsubiri. Okay.
Alikuwa anaitwa nani? What was his name again? He's from Germany, I think.
Probably we are looking for somebody in German. But all in all, we'll find him, don't worry. That's
no,
why
I'm not emphasizing on him. Ndio nilikuwa nataka tu nijue kama alifanya ama we have, because I remember we talked about it.
Okay, that's why I'm saying I'm sharing that as a point of information. But I like working systematically in the sense that tulikuwa na fundraising ya mazishi ya mtoto wa Katwe. Okay,
right,
so now we are closing that one, and then maneno ya mbuzi ilikuwa tu by the way, that was a surprise for me. So according to my schedule, this is today is the 4th. Okay, we still have got a way
today
up to
third.
We still today is 3rd. It's already 4th in
tomorrow.
It's already 4th in Nairobi.
Your time. Okay.
Yes. But we have a leeway up to the 10th. So nilikuwa nataka we take the 2 days break, and then over the weekend, that's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we deal with that and sort that aspect of the bill. But as time goes, we will structure and be more wherever institutionalized in such a way that we will not need to be raising up matters. And the moment I get a team that is working towards that, Alex will be here, knows how we work. The moment I have a team, that team works. I'm a very good person when it comes to delegation and let people work. I prefer that. That's how I pastor. Church yangu sitakangi nihitaji. Okay, nataka nikuwe mchungaji, nikichukua hivi bag nimeenda Australia, lakini kanisa haitafunga kwa sababu siko. Kwa nini? Wazee wanajua cha kufanya, vijana wanajua kufanya, wamama wanajua cha kufanya. Si eti mpaka nikuye hapo. Mimi sio Mungu na siendangi na Mungu. So Mungu anabaki na watu wamtegemee huyo Mungu wafanye kazi. So I would want that the same to apply everywhere I go to work, in any office, people to do their responsibility and we work together in harmony. Other than ya policing. Ile kazi yesi fanya tu ni ya polisi, lakini hii ya uchungaji na uongozi, hiyo nitaifanya vizuri tena sana. Kuna travel with Nyambuanzu. Fred, USA, anasema I need your number. Okay, namba yangu ndio hiyo.
Hapo.
Okay. Alright, Makoha. Aya, Oga Mukungi, you are in charge. Naona nani amefika, Moses amefika. Karibu sana Moses. Nifa, it was your turn, I think, to make submission. Huh?
Yeah.
You can go ahead as Mukungi will be the chairman, and Lewa, I
Okay.
think Lewa and PK will come in later. But now Aomba too, let's keep the show conk and strong the way it is. From this show, Kenya Kwanza itatimuka, tutaifukuza kupitia tu show. So mtu kuna wale ambao wanasema ati tunaongea tu. Sisi hatuongei tu. Hapa ndio tutapanga, hapa ndio execute, na Kenya Kwanza itatimuliwa. Na sio unabii, mimi nasema tu vizuri vile mambo yalivyo. So mtu asitishkiwa kwa hiyo, hapa ndio tunapangia na hapa ndio tutatimulia Kenya Kwanza. Na wanajua hivyo. And I'm sure even the president is watching this one. He's hearing me. We don't chukia the president.
Anatuangalia tu sote.
He's not showing.
Hata naangalia who's Rhoda, who's Mary. Anatuangalia tu sote. Anasema tu hawa nitadeal nao, but it's okay. Well, hao wenye wanasema tunaongea tu, we are trying. Tunaongea tu because we are concerned with our country. So this is part of my submission as well. And unajua Bernard, nilikuwa nafikiria jana, nasema vile hata tukienda kanisa wanasema ujitayarishe siku ile Yesu atakuja, utakuwa uko tayari. Si ati saa zile unaona Yesu anakuja anachukua watu ndio unaanza kusema nilikuwa najitayarisha. You understand? So my point is, unajua kuna watu ambao wanasema maybe haitawezekana, imeshaenda hivyo, Raila has to wait for another 10 years ama, but siku ile itafanyika, hapo ndio mtaona kila mtu anasema tulikuwa tupendi, tulikuwa tunaumia, you know, but they didn't do anything. Sasa hiyo kila mtu, and Kenyans are good at that. Ati tulikuwa sijui tungelifanya aje, you know, yani hata tulikuwa tumekuwa pressed, lakini at least there's a way you can also. Hizo ndo siku tutapata wafuaji Swahili, tutapata wale ambao wana support after kila kitu ishatendeka mzuri. But anyway, hizo zingine nilikuwa nishatoa. Bernard, before you leave, maybe I might be ahead of you. Mnajua hao wakubwa wanaenda, they are going to a lavish hotel on Thursday. Wao ma PS na ma CS wote, they are going to have wanaenda to have a meeting. I'm just doing quickly. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it. Huyo head of state amewa invite in a very uko na nyuki in a 5-star hotel, and it costs, I did some research, it costs a lot of money per night, ni kama 43,000, and they are going for 3 days. They are going to restructure, wanaenda kujirestructure, wanaenda kuangalia the plan, wanaenda kuangalia how wanaona the cost of living imeenda juu. And about I'm sorry guys, I'm a little bit out of order. I'm not following the ninio. About the cost of the electricity bill, unajua kweli imeongezwa, because I had somebody being interviewed akasema where the problem is. Waliongeza ushuru hiyo ya yenyu ya electricity. So but there's a big mess hapo. Kuna mess hapo kubwa. Kuna wale wanachukua yao alafu ile inabaki, but hatujui vile mambo itakuwa. And sitaki kusema mengi, maybe Moses amekuja, he can also, ama I don't know kama my 2 sisters wameongea, Mary na Rhoda. All I have to say is tuko January, in 2 weeks time, the way Rhoda alisema 23rd huko watoto wanaanza kwenda shule. Na vile Bernard umetuchezea hiyo clip about school fees, it's too expensive, especially kama parents wako ana watoto 2 ama 3. That's a lot of work. Kutafuta na kila kitu. And the situation is very unbearable. But somehow, we think, sometimes when we talk to paka tukue na hope, of course hope hatuwezi tukakaa hati hope itakuja, paka sisi pia tufanye bidii. And kufanya bidii is what we are doing right now. And sio sisi peke yetu ndio itafanya hope ikuje, pia the opposition, Azimio. What I know is there's no opposition in the constitution. But I'm a little bit confused. Hata sijui vile situation inakuwa. I'm trying to imagine how mzazi mwenye ana watoto 3 wenye wako shule. Hiyo ndo najaribu kuimagine. Alafu na bill ya electricity. Alafu na uniform. Na vitu zingine ndogo ndogo. It's not easy. And what I wanted to remind you, ile walikuwa nasema, I heard they said about mambo ya wale sijui boarding school will be banned. Sijui kama wamerectify hiyo bado ama bado itaendelea. Because the problem is they talk about something and then our endeleshi ama waleti our sisitizi, there's no strategy ile ita cement na kusema okay, amtafanya hivi but tunawaletea hii new program. So wanasema kitu and then inaisha, ni kama hustler. Wanasema something comes and then inaisha and then they move on. So it's really hard to follow up. So I don't have much. Hiyo tu peke yake ndio nilikuwa nataka kuambia. Maybe with the group we will talk about it because only tomorrow and then wanaenda huko ninio. I'll forward all the pictures to Bernard, and then Bernard, it's really, I had to go, nilienda research sasa nika imagine 3 days hiyo, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, wanakula everything, ni pesa nyingi, it's a lot of money, it's a very luxurious. So I don't understand why alichagua hapo and why there's KICC, there's hiyo Bomas of Kenya where they can do the meetings. Kwani necessarily wako na manyumba mzuri, necessarily paka waende retreat. Okay, na wengine watakuja na madrivers wao. So I'm sorry I'm out of ninio, lakini it will come, mutasikia hiyo nimefanya tu nini nikasema niambie.
So thank you Bifa for that up. We'll discuss it in details later. But what is happening here is the same old problem of corruption. Okay, for example, when I have a hotel, let's say I have a hotel in Nakuru, okay? Then I contact you. You have a function. You want to retreat with your members or your staff members. So I since I'm in charge, I offer my hotel, and then I make a kill. So they are not going to anybody's hotel. They are going to a specific hotel that needs to make a particular profit from the government. Even that 43,000, it is a special rate for that particular function. It's not normal rate for everybody. Now that it's a state function and the president will be there with his cabinet, so it will have those kind of abnormal rates. Just like tunanuanga sabuni shilingi 1,000, bairo ya Waiguru ilikuanga 7,000, sijui nini ilikuwa 15,000, toilet paper na hiyo mambo yote. We do those exponential things for our killing. I mean, milking the government, milking the nation. That's all that happens. So hiyo hotel wameenda ndani si ya hasla. Hiyo hotel wameenda ndani ni ya mmoja wao, na hiyo cheki ishaenda. So ni pesa kutoka kwa mfuko wa left zikienda kwa mfuko wa right, zikitoka kwa right zinaenda kwa left. Hivyo tu, hakuna kitu ingine hapo. And then your bonding wameenda is because they are confused right now. If you cannot run the cabinet from State House, is it now from the hotel room that it will work? Rais hajui kila anafanya, haelewi kila anafanya. Yeye ni dereva, hajui kula anaenda, na tumuelewe kwamba hajui kula anaenda, lakini tusimsamehe kwa kuchukua ofisi kama hajui kazi yake. Hiyo funguo apeane kwa dereva anayeelewa, dereva ashike safari, sisi tuendelee na safari. Lakini story ya kutupikisha katika mbuga za wanyama huku ukitafuta reli, hatutaweza. So like hiyo story ya boarding school, walisema wameban boarding school ya primary school. Na primary schools now it's 2 weeks the schools will be opening. Have they come up with an alternative? And they say they will ban boarding school for public schools, okay, but the private schools are free to do that. So what is it, not that they have opened private schools, then the private schools are not getting students, so they want to create a market by banning the public so that Mungu saidia Kenya. Mkungi, wewe ndio uko chairman, tafadhali endelea na show. Mlete Moses hapa tupatie habari ya babake Ruto, kama anaendelea kumtemea mate, kwa sababu tukishamtimua hapa sijui kama atakubalika huko. Nilisikia baba kubali kustaafu. I mean baba wa Museveni, baba Museveni. Ndio baba spiritual father wa Ruto. Moses ameamua kusaini ama ni inakuaje?
Yes. How are you, Bernard, Iceland, Mama Mary, Rhoda, and Mkunji? Don't give me the babas that I don't even admire to be. I can never dream of being Ruto's son because I don't deal with liars and conmen. I like people who are real. So, Bernard, before you go, I asked for your number. Even I tried to put my number in the comments, but up to now there is no response. I never got your number. So you work on that later. But make sure maybe I have something to talk with you in inbox. Maybe something to discuss.
I already have your number and I have WhatsApped you. I send you the link to join the political WhatsApp group you had requested. So ni wewe unapaswa kurespond, sio mimi tena.
I didn't see that. I will take no problem.
But it's
so
okay, thank
before I go, let me talk to that. Ruto is a student from Museveni, not my Baba. My Baba I admire to be a Baba. Sorry, a son to Raila, not anyone else. Let me also comment on Nifa's statement concerning spending. Bernard, if there is one president in East Africa that I admired once he resumed his office, it was Pombe Magufuli. Because when he came into the office, he knew what the country was going through, and he tried to cut down or downsize the unnecessary spending, like what Ruto and the team they are going to do in the other hotel that Nifa told us, mentioned. You have a state house. A state house has an office where you can even call all your staffs, like at how many times, as many times as you can, because those are the things that is being paid by the citizens. As a president is being given money to spend on such guests, you can even call them in shifts if you think you need some privacy. You don't want to call them at once. But this is the way, like you said, these guys, they have their own like properties. Now they know they want to make a bill. They say for accountability. So this government, like we talked about it last time, they are not really to do anything good or to move the country forward, because instead of delivering services, they are just campaigning. And I would wish all Kenyans to copy from, like today I saw Kalenjins, they were demanding. They should be demanding for. It's time to work. Why are you campaigning? It's no time for campaign. I saw Murkomen was almost beaten somewhere in Kalenjin, and that is the call we should urge every Kenyan to come out and they should start demanding, because these guys asked for 100 days and they were given. These years and stories of 3 months. What is the use of 3 months? 100 days and 3 months, which one is more? For me, I believe 100 is more than 3 months, because 3 months counts 90 days. So it is now about upon Kenyans to start demanding each and everyone, because if the way we see things, the way these guys are moving, they are now campaigning 2027. They have forgotten the 2023. So sorry, 2022. This one is gone. They are now calculating what is next, because you cannot tell me that people out of 100 days, at least you would have told us that, out of 100 days, I've managed to do this and this and this. If I may ask any one of you who are here, all those ones watching us, can someone tell me anything that this government has done in these 100, in these past 100 days before we maybe get hope of 3 months, like they have said? There is nothing, of which they are asking now 3 months to be given to them again, but they will keep shifting their goalposts. After finishing these 3 months, if at all they are being given, of which they are, of course, they will do things forcefully. Now they will ask for 2 years. After reaching 2 years, doing nothing, again they will say now, we have had a lot of problems, we have been correcting things here and there because of what happened in the last government. And what pains me, someone who has been a second command in last government is the one lamenting again around. You had power to do something in that government, because that time when Uhuru was outside, Ruto was the president, acting president. That means you have a decision to make. What did you do? And that is why during campaigns, I was not happy. I was like, these are the questions that Kenyans should have asked Ruto before even election. That yes, we know you have been a deputy president. Deputy president, you have powers. You have even, so can you tell us 3 or 2 or anything that you have done under your through your office as a deputy president? But he was never asked such questions. They allowed him to lie them, to give them empty promises, and they are still giving him ear again to still keep adding on empty promises. You cannot, even kids at home. I believe some of us here, we have kids. Even your kid, if you go back home and tell him or her that, if I come back, I'll bring for you mandazi. Then you come without. The following day, the same. The third day, she will not even care about you. She will, this one is just like that. So they should ignore such promises. Just, you have to ask them, remind them, you promised us this and this. Things are going high. The price of cost of living is going high each and every day. It's like last time we talked about people who are planning to plant their dictatorship in the country. They start making they start making people poor, divide them, then they manage to rule them. Because when you are poor, you have no voice, you have no choice. They will decide for you, they will choose what to give you, and they choose whom to listen to. So I think this is the plan. It's a long planned way of making Kenyans poor, unless if they wake up and start demanding what belongs to them. So they should be asked, what have they done in 100 days before we wait for 3 months? So I think that is the right way to go. Iceland, you were still having something to say?
Thank you, Moses. Thank you. Let's have Mary. Let's have Mary.
No, I finished.
Oh, it's okay.
Maybe
So thank you so much. Anyway, what I'm seeing is that Kenyans need to at least to be vigilant, because to me, at least for the few economics that I've learned, Kenya is not a country that you can depend fully on capitalism, even though it works to some great extent, but it becomes a problem in this sense that the efficiency in our department as government, as a Kenyan country, Kenya as a country, it is very low. A lot of money is lost in between the corruption. People are stealing the money. So it means the moment we remove any kind of government intervention and we focus the money in terms of growth and building of industry, the money might not likely to get into the intended purpose, but it might be used by people for the self-benefit. And that is the greatest fear that I have, that you are saving money instead from subsidy, taking them to treasury, maybe to use them in developing of industry, then few people taking that money for self-enrichment. Therefore, it becomes that we the citizens will be the losers. It is very saddening, because Kenya is not the first time that you have been associated with such kind of a scandal, big scandal. A lot of money is being lost, a lot of misappropriation, a lot of wastage. I think it's also important, as much as people might be very happy with saying, oh, economy does not grow with subsidy, or economy does not go on with what and what. You should also look at this money. Are they the people that can be trusted to use the money for development? Then you look also at this sense this way. Then if the government had decided that there is no any kind of government intervention in terms of prices and so forth, what will happen if the price of petrol continues to rise? Because 179 is not a fixed price that you can say, let's depend on it, that 179, it will never go beyond that. The question is, what happens if the price will keep rising now that the government has ruled out anything to do with subsidy? Does it mean that the man will wait at long last so that the price will be down? I think at long last all of us will be dead, because I don't know what will bring it down. If the war continues and the way it is keep on accelerating. So we need to look at it very carefully, because we may not just be seated here defending things that maybe in one or another they are not likely to be defended. You also look at in this sense, like look at things to do with the Inua Jamii. People have not received their money for quite some time. What will happen to these people who are old people, who are vulnerable? They have nobody to depend on. They have no energy to work on. So how will you be able to help these people? Or are you planning to use the Mobutu's the Idi Amin Dada way of saying, let the old and the cripple die, so that we are left with a country of only people who are intelligent? So therefore, because I know if ukinyima pesa wamama wachanga wazee wanyang'anye pesa yao yenye ilikuwa inawasaidia kidogo, I think most likely these people will just die, because out of stress, out of anger, out of everything else, they are not likely to survive. So we need to look at it in a very critical way, and that if we look at it in critical way, government intervention can never be ruled out when things that are externally accelerated. For example, if the war that was affecting the oil prices in Kenya was a war that was happening in Turkana, we can take army to Turkana, control the situation, and the petrol prices will go down. But these are external factors that we have no power. How can you control the Ukraine and the Russian war that is leading to these kind of problems of oil prices going up? Then I'm asking myself, right now, for those of you who are in outside, that is Europe, now it is winter, meaning that majority of you, there's little movement of vehicles. So the consumption of the petrol and the petrol is very low. So what will happen once the winter is over and everybody gets the vehicle into the road and now that the consumption is likely to go high and demand to go high, will our petrol not hit more than 200 shillings per liter? Because now it is winter, it is 179. Once the winter is over, the consumption will increase. Where will the price be? You need to look at that one. So the moment you get to understand this economics model, how they work, you can never ever rule out government intervention unless you are an insensitive person who doesn't care about the citizen of his country. Even in America, they use subsidy because Biden has very little help to offer in Ukraine war. The only thing he can offer is weapons. So I don't get when people are celebrating and saying, you know, subsidy can never grow in the economy. Oh, we need to invest with these corrupt leaders. Anyway, I hope you'll get to understand how things they work, and once you get them clearly, you'll be able to get it that the William Ruto, what he's trying to do is just a trial and error. And one of the biggest problem with trial and error is that it leaves people being poor. And I will explain just a little bit on how these kind of things make people poor. Initially, we used to buy electricity, the tokens. 50 bob we used to buy around 3 units. Right now is 1.92 units. So it means the same 50 bob that I could have used for 1 week, I'm now using for 2 days. So if I was consuming maybe skuma wiki at 20 bob, I have to reduce this to 10 bob so that at least I save for electricity because the cost has gone high. The same happens to school fees.
Excuse me.
Yes.
A question. So you maybe you can make a budget for one person because there are people who live in one house, maybe a man, husband, and 3 children, or man, husband with 2 children.
Exactly. So you look that one like I'm buying 1.9 unit, that is 50 bob. I'm using for 2 days or 3 days. The school fees have gone up. The petrol is up. The prices are high, so meaning that the transportation cost. And you know, petrol is the factor that cut across everything. Anything that you consume that is not produced in your locality as an attachment of petrol price or tax or anything to do with petrol, we call them the carriage in. That is the carriage cost. These are always added to the price of the commodity to adjust them. Anything that you consume that is not produced locally within your area, it has an attachment of a price of a petrol in it because vehicle was used to transport it. So you add it there. So at the end of the day, remember your income is not increasing. Your income is constant for those of you who are running. But there are people who are not earning, so they have no any income. So what happens is that there will be a deficiency between what you are earning and what you are spending. What you are spending is higher than what you are earning. So what happens is, for you to finance your consumption, because these are the things that you cannot do without, you shall start disposing your assets. And for you to dispose the asset, you do them at a lower price than the way you acquired them. Is that not planning what you call poverty? Is that not widening the gap between the rich and the poor? Is that not what you used to say that is fighting? How many people today have sold cupboard, chairs, and so forth, refrigerators, to try to look if they can at least maintain their families? And these people are selling at a throwaway price. When will they be able to acquire again? And they have no source of income. So these are the things we need to sit down and look at them. I know he's I can call him an incompetent president because there is no way you can remove subsidy, everything else, and it was allocated in budget, and go ahead to borrow 1 trillion within 3 months. Where are you taking this 1 trillion that you have borrowed over 3 months? And where are you taking this money for subsidy that were allocated? Something is not adding up. It's not adding up. Where are you taking the money that was allocated for subsidy and this money that you are borrowing? So we need to be,
Yeah, so I think we are three. Maybe we could do a threesome conversation with Moses until maybe if two comes in. Now, Musia is your name, right? Musia.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I read that in the clip that there's a lady called this lady from Central who exposed the head of state. So I'm saying 1 trillion. 1 trillion. What does that money for 3 months? Is the money to pay, civil servants or salary or like the doctors, teachers? Because they say they need to hire 30 more thousand teachers in the country.
Now,
So
sorry,
because
Rifa, you're saying,
I was asking the 3 trillion. I mean, 3 trillion is a lot of money.
yeah, it is.
So I'm asking you, the 3 trillion, maybe has it catered for ile to pay for the civil servants, the teachers, the doctors, public teachers, the doctors, and also, or because if the way you guys were saying your subsidiary zote zimekatwa, so which means there was. Imagine if Uhuru Kenyatta will still be the president. Hao watu they will still be getting hiyo nini ya subsidiary, hata wale watoto wanafunzi. So now, which means kama imestop, there is amount ukiweka hiyo ya education na education and what else, hizo subsidiary zote.
Inua
So
jamii, linda mama.
Yeah. It has to be maybe hata ni billion. Inaweza kuwa hata billion because kama ni kuanzia since September, October, November, December, 4 months, they were not getting. Then you add plus the 3 trillion. So why can't, where are the voices of the MPs? Why they can't do something?
One of the things that you need to note it very carefully is that we have members of parliament who are money oriented, and these are the people. For example, let me just take you back a little bit so that you understand where our problem are coming from. Our election is not always about ideas. Our election is about money. Who got more cash? So an MP can spend 50 million to campaign just to win a mere seat of a member of parliament, or even more. So this person, once he uses this money, remember, an individual who has never discovered or invented anything new should not be a billionaire. Anybody who has never discovered or invented anything should not be a billionaire unless you are doing some uncooked, you are doing some kind of wash or anything, business that are not authorized. So if you are spending more money in an election to win a seat, what happens is that when you go to the parliament, the president calls you and tells you, you have spent almost 60 million to campaign for seat. I can refund you that money and you help me to support this motion in parliament so that they pass. So what happens is, when you remember that you borrowed a loan from Equity, KCB, and other branches, you will likely to accept the offer because you are vulnerable. So you will accept and say, I will take that 60 million, then you will support the government, either it's doing right or wrong, because you already been bought. And that's why the problem comes in, that these people can never open their mouth. Then we, the citizens, we tend to elect these people who use money to campaign. Look at the society. Who are these people who are having money? These are the people who are running business to do with transportation of Our Lady to Saudi Arabia. These are the people who are dealing with the drugs in our country. These are the people who are dealing with so many dirty business to earn a cash in a simple way. There is no way you can be throwing cash to the public unless you have earned in the wrong way. and earned capital or cash can never be thrown to the public and at that easy. It is always money that has been earned in a simple way, in a cooked way that you can throw to the citizen and to buy them. So that's the problem comes in, that these MPs can no longer be able to speak anything. So once they are not be able to speak anything, they try to whitewash you or to instigate war that is on tribal. So somebody will come out and make Kikuyus feel that they are more government than Luos. So the Luos will start fighting with the Kikuyus, forgetting that the electricity bill has been increased uniformly. They will start fighting, forgetting that their school fees has been increased uniformly. They will start fighting each other, forgetting that in Wajami, because both community have old people, it is no longer there. They will start fighting, forgetting that both community people are giving birth. So what will happen is they will start looking at who has the majority PS, who has the majority CS, without looking at you as an individual. What is the challenge that you are going on? So that's how these leaders have been able to penetrate in our society. They've been able to operate in our society. Not unless we, the citizen, we change our mindset. We elect ideas, and we are not. We cannot be moved by the money that they come with it. Things will continue to be the same. I'm telling you here, pesa yenye umefanyia kazi huwezi itupa venye mtu anataka, utaitunza. Lakini pesa yenye umeibaiba huku na umecheza tu karata, hiyo unaweza tupa haraka sana juu huku ichokea. And that's what they do. So if we need to change and to have MPs who can speak the mind of the people, let the people first know that handout can never solve anything. Secondly, people should know that knowledge is valuable. Hii issue ya kusimama, mtu anasimama mnasema ati akiwa street smart yeye ako sawa, anaweza ongoza nchi, hana shida, ndio inatuletea watu kama kina Kasudi na wengine. Watu wakichaguliwa wanaingia kwa misitu, hawaongei, wanapeana simu zao zinapiga kura hata wakiwa hawajui. Moradi amepeana simu, imeenda parliament, imepiga kura, yeye hataki kujua, as long as imepigia upande wa Ruto. This is the problem that we have in as a society. If we need to correct it, let's start with us, the citizen. We have a big problem, and so whatever you are talking about the MPs to speak about us, it is, you can rule out that one. It is not possible unless for the few MPs who are well established, who use their own money and who have their own stand to speak for the citizen. And also the other issue that you also need to know is very well is that with the citizen, we have a problem, a very big problem. For example, if I happen to come from the Kamba community, so if today I stand and I say things concerning Kalonzo Musyoka that might not be pleasant to my fellow Kamba community, I will be branded a traitor without looking at this individual. Is he raising an issue that is touching we, the people, and the country at large? When the Kalenjin community, some elders said Ruto is not fit to lead, they were called traitors. But they did not sit down and look at it. Was the issue being raised genuine, or it's just a matter of politicking? So they just dismiss a mere fact that they dismiss as a traitor, people who don't love their community. And that's why it happens that now it is very hard for a Kalenjin and a Kikuyu person, if I can put that one, to come out and condemn this government because of doing bad things, because they will be seen as being anti-government. So they would rather suffer in silence, but never to come out in public and condemn and have a better life. Juu wanaona wakitokea ni kama wataonekana ni kama sijui, yani kuna venye itaonyesha kama hawafai, wanapinga serikali ni kama yao. Hii government, kama government inafanya vizuri, we benefit all of us. If it's doing bad, we suffer all of us. That is something that Kenya should get it very clear. So the only people who can stand and fight the government right now is we, the citizen.
Now
Mimi
I
mwenye
understand.
nikichaji token inanipea 1.9. Mimi mwenye sahihi
Busia.
hata bibi hawezi enda kujifungulia hospitali, mimi ndio nastahili kulalamika. Hao hawezi lalamika, bili zao za serikali, kila kitu serikali inasimamia. Mwenye alikuwa aongea ameshalipwa pesa yake ya campaign, amerudisha, anangojea 2027 arudi naye tena. So there is nobody to speak for us. It's we the people that we can speak for ourselves.
So that's why the other day when we were talking about Gachagua and his behavior, there are some people also in the forum when you walikuwa wanasema, oh, we should not speak about Kikuyus, we should not say, oh, Gachagua is the kingpin. Then I said, but he's the only person who said. Ye mwenyewe ndiye alisema in the clip. Do you hear me?
So if maybe if I could also add on the issue of MPs, like in my country, we have more than 500 plus MPs, but these are the people that are making ordinary people suffer, because like Mukunji said, the politics of nowadays is not all about brains, how much, what are you going to offer, but it's all about what are you offering at the moment. Because now it's like when you're poor, if you are poor, you can't afford doing politics. Now it's becoming now common in Africa, more so East Africa. So these are the people, like someone maybe they will even go and borrow loans, to come and fund the campaigns and whatever. Then after that, you will see them. Now it's like we ordinary citizens in Mukunji, we should also be, like we say, we should be wise. If someone comes with money, you eat the money, because you cannot refuse the money. If at all you're given, eat the money, but you vote wisely. Because if you give me your money, for example, if you have given me your 1,000, ballot is separate. I will not. We are not standing behind people or in the back of people. We are going you vote privately. Choose the one you think is capable of being like your leader. But these people we vote. If you vote someone who has gone into a loan of 1 billion Kenyan shillings to fund his campaigns, what do you expect? What do you expect? He should pay the loan and also getting some money to run his own businesses. So we ordinary citizens should also be wise during voting period. Eat and give whom the person that deserves to be your leader. Because these are the people now, when they reach in parliament, they become deal cutters, and that is the direction that the president of Kenya is pushing them to. Being there as a bunch of useless people waiting to cut deals. Once he has something an agenda to push forward, he will give them, fund them, give them some money, and push it to go through. So these are the people that more so in my own home country, they are creating a lot of problems. Even I one day wish we can remove a parliament, because they are useless. They are making citizens, ordinary people suffer. Because if you remove, like, for example, subsidy money was removed, if like a parliament in Syria, they would have asked the accountability of that money. You removed this, fine, but where is this money going? We have channeled this money into what project? What is this money doing? Because ever since they stopped it, that money has been coming, I think. Was it monthly or year? Some, like those of the money for elders, it was cut off. Where is that money going? But they are there, you give me this, I give you that. You scratch my back, I scratch you. So that is the games they are doing. So it's all about we, because we are the ones suffering, people who are just ordinary citizens. We should know what we want, we should know what is good for us, rather than being given just peanuts and I give someone a vote, you suffer for 5 years, and after 5 years is bringing for you the same story scenarios, and you also accept. Like right now, they should start calling these governments into account, You promised us this. We have been patient now. It is now 100 days plus. What have you delivered? And you should mention in front of them, you promised us this, you promised us that. You promised, among all of this that we are promised, what have you delivered to us? Nothing. If you have not done nothing, if you have not yet given us anything, or you have not given us hope, even in these 3 more months you are requesting, we cannot believe in you because it's all about some trust. If you lose trust, if I don't trust in you, then do you think I can always have hope in you? Of course, nothing. But if my last point in like I'm one of those people who believe that yes, there are few politicians, more so MPs, who can stand and say no, even though I'm this, but this matters. But I can say 75% they are after cutting deals. If something is coming, they will start calling. Yeah, I had somewhere that you are pushing this. How much are you offering? We are there. You just think about it. I'm there. Call back. So those are the things they are doing. In my own country, Kenya is somehow a bit okay. Mine, they are just a bunch of useless people earning a lot of money, driving good vehicles, having a lot of allowances, which is even they're in their bed, but they are getting allowances. So until we wake up, but if we are still snoring in our beds and we are moving,
Point
we are
of
going
hope.
nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, the waking up, sorry to cut you short, before the other guy, admin comes in, Mkungi, to invite the other guy. Yeah, waking up means all of Africa has to rise, and the young people. We have to rise up and say this is enough and that we can't continue because our parents, our grandparents cannot do that anymore. We need to be together. And I don't know. Yeah, it's the same like how Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, it was not possible, but he fight for African Americans in America. It was not possible until even if you follow the history, the former President J.F. Kennedy was killed because he was for the African American. And then also his brother, Ted Kennedy, and also who again? So there are 2 who were assassinated because of fighting for their people. And here we are young people. We are many. Africa continent is big, whereby like the one Bobby Winehouse is doing. We need to rise at the same time so that the West can see. You see, I don't know if you guys have heard of our young people traveling, maybe some of them via water, not most of the time in from Kenya, but from these West Africans just to come to Europe. You understand? And when they come, because they're coming to look for work, but it's upon us, young people, we need to say no. We have to do the way George Floyd. How the whole world we did for George Floyd. One person being oppressed with the police, and the world got the message. You know, the protest. That's why I always say protest does not mean when Raila said we need to protest, he doesn't mean that people have to go and loot and fight, you know, and get into other people's shops. No, protest is just peacefully. And it has to be done repeatedly so that it gets the message. It gets the message, whether in the street, where people just need to protest, and not only people. And that's what I'm saying, even Africa, so that the West can get this message that these young people or African countries, they are suffering. I don't know how we can manage all of us at the same time.
I just say, add on just a few seconds. You know, Nisha, yes, we can, but the reason why we call upon now Kenya right now. You know, in Uganda, where I come from, even peaceful demonstrations are now crime. You cannot demonstrate. At least in Kenya, you still have that. Not until it's, Bob Wine told you that you defend your constitution right now before it was weak, before it is weak to defend you. Even these politicians in Uganda, you saw, I don't know whether you are following them, you saw those of Bob Wine University and the group, when they were talking about human rights, they knew that it will not happen in Uganda. So they had to come to Kenya. I don't know whether you ever come to that.
Yeah, we saw everything. Yeah, Moses, with digital, we saw everything every day. Like today, I told you about. I read every day the news everywhere, all over, and I saw, and he, even when he was interviewed with Kenya Radio, he spoke very well. So we have Ugandan friends here, and of course, we always support them. When they want to do something about Bobby Wine, we support, because we know we are neighboring countries, and we know what it means. We cannot just laugh and say it's not our country. No, our country also, people are being oppressed like that. But that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
And look, Bobby Wine is a young person. He started when he was young. You understand? And the change will come. The change will come,
Yeah. So sure, it will come, but we have to stand. We have to stand. We have to stand, and people will come to join us. Now, like I said before, in Kenya, you have not reached that extent. But once you go quiet, you keep silent, like the way things are moving, you are heading to where Uganda is. Because in Uganda, you see people in the diaspora are the ones who can stand up and demonstrate peacefully. Because at home, there is no room for that. You'll be brutalized, you'll be tear gas, even others will be shot dead. So there is nothing like peaceful demonstration. Even gathering like 20 people, find you 20 people without a reason, and more so if they know you are against you in the side of opposition. More so my age, you cannot. So in Kenya, you still have that room of you can do peaceful demonstration. Of course, all governments, like people who plan to become dictators, they will even plant thugs in that peaceful demonstrations to come and rob things, beat, fighting, setting fire on things, to make all peaceful demonstration look like chaotic, such like can get away of harassing people, shooting them, jailing them. You understand? So it is time now, because like I said, Ruto is a good student of Museveni, and I'm very sure they're in touch and in communication. So the way where Uganda is, I don't wish Kenya to go that direction. But if you give this guy and his government time, with the time I'm telling we are here, and if God gives us life, and Ruto continues, and then he given another term for 10 years. In these 10 years, you will see him starting using MPs to touch, like removing term limits. In our constitution, before we had term limits, but it started like this. Too much trust was there before. When Museveni came in power, of course, everyone loved. No one has ever been loved like Museveni in our country. So people gave a lot of trust. But later on, he started removing one by one. Right now, he's ruling Uganda in our own constitution, because everything is being removed and put what suits him. So if you allow the way this government of Ruto and the deputies and his cabinet, what is happening and what we are going through, it is soon coming to Kenya. It is now or never. Because right now, citizens have voice to say no.
Thank you, Moses. I've listened to Island when he was talking about things to do with the migrants. The people who have died in Mediterranean Sea through the Strait of Gibraltar, I think, are more than the people who died in Rwanda in 1994. There are more people who have died in Mediterranean Sea where they're trying to cross to Europe and using the Italy way. And I'm telling you, Africa, we have a problem. And one of the greatest problems that Africa we have been planted to us is, I will mention it the way it is religion. Religion is the cause and the core of every problem in Africa. It is the originator. It continues to torment us until the time we realize that religion has nothing to do with a country. Religion has nothing to do with an economy. Then we shall get it very clear. And let me ask you, the reason as to why most of Kenyans we are Christians, it is because we are colonized by the British, who missionaries were more pro-Christians. There is nothing special being a Christian in Kenya. Could it be that we are colonized by Arabs? Today all of us could be Muslims. That is why when you go to Mombasa, now that the Arabs were the first people to arrive in Mombasa, the most of them are Muslims because Arabs are pro-Islam. So whoever cheated you or told you that being a Christian is like being anointed, he lied to you. The fact is that the first colonizers were pro-Christian and therefore you adapted from them. The same way that a kid adapts the character of the mother because it's the first person he or she interacts with. So the character of a kid is shaped by the mother. So could the mother be good, the character will likely to be good. If the character is bad, the child is likely to be bad. And therefore the character has nothing to do with fortune. It has to do with the character of the mother. The same as the religion has to do with our colonizers. And why am I pointing that directly? I'm pointing it because the past election, religion was part of the pillars that was used to who Kenyans to elect a con man, to elect somebody who speaks lies, but he used to hide in church. And people think that being by the virtue being in church, you are a good person without evaluating. Now all of them are regretting. Why are you regretting? And whereas this person used to hide in church. So the other issue that we, the Africans, that we have, we have something that I can call it, we are more like, can I say something like being egocentric or what? Self-loving, narcissism. That's the word, being narcissism. It's better for an African minister to go and buy food in Italy, in America, in any other continent, but at least to get the 10% cash discount. Wherever you bought in bulk, you get a discount. These people, they would rather kill an industry in Kenya that produces maize or produces some commodity at the expenses of getting 10% discount that is offered in bulk buying. So, if an African can torment a fellow African, how do you want a European to give you respect? Let me ask you, if your kids cannot respect you, how do you want neighbors to respect you if your own blood is not respecting you? Respect is earned, is not commanded. That's what I know. So if Africans are to rise and to make a choice, we must start by removing every block towards our self-governance that we have in our hearts. We must start by removing it. That's the first thing we should do. The other will just follow. So we Africans, as much as we are blaming the Europeans, we have a lot of problems that we ourselves that we face. For example, look at somebody like Museveni in Uganda. Museveni has ruled since 1986 when under the National Resistance Movement after he overthrew the Yusuf Lole, then the machinery. So, and the question is, Why is it that he feels that the country cannot progress unless he's the president? Does it mean that the day Museveni will die, the country will stop to exist? Why can't he give institution and every part of a country to operate well so that even if he dies today, the country will still progress because it has self-governance? Why is it that being hard? And I've said here, we part of Kenya, the Kenyan country that we are, in the next 50 years or 60 years, I will be around 86 or 89. William Ruto might not be here, Raila might not be here, Uhuru Kenyatta might not be here. But trust me, Kenya will be here. The things you are doing today, the mistake you are doing today, the errors you are committing today, they will come to haunt us when the right time reaches. It will come to haunt us. There's nothing shortcut. You remember in 2007 tukiclear Mau Forest alafu tunaambiwa mvua inatoka mbinguni itoki kwa miti. Right now we are facing the wrath by these things to do with climate change. As much as Europeans are producing so much gases, but also we have led to deforestation. And the current president was a campaigner of that one. Mvua inatoka kwa Mungu, haitoki kwa miti. Watu wakakata miti mpaka karibu Mau ipotee. Were it not for Raila today, the Mau could not be existing. It is haunting us today. The rain patterns have changed. The farmers who depend on rain to cultivate can no longer do it because it's unpredictable. Food security is no longer there. Today we are crying because of errors that you committed 10 to 20 years ago. It's not something that is coming from nowhere. It's something that you can account for. But today, we have people who are still want to continue in the same route, who are not even willing to change. People who are willing even to lead, to lead under whatever circumstances. As long as somebody has become a president, atafanya chenye anataka na anataka aongoze watu penye anataka. I'm telling you, if we progress this way. Unaona sahi, let me tell you a good example. There was pan paper, there was Webuye pan paper. That today exists. There was Mumias. That today exists. No. So, and these things that it happened when Kidero and other people were stealing, some people were saying mtu wetu. Today, all of them are jobless. As we're speaking here, they cannot even cater for school fees or anything. But when they were saying mtu wetu, they thought that they were punishing those who are raising the claims. They are here crying and looking for jobs everywhere. But if they could have listened to those people who raised the alarm, Mumias today could be there. Webuye and paper could be there. So many industries could also be existing. But we Africans, we have a problem as much as we blame the Europeans. The Europeans will only come when there's disorder. But if you keep our house in order, nobody will come and try to arrange for you. And I'll give a good example. If your marriage is in a good terms, you will never see pastors coming to give you advices. For what purpose? And you are living in a peaceful way. You will never see wazee wa mtaa wakiwapea ushauri wa ndoa as long as your marriage is peaceful. But it try to cause havoc and chaos everywhere. They will be on your doorstep. Some of them will even go ahead and sleep with your wife because they feel that you cannot acknowledge that your wife is a precious thing. You will start hearing kids which do not belong to you. You will get angry, you will go and commit murder. You will end up in jail. Why? Because you did not keep your house in order. You kept it disorderly. You allowed other people to get in. They helped you some work that were not supposed to be helped. You ended up killing because you thought the child is not yours. You ended up in prison. This is what is happening to this country. Should we keep our country in order, in a good governance? I'm telling you, even these Europeans will not see them here. But shida ni moja. Mwafrika ndio adui wa Mwafrika mwenzake. Na hapo ndio shida kubwa iko. Unless we change. Unless we change. Hey, hata sijui naona China wakijenga koloni yao hapa Nairobi. Juu hao ndio wengine wanakuja mbio. Juu hata I think during colonization hao kuweko because Mongolia ni kama ilikuwa defeated, the empire of Mongolia. Anyway, they are coming.
Yes, that's why unaona Chinese wali but you know they moved faster in most of African countries. Na hiyo, when people are saying that it's Uhuru Kenyatta ndo alibuild his government, hapana. They started during Kibaki, when they were called in I don't know, Shanghai or the Beijing. Most of African countries, even Mugabe was there, and hapo ndo walifanya hizo ma contracts, but right now unaona pia Waamerika nao wameanza na Waafrika. So I don't know when they went to America what they got over there, ama sijui kama the presidents waliambia watu wao this is what we are going to partner with the US. Sasa unajua ukweli hata kuna. So maybe Musia, you should give also admin to say something. I can
So
see maybe.
that one is a different account, eh?
Okay.
Yes. There's no problem. It's just okay.
Okay. So maybe Moses.
Yeah, we can talk and talk, but like Mukunji said, we Africans should do. I think it's a high time we start believing in ourselves, loving each other, having love for each other, because it is common in our countries, in Africa generally, that we allow ourselves to be used by intruders. Someone will use you to go against your own fellow African. Even it comes even to our friends, even in families. Because I think we are acting cheaply. There is I don't know, is it because of poverty or is it a habit? I don't know. Because we don't have love for our countries. Like Nifa, you have been traveling here and there. You see how people love their own countries. When you go, I don't know where you are right now, but see the citizen. They have that heart for their country. They will stand and fight for the country no matter what. You can't bring money over the country. They will say no, and it will be no. But it is just easy go. Is the way they come, you just say, what do you have for me? What do you think? I can do anything. It's not now like we can go back to Kenyan president. I believe if Uhuru was a president at this time, up to this time, the cost of living in Kenya, at least he would have reduced. He would have made the bay of unga at least to be reduced. For at least, because I saw him, was it in COVID or when? He said there are some prices of, was it what? It was reduced immediately, and he said from tomorrow, even salaries were increased. Was it for public servants or it was for teachers? I cannot recall very well. So Uhuru had that heart for at least for his citizens, like the ordinary people. He had that heart for the country. He could feel for those who cannot afford what to eat. He knows that the majority in Kenya, there are people who are breadwinners, working for what to eat today and tomorrow, not to save and do this. But if you see this group that is there right now, they still believe they want to drag, to push this country even far away from where it is in this poverty and the way people are suffering. They just want to add wounds after wounds, because you cannot tell me that you are going to have like a meeting with your cabinet in a very expensive place and everything is there is paid. Even just sitting without eating anything will be paid. Like you said, we have government venues.
And then I don't know, Moses, do you live in Kenya or you are in Uganda right now?
I have ever been in Kenya many times. By the way, I have my family there in Huruma. My aunt is there, and she was married to Kisii man. She's having a lot of kids with Kenya. I'm always there, but right now I'm not in Kenya. But Kenya is my second home. Even when I was growing up, when Baba was to become a president, I was going to ask for the citizenship.
Right, that's great.
But
so I yeah, I, yeah. To talk about this retreat, surely I don't know. I've never had a country whereby all the executives, this they go for treaty. Surely they could just, at least. I mean, they've been doing it. It's a habit, but at least this time they could have just said no because of people. Again, for them it's okay. They get money. They get their money, illegitimate money. Ile money they get ile quickly. Hapa na pale, but they could have still just say hapana. But you see, this is a call from the main person. Hebu imagine wenyewe ni waheshimiwa, and then just let me know how waheshimiwa, kila mtu hapo ni mheshimiwa, apart from president anapata maybe more a royal service, lakini sasa hata mahali penye president atakaa, wakileta hiyo supu ama walete hiyo salad ama walete hiyo chakula, I mean, hey, these are not. Alafu kiangalia, I just look at the rooms. Hii ni room yenye mzungu anakuja, mzungu amefanya 1 year, amepata pesa zake, anakuja na familia yake. Yani unaona suite, inaitwa suite, ile the veranda suite. Ukiangalia the panorama site, you just like wow. And then there are so many stuff inside, like mambo ya nashanga wanaenda kuendesha mabaiskeli, ama kuna horse riding, kuna golf, I don't know mahali penye Mungu yuko vile anavyofikiria, na watoto wengine wanakosa school fees, wazazi wanakosa school fees. I'm like, sasa unajua hiyo Wakenya wakisikia Kenya will go bad, they will opposition akina Raila will go mad. That one is too much now. Hiyo mocking, hiyo ni mockery over high level.
Yeah. Now, Nifa, is just look at it. In every place, once the president is available, is present in that place, even a bottle of water, which is costing let's assume 100 shillings, Kenyan shillings, that day it will shoot 1,000 or 500 because the money is there. So now you are taking people to the place, and that place is not a government place. Like you say, you give a good example. In Bomas, you go there and sit for free. You just use some little money here and buy some water and what. And,
Or KICC. There's also KICC, I think. Maybe Musia knows that, KICC. A place where they could do that. But Musia, how many are they? PS wako, they are 48 ama wangapi?
Island, there's something that people have been not told. When you are a minister, you can go with your wife and kid and they get accorded same respect as you because they are treated as one family. So as much as you are counting those people, there will be other who will be on side show. For example, you hear like the trip to United States. It was said Ruto went with around I think 8 ministers and so forth, but in reality the total number of people were 300. So these are things that are happening. They are not telling you the facts. For example, when you look at Linda Mama, today they have come out and said Linda Mama is still there, but they have refused to disburse the money. So what is there? What is there if you are refused to disburse the money and you are saying the Linda Mama still continues to be there? So they hide facts so that you people cannot go ahead to question. So that's why they operate. Wao wana feature.
Yeah, but you can't because hiyo pesa inatoka wapi sasa hiyo ya kulipa?
Also, I believe this is another kind of another type of corruption. Like if they go in that venue of which it belongs to one of them. Now, for example, they have spent like, let's say 10 million, but in a budget or when it comes to accountability, they will put 1 billion. You understand? So they go their way knowing They are going there to make money. Not just going for an ordinary meeting. Because if it is a meeting that to help Kenyans, they can even sit in State House and say, from tomorrow, we are reducing the price of fuel and this and this. And it will be passed. There is no way that our constitution doesn't demand that in case of reducing any price, when you have to go to constitution. No, it is all about what president thinks and what president decides when it comes to, because this is life. This is people's lives, you know. But they are going there to make money. In case they were asked that, tell us this money, maybe this is the money for subsidies that was removed in school fees and other things. Such that when they in future time they are being asked, they can defend themselves that, you know, we had a meeting in such and such a hotel, we paid bills and allowances and this, even we added some money. So that is all about, it is all about them, not Mwananchi. No.
So thank you, Moses. I've seen somebody else just gotten in. Kenyan with love.
Yeah.
Can you shower
And
us with
also
that
Rhoda.
love so that you also feel it? Eh?
Yes.
Yeah, I was getting like kind of messed up about what you guys were talking about, and I always listen even when I'm not on the show. Most of the time I'm listening, and especially like right now I'm just driving home. That's why I'm not on the screen. But what I was trying to say is that you see, there's a thing that Africans. Somebody mentioned it. Africans, I don't think we are ready to stop being called Africans. I think we have a long way to go because of mediocre kind of way of thinking. We have, and for a long time, perpetuated ourselves to think that we are second world human beings, while the first world always takes advantage of that, where you don't trust in yourself. And we were getting there, and that's my big. I really, if I can talk and please forgive me, the people who are listening, and even the panelists, if I can just talk in a certain way, I really don't care about what Africans think anymore, because the way Africans think, they think they just have the Western has to do something, has to do whatever, and what they don't understand is that without Africa they have nothing. So we're out here, and you know, the Americans understand that. They understand that Africans have a very low esteem of themselves. And that's why we move into the first world, to go out there. And most of us never come back. What I'm trying to say, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because I was, you know, I live in the comment section when I'm, you know, I'm where I cannot, you know, come into the show until I can come into the show. It's because you see some things and you hear like a Ugandan trying, like Moses, you're trying to talk about Kenyan, and people don't understand that we have the same passport. And when you look at, when people talk about Minnesota, when they talk about Texas, they talk about that, they don't understand that's one country with different states, which is exactly what had and has been the fight of Africa. When are we going to unite and be one? And there's this East Africa thing that is coming. So if a Ugandan comes and says, oh, this is the government, I've been following it and whatever, as Kenyans we do, we follow Mama Suluhu, we know the presidents on the other side. I think there's a problem, and Ruto knows it very well, that once, first of all, let's first of all keep it clean. For me, I know Ruto never won. So let's forget about the politics. Let's just talk about the geopolitical part of it.
I think
When you
Mato, are you Mato?
No, I'm not. I'm Kenyan with love.
Oh.
So
You are the Martin Mato, right?
no, I'm Kenyan with love.
Who is
I don't know
Mato?
who you.
So
I don't know
that's
who you're talking about.
progress, eh?
Yeah. So the thing is that we're our own enemies in Africa. That we have a parliament that is constituted of Kenyans, parliaments, whatever. Then we also have the Ugandans bring themselves, theirs. Tanzanians bring them theirs, and then now we also have the newbies that the Congos who's come now. But then again, we are so poor because we are always complaining and saying, I don't know, the Western has done whatever. We do not have to be there. We are a superpower as ourselves. And if you can get anything, please get it from Ukraine. Ukraine was thought of someone who cannot go against Russia. Today, Russia is wanting to go back. Because if we keep on sitting here and saying that Africa is so useless, or we need, United States, or Western are coming into our politics and whatever, any politician can just come and say, I have the backing of the US, I have the backing of whatever. Then you cannot do anything. Africans needs to be Africans. And what is wrong is wrong. And we gotta start joining together all the culture that we have and not dividing. It feels so bad when sometimes I listen, people talking, or even comment section, people saying Ugandans can't come and tell us what to do in our country. And you wonder, when our continent, when are we ever gonna come together? There's so many leaders who have died of even wanting to have one currency, not the dollar. Today the dollar is such a thing that you need it everywhere if you want to do business in Africa. When are we gonna have an African dollar? This is what we're trying to fight and bring it. But when you have retrogressive leaders and also retrogressive citizens that really don't want to see the whole thing, and that's why I think people like Tomboya and Mkungu, I appreciate all the time that you come and tell the history, because a lot of people don't even understand the history. If you ask the hustler, they don't know, they don't even know if they're hustlers.
Nani Kenyan, East African dream, I can tell you free of charge, what has been the largest impediment is personal interest and not even nation interest. Because the Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, we are both using shilling. Why can't we combine and we bank it on gold so that it become powerful now that it's covering a big geographical area? What is that is preventing us from using a common currency, the three countries? What is the problem that we cannot use the same currency, the three countries? What is preventing us from having
Not
one
even three,
army?
we are seven now. Congo is in, Djibouti is in. I mean, have you seen that?
I'm starting with the original. Let's start with the original so that we don't go so big. Let's start with the original, the first three. What is preventing us from having a common army that now that we have a mission to go in Congo under MONUSCO, we can take there as East African army and not each state donating its army on its own? What is so big that is preventing us from having a common army? Ama risasi ya Uganda ni tofauti na ya Kenya? Ama ya Uganda haiwezi
I
kimia?
got an answer for you. And this is an answer that has been there for a long time. When they first started, and it was supposed to be a whole Africa, to be one country, just the way United States is a whole country, but with different states. So that's how it started in the first place. But the people who were starting them, the Gaddafis of the day, it just, I mean, they were killed. But East Africa has been trying, and that's why we have the parliament, the East African parliament. The problem is what is happening right now. The only reason that these elections went bad is because there's one person, and thank God he's going through it. He's whatever. Unajua ukifanya everything is paid here. He's going through his health issues and whatever, and maybe this might be his term. Finally, he's going. But the thing is that the problem that has been since Africa wanted to unite has been, yes, Western interference, but a little bit, not as much as people do it. But also has been ile wivu that, so who's gonna be the president? Atakuwa kutoka Kenya, atakuwa kutoka Uganda, atakuwa kutoka Djibouti, atakuwa kutoka Congo, ama atakuwa wapi? So that has been a problem, and that was what the problem was about 20 years ago in 1986 when they started wanting to do EU, East African, and it was supposed to be a country that has different
Kenya,
states.
sorry, Musi, again. I'm just about to drop out. Kenyan with love, you know what you're saying. What you're saying is, it's if it's going to be an issue who the president is. Of course, they have to come up with constitution, and constitution has to come like maybe 2-term or 3-term if it's Kenya, and then Uganda, and then Tanzania. It's not a big deal. It's not really a big deal. See, they have this yala with the young people, parliamentarians. They have Riala, and it can happen. And I support what Musia is saying. Why can't they just have, for example, if they have armies, why always Kenyan armies? Whereby I believe Ugandan armies are also stronger. Tanzania army. Why can't they just combine the three of them, or the four, or even just say, okay, we are East Africa, we're producing kila nchi itoe, and not only just Kenya. Why? Because
Not Ireland.
Yeah.
We went to Somali as AMISOM.
Yeah.
We didn't go as Kenya or whatever. And remember, Al-Shabaab was something that, if you remember what is called the Black Hawk Down, these are people that had walikuwa wamelemea kabisa. They used to hijack even ships. But because we know the terrains and we are Africans, when we went in as AMISOM, tuliwateremsha wakatulia. That's military. Now, we went in.
Yeah, but listen again. That was bravo. But listen, Kenya. That's why, of course, I'm not for anti-Kenya or with the armies, and they did a great job. But do you think the cash resources was coming from where again? Give me an answer. The resources was coming from the West.
No,
Kufanya hiyo kazi.
this time, and that's why, and people don't understand. This is why in Kenya now, Uhuru decided to, before he mafia ikuje, before the mafia came, Uhuru had decided to even start an arms factory, which has never happened in. There's no country that produces arms, but today we have an arms factory. Be it charity starts at home. And just because maybe the other guys might have more, even Ukraine, that you hear that, Ukrainian made. In fact, Morocco donated to Ukraine the arms. But in Africa, we've been led so much that we have to buy arms from other countries. That's why when you find presidents like when Obama came, you would find Pale Nairobi University, a big chopper is coming there, and then they have to shut down even your mobile phone. They have to shut down everything because they know you're defenseless. They know how much arm they gave you and everything.
Yeah, but listen. Okay, that is not only that's the issue with American president everywhere, even in Germany when they come,
No, they don't shut
Garilake,
down.
everything.
They
Yes,
don't
yes.
shut anything enough in Germany.
What? Come again?
Germany will not allow.
It
Even
will not
Kenya
allow
started.
what? Come again.
Yeah,
Wait,
after Germany.
wait. Kenya will not allow what? The security for them to cut their security for their president?
No, I'm saying Germany will not allow to shut down everything.
Of
And
course, not
even
to
this
shout.
time,
Of course, not to shut down because it's a first world country too, Germany, and nobody is going to go after Mr. President from America. Let me tell you, the country that I live, even the president coming, watu wataendelea na shughuli zao. People are not going to stand in the street because Mr. President from America, I'm a King Charles from Europe anapita. Because people understand waendi kutupatia chakula. You can just say hello and you go on. You understand? But if the president of America comes even where uko Germany, the security around within has to be guarded. Hiyo gari
yes, the
lake has to
security
be
will be
guarded.
there. But what you just said is very important. Actually, I support you because here's the thing, and I can see some progress. You see, when the first time, I think the first president was Bush. When Bush came, actually wanted to come. He went to Tanzania, and that time was Moi's time. And for the first time, let me say it, I revere that man, Moi, because when Bush came and wanted to come to Kenya, I don't know if a lot of people know this.
Are you talking about the daddy Bush, the father Bush, right? The late Bush, not the son, because the son came during Kibaki in Tanzania.
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, the other one. He came and Moi said, if you're going to shut anything, don't even come to Kenya. So he went to Tanzania and he was denied to come to Kenya.
Okay.
That was protocol. No, if you're going to shut anything, don't come to Kenya. He went to Tanzania.
Yeah.
His thing in Kenya was cancelled. Now, we have this thing that and this is not a problem of the US, of the Western countries. And I want Kenyans to start not even Kenyans, Africans, to start understanding that this is not a problem of the Western countries. This is our problem.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, we try to lay blame on something that these guys don't have. I mean, for them, if you see something that you can run over, or if you see someone that you can run over, of course you're gonna run over them because they respect you, they fear you, they do whatever, and all that. This is African inflicted. And I'm not gonna say Kenyan inflicted. I'm gonna say African inflicted.
Africa, yeah. You see, okay, before Moses and Musa to say something. You see, Kenyan with love. That's correct. When I came into your show, I say first you have to respect your fellow people. Whether it's Moses from which country, whether it's Kenya with the love from which tribe, whether it's whoever from which race, this black and white. First, you always have to respect your fellow, whether is because we are not born the same. There are people who are tall, there are people who are fat, there are people who are, that's how they were born. There are people who are intelligent, there are people who are, the way you were born. Nobody asked you, Moses, to be born in Uganda, to your parents to be in Uganda. Nobody asked me, my family, to come from Kenya. Nobody asked you, Kenya with the love. You understand? Nobody asked about Musia. You, maybe Musia, maybe you could be the president of Kenya right now. Nobody asked for that. You understand? So we first, as human being and a virtue, and that's why you see these human rights. We have all rights. What you doing, you guys? Like I'm sorry to say these words. We all go to the toilet. We need to eat. You understand? There's no human being mwenye atakaa bila chakula na bila kwenda chooni. even the president wanaenda chooni, even the queens, even the, you understand? And when it comes to dying, Simona
Wewe
juzi
uliona
hata,
Museveni alikuja na Ahmad Cho.
yeah, but I heard about it. But listen, but when even to die, munaona hata watu wa Mungu wanakufa. Baba Mtakatifu died, na huyu mwingine pia amekufa juzi. And those are men of God. You understand? So unajua mwili iliumbwa, lakini we all go through hizo nini, we need basic necessity. And once we respect one another, if I have to respect Musia, I have to respect Moses, I have to respect Kenyan with love, like my brothers. That's when the conversation, hata kama, hata kama mtu ni masikini, mtu ni tajiri, but there's a code, there's a way of communicating to another person. You understand? And you have to listen. Unasikiliza kenye mwingine anasema, because of course tuko na different opinion. But kama hatuna hiyo, the way Moses amesema na Kenyan with love, we don't respect us sisi wa Afrika. Na Musia gave a good example, na mzazi wako, if you don't respect your, and I should also say, your main enemy ni mtu wako. Mtu wako means your family. It starts from your family, ama it starts from the country that you're coming from. This discriminating, and that's why you see wazungu ama white people, they see us like real monkeys, because sisi wenyewe hatupeanani. If kama unatembea barabarani and then your fellow brother say hello, si mwambie tu hello, how are you, fine, kwisha. You understand? But if somebody tells you habari gani and you cannot even answer, yani sisi tunapenda drama, tunapenda, and that's what I wanted to leave you with. But again, our inferiority, yani uafrika wetu, vile tuna behave. You see, Kenyan with love, the country that you live in, you see, after Martin Luther King, the progress that he did with African Americans. It's a major progress. Paka nowadays you get African Americans who are also stars. They are also trying. Utapata hata wale ambao, not only African Americans, even our fellow brothers and sisters from Africa. You understand? Like akina Icon from Senegal, akina Lupita from Kenya. Wao pia wanaheshimika. Wakikuja huku Europe wanaheshimika, because they are in another level. Ile talent yenye uko nayo. But whether, if you're African American, bado we ni Mwafrika too, because if you follow our history, na wanajua our great grandparents, mi wanasema because ni sisi sote walitoka wapi? Walitoka Africa. The wife of Mrs. Obama, who knew the first lady African atapendwa kushinda wale the other first ladies, kwa ajili ya behavior yake, because of the character, and because even if alikuwa the first lady pale, character yake haikubadilika, because alijua ni tuko hapa for a certain time, 10 years, and then tutaondoka. Tukiondoka, we are going to be back again to be normal people. You see, and that's where we are supposed to. And if you see our leaders how they are behaving, sasa yeye ameona tu nothing hakuna kitu itabadilika kwake. Yeye ni mkubwa, yeye sasa zile anatoka nje watu wanamfuata, watu wanamuinamia, like like kingdom.
Kuna kitu nimekuwa nikisema hapa kwa hii show for a long time, for a very very long time. Nimekuwa nikisema there's a blanket, na hiyo blanket ni hii kitu inaitwaga mheshimiwa. Mtu akitaja mheshimiwa nasikiaga, yani ushisikia kuchapa mtu kofi, because hakuna mheshimiwa.
Mtumishi.
Thank you my sister.
Mtumishi.
Hakuna mheshimiwa, and that's why wanakuja wanakimbia kila mahali every time. Kwa nini wanakimbia? I did politics when I was back at home, and I did them for someone that I love so much. God rest her soul in peace, my grandmother. And that lady tulikuwa tunaendanga naye tunafanya politics, and that's how I learned politics very young, at about 6 years 7 years, because I just wanted to ride along. Unajua ile tu kukaa kwa gari tu kwa unataka kubeba kwa gari, alafu mkirudi nyumbani utaachiliwa ukalie tu steering wheel, uturn and whatever. That's what my grandfather used to do, the husband. And that's how I came into politics. But one thing I've come to realize is that when people talk about politics today, is not the politics that actually is politics. We sell ourselves today, and the politicians, we want to call them mheshimiwa. There's not mheshimiwa. And it's so funny for me, maybe the people that are listening are pia nyinyi panelists. I came to realize after living 2 different worlds, where hiyo time ilikuwa mheshimiwa, you know, before she passed away, alikuwa anaitwa majina zingine hata mob mkubwa, sijui nini, sijui mheshimiwa and whatever. And then I came over here and I realized wherever I live in, niliambiwa nisiwahi sema. And I realized that it's not a mheshimiwa. It's a public servant. You're serving people. And to add on to that, kuna barabara fulani tuko hivyo kwetu, that at the time when my grandmother, God rest her soul in peace, was there, alikuwa council, hakuwa kitu kubwa. And she used to tell us hiyo barabara kwa kitabu imeandikwa imejengwa na iko na lami. That barabara just came to get lami a year ago, which is when I drove into that road. Niliendesha kwa hiyo gari niliendesha hiyo barabara ikiwa na lami. But since I was a kid, hiyo barabara ilikuwa imejengwa lami mingi because where the money had gone, the road is purportedly ishajengwa and everything. Now, do we have people actually going back to look at these things and say, okay, ilijengwa mara ngapi, so hiyo pesa ilienda wapi? And that is how your politicians come and fall and hit you guys so much that it's so hurtful, especially me being a Kenyan. Mr. Chair, that is why I feel so bad, because this is things that I know and I could see the paperwork. So when you have people who you want to call them waheshimiwa and then you think that they are big people, they're not big people. You gave them that seat. That is your money. Mtu akikwambia anatoa help apeleke wapi? Mumeambiwa kule inaenda. And then since when and in what country? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. In what country? Kidogo tuacha nimalize, please. I'm begging. In what country have you ever seen that pesa yenye inapeanwa kwa government ama ile pesa government iko nayo ni ya kukupatia loan ulipe na interest? In what? The reason we do pay taxes is so that we can be able to walk around and drive around and our country looks good. We don't pay for a Sherlock. We pay so that you can put light for me to see because I've already paid. So now, how do I come and pay you? Then you tell me if I put this light, you're going to have a loan on it, and then you have to pay with interest. Who told you that I need you to save my money for me? Do you know how I save my money? That's none of your business as a government, not even my mother. Not even my friend. It's none of your business. Let me save my business. The way I want to do it. Musia.
Yes.
Pesa yako nani mimi ndo nitakuja kuambia venye utasave. Ukilipa nini umelipa ndio mtu akuwekee, kama ni barabara akuwekee pale, kama ni nini, au kuuliza upate sijui mtu akusevie. Kwanza na kusevie utaenda kutoa wapi hiyo nini, utaenda kutoa wapi hiyo savings yako? Amekusevia account gani? Do you even know what account amekusevia? I believe a country is being run with mafias right now. And I believe that if Kenyans really, you don't become serious and look at this thing, itaumia. Mosia, pesa yako ni pesa yako. You know where you invest your money. You know what savings you do. You're not going to give me taxes and then I want to save you for your taxes and I want to multiply your taxes and I want to do nini, and all. It's stupid and dumb. When I give you taxes, when I pay my taxes is because I want the help, because that's our tax. I want to have roads made because I cannot go make I cannot. Musia, you don't make your roads, ujengangi barabara yako, huwezi jenga barabara yako kutoka kwa main mpaka mahali uko. Na pia huwezi vuta stima yako tu. Otherwise, tuache kulipa tax basi. Mwenye anataka kusave, ngoja kidogo. Mwenye anataka kusave na anataka kusaviwa na gava, ape gava. Ikwe optional. Mimi as Kenyan with love, kama naweza vuta stima yangu, tusiulizane tax. Na kama naweza vuta barabara yangu mpaka kwa nyumba yangu, tusiulizane tax. Wacha basi mwenye anataka kuseviwa na gava aende. Is the most stupidest thing I've ever had, and forgive my language, is the most dumbest thing I've ever had, because we are paying taxes and it's a must that we pay the taxes. Make it not, if you want to do that, save for us, do everything because we pay taxes and nanini na tunarudisha na interest. Either it becomes a private entity or it becomes a national thing. And it becomes a national thing, then let me not pay taxes. If I want to join your club, let me join the club, because this one, it looks like it's a Nairobi Club Association, the Elite Club Association, the Kinakirubi's, Club Association. This is not an entity of a government or of a governance. It's becoming a business entity. I'm sorry, nimeongea vibaya lakini nisamee kwa wenye wamenisikia. I had to stop somewhere and say that. Nitarudi maybe baadaye nikifika nyumbani.
Okay, bye.
Sawa. Mato, one of the things that when you look at the government, the government wants to make you poor so that they can be able to control you. You can never control a rich person or a person who is well-being. You can only control an individual who is poor. And I will give you a good example is why I'm saying that you can control a person who is poor. I happened that I was born in Rombo Ward, Loitoktok Sub-County in Kajiado County. Where I'm coming from, I'm surrounded with Maasai. And majority of Maasai are people who practice transhumance, and that is movement of cattle from one place to another. So what has been happening there, because the Maasai hold some kind of land that they need to use it, so the government has tried as much as possible to avoid service delivery. For example, in the whole of Kajiado County, we have only one university, that is Nazarene, which is the farthest end, and one college called Orkajuado. So in total, the whole of Kajiado County, we have only two high learning institutions. The whole of Kajiado, we have no any industry. And if by any chance it exists, does not benefit the locals at whichever stage. So what happens is, the moment you are being subjected to such kind of a treatment by your own government, that you have no industry, you have no any education and so forth and so many other things, what happens is that when anything happens, like a family member is sick or you want to learn, you must sell land so that you can go to maybe even Nairobi to study Nairobi, far away from your home. Because if the university was nearby, the cost could be shared between you and your family. Haungehitaji kukula mbali, ungehitaji tu kukula hapo karibu na kwenyu. But because now the government has set the institution far away from you, you have to travel, you have to pay rent, you have to cater for food and so many other things. So these are the things that have been perpetuated to that particular county that I know, and I'm speaking because I know it very right, so that these people will be able to sell their land. If they were not subjected to such kind of treatment, today Kajiado County, they could not have sold land in such large masses. The same thing does not stop there. It is also being perpetuated to Kenyans. You cannot control a Kenyan who is rich and who is well-being. And I will ask you, give me a proof of William Ruto and Raila Odinga campaigning in Muthaiga, in Runda, in Karen, in Membli. I want a clip just showing them campaigning in those regions or in those areas. Then I will understand that indeed we are all equal. Just show me one clip, Raila in Muthaiga or Ruto in Muthaiga. Ruto in Karen or Raila in Karen. Show me, because I believe in those estates that are mentioning there are people who are living there. The same way with the estates that the areas that we are living are human beings who are living there. So just one clip that can give a proof that indeed those people campaign in those areas. Poverty comes with what you call subject. Once you become poor, you must get subjected and you can easily be controlled. And for instance, when you are poor, somebody just comes and tells you, you know what, I can give you 200, you feed your family. You will feel so happy because you know you are to sleep hungry. Then you will go vote in that person saying he's a God sent because he gave you 200 for hunger. And that is the things that Africans we need. We are being subjected by our own leaders because they know very well. Once you get you open your mind, you become rich. They cannot be able to control you. The only way to control is to what? To create a kind of a generation of poverty, so that every time you'll be raising your hands, oh, tusaidie, tupatie, oh, sijui nini, hatuna hiki. That's what they do. And I might be a little bit longer, but just a few minutes so that I end. I was looking at this country called Israel. Israel was started in 5th of May 1948 by the then minister who was called the Buffalo, who came in and signed what you call the Buffalo Agreement that saw the Israelites being born. The Israelites was an equivalent area of Kajiado County. But when the leaders got the power, they realized that their country needed to establish itself because of enmity from the Arabs and the small size the way it was. So Israel started developing and doing everything possible the way they can. They started working for it. So in 1967, they were able to engage in a war that lasted for 6 days, and they occupied an area almost twice the area that they had initially. So they went ahead and established settlers and so forth and everything else to cultivate their own. So as we are going in 1978 or in 1979, we had the late Idi Amin Dada, who tried to hijack the Israelites who are using Entebbe as the airport. What happened? That time, John and Netanyahu led a campaign to rescue their own people. They would rather die rescuing their own people rather than letting their own people suffer. If you can also recall, during the Tigray crisis in Ethiopia, that is recently, I think in 2000 and it started in 2020, 2021, the Tigray crisis. When the then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heard that his people, there is a name that they are being called because Ethiopia has some Israelites who left there during the time of King Solomon. So when he heard that his people were being killed in Tigray because of war, and aeroplanes were dispatched to go and pick them. Right now, as we're speaking, we have almost 330,000 Israelites who are originally Ethiopians who have been assimilated to become part of Israel. Why am I saying this way? the only way we can develop is coming together, be willing to sacrifice for the benefit of each other, being able to understand who we are and what is our purpose of existence. But if we continue in a certain way, that I can kill a fellow African so that I become president, that I can go and do anything bad so that I can gain something, then we are not ready as Africans to come together and to have a common say. Europeans have nothing to do with us. Nobody loves a poor person. Even you people that you are here, when you are married, if you are married, you always look for a man who is hardworking. You never want a lazy person. If you are a man, if you are married, you never want a lazy woman. Then why do you think that a lazy African is needed anywhere? Who cheated you that a lazy African is needed anywhere? We need to work. We need to know why do we exist. We need to understand what is our sole purpose here in Africa. Then if we understand it, then we work from it. And there's this narrative of Europeans are against us uniting. But I say that narrative can only be perpetuated if we give it space. I believe all of you have sisters and brothers. If your sister has decided that you'll get married to person A, no matter the advice, no matter the chaos or everything you'll use, you will automatically get married to that person. So if an individual can make such decision that no matter what, I can get where I can be married by this man, why is it hard for we Africans to say no matter what happens, we need to get together? We need to get our hearts together. Why is it so difficult? If an individual can decide to get married to a particular person A, and he goes ahead without caring what happens, why is it hard for us Africans to say we want to form East African Federation, we have to form a United Africa? Why is it the problem?
Let me say something. So, yeah, I want to run away.
Yes, Moses.
Because let me say something. I'm just summarizing up some few things here. Just comments. Nifa said that, yeah, Nifa and the Kenyan we love. That people who always come and say, you know, Ugandan cannot say this and this. You have given them answer today. It's not all about being a Ugandan. We talk about Africa. And Kenya and Uganda, we having one passport, by the way. People doesn't know. We have East African passport. Maybe mention the Uganda Republic of Uganda or Kenya. We don't need visa to travel to these countries. And on top of that, these are pretenders. They just look for how to hide. They have bad intention. They are not saying because I'm Uganda. But if at all I came and say Ruto is good and this and that, you'd have seen them supporting that. Yes, you see, even Ugandans, they know how about you Kenyans. You can't see. People far away from you, they are seeing. So criticizers are there, even if you were Kenyan. These are people who support this government regardless of doing what. Even though you were Kenyan, you criticize this government, they will come and now make it tribal. You know, they make it like you were Kisii, that's why you are saying that. You were real, that's why you're saying that. So they always find a reason, the way of how they can criticize, and always in life. People you are exposed, you have traveled, you know. Whenever you know that what you are doing is right, you don't need someone to encourage you. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. It's not all about who supports you or who doesn't. No, do the right thing. It's all about the right thing. You know. Mukunji says that there is one thing that how I wish it could happen. You know, it's all about currency. If we can have like one currency that if I move from Uganda to Kenya, I just go there and I use the currency that whatever currency that I'm having. That will be very, very good. But on top of that, these puppets, leaders we are having, they are Western puppets, you know. They know they don't believe in themselves. They don't believe that they can make it without the support from Western, you know. So they are there too. And these people, they don't support like genuine people who can stand with their own country. Like they always support people who are puppets, people who are corrupt, because they know that if they are like that, they can accept. It's easy to make deals with them because, like Western people, Kenyan will love saying it. They are nothing without Africans and other countries. You see what happened to Gaddafi in Libya. Because Gaddafi raptured them and said, you know, we can survive and we can make it without you. In fact, we don't need you. See how they brought the man down. Because they don't live with such people. They want people who are puppets, people who are corrupt, people who can even kill their own people because of once they know that you know you are not with them, they will clear you. So that one cannot happen. But Kenyan currency is a bit okay because in Uganda, if you come with Kenyan money, you can buy anything. But ours is useless. Once you cross the border, it becomes papers. Just even flour is good. You can give to someone, but it becomes just like useless. You can't do anything with it. So how I wish that one can happen. And there is another point of Nifa said about how I forgot. It was about you. Mukunji said about dictators. These people, if someone wants to be a dictator, they will bring three things in the country. First, they create poverty because they know someone who is poor has no voice, has no choice and voice. Second, they will make you create fear in like even though you are oppressed, you cannot come out and say anything. You know, once I come out, I will be crushed. Then thirdly, they divide people. They bring this issue of tribalism. You know, they put people in circles. You know, we people like you have seen what deputy president is doing. We people of mountains, we people of this. So people they divide the people. You know, divided people are easy to rule. They can never come together to counterattack you. Everyone is on his or her own. So once you see these three things happening, that is the signs of dictators. So at least for today, like Kenyan will love said, there are certain things that we as Africans, like those people who comes in the comments and comment Ugandan and what, these are people who doesn't know. When we travel outside our countries, more so we go to Western countries, they don't call you as a Kenyan or Ugandan or Tanzania. They call you an African. They don't differentiate. Before knowing you, before asking you which country you come from, it will be now maybe you have taken some 3-4 steps before they ask you, oh, which part of Africa? But they take you generally Africa. So in life, we have to do things in the right way. Never bother about the people who will criticize you and what. But we have a say that once something right will always be right, but the truth will never stand forever. But the right thing will always stand. And for now, I will say bye bye for today because I'm rushing. I have to do some things here. Maybe if I finish up very fast, I will come back and join you guys. Thank you for
Yeah,
today.
me also.
See you.
Yeah, me also. I will
Yeah.
have to leave Musia. It's unfortunate, and but I think people will come on board.
I'll be behind if you are, but if you feel like we can, because now one person cannot say anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, my time also. My time because I
for me,
started. We finished now 4 hours. 4 hours 40 minutes. I was before with the Bernard and the other ladies, so I need to go and also.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate for your contribution and your cooperation here. It is indeed a great thing, you know, for a person just coming here, he's speaking his mind, saying whatever he has in the mind is one of the greatest thing, you know, because I believe that The reason as to why that there is development in Africa and anywhere else is because of divergent ideas. People think differently, and once we think differently is how development comes. But if we happens to think under the same line, we can never develop, because all of us maybe will be thinking about bicycle. So who will be thinking about making Lamborghini? Who will be thinking about making choppers and ships? So we need a divergent idea so that we can develop, and that's what we like more. But it seems that in Africa is no longer encouraged, because a divergent idea is treated as being a rebel. And that's why we go wrong. Having a divergent idea should be encouraged, should be cultivated, so that all of us can reach a greater height. I have no problem. For example, sometimes I look at it in African continent and just find it faulty, because I don't see any problem if you go ahead and come up with a good thing. Then I go and come with a different thing, but a good thing, so that we combine forces, we go higher. What is more important? Is it husband earning 10,000 and having a wife who does not earn anything, or having both wife and husband earning each 10,000 so that it becomes 20? But in African mentality, most men will prefer earning 10,000 but having a housewife, so that they can dominate. That wife should never have a sound. I don't know you, gopewango wapi. Should never speak before me because I'm the one earning. But you forget that if each of you are earning, you could have made a bigger step than the one you are making alone. And that's why Africa, we also make the same error. Because wherever somebody comes with a divergent idea, instead of encouraging him to move forward, we always suppress him so that we appear as the kingpins, we appear as being worshipped. And that's where we go wrong. Every divergent idea should be respected and cultivated. And that's what will make African beautiful. Just assuming that all of us could be looking similar. Tungekuwa na haja ya DNA na CCTV kweli hivyo, all of us we are looking similar. Could we be having any reason to have national ID? We are all different. That's the beauty of the nature. And that's what make world become a beautiful place. But sasa Afrika yetu bwana ni ngumu, imekuwa ngumu sana, lakini tutangangana tu tuone. And I was looking at the other issue of this issue to do with education. Why can't we have a president or having a somebody who will come out and say that let's make Form 4 education being the lowest form of the lowest level somebody can learn, so that we have a generation in Kenya or in Africa that all of us we have attained at least the basic education, so that we can upgrade our thinking, we can think a little bit more advanced, so that we can make a good choice. Mbona inakuwa ngumu kumeka hata education Form 4 ikuwe tu free, kila mtu akuwe educated, ukute anaweza kujifanyia maamuzi yake sahihi. Just Form 4. At least sahi tukiamua sahi, let me tell you, if today we decide that kuanzia leo hii mwaka ya 2023, the lowest form of education that will be acknowledged is Form 4. It will take us only 20 years to eliminate the illiteracy in the rest of the generation. Just 20 years is enough to eliminate completely that we shall never be having anybody less than Form 4 here in Kenya. Tukiamua tu leo hii tuseme mtu yote leo hii ambaye ako shuleni lazima amalize Form 4. Yoyote mwenye amezaliwa leo hii lazima amalize Form 4. Within a period of 20 years, we shall not be having anybody mwenye ako na less than Form 4 certificate. And I think we can make a better decision with such kind of mindset. Lakini leo hii umechagua mtu ameingia pale anafanya education inakuwa expensive. Anataka kuvunja bodi, ni bodi na pesa mingi, nataki pesa tumike ya serikali, anataka kusave. Sasa sijui huyu ni mzazi mgani anakataa kununua chakula watoto wakule, wanalala njaa, then anaenda kwa jirani anawaambia mimi nilisave pesa jana ndio maana tulilala njaa. Why can't you release the money so that we beat this illiteracy? Ama unaogopa watu wakierevuka hata kuchagua, maana umezoea coexist in areas where foolishness is the highest? Could it be the reason as to why you want people to continue to be in fool? Because in when the level of intelligence goes high, you become irrelevant. We need to sit categorically and say that education should be your right the way it's your right to live. Education should not be a privilege. It should be your right. The way it's your right to live, your right to have shelter and everything else commodities. It should be your right to have education, at least to Form 4. It can work the best in country. Watu wengine kama kina Sudi utawahi waona kwa serikali juu ataingililia wapi na watu wanaweza reason. Watu kama kina Baraza wanapiga watu risasi, wanatoroka, wanaua, wanaingia kwa parliament, kina Babu Owino utawahi waona juu watu wanaweza reason. But if you continue killing this education system, sijui government subsidy ni mbaya, ilikuwa ina benefit watu wachache. Sasa si kama ilikuwa ina benefit watu wachache, mbona sasa hivi umeondoa inatukata across sisi watu wote? Singekata across hao wachache basi. Mbona inakata across everybody kama ilikuwa ina benefit wachache? Mbona fee imeongezeka kwa kila mtu kama ilikuwa ina benefit wachache? Singe affect hao wachache basi. You know, there are some things that don't make sense at all. If the benefit we are cutting across all of us, then you are coming to show us as if it was being benefited with a few people. Then when you remove the subsidy, it's supposed to affect the few people that were benefiting, not us that were not benefiting them. So, as much as you are there, I want to ask you, and every Kenyan who can hear me and who can listen to me correctly, please, please, make sure that wherever you give birth, wherever you stand, ensure education is what you fight for it. That is the only thing that can transform the world. These surgeons, teachers, doctors, engineers, all of them have passed through classroom. That's why they can reason to come up with a beautiful thing you call a house, the beautiful thing you call a vehicle, the beautiful thing you call a newborn. It passes through nurses and doctors. But if we keep destroying the education, I'm telling you, we shall, in the next 50 years, we shall be having zombies who will not be reasoning, but who will be using their body to do work. And that will be the dangerous part of it. Because I don't know where my grandchild will be there, or my great-grandchild, what will be doing among people who are not learned and people cannot make the correct choice or in the correct memory. We need to have our game. They can touch everything, but education, it has a long-lasting effect, and it's a bitter effect. Just not effect, but bitter effect. Very bitter. Yes, Tony PK.
Thank you very much, Bana Mkungi Musia. Hey, leo umebadilisha jina. Kwa nini hii TV yetu tunabadilisha majina? Hiyo nataka nipewe hiyo copy. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Wewe ndio hatukuonana jana na juzi. Mwanzo wa mwaka. It's good to see you. I was worried that some of our very strong participants, panelists walikuwa hawaonekani. Nikajua tu ni shughuli. Tulikuwa tunajaribu kuishi watu happy new year, lakini tunajua it's not happy. Lakini tunafanya tu kama desturi. Hata mtu akiwa ICU Mwafrika mahali anaona na watu watatu kwa siku, ukiingia uulize vipi bro, anakuambia niko poa. Na saa hiyo mashini zinalia ti because it's our tradition that even when things are hard, times are hard, we just say ni kuzuri tu, ni kwema, lakini tunatarajia kuwe kubora zaidi. North Island, ni North Island ama N Island? Hujambo madam?
N Island.
North. Ni North.
No. Sio North kama ule msichana wa Kanye.
Hebu ngojeni kidogo.
Sema.
Kidogo. Tony PK.
Yes.
I think tomorrow will be having some kind of engagement a little bit. So show mahali imefika utamalizia, na think pia kuna wenye wanakuja. I think we shall see each other. Nikiamka mapema nitawajoin kabla mjamaliza.
Kwa hivyo nisukume.
Uisukume vizuri.
Utasukuma. Na mimi pia naondoka Stone. Mimi nimekaa hapa karibu, now it's 5 hours.
Sawa, nitabaki na nani? Kenyan with love ako pale.
Kenyan with love and Moses. The others who are also coming.
Okay, sawa. Kuna shida.
Kina Roda wanakuja.
Mambo ni kukabidhana kijiti na hii tuone
Right. That's
tutachiliwa hii
true.
serikali.
Tujikakamueni. It's not easy, but
Thank you guys for hanging up.
tutapambana tu. Yeah.
Sasa basi tutaambia akina Kenya with Love waingie kwa screen, akina Moses Masare ndio screen isiwe peke yake.
Usikuwe peke yako. Right.
Yes.
Okay, sasa tutazidi maybe tomorrow.
Poleni, I'm driving, bado niko na another maybe 1 hour kabla nifike home.
Kwani wewe unavuka Atlantic na gari bro? Wewe ni aje wewe?
Nilikuwa nimeenda ziara kidogo ya kazi.
Sawa, hamna shida. Wewe sikiza huko tu. Mimi
wacha nitoke nisikize kutoka nyuma.
Hamna shida. That's okay. That's cool.
All right, thank you brother. Thank you bro. Ni venye tu sikuwa nataka ende nani Mkungu kabla aende before kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kumwambia hata nilipack.
Mkungi yuko tu unaweza ulishamwambia?
No, sikuwa nimemwambia.
Si umwambie anasikiza hajatoka, ako karibu kutoka.
Okay. Sasa nilikuwa nikitaka kumwambia cheki yuko bado. Naona watu wametoka.
Yuko.
Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia mazee hii kitu si mchezo hii kitu ya nini Mkungu you come here and you sikujua kama wewe pia ni mkambo wetu. Unaona hata Kalonzo venye kana gongangwa. I realized today that you are because there's another name that ulikuwa ukitumia. But again while I'm telling you Mkungu it's also that kuna vitu zingine tunaangalianga kwa maisha yetu because hii dunia venye tunaishi na zile politics zenye tuko nazo ndio zina make country yetu. Wherever we are, hata mtu wa Westeto, mtu wa wapi, if your politics is not right where you live, it will never be right. Things will always be wrong. Vitu zitakuanga mbaya. Lakini saa zingine waga tunakaa down tunaangalia hivi tunasema buda tunaendaje? Kwa tukiwa na president poa anatuchunga vipoa, imagine everything is good. And I know Stone knows that because he's a politician and he's a leader. Ama Stone nimedanganya? Wewe unajua
kabisa
tusipopata mtu mpoa, mtu mwenye tu anaangalia ati sijui mnaambiwa sijui hustlers fund. Tutaumia. Nilisikia Gachagua leo akisema ati sijui ati sijui lipa hii ndio ufanye nini, ati sijui amepeana 50 billion. 50 billion where? 50 billion? Do you know what a billion is? Ati alafu wamelipwa 2 billion. Stone. Because I'm about to start driving to go back home. Alafu nitakuja nitaingia tena. 50 billion. 50 billion. Billion with a B. Ati alafu mmerudishiwa 2 billion. Awia Kenya na unokisikia hiyo nini yake alikuwa akisema ati sijui unajua hapa Nyeri ndio sijui headquarters ya Central ya sisi watu wa Central. Ladies and gentlemen, Central, we can make Central not even be Kenya. We are not going to sit ikitu. Let me talk vibaya, Mr. Chair. We are not going to sit here and keep on talking about Central. It is part of Kenya. We will be Kenya. Without Central, we cannot do whatever. Kenya has 47 counties. Who is Central? With 47. Who is Central? We can give away Central. Ile nitagwa msaada. If Central wanataka tuwapatiane kama msaada, waende initwaje tuwapatiane kwa let them choose which one wanataka. As long as we border with them. Waku wakikuja na nini initwagaje waku wakikuja na ile na passport. We're not going to keep on playing this Central thing that they na Rift Valley. We're not going to keep on playing that. Kwani mnadhani sisi si watu ama si tulizaliwa na nyani? We are going to give out. Tupatiane. Recession. We recess. Mwende muishi na Uganda na muishi na nini. If that's what your leaders and that's what you're telling us, mwende muishi kabisa muishi huko. The rest of the Kenya is united. If you don't want to unite to the Kenya, stay away. Tokeni kabisa na mtupatie passport zenyu tujue venye we have a lot of people who can do it. Stone, I'm so tired. Today I had someone tell me amwezi fanya kitu yote bila Central. Kenya yezi enda bila mahali bila Central na Rift Valley. Who the hell do you think you are? Kenya iko na watu wengi. We can stay without Central. We will divide. So watu wa Central, akina Gachagua wenye wanadhani wao ndio wa kingpins wa Central, let them go away. We will stay hata tutachukua Marsabit. When you want to come into Central, you fly in with a passport. When you want to come to Rift Valley, fly in with a passport. That's it. We'll give you. Which one do you want? Uganda, I think is it Uganda? Nini mmeshikana nayo hapo? Iko karibu. You ingine Uganda and I think South Sudan. We're not going to keep on playing these games. We're not going to play. You can lead your own thing. Wacha sisi na watu wa Kisumu, wa Kamba, nini wanaitwaje watu wa Coast na hizo wao wengine hata Mijikenda na even the newbies, the ones that are not known. Wacha tukue na Kenya yetu. Nyinyi endeni mkue na hiyo Kenya nyingine. South Sudan and North Sudan happened. We can have North and whatever it is you want to call it. Call it. Ikwe ya Central na nini, ukiruka boda hivi tu ukipita hapo hivyo Kiambu, ukianza kuingia hivi Ukambani side, hapo tu unatoa passport.
Inapigwa muri. Ama tunakwambia uingie huko, kama unatoka Central uingie huko.
Na kwanza kama una nini itakuwa nini ile of good conduct, certificate of good conduct. Kama una hiyo hujaenda kuchukua certificate of good conduct yenye imejiandika Kiambu Central na ijajiandika sijui Rift Valley sijui wapi, mkae nayo bwana. Si tuendelee.
Alafu unajua sasa Eastern sisi tutawazimia taa. Tutawazimia stima.
Na maji pia.
Si tutazima stima kabisa ama hawa watasema ati watafungilia River Tana.
Gani watafunga wapi? Yezi fungika, itapita juu. Unajua wanabebango na maji kila time.
Unajua Central wako kwa tabu kama chawa. Unajua chawa vile wako kwa tabu.
Ai, bro, hii story bwana, it's an abusive marriage.
No,
we're not doing it anymore. Tutachukua hata Mijikenda na Wamasai wote na kila mtu. Na tuache Central na Rift Valley wakae kivyao.
Hiyo ni nonsense wao wana nini? Hiyo ni nonsense. Mtu yeyote anaanza, you know, bro, this issue, sorry to interject, I know you are still on your thread of thought. But anybody who brings in this card of ati you cannot do with this you cannot do, hiyo imepitwa na wakati.
Exactly.
And this is what Raila wanted to finish and bury kwa kaburi ya sahau. Alikuwa anataka kwamba katika Kenya hakuna cha kusema at this county is this, ati hii ndio iko superior to this, sijui we have more numbers than this. You know, that nonsense should end. And then
ujinga.
Country works as a nation. And that's why I keep on saying, until we build a nation, kwamba ujisikii juu wewe ni Mugiriama, Mudigo hawezi enda mahali kwa sababu census ilionyesha umewazidi na 400,000. That's nonsense.
Kwani ulituma barua kwa Mdigo?
Hakuna. Yeah. So And some leaders kama hawa kina Gachagua kina nani atikuleta ati sisi ndio sisi, that should end. That should end. We don't want to hear that, and that's why we want kungatua hii serikali kabisa. We want to dismantle, because that is what they are enjoying. Wana enjoy divide and rule. Ndio Sugoi.
Exactly, my brother.
Yes, that is the seed of discord being sown by UDA. Hii yote unaona wanafanya ni melodrama. Wameplan hivyo. We chokoza hapa, we chokoza hapa. Hii miaka 5 ishe waseme tulikuwa tunajaribu kuweka things in place.
Atienda ong'oe Wakikuyu wakileta shida wang'oe kutoka Rift Valley. By the way, I'm going to talk shit today. Atienda ong'oe Wakikuyu kutoka Rift Valley, alafu ndio sasa serikali wataturudishia, watatuogopa, sijui nini. Huu mwingine nao wakikuja nini sijui tutafanya sijui by the way, let me say something, and Stone, I'm so sorry to say this on national TV. We don't give an F sikukas about Kikuyus and Kalenjins. Vita yao waendo wamalize huko. Us as other tribes and as Kenyans, we will move on. Vita zao wamalize huko kwenye kunukulu wanamalizia. Hii kitu ya kushinda tunaibia na kura, because watu wanaogopa sijui nani atakuja kuang'oa kutoka kwao, sijui ati IDPs, sijui nini. No, we need a Kenya that works. And all the tribes of Kenya have been working together.
Bro, let me remind you, hii country ile ilienda wakienda kila nyumba wanatoa leaders wakaweka kwa mapipa. Ilikuwa ni gani? Ilikuwa ni Cuba?
Ilikuwa Italy.
Hapana. Ilikuwa Italy ama hizi za huku manini, North America, South America huko bwana.
Yeah, ilikuwa Italy. Ilikuwa either Italy or Brazil, but I know it was Italy. Hiyo ndio walikuwa naweka mtu kwa pipa. Wanachukua wanamweka kwa pipa.
Yes, walienda kwa kila nyumba ya hao leaders. They were fed up with the leaders. As we are talking today, you cannot, si Wakikuyu ama Wakamba ama Wajaluo ama Waluya ama nini wako na shida, hapana. And that's why sasa sisi hapa on this TV we are calling upon Kenyans. Hata kama Gachagua ni Mkikuyu wenyu, he is talking shit, sorry to use that word, tumng'oe yeye tuweke kwa pipa, because he doesn't represent the millions of Kikuyus. Kama ni mimi ni Mkamba na ninaleta ujinga, ng'oa hiyo weka kwa takataka, tupa, because it's the leaders who are bringing in this nonsense. Saa hii drama wana create. Who is suffering? It's mwananchi. Wanajidai kuna impeachment threat, kuna sijui nani, kuna saa hii tulikuwa we were subjected to impeachment ya Mwangaza, now we are being told there is impeachment ya Gachagua. If Gachagua is garbage, we know. Even before before elections, he was talking nonsense. How do you expect Gachagua to start talking sense?
And and then my big brother, let me ask you, how did we call Gachagua Rigiji?
Yes.
It's because he was talking nonsense and he was wearing suits zingine zinakata ni kama konini. He was Rigiji. That's a name that came from his character. Yeah. If you are a leader that has that character, no kipewa your character, take it.
Yeah.
Change it.
Yeah.
Hakuna mtu alisema Gachagua ni mtu mbaya sana, but we also kuna mtu pia alisema, we also know when he was a DO, who the person he was.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we also understand how he never talks about Mijikendas. He never talks about Kambas. Have you ever heard Rigiji talk about Kambas? Have you ever heard Rigiji talk about Mijikendas? Have you ever heard him talk about Kalenjins? Have you ever heard about him talk about Jaluos and all the 47 tribes that we have? What does he ever talk about? He doesn't even talk about Embus or even Merus. He's always talking about Kikuyus. Now, This is the president. This is the vice president of a republic that has even newbies and immigrants, and actually even have white people that live in that country, and you're the vice president. And every time you open your mouth is about Nyeri, sisi watu wa Central, sisi watu ya nini. Dude, why didn't you just become a central leader and stay there? We don't need you in a national limelight. Unfortunately, Ruto does better. Ruto talks about national. But this guy will always talk about central wa Kikuyu, and he's making Kikuyus feel, I mean, other people make Kikuyus hated. Because even Kibaki alitoa hiyo kitu yote wa Kikuyu kuwa hated. Kuambiwa hao ni wezi, hao ni watu wa biashara, hao ni nini. He came back to where he became a Kenya. Uhuru did that. He came back to be a Kenya, where Kikuyus were not called that you're just Kikuyus or nyini watu wezi, nyini watu. You know the stereotype about it.
One moment, bro. Let me caution this guy called Eric. Eric, one post is good enough. You are just exhibiting. You are very, very unfortunate situation when you post one. Unaposti mara 100 the same statement. One is good enough. Please, I'm just cautioning you that if you continue this way, we have all the right to, kind of block you out of here. What we expect is a lot of sense and positive plus maturity in whatever we are doing. So don't post so many things of the same. One statement 10 times. What are you trying to? Just shows who you are. Sorry about that. Continue, Bromato.
Yeah, so it's like the guy is bringing so much animosity about Kenya. You know, Kenya has, I said officially it's 47, but at least I know they're turning it to 52 tribes. But have you ever, tell me that, actually, Stone, maybe I'm talking something stupid. Tell me the last time you had Gachagua talk about another tribe. And tell me which tribe.
Nothing. It's talking only of one.
Which one does he always talk?
It's about his tribe.
Exactly. Are you the vice president of Kenya, or are you the vice president of your cattle dish, cattle dip?
Of course, you are a president of the entire republic.
And how many tribes does Kenya have?
Common sense.
You see, so when you find a vice president like that, I've never supported Ruto in any way, but I feel Ruto also, I mean, I can, on that man, if I was given the two, I probably would take Ruto. Even though I know he's a mafia, I probably would take Ruto. Not probably. I know I would take Ruto over Gachagua in any day to be a leader of Kenya over Gachagua. Because Gachagua is just a tribal kingpin, not even a kingpin, wannabe, that forgets that Kenya is bigger than Central. And no one needs Central in Kenya, by the way. We don't need Central. Central can go away. It can be a part of Uganda. Hapo katikati. Colombia's done it. Whether they're part of another thing. We don't want that. What am I trying to say, Nani? I'm not saying that people of Central, that we don't like them. We're just saying that this is stupidity.
And it's the leaders. As I say, it's the leaders, Mato. and not all. They should be rejected. Kenya cannot retrogress into those years of pre-independence. We know raia wanataka kuishi pamoja. It's these individualistic, selfish, matumbocrat ambao wanaleta hizo siasa za ushenzi, you know, and Kenyans can reject them. Regarding, I mean, not anaitwa ni Gachagua saying that he's the kingpin of the Mount Mulima. Since when was he alikrowniwa lini kuwa kingpin? And what does kingpin mean? After you rig in as a DP of a president that mulijirigi in, then you think you are automatic the kingpin? How I wish he would even try to go and ask Kenyans in Mount Kenya to try and validate his position. He will get a shock of his life.
But let me ask you a question, Stone PK. In this time and age of our lives that we are living, do we need kingpins, or do we need leaders? Do we even need to know what your tribe is? Stone, if you are the president today, and we gave you the presidency, are you a kingpin of Mbere, or are you a Kenyan?
I'm a Kenyan.
So what is this kingpinship that we're talking about? In, Stone Age kind of way of talking about kingpinship. I mean, do you think when I meet a Jaluo, I look at them, or even a Kikuyu, or even whatever, and as a Kamba that I am, or even when I meet a Maasai, do you think I look at them as a tribe? I look at them as a Kenyan. So now you're the president or the vice president.
Yeah.
Why do we need you to be the vice president or the Kenyan president if you're just so much on a tribe? Me as a Maasai, why should I even look at you? Kama ni unawe story yako ni ya Wakikuyu, ama story yako ni ya Wakale. Why should I even look at you?
By the way, Mato, I mean, Kenya with love. Do you know Kenyans don't require... Unajua wa Kenya ile miaka tuko, we are 60 years old, as an independent.
Wewe tuma link watu waingie. Unajua sasa nimesimama kabisa, nimekwama.
Kama hapo
kuacha peke yako.
Nitumie link. Uwezi niacha peke yangu, acha ni watu. Kumbe nani haku ametuma link Musia?
Yeah, watu wana link, I believe. Siwezi ona cause natumia phone.
Wamepata.
Mpaka nifike home. Sasa nimekwama hapa hivi.
Wamepata link. So what was I saying? I was saying, unajua raia hawana shida. Unaona kama saa hii nani anaumia? Honestly, I want us to break it down to the lowest level. Nani wanaumia? And who have the opportunities of yapping? Wale wana yap ni akina sisi, akina Gachagua, akina lakini raia ule ambaye anaumia wanaye analala njaa. Saa hii ajui kesho asubuhi chai itatoka wapi ama kikombe cha majani, ndio huyo ako chini anaumia na ndio ana nguvu. Me and you don't have power. Yule ana nguvu ni huyo. Na ndio anakuja anaanza kuambia, unajua mimi nakupigania wewe. Kwa sababu wewe ni wetu. Wewe ni Mkamba wetu, wewe ni Mjaluo wetu, wewe ni Mkikuyu wetu, wewe ni... Then anauziwa hiyo upuzi hiyo. Bahati mbaya anapewa ka50, anafikiria huyu ni mtu wetu. Then you sell your power. Unaona? You are lied, you are conned. Unaachwa pale kwa poverty. So like now kila kitu inapigwa saa hii, watu wanaongea so and so to be impeached. Mahindi kaletwa, nini. Hakuna mtu anaulizaje huyu mwananchi kesho shule zinafunguliwa leo jana. Na anaambiwa shule fees imepanda, haya school fees petrol imepanda kutoka hapo, kama mtoto wako ako boarding hiyo fare imepanda, unaenda kununua imepanda. Hakuna mtu anaambia huyo mwananchi kwamba this is your alternative. Everyone has forgotten about the common man as we are speaking. That's why now, from yesterday, I'm calling upon Wajakoya to take the mantle. Arudi grassroots. Lakini asiende kuanza kuuza bangi. Achane na maneno ya bangi. Bangi yule anataka kuvuta avute. Okay? You don't tell people about it. Wale wanavuta bila. You don't need to advise people on what to do about it. Achana na hiyo kwanza. Advise people on how to get food.
So I believe, bro, I believe the moment, I think Kenya, I thought tulikuwa tumefika, lakini I believe ile ya ukweli kabisa. I believe that Kenya has a chance and had a chance of
Mato, not to cut you short. Wacha tuambie Esther Kabiru, we have heard you. Mato is not bitter with everybody in Kikuyu land. He's just talking about people who are misleading the community and misusing the community. We have clips of people trying to mobilize the community to do things they are not even aware about. You are trying to go
anasema niko bitter na community wa Kikuyu.
Wacha tu nimjibu.
Sasa ajui mimi ni Mkikuyu mwenyewe. Niko na damu ya Kikuyu.
So the thing is, we want the community to reject anybody using them as a jacket. Yani saa zile unasikia kuna baridi ndio unanivaa, baridi ikiisha unanivua. That's what akina Gachagua wanafanya. Oh, unajua huwezi kuletea Wakikuyu shida. Sasa nani alisema Wakikuyu wanaumizwa? Hii walianza ati ya Nairobi. When they are being, tuna reorganize the city. Nobody has withdrawn your matatu from you. But anakuonyesha it can operate better from here. My friend, unajua kwanza hiyo kitu ya Nairobi imeniudhi sana, the way watu wameiblow out of proportion.
Kwani Nairobi has to change. Either way or.
Yes. Na si lazima ufike city center ndio make your money. Beba watu waweke kwa ile stage mahali inafika. Charge hiyo wamefika Nairobi. Kuingia city, we will organize how they'll get to the city.
Exactly.
Watu wangu wasidanganywe ati Wakikuyu wanafukuzwa Nairobi. That's nonsense.
Na nani aliambiwa Wakikuyu ando wanakuaga na matatu zote za Nairobi ama nini? Sijui nani aliwaambia ando wako na biashara zote za Nairobi. Unajua watu wangapi wako huko, Wajaluo huko, all the tribes have the businesses in there. Matatu ziko na kila mtu, hata mimi niko na boda kadhaa. What the hell? Hii ni nini? Watu wanasemanga kila kitu ni Wakikuyu, mpaka Moses Kuria anakuja kusema ati kama mtaenda kufanya nini tunakuja sijui nini ati sijui Mount Kenya. Who told you Mount Kenya has the business in Nairobi?
Nairobi ni
hata sisi tuko na businesses huko.
So I was just trying to enter to advise, to kind of tell our sister, you can't blame a whole community. Hakuna. We have very strong communities, members that are even so, they regret that Gachagua is identified na Mount Kenya. I have very close friends. Wanasema they wish this guy was never identifying himself with it because he's a shame. He's an embarrassment to the community. But now we want the community to be able to state that.
Exactly. Yeah. Kikuyus needs to associate with Kenya. If they don't want to associate with Kenya, the leaders, not the Kikuyus, because I have a lot of Kikuyus friends. My aunties are Kikuyus. I am a Kikuyu myself in blood on a certain way. Nikiwa bado Mkamba. In my dad's side.
Anyway, in Kenya kuongea tribal in 60 years down the line ni ujinga, ni upumbavu.
Yeah, ndio kitu kibaki nani anaitwa Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa akisema.
We are very mixed. We are very mixed, and you cannot actually, anybody playing that card anatakiwa awekwe kwa pipa. We will start a program of trashing these people. Anybody who picks a card kusema nyoba sijui nini, we are all one nyomba. You understand? Because unakuta Mjaluo ameoa Mkikuyu, Mkikuyu akaoa Mkamba, Mkamba akaoa Mkale.
Yeah.
I've attended weddings whereby sasa unashindwa, okay, bridegroom ni Mkikuyu, ule anaolewa ni Mkale. Haya, ukiangalia anti ya huyu anaolewa aliolewaga sijui Masaini. Hiyo wedding mnaattend hapo, you have like the 47 tribes of that country. Would you call that?
Exactly.
You cannot. We can't. After independence you could have sold that card ya ujinga hiyo ya tribe. Hey, Wakikuyu tunamalizwa na hawa na hawa. Because tulikuwa na ujinga bado. Lakini sasa 60 years ni karibu generation mbili almost. Generation moja huwa ni miaka ngapi Mato?
The life expectancy today is expectancy today is like 60 years. Ukifika 60 Mungu amekubariki.
Wanasemanga ni miaka ngapi scientifically?
Ati?
One generation scientifically.
One generation is about well, okay, that takes a while, but I think that's a little. They do half a century. 50 years. 50
century,
years is
century
yeah.
In 100 years.
The century is in 100.
One generation.
I don't know, and I stand corrected on that one.
One generation inatakana iwe one generation, ngoja nikwambie,
is the life expectancy. The life expectancy is a generation.
Anyway, we'll get that. But what I think is at 60 years old of independence, we are not supposed to actually talk about tribe. Okay?
I know.
It's painful. For some of us, if we were to tell people, yeah, I was right. A generation is 30 years, bro.
We're 30.
So 60 years, we have 2 generations. Now, on the first generation, which was our dads, yeah. Wengine walikuja Nairobi, wengine walikuwa Nairobi. Hao walikuwa wanajipanga, unakuta Shauri Moyo sasa it's inhabited by this, Bahati iko na hawa nini na nini. Then the second generation intermingled. They got married. Walikatiana. Mkisia anaoa Mluya, Mluya anaoa Mjaka, Mjaka anaoa Mkikuyu. Sasa second generation tuka exit maneno ya tribal. Unaona? But the leaders wanted to maintain us on those tribal lines for quite a long time because it benefits them as individuals.
Exactly.
Okay? Yeah,
you're very right.
It's 25 to 30 years. You're right. So that card, and I want Kenyans to understand, hata our youth, our young people ambao tuko nao mpaka huku kwa side chat, I want them to understand that hii kadi kuuziwa ati jina yako unaitwa Ruto, unaitwa Rono, then you start feeling like, oh, mimi ni Mkisi, mimi ni Mluya, mimi ni Jaluo. It is a shame for anybody who has gone to school up to university level to play that card. It's bad.
Not even university, any human being, is such a shame at this age that we live in. Like to start thinking, you know, like when you see, and that's your vice president, even your president, talking about those things. Like I look at Minister Chungu.
Mato, we want to welcome Alex.
Alex, thank you, brother. Nice to see you, brother. Nilikuwa karibu niingie nione kwani Stone hataki kuingiza watu ama ni nini inaendelea.
No, sikujua nani yule alikuwa mbele yangu haku ana supply link. That was a delay. We apologize for that for those who are kept waiting. But now you have the link and I can continue posting it for those who are getting in late. Karibu ndugu yetu Alex.
Nasikiza niko kwa background iko na kelele kidogo, but I think itaisha tu alafu nitaongea.
Haya, teremka chini basi, ni sawa. Ama utasikiza ukiwa hapa, hamna shida.
Nitateremka chini kidogo alafu nitakuja after 7 minutes watoto wakiingia bed.
Sawa. Thanks. So Mato, as we were saying, we want to promote cohesiveness. There are several organizations that have been appointed in this country, and they cannot work with no leadership.
True.
Okay? With no leadership, proper leadership, nothing will work. Watu wataimba hapa, oh, Mato ni wetu, Stone PK ni wetu. ni upuzi tu, and I want Kenyans to start thinking miaka 60 ni mingi mno, na si ati Kenya ilianza baada ya mkoloni kutupatia uhuru. Nothing. In fact, mkoloni just came to disturb the way people used to live. We used to live okay, and people used to trade properly. Of course, there were those tribal wars and all that, which is normal. Hata leo hizo mavita nchi napigana.
Stone, wacha nikusimamishe kidogo, usiniingize.
Yeah.
Naingia tu backyard lakini usiniingize. Naingia kwa nyuma lakini usiniingize.
No problem. I'm not. Just
okay.
Swear uko na hiyo kifunguo, you decide what you want to do.
Anyway, so, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. So basically, what we are saying here, and we hope that those who are listening to us really get us well. Kenya, we love you to mute the mic a little bit. Or I mute mine. Do you want to talk?
No. Endelea. Acha nizime kitu. Sijui nini inaendelea.
You must be engaging too.
Jesus Christ.
If it's the phone, you can switch it off. It's misbehaving. Okay, anyway, sorry listeners for that. Yeah, so what we are struggling with here is that Kenyans have been put into a box. Not even a box, I think into a bottle. We've been shoveled through a bottle. So coming out is a really big challenge. We've been put in that bottle, which is a concoction of tribalism. Now, where the politicians always take that as actually is a blackmail. Blackmail that if you touch this one now, then the red light starts flashing. It's about tribe. It's about tribe. It's about tribe. And people buy it. That's why you have ng'ombe ya mtu kama president, but because ni wenyu, ni baba yako ama ni ndugu yenyu, ni kabila yako, you still want to go head on. Oh, ni raisi nini. Unaambiwa this man or this person or this is not qualified in terms of integrity and all that, but you still want to die. You want to go there fighting and saying he must, and he is. And the total or the sum total of all that is what we call retarded development. So once that happens, and once Kenyans get to understand, Kenyans, when we talk of Kenyans, tunaongea juu ya raia, when they start questioning and getting reason as to why they are where they are, because hata kama wewe ndio umeambiwa kazi ni kazi, umefungua mwaka ukiuza sigara, ulikuwa unauza packet 10, alafu uko na stock ya packet 10, and then by jioni umeuza packet 2. By tomorrow and the day after, you would want to see some progress. You would want to see whereby you are saying, I think my stock is growing, and because the stock is growing, therefore my take home in terms of gross sales should also be growing. Then you are able to say you are progressing. But if you realize ulianza kuuza sigara packet 10 jana, ukauza sigara 5, packet 5 kabaki na 5, the following day 5 kabaki na 5, the third day 5 kabaki na, and your stock is neither growing nor is it, nor is your sales growing, then there's a problem. Now, Kenya politically should look, and again, when we are looking and comparing at the rate at which we are progressing, let's not compare with those who are lower than us. Ukiwa class 4, huwezi kuanza kucompare your intelligence na werevu wako na mtu wa class 2. Utakuwa wewe ni mpumbavu, ni mjinga. Ati kaburo kao kale kako class 2 na wewe uko class 4, unasema huyu hawezi jua hii hesabu nimefanya, and you feel great. That's nonsense. That's what Kenya has been made to think. Because always unaambiwa, Kenya is a big economy compared to who, compared to this, compared to that. We are so villain. We've refused to think. Kenyans have refused to use their brains. They have submitted and succumbed to rubbish political people. Watu ambao haja yao ni ubinafsi. Mtu ni mwizi anakuja anakuambia nipigie kura, anasimama na V8, you feel so happy. Na hiyo V8 hata lift hawezi kukupatia. Look at how, yeah. Amekuachia 50 bob. Umabaki ukiimba Stone PK. Hata unataka kudunga mtu kisu juu ya Stone PK. Na alikuachia ka 50 akatoka na chopa yake. Yani in fact sometimes nasema wacha wa Kenya waumie ndio tushike adabu. I think we better Penny Nyagaka ndugu yangu karibu sana. Ukiwa tayari naona ni kama uko mobile. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I can say something. Kenyan with love, is he there?
He's there.
Oh yeah, but you know, BK. Sasa ya kwanza ni kuambia you Kenyan with love that there is racism in America and it's real. I've worked with the U.S. government since the 80s and I've worked with big companies, but anyone to hate maze. Nyumbani ndio nyumbani. So I wanted to tell Stone BK was really, Kenyan with love was really defending them. I have a lot of white friends. I can put them on the phone and you can talk to them. Wanakuambia hawakutaki wala kuna, but that's another story. So yangu Stone BK ni kuambia kwamba when I first came here, I thought it was really a political debate. But this one is day and night is talking about negative stuff about UDA. Yes, I'm in UDA. But can't you give us your positive stuff that you could do about, you really can concentrate? Because if we are trying to develop a democracy, it means somebody will lose, somebody will win. Somebody will lose, somebody will win. And on and on and on for years and years. So yangu tu ni kusema kwamba right now up to 2027 ndio time UDA inayo. Na ninawaambianga wengi ambao wako na UDA na mimi. Nawaambia kama hatuwezi, Mashamba already is doing bad. Alianzia negative. So it would be hard. But the only problem ninaona kwenu ni kwamba mnaona everything negative about UDA. I mean, yeah, and that's true. There is not hakuna kitu mnasema ambao sio ukweli, ni ukweli. Lakini wengi wetu tunachuliza. Then I move over to where? It's nowhere. Because you have to believe in Azimio. You have to believe. But there are no ideas. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka niwaambia kwamba tusigombanishe, tusipigane. Let us have, kama hiyo Kenyan with love. Let us have a good, report to each other. But if I say something wrong, point it out. If you guys say something wrong, I'm pointing it out like now. Every day, every hour on the hour is negative stuff. How can you live your life like that? It's very, very difficult. Wakenya, ukipata mtu ambaye ameenda Kenya, atakwambia Wakenya ni watu wazuri. They are very happy. Hata mtoto yangu mmoja aliniambia, Daddy, they stay on the ground but they are happy. What do you want them to do? Cry? But yangu ni kusema tu, I enjoy you guys, Stone BK, you guys are smart, lakini get ideas about tuingia hapo. Ya mwisho ni kwamba, what Mashamba is talking about forming an office for the opposition, that's wrong. That's only in a parliamentary democracy. But if we don't have the parliamentary democracy, we don't need that. Because in America, Bill Clinton or Obama could have not won because there were more senior people than them. But the guys impressed their people and they voted for them. Asante sana study. Penya Gaka, acha nikuulize swali. Na unajua bado unani 13th. I never forget that day. Uliza tu. Acha nikuulize. So would we be good people or better citizens if we don't talk about the wrongdoings? Tukikaa tu tukubaliane na wewe na tukubaliane na Ruto, would we be better citizens? Ndio wacha kutuambia sisi tunafanya sijui makosa kunini. Tukilalamika shida yako iko wapi? Si mnataka pia tumkuwe na strong opposition. So would we be wrong? Are we wrong in what we're doing?
Only thing I said is, Kenya would laugh. Only thing I said is, don't waste 12 hours speaking about the same thing about negative. Give us some of the good things that you could do.
But if you give us something,
let me finish. Vile nilisema vile huyu nani anasema ati anataka kutengeneza office of the opposition. You guys, Kinorengo refused it. You should carry something like that. Tomo Chenda refused it. Carry something like that. But don't waste 12 hours saying only negative, my friend. Kenyans were happy people. And to only kid to buy everywhere. And for the opposition to function, it has to point out. When he gets over 100 days, point some of those things out. There's nothing wrong with that. Either 2 minutes, they're using 12 hours to say about the same thing, about equal negative. Kuna kitu hata moja mnasema mtafanya hii. You asking me to believe in us. Believe.
Wacha Penyagaka. Wacha nikupatie kitu moja positive mmefanya. Na serikali ya Ruto imefanya. Nikupatie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Gachagua amejua kuvaa suti.
Gachagua, when he takes in that guy from Kisii University, that guy who does him so good.
Amejua kuvaa suti mzuri yenye ina pleat. At least anakaa vice president kidogo. So that's a good one. Unaona, we're good people. We can give you some kudos. You guys,
how can you be a billionaire? How can you be a billionaire? You don't have, shoots to the apartment in Italy.
So okay,
thank you, Kenya.
Okay now? I give some kudos to the president.
No, he should do stuff that helps the people of Kenya, not himself. Come on, Kenya will love. He's a whole vice president. Then you have vice president Yogikuyu. That's not positive. Me, I call it like I see it. I'm not going to be like they must support just because I'm in order. No. He should be more Kenyan, not just a Kikuyu vice president. Now, Kikuyu ni shemeji yangu. I have too many Kikuyu nephews. I don't have any problem with them.
It's okay. You know what? We're all fighting for one Kenya, Like I told you, you were asking why we never give kudos. I gave you one kudos. Me, the only one kudos that I see in our country, especially somebody living away, is Gachagua being treated and being taught how to wear, good suits and, not pleat suit. But other than that, I think Gachagua Bado is a central leader. He's not a country's leader. And I also think Ruto is also in that kind of way is a mafia and whatever it is. But all the way, we're going to make it all the way as Kenyans. If they need to go or they need to style up, that's what it is. When Mr. Stompike says that we need a change, some things have in this, actually all over the world, the good governance has come through changes. Right. They had the Civil War in the United States. They had the Martin Luther Kings. They had the apartheid in South Africa, and remember the whole of Africa. We also had fighting the colonialism. So it's gonna come a time that people are going to understand that we unite and we become one. But this thing of tribalism and this thing of having mafia leaders and things like that, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, because that's your guy. But I've heard you sometimes criticize him, so I do give you kudos on that. If we can get over that and really have a governorship that actually is all about Kenya And we forget about these tribes. Like if you ask a lot of the young people, they won't tell you how many tribes. They can't even count you all the 47, not just the 50 that we are now. They can't even count you because they don't know. They just know 2, 3, 4 and what they are. So it comes a time when
they don't know.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it comes a time that Kenya has to change, and this thing of, especially this thing of Rift Valley, and somebody was telling me that I'm a tribalist. I'm not any tribalist. First of all, they need to understand that my daughter is a Kikuyu. I am a Kamba. And my dad was a Maasai. I am a cocktail. So really, I don't care about any tribe. I care if I meet a Kenyan is a Kenyan. And that's what we have to do, because we want our Kenya to be a Kenya. Mr. Penyagaka, there's a time when a couple of years, some years ago, when I first moved over here and my English was not as I speak, you know, and I remember being asked, do you guys live on top of the trees? Do you guys have cars? Do you guys see lions down the street as you're walking? I've had so many stupid questions. But when you look at that and you think about your country and you start seeing people having some primitive kind of way of mentality and way of ruling and thinking about our country, then you get so mad because these are questions that you've been asked that were so primitive by the person that asked you because they think you're that primitive. But when you get a leader and leaders who come and make the country actually look more primitive than what you've been trying to propagate, that we are not as primitive as you think, and maybe you should travel there and see the skyscrapers down there, then it becomes a problem, because you have primitive leaders who are making us look more primitive in the whole world, and we are not here to say because why? Ni mtu yetu ama ni mwizi yetu ama ni kabila yetu. And that is what I'm against with. And I don't care what the common people say to me, but that's where I stand. We need to move out. And I'm so glad for Mutembe TV, because I've seen Kalenjins, Kikuyus, and everything come in here and talk and actually see where our country is going. We cannot be primitive anymore and be called primitive in our country. And we're not going to be a third world country forever. And we're not going to export. Tomboya did it. We're not going to export anymore. We need to import. The Black Americans needs to start coming in to Africa. The whites, the ones that are there, they already know how fertile and how even economically and even, the people-wise, that place is fertile. But again, we sell something that is not Africa. So, can we start with our Kenya that was meant to be the central and the capital of East and Central, or even Africa? If we unite, we manage to do the whole thing. Today, we have a government which has a parliament that is called East and Central, IALA. So, what are we doing here? Are we moving on, or are we getting mafias to rule our country and to mess up everything that we've been fighting since we started getting independence? And I think the last one, if anyone wants to correct me, was 1994 of Africa. And today we are getting our country, our Africa, to be one and united. And if we shut down Africa, even these worst countries that you guys talk will not even have a mobile phone, because all the minerals come from Africa. So how do we do that? Do we start getting leaders who think our country is just something to do business with, that instead of help loans, you need to get a loan? How do we do that, Penyagaka? How do we move on and stop being naive?
It's not that difficult to move on because as of right now, I think we should have changed the IBC. Instead of Job Carter running it for 2022, it should be somebody else. It really should be strengthening the institutions so that we can get better. Everywhere, even here, America, June 6th, but the people themselves have said no, the media, the congressman, everybody. It is the institutions that make a difference, not the individual. Hiyo tu ndio nitakwambia. Na kama nani PK yuko, nataka nimuulize, does he remember nani James Karugu? Because you guys, your young generation, some of us were young generation at that time, but he replaced Tom Boyer. He passed on yesterday. And that was our hero. That was the people that we thought, the question you're asking now, 40 years later, that's when we thought we had achieved it. Because we wanted people that saw corruption for what it was. And then he wouldn't take it from Moi anymore. 40 years of, 20-some years of Moi, nearly 30, damaged Kenya for a long time. So, Mato, let us strengthen the institutions. Then the individuals can fit in. Let us not strengthen the individuals. Then, like Ruto. What about if Ruto is not there? Then somebody should be there. But the institutions have to be functional, have to be strong enough to withstand any person or any individual. That's why it doesn't bother me if I have to say Arab Mashamba. It doesn't bother me. It's just a human being like me. So let us, to answer your question very clearly, and to add one more thing, Kenyan would love. I've suffered here in America through, discrimination. Now, one time the black guys were trying to defend me. I said, no, let me defend myself. I told this guy, the negative question he was asking me, I told him, I came here to America naked. Matter of fact, you gotta be the dumbest fool to work with me or ask me a question like that. Because I'm smarter than you and I got a college education. So it was so funny. So it depends. All the negative stuff they tell you is them that are negative. Me, what I've done, Kenyan with love, is change that negative stuff that he's telling you and, make it even worse. But you know where you come from. You know who you are. He cannot change who you are. One time, this was in the 80s, I told him some horror story so much that they brought me a Bible. And there was one time we were campaigning for Obama, and one guy said, he from where Obama come from. And this guy shaking my hand with two hands. But it was like we knew him, like a KK. So it is who you are. Be strong first, and let us, move forward with the stronger leaders. Gachagua was put there just because he can bring the Kikuyus in. But what if we put somebody there so that they can bring ideas, the tribe, this and that? And we have done that. All Kenyans have done the tribal issue. Nauliza story PK. I know it's before his time. Kama anakumbuka moja anaitwa James Karugu. And he was a attorney general. He replaced Jojo. Thank you.
Thank you, Pen Nyagaka. Kenyan with the lab, just mute a little bit. There is somebody also who is trying to come in. Please just allow StreamYard to organize your systems, sound and video, so that you can be unmuted. Just say yes, and you'll be in studio. Right now we are only 3 of us, so 7 more can come in. You feel karibu. Now let me bring back the river to its course. I know we've gone wide and far. So
Stone, I wanted to say something with your permission.
I don't want us to go round and round on one thing because we have a wider range of topics. But okay, Kenyan with love, just say it and then end it in 1 minute. Then we bring back the discussion.
Okay, it won't even take 1 minute. I wanted to tell Kenya Gaka, you see, the one thing I was talking to someone back in Kenya the other day, because I have a foundation, and I was talking to someone and I was telling them, you see, sometimes it's not what we know. There's a lot of people that don't got the internet that we can have a conversation here. And the thing is that some of us come over here and we think, or go out there and maybe you're well off a little bit, and we think that we, it's better. But there's a lot of people back in Kenya that really cannot even afford to actually know each other the way we know each other over here, or the way we come to the internet here and have a conversation. Some of them don't even have shoes. Those are the villagers that when you drive home or when you go home, you see them out there. And yes, they're not less of people. Those are the hustlers that we're being told, hustlers. And those people don't really have what we have. And I'm not saying that I'm blessed. God, thank you for whatever you've given me. And thank God for everybody, but you go to your village and you will find people out there. Those are the ones that are being taken advantage by these leaders. And so I believe that we don't have really good leaders, that the leaders really think of their status quo and don't even think of that little, that very eloquent, good person that is in the village and has nothing, because they have no way of doing whatever they wanted to do. So for as long as us, we get what we want, we feel that's enough. It's not enough. It's not. Penyagaka. And when you have a leader that is going to take advantage of that, including taking help away from kids, help that has made some of us be here, help that helps people, and taking all what you call subsidies, then why are we paying taxes? Penyagaka. Why do we pay taxes? We don't pay taxes to make money for us. We pay taxes to help us. We don't want any. When we pay taxes, we're not paying taxes to invest, to give us profits. We pay taxes so that they can help us, give us roads, give us whatever. That's money that we give the government so that we all can come up with that one road that we couldn't do it specifically. So when we're paying taxes and somebody is turning our taxes to be capital of a business, Kenya and any country that I've ever seen is not a business. We pay our taxes to have our national security and to sustain those things, not to make money out of it. This president that you're defending so much, all he's concerned about is getting a capital and making money out of that. And actually, I will tell you, personally, whoever wants to beat me, kill me, I will tell them, I don't think he's trying to make any profit. I think it's money laundering. That's what it is. That's why they've given up $50 billion, and they've only gotten $2 billion back. And they told us they had 900 and something by the time they got there. So please spare me the pain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mato. With that one of 50 billion, Mato, that's hogwash. Who has confirmed they have released 50 billion? That's hogwash. They just told you they have given 50 billion. Is it recorded anywhere? So hiyo usichukue na nguvu mingi, hiyo ni uongo. It is a rubber stamp to be able to have a bigger green pasture where to pick and harvest from. Okay. Hi, what's up? Mato, endelea kidogo.
So Nyagaka, Penyagaka, you see where I'm coming from. As somebody that actually understands the way it works, I know this government, for me, I think it's a mafia government, and that's how the mafia works. That's why you have the bookkeepers.
Mato, the points that you're pointing out are true. The help is, I would tell you a long story about that. It's true. It has helped a lot of people. But that's what I was telling you earlier. If we are trying to develop a democracy, we should point out the negative stuff that is doing. I mean, how can there's no level I can argue with you on the financial help that the student get that's good to be removed. There's no way. I mean, that's self-explanatory in and of itself. But there was something else he said yesterday about the taxes. It is true. The taxes, Second World War could have never happened if they followed what his name was telling them, John Maynard Keynes. He was saying, how can you punish the Germans to pay for all this that they have done in Second World War through taxes, and they have no jobs? So if you can produce jobs, then you can get the taxes. Just like the Chinese have changed the economy. It is true. But on that, the rider should be, Mato, there has to be zero corruption, or at least less than 10% corruption. But if there is corruption and the taxing, Kenya will stay poorer as it is. And it's very clear. Most of the stuff that you guys point out is true. But I wish you could point 10 things wrong and point out 5 things that the Azimio government will do tomorrow. And let us move forward. Because it is not the individuals, it is the institutions. It does make the institutions very strong. That Krieger from South Africa said, if you want IBC to work, you have to have these people ready for 2 years before the time. In January 4, when did they get it? 9 months before the elections. So we are doing everything negative, opposite, and we're expecting it to be, good, the way we expect it. But it is an individual issue. It's individuals that are ruining Kenya, not you and me. If we can have institutions that everybody can fit in, that to me is more important than having one like Ruto, say, for example, or Gachagua or somebody, because they are individuals. They have their own personal issues with what the deal is. But the institution, you have to try your best to make sure that the institution functions. You're doing it like one beer, Mato. But you guys are doing good. Yeah, no, just keep it up.
I agree with you, sir, and don't go anywhere because we're here. First of all, let me say thank you for everybody that is that is listening to us. I can see we're about 164 and going up. Tony Maina, I can see you. Thank you. Eugene, thank you. Tony Maina, come here and tell us what you're saying. Tony amesema boom, Kenyan with love. Sijui kama mimi ndo nimegongwa ama nimegongeka ama nimegongana. But I'm appreciating everybody. Come and let's talk. Because mimi na Penya Gaka hapa tunachapanaga mpaka kanaanguka kananuka. Uni mzee wetu, lakini we've never agreed, but we do agree on some things that governance is not right, and what we are doing is not right, and where we need to go. And I believe that if we do keep on having this conversation, then we don't fight. So guys on the comment sections, guys on the guys who are listening to us, tafadhali come in. I'm watching you. Stone PK will be back here soon. Tafadhali ingieni hapa. I'll be seeing you. Ukiingia, just click on the, I think I have put the link. Let me put it again. And even if you have a difference of opinion on what we are talking and you need to, ndio your link nimeweka. So hata kama uko na difference of opinion, unaweza ingia tu and then you come and tell us what you feel, and we'll listen. I'll listen. Me and Penya Gaka don't ever see eye to eye, but we have a conversation. That's what this channel is all about, so that we can have a conversation, because if we stop talking, then we start fighting. So as I wait for people to come in, Stone PK ameshikika kidogo na muona huko. I think he's had some visitors. I know he'll be back. So Penya Gaka, you don't feel this guy is not driving the country the way it's supposed to be done? Because you've asked me that I give you something positive, and I think I've given you. Unajua ile kitu nimekupea.
But the others don't help the Kenyan people. Gachagua dressing good, that's his problem. I want you to give me things that can help the street guys that I see there in Kisii with no shoes on, about they cannot afford school fees. Stuff like that. That can help a regular Kenyan. Bila ulikuwa unasema hasla. Na hiyo pesa haijaingia mzuri. Instead of worrying about making an opposition office, you should worry about strengthening the hustler fund to where it can give more money to the people and how it got there. Where did the money come from? Those are the issues that you guys generally ask. And there's nothing wrong with that. In a democracy, you have to speak your mind. You do not have to close your mind. In a democracy, you don't hate. You just challenge the person who is next. Like in December, we raised our boy Obama, and he came from nowhere and he took everything. Kennedys were there. Joe Biden was there. Maybe Clinton was there. But Obama made more sense.
Let me ask you a question, actually, because tumebakiwa wili. Let me ask you a question, Penyagaka. So, I want you to tell me, and I want to phrase this one very correctly. So, where, I'm going to phrase it in two sides. Where did all these subsidies that they took away go to? And again, how long? Actually, let me do it in three. So where did they come from? I mean, where did they take them? Where in the budget has all these subsidies that they're taking away have been? Because we've never, some of them we didn't even know we had them. And again, the third one, how do you explain that these subsidies are gone, but the government seems not to be able to propagate anything to the people?
I will try to answer it. Maybe it would be guesswork, but I think the money that they have good for hustler fund, whatever, comes from the money that they have taken away from the older people. You know, was there and all these other help. Pesa kama hizo, I think is the one. I'm not sure, but I think that's where they are doing that from. And
na mbona country yetu bado ilikuwa ikisurvive tukiwa na hizi vitu na hata hatukuwa
no, that's what I'm trying to say, because he's trying to reorganize. This is what I can tell you for a fact. He's trying to reorganize the economy, because the economy was top down. When you give subsidies to the rich and they take something else and they give the rest, 2-3 shillings off to the regular people. So if we have to reorganize the economy, which I agree with a million times, where more people who are at the bottom have more money. Because, like you said, you are in America. When Trump was in president, who won a pesa? He gave it to the rich. When Biden is a president, or Obama was a president, he gave it to the regular person. And guess what? You gonna go to McDonald's, spend the money. The money is gonna end up with the rich people. It don't matter. But what Kenyatta was doing was giving the rich people the money directly through subsidies. And my friend, that one, I do not agree with it completely. But if we can make more money to the, like I said earlier, if we can strengthen.
Penyagaka, now you're distorting this one. Let me ask you, did you, I with all due respect, sir, with all due respect, did you go to university in Kenya?
No.
Did you ever?
Well, my cousins, my cousins and all those had help, and my daddy had to go help them, fill the form. So I have an idea.
Have you ever used help?
No. Like I said, my cousins, my 3 cousins, and through all that, everybody in the neighborhood would say, no, let's also go help you with that. So I knew. I grew up with those other guys. Yes.
Okay. Do you understand
that? I understand that it really helps the poor people. It does.
It doesn't
I
help.
would argue with that.
It doesn't help the poor people. It helps the university kids, university people.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Even
that's what I'm trying to say.
Get help if they want to.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm trying to say. You corrected me, right?
Yeah.
You're right.
So it helps people go to the university.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to pay it. And let me tell you, when you want to talk about bottoms up and even the first world countries, even here, HELB is called student loan.
Yeah.
And it's
let me cut you short. I have a lot of students, and they have gone to private school, they have gone to Ivy League schools, they have gone to state schools. Every one of them get their loans, but they come from different grants, but they have so many of them, especially in the States, that you can get from different angles. But we in Kenya, we only see the government.
And I have a question, and don't run away, because you're very fond of running away.
No, I don't run, Mato.
Okay, because Jeremiah
I have never run away.
Okay, let me ask you. The people that are going to school, finished, actually, wameitwa, whatever university wameitwa, whether it's Moi, whatever it is, Nairobi Uni and all that. What do you want them to do next? I mean, this coming season, and especially sometimes you find the people that actually do good are the people from the village that don't even have that money, even the people that do have get in. Jeremani, I'm watching you. Come on internet, utarudi tu nitakuweka. You're open to come back, bro. Come in, and anyone else that wants to come in. But Penyagaka, answer me. What are the kids that are coming in?
Let me tell you something,
what are they supposed to do?
I had your question. The first time. Let me agree with you that you're saying right. But that's when you need a demonstration or something to happen. Because those guys cannot stay out for another year or whatever just because there's no money. There was money for them. There has to be money for them. That's what I'm with you. I mean, like I told you earlier, it's idiotic and nonsense if you don't prepare the young of any society. Unaona ukikuja kutoka, say for example huko Kenya na uingie hapa ufanye mtihani upite, they will look for money to give you. You know, they're benefiting you. They know that for their society to function right, they have to have very educated people. There was a gentleman, example. There was a gentleman alitoka Kisii hata kumaliza form 4. Na akafanya MCAT, yani mtihani ya medical school. He passed it so high, everybody was sending him scholarship money. He didn't even have papers to stay in America. They changed everything for him. So if we are going to look, to answer your question, if we are going to hope that Kenya gets better than it is, we have to take care of the younger generation. And the most number one thing to take care of the younger generation is academic. Sio kupatia pesa, sio kupatia akili. They will feed the whole society for the long time to come. So if you're asking me a question, thinking that I'm will agree with the government if they have taken the money from the people, and that's wrong. I wouldn't agree with that. Never.
All right, thank you, Mr. Penyagaka. Yeah, don't usikimbia, like I told you, don't run away today. I know you. Nakujua wewe ulikimbia.
No, let me tell you something. Kuna hiyo ingine niliwaambia atakuja August 14. So 13. I thought that 13. But I thought that means the year munichape kwa sababu Ruto ameruhusu ama ni wachape. And I found out that it was changed.
Siasa sana, hebu acha tusikize Jeremani. Na usiende mahali, kaa hapa mpaka Stone arudi, because alikuwa na swali kwako. Jeremani, welcome, sir. Thank you. Happy New Year, sir. Come on.
Jeremani is good. Jeremani gonna eat me alive.
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome to the new year. I've been listening to the conversation. I like the animation that Penyagaka has introduced to the conversation. I joined the conversation slightly late. One of the things that attracted me to the show this evening is this comment by Tony Maina, who says there are 3 stages of money laundering: placement stage, layering stage, and then interrogation stage. And I was hoping Tony Maina or Kenyan Love, you'd be able to entice Tony Maina to come into the show and share a little bit more about those 3 stages. But other than that, I see Penyagaka is there, and I know Penyagaka is well versed with matters of money laundering. Not that he participates, but he's well informed. Probably he can give us a little bit of juice on that, so that people like me can be educated. I come into the show Kenyan Love and anti-vessel. I don't have much. When I saw the very few of you, I thought at least let me show my face so that they know that there are people listening. Other than that, I thank you. It has been a good start to the new year on my side. I hope it has been a good year for you, a good start for you. You disappeared for about 2 nights, and people are wondering what happened. Did you over enjoy? But other than that, let me wish you a happy new year. Thank you and welcome to 2023.
Thank you so much. I'm looking. Okay, I found it actually. This is what you're talking about. Right, Jeromani? You can talk.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm referring to.
Yeah,
I saw this. It caught my attention. I'm keen to know what these 3 stages entail.
Yeah, I was, it's so funny that you say it now that you're the 2 of us, but I know Stone is coming, he's still in there, he just has some visitors, but I also urge anybody else that wants to come into the show. It's only 2 people, we still have another 18 that we can host. So if you want to come in and even you have a topic that you want us to, talk, just click on the link. I'm about to put it on the comments section as we speak. It should be on the comment section. Just click on it, let StreamYard configure you, and you'll be here and you'll have a conversation with us, with Stone PK and Jeremani. And you can actually tell us if you think that maybe there's something we're saying that you feel maybe you think you have a different opinion. It's okay for you to come and tell us, because this show, we come here and talk. So, in Jeremani, I was looking at this because I saw it. So when you were saying it, Tony Maina, I wish you could come in and actually elaborate on this one. So I was looking at it in Jeremani and I was like, okay, what is this guy talking about? Because, okay, there are 3 stages of money laundering: placement stage, layering stage, and integration stage. I wish this guy, Tony, if you're out there, please click on the link and come in, elaborate on this, because I've always thought, to me, I know some of our leaders are doing money laundering. That's why you have the Kilimani wash, and you have the gold, whatever, fake golds and all that. And I think even that's the reason that Uhuru at the time stopped the big notes and changed them to new notes so that people don't do money laundering. And I think the church has been used a lot doing money laundering. So this money laundering is something that we don't speak about a lot. And I think, Jeremani, you would agree with me. We don't speak about money laundering for a long time. So, Tony, this was a very good comment, and I wish if you can come in, or anyone that wants to come in and tell us what you think Tony might have been meaning by this one, because for me, I think it's beyond my pay grade. Jeremani, unless you can tell us exactly what you think he does think.
No, actually, as I said, I'm coming in as an empty vessel. What what I know. What I know about money laundering is what everyone talks about in the day-to-day lives. That there's some people who get money illicitly, and then they look for legitimate. One of the things that has been recorded, even in international.
Jeremani, we got the man himself. He's here.
Okay, that's good. As he comes in, maybe I would even keep quiet and allow him to educate me.
Tony, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, gentlemen. Jeremiah and Kenya with love, yeah? Now, okay, so I have done a little bit of compliance because I'm doing an LLM in financial law. So there are 3 stages, like I mentioned. The first stage is layering. And in Kenya with love, you mentioned something really profound when the notes were being changed. Remember? That's a and apparently there was a batch of billions of shillings in a warehouse somewhere in Embakasi, right? Now, the layering stage is the process where money is introduced into the financial system by criminals, whether it's from criminal proceeds, and then they introduce it into the financial system by legitimizing it. And then once they introduce it into the financial system, they distribute it through small micropayments. Okay. And that's what makes me suspect that this is very similar to money laundering, the hustler fund, because there's small micropayments being dished out to the hustler. And I'm not saying that's the thing, but we suspect. Okay. And once this money is back into the system, then there's the integration stage, which is the money is converted into real estate, for example, to legitimize money. So those are the 3 stages of money laundering, which is the layering, placement. Placement is like introducing it into the financial system. It becomes legit. That's what it's called, wash. So you wash the money, you clean it, and then you can convert it into whether it's in investments, whether it's in real estate. Other complex transactions involve expensive jewelry or something like that. So anyway, I don't talk too much, but I hope I explained the concept a little bit.
Jeremani has a question for you. Jeremani, yeah.
Thank you, Tony. I think I get the gist of what you're sharing, and I thank you for breaking it down in simple terms. Guys who are very technical like yourself can go to the stratosphere in defining some of these stages, but I thank you that you've been able to break it very simply. One of the things I wanted, if you allow me to request, is, are you able to take us through the stages from the placement to the layering? How does placement start? What are the characteristics? Or how is also the illicit money introduced into a system? In what manner? Is it taken in chunks, in bags? How does it come in and then fused into the system?
So let's say, for example, it's a drug dealer, let's say from Sorry? Okay. So I'll give you a typical example. With a huge consignment of drugs, and let's say it's the Sinaloa cartel supplying drugs maybe somewhere through New York or through, and they are paid in cash, like a lot of cash, but you cannot take all that cash to the bank at once, right? So you have to, layering is a process of introducing that money into the financial system. So so layering is a process of legitimizing that cash, because if you remember, the laws in Kenya, you cannot deposit more than, if you deposit more than 1 million shillings, I believe, you have to explain the source of those funds. Yeah. So what makes me feel, when Mato said that this is a sign of money laundering, that's what immediately came to my mind, that huge amounts of cash have been introduced because we cannot explain where the source of those funds came from. First of all, Parliament did not approve in the budget, right? Right?
Go
Kenny,
on. We,
allow
we
me
can
to.
hear you. We can hear you. Go on. Go on.
Oh, it's because I can hear my echo. Yep. So when you introduce,
And Jeremani
so
mute.
layering is a,
Jeremani mute so that he doesn't hear the echo.
okay. So okay. So the process of layering is introducing that cash into the financial system. Okay, are we good? Yeah. Okay, so layering is a process of introducing that money into the financial system and legitimizing that money, because technically that money, it would be too much just to distribute cash, you know, like on the streets. But the other way they can do it is they use things like supermarkets, because supermarkets, for example, because supermarkets, there's a lot of cash transactions. So if it's a supermarket owner, they could go to the bank and say these are deposits from my sales. So that's another way of layering, introducing that money back into the system. Or in a bar, for example.
Tony, let me ask you, are you using, did you click in with your YouTube? Because I think you might be using two,
Yes.
StreamYard and YouTube at the same time. And I think that's the problem. That's why you're listening to yourself and having that kind of delay, feeling like somebody, you know, sometimes what we normally do when you get in, when you have your YouTube going on, you kind of, and you click on the link, you turn off the YouTube because utakuwa ukijisikia mara mbili. So I think that's what you're having. On the YouTube side, you can turn out that one off and then just listen and talk on the StreamYard one. And then unmute now. If you've turned the other one, unmute, because you've muted yourself. That way you won't feel any back. Should I unmute you? Can you unmute yourself? I can unmute you from my side. Tony, unmute if you can. Or let me try and unmute you. Let me unmute you then. We'll talk, Tony.
Can you hear me?
Now you're good, yeah. Do you have any feedback now?
Let me see. No.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, now, yeah, we can hear you now. Now go ahead.
Okay, so another way, and I think someone reaches has no, I can't hear anything.
No, we can hear you clearly.
So I think it's a delay.
Okay, just go ahead. Just take your time. I think we are patient enough to wait.
Okay. Yeah, I think someone has just explained the concept. Yeah, okay. I'm just waiting for the another example is to take large amount of cash, for example, to the church, right? And then the church will take those deposits into the bank because that's a form of layering, right? Because these are donations, you know. If the bank will ask, where did you get this money from? They will say that these are donations from, so they will not be questioned. So the compliance is compromised. Right? So, and then the placement now is converting that money into form of loans or back into the financial system, like the Hustler Fund, for example. Right? So now you have legitimized that money as loan with interest and savings. But I'm not saying that is exactly what is happening, but with a keen eye for money laundering, I can see that could be happening. Yeah. And then it can go. And then the integration stage is where now that money with interest goes into investments, you know, like insurance investments, capital investments. So you've introduced your own money you've legitimized your money into the financial system.
Tony, thank you for that great explanation. If you allow me to interject at this point, one of the things I've observed is that Brian Richard is providing an explanation saying layering is creating distance from the source of the illegal funds, and then placement is the introduction of illicit funds into the economy. And then Brian Richard goes on to say integration is when the repayments from that fund are received and then reused as proceeds of a legitimate lending business and used for other purposes like real estate, vehicles, farming, etc. One of the questions I wanted to pose to you, Tony, so that you can help me understand is, what are the loopholes that allow, for example, the bars or the churches to be able to deposit those or receive those huge amounts of funds? Number one. And what are the loopholes that you see in the Kenyan system that enables supermarkets, as you mentioned, to be able to deposit those large amounts of funds. And allow me to pose another question on supermarkets. I've always been concerned that we do not have supermarkets listed in the Nairobi Securities Exchange, because I thought if a supermarket is doing well, one of the things I'd want to do is grow and expand into other territory. And one of the best ways to raise funds for expansion is listing an IPO or listing on the Securities Exchange. The challenge they would face there is that the Nairobi Securities Exchange has layers of scrutiny by the Capital Markets Authority. I'm preempting one of the loopholes, I think, there, but are you able to comment on those three that I mentioned: supermarkets, churches, and bars?
Let me interject. Yeah? Is it okay, Kanyan Mutlam? Oh, okay. Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year. I haven't been on since the New Year. Happy New Year. Wishing you a prosperous and peaceful and nice year. Everything to go well for you. Everyone who is listening, all our members, and even those who are backstage, I really wish you a happy New Year. So let me comment on the topic about money laundering. In my opinion, you can't money launder in a legit business, because, like, if you have a supermarket or a bar, you can't launder from there, because it's easy to track the cash, because you have to show the cash that, okay, by the way, in I don't know about abroad, but in Kenya, supermarkets don't pay upfront for products. What they usually do is that they let you have the product on the shelf, then once your product sells is when they pay you. They don't pay you in advance. So you have to show the goods which were bought for you to be able to have gotten the money that you're paying, that you're having from the supermarket. Same with bar. You have the stock. So the stock must equal to your output. You can't have more money than the stock. So that one is not really a good way of distancing yourself from the source of the money or any of that. But churches are big on this, because the giving is anonymous. Okay, they do have the list of the people who tithe and how much they tithe. But as you know, in Kenya, of course, there's no regulation for churches, completely no regulation. And you see, if someone comes and puts $500,000 in your offering basket, there's no one who can really dispute that. When it comes to this hustler fund, as Mato, you had said earlier, that this is just a conduit to be able to loot funds. In fact, even not money laundering. This one is just an avenue for looting funds. So right now, they are saying that only less than 10% of the people have paid back. And I think we are talking about something almost 20 billion, if I'm not wrong, but 17 billion or something. So they are saying that majority of the people have not paid back the money, and how can we how can we really justify that? Because what I know about this hustler fund is that they are not giving you money, first of all, if you are on TRB. If anyone who knows someone who is on TRB who has been given this money, or which is not even money you can talk about, because when it started, I took so that I see how much how much it is. I took they gave me 700. Then when the due date came, I paid the 700 to see whether it will increase, like how the normal loan apps work, and it never increased. It was just the same 700 which I got after, I think it was 14 days, the prepayment period. So even if you are talking about giving out, and I know that is the maximum which was given out, and I believe even the second round of after the initial uptake, even the second round, it couldn't have been more than 700 per person. So this story of that, we lend people and now they are not paying, is just a way to loot public funds. So I don't even see Hustler Fund as a fund for money laundering. I see it as a fund for looting public funds by saying that, we gave out this money to hustlers and they didn't return. Who is going to audit that? Whether who returned or who didn't return or who was given and who was not given. This is just Mato said it from day one. He called from day one, and it's very true. It was just a ploy for them to be able to loot public funds by saying that we lent Kenyans money and the same Kenyans have refused to pay. So now we just write it off as bad debt. But I'm telling you, what I know is that first of all, if you're on CRT, there's no way you could even access that 700. So there's nothing like people are not paying. It is a way of trying to loot that money. It said that, oh, they have only paid 5 billion. So now these are the 10 billion. What are we going to do about it? Let's just write it off as bad debt. Now how can we collect? We can't collect. So, but that said, Kenya has been registered to be the money laundering hub of the region. It's on the red list for money laundering. As you know, there's a lot of wash business that goes on in Kenya. A lot of wash. A lot of usually they invest in cars, they invest in bars, real estate. Those are the kind of things they invest in. But EACC has also been clamping down on, like, for example, if you are caught up in some kind of scandalous, like these people who are being paid money for maize which they had not delivered. If you have property that it cannot be understood exactly where did you get the funds, and then you are caught up in that kind of a scandal like ghost maize, you are being paid for ghost maize which you never delivered to NCPP, then the EFC can order the assets recovery body to take over your property, your flat. So it's not it's not very easy the way people think it is. You have to be well connected. You can't just start, what's your business? Like all these other fake accounts or fake goals. What's the other thing? You have to be well connected. And car businesses, all these things. You are a general person, you cannot do it. That's why you see that many people who are involved in these camps, they're in politics, because that's the only way now around. You have to make political. You have to be politically aligned there. Otherwise, you are going to end up in jail. Like there was a gentleman who was jailed for 200. I don't even remember. And he had stolen from the youth fund. And he had built flats. He had built apartments, and they were repossessed. So true, it's there, but if you're not politically connected, forget about it. You cannot be able to do it. But churches are big on this. There are some churches which I understand you can find the offering of 1 billion in one church service, or in three services on one Sunday. They say they collected 1 billion. How? But you see, they're well connected people. They're connected with the big guys, and they also give them their tax. And at times, even those big guys are the ones who are using them to money launder. So that's where we are at as Kenyans. But I'm seeing the issue of the Kalenjins being hostile to Mr. Murkomen there. Kalenjins are now realizing that this government is not only bad for other tribes, it's a bad tribe for themselves, because they're the main people who farm maize. So if you're having a scenario whereby already GMO maize has already been introduced, they will go out of business, So, and how can they, when they were voting for their son, they thought that this guy will be able to help them and will be able to do something about the high cost of input for farming maize and those kinds of things. He's going to help them. But now he's going to destroy the maize industry. So Kalenjins are not stupid. How are they going to support someone who is together with people who are going to destroy their livelihood? They can't. So I think the Kalenjin people are a clear indicator of why you should not be voting based on your tribe. And I've said this here enough times. This is business of tribe, like what Gachagua is trying to bring in, that, our tribe is the one who voted for this tribe. My friends, tribe is not going to help you and things become thick. Right now, we are having all these subsidies which are removed. Is it only Kikuyus and Kalenjin who are exempted? Are Kalenjins and Kikuyus who voted in this government exempt from this subsidy removal? No, it's all Kenyans. So me, personally, and I have said this here before, I have no problem with a Kalenjin being the president for 100 years, so long as he makes life to be good for people. Because you see, even if he comes from your tribe, he can't come and impact majority of your tribe. So we need to move away from that. And I said it here that Obama was able to come in because white people don't have that stupidity. That because we are 80% of the population, that means that we can only have white president. And these ones who are 20% will never see president. You see? So we need to come out of this tribe thing. Well, this tribe thing was used by the white man to divide and rule. And now, again, it's coming back in the same way to make us feel like, okay, Kikuyus voted for Sakaja, and so Kikuyus are entitled to have matatu from out of town in the PPP and all this. No, there has to be a rule of law. A capital city has a standard to maintain, so we cannot allow Kikuyu hawkers in the CBD and allow all the matatu to enter city because it's a capital city. We have to put it at that level of being a capital city. We can't let it be chaotic because Kikuyus voted for Sakaja. Kikuyus are just people like any other tribe. So Kenyans, please, let's move away from this nonsense of tribe. I think Kalenjins have just already seen how much of a blunder they made in spite of voting for their person. Let's vote for the right people. Let's promote the right well. Let's not be tribalistic. That you have to, this thing of our tribe needs this and that. We don't need all that because you see, even if like I was saying, a certain MP talking about that they gave 80% of the constituency voted for Haslan, so Hasla should do this corner and put in somebody from their area. And I was like, okay, if one person is put in from area, how does it help your area exactly? How? It will only help the family. Sometimes even the extended family don't benefit from some of these appointments of the people appointed. So guys, please, let's move away from tribalism. This tribalism is not going to help us in any way. What we need is good leaders with the policies which are going to assist us. And by the way, I don't know if people are aware, but as of this month, the bank to mobile money transfer has been is coming to 20%. So if you want to transfer your money from your bank account, to your M-Pesa or Airtel Money or any other money wallet, you're going to have to pay 20% of the amount. Meaning if you're sending 100,000, you're going to be taxed 20,000 excise fee. If you're sending 500,000, you're going to be charged 100 excise fee. If you're sending 1 million, then you're going to your money wallet, you're going to be charged, I think it should be 100 or 200. No, it's 100,000. So you can see that the guy really meant it when he said that he's going to get 3 trillion. So Kenyans, brace yourself for tough times, very tough times ahead, because things are not good in terms of the it's not only the subsidies that have been removed. Now there were things which were removed in the previous government, like that one of the bank to money wallet transfer charges, and now they are back 20%. Can you imagine that? That if you're if you're transferring 1 million from your bank account to your M-Pesa account, you have to pay 100,000 shillings. Just imagine. Thank you, Kenyan Islam.
Thank you so much, our dear sister, and thank you for always being here. You are one person that we are very happy that you're always here, with us, and thank you for enlightening people. Stay with us. Kana Sisi Stone PK is coming back. I can see him. I know he's just kuna kitu anafanya, but stay with us if you can. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you. I just wanted to, just before I give back to actually either Chaka huko.
Nipo Mato, stima kwetu ndo tabu, ndo unaona niko black hapo, sionekani poa.
Haina mambo. So I think unless kuna kitu tu nilikuwa nataka niseme hapa haraka kabla nikupatie, unless Germany alikuwa nataka aseme kitu ni kuhusu hiyo money laundering. You see, the easiest thing, and I'm so glad, Tony, wherever you are, thank you for coming back and saying that. I've been here talking about money laundering for a long time. The easiest way to do money laundering, ladies and gentlemen, is through the church, because it's a donation. It's either that or a fund or a donation, because you have nothing to account for. It's just a donation. And that is what the last government was trying to kill when they changed the bills. Because especially in Kilimani, that's where you had, what was that lady that was killed over there? There was so much going on in Kilimani, and fake gold and things happening there. So many things that were going over there. Because of the money, people who were getting money and the
Mato,
Yeah.
I've remembered something.
Yeah.
I've remembered when you said Kilimani, I've remembered something. Recently, there is a very big surge of apartment sales, particularly in Kilimani. So you find that before in those areas, Kilimani, they were going for about 10 million. 10 million even a studio apartment. Now it's come down to 4 or 5 million, and they are in them. I don't even know. The number is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. So as in, there's a lot of flats which are being built and sold. So I think there's something there. When you talk about Kilimani, it has reminded me that I've noticed a very big surge in terms of the number of apartments being developed, and even the pricing is pretty kind of low if you compare. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember Joey and the presenter.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, and everything that was happening over there, and fake golds, drinking akobia, and all that, and you hear them, and now they are just okay, and people are getting rich out of nowhere. That is what Uhuru was fighting. That is why the currency was changed, and by the time it was being changed, it was because all the old big notes, you won't know where to take them, because there was people who have been doing, wash, you come, they try to, print fake money, and then they go exchange them, and then fake gold, nanini. But where would you change that money to be legitimate money other than the church? At the church is a contribution. No one can even take you to a court of law. And so the wash people and all over the world, even if you remember the Pablo Escobar, the mafias that I say Ruto is, Pablo Escobar and even the mafias in the United States, the John Gaddies, the mafias themselves, the Italiano mafias, they used to go to they were the biggest church people, biggest church donors. Because a church is a donation. But when you make it, let me give you an example. Here comes Mato with a lot of money. I talk to a pastor, tell him, look, I have 5 million here. I'm going to donate it for that church, for us to build a building. Now, we already did a feasibility study. That church is going to cost 500,000. But who tells you it's not 5 million? Just because we said it's 500. Now, you've already deposited that money. or maybe used it on something else that you got. Now we get good 4,500 that is now legit money. So it's something that has been used by mafias for a very long time. If you read as much as I mean, I'm not saying anybody doesn't read, but it depends with what kind of size that you read. But it's something that has been used for a long, long, long time. So when I see this church and leadership coming in together, and especially rich people, I see a problem. Because when in Germany, I can see you, Nakukujia. I just wanted to just put the statement so that we can move on and we have a way of moving. When you go to Kirinyaga and give 10 million for a church, what kind of church is 10 million? Have we ever seen a church built in Kirinyaga for 10 million? And don't tell me that we haven't seen it being contributed 10 million. But what if that pastor can give me back, can just wash it and then give it back to me in a certain way? Let's be realistic. And that is what I wanted when I heard Maina saying that, and Jeremiah came and said that he saw that too. I wanted him to come and explain, because I think sometimes I try to explain some things here, and because I'm a regular here, some people are just used to me, they don't take it serious. But when you have somebody that actually can explain, they can actually explain what actually money laundering, how easy to money launder is. And that is why the currency was changed. Jeremiah, I know you had your hand up. I want you to go ahead, and then we give to Chaka, and then we'll circle back to public participation. I think by that time Stone PK will be back, or if anyone else comes in, then we'll move on that direction. So Jeremiah, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Mine was just...
And Jeremiah, just in case I leave, sorry, public, just in case I leave, can you hold it? Just in case I go to do something. I have something
for a few, don't stay long.
No, I'll be listening to you. I'm just going to the kitchen.
Okay. Mine was a follow-up question to public participation
I just
and
wanted
Kenyan
to add.
Club.
I just wanted to add.
Allow me now. Before you add, I wanted to ask you a question. Maybe you can add in that question. I wanted to inquire. I thought there's a way people can follow the money and say, okay, we have noticed church such and such has started bringing in loads and loads of money. And probably the people who notice that would be the bank where they bank. And then the bank would say, Mr. DCI or Mr. DPP, we have noticed our client is bringing in a lot of money nowadays than before. Then the DCI or DPP can say, let us follow how this money is coming to this church. Do you think that happens?
Thank you, Mr. Jeremiah. There's something I wanted to add to what Kenyan with Love said before I forget. I think we can remember during the campaigns, during the campaign period, that Hustler used to go to churches and then he gives the church, he says that I'm going to give you 5 million. But what would happen is that he would talk behind the scenes with the pastors, and he would give them 1 million, and the other 4 million he remains with it. So it's exactly the way Kenyan with Love is saying he was doing that during elections, during campaign period. He comes to church and says, okay, I'm giving this church 10 million. But behind the scenes, he has agreed with the pastor that I'm going to give you 2 million, and then the other 8 million, I remain with it. So that's very much true. Now, the scenario with the country, with Kenya, is that first of all, churches are not audited. Maybe they're just audited for purposes of the members who pay tithes, but by the government, they are not audited. Their bills are not audited. So it's very easy. It's the easiest place to actually money launder, because you can bring, I don't think there's really that follow-up of, like, the way if there's a lot of money coming to your account, there would be a follow-up from central bank, would be notified by your bank, then they would have to call the other institutions to investigate what's the source of this money, and they would even freeze your account. That doesn't happen. You know, the church in Kenya is above the law. Let me put it that way. And no one scrutinizes whatever they do. No one regulates them. No one taxes them. So you just need to keep it below the threshold of alarm. So if you can have accounts in the name of the pastor, the wife's name, the children's name, but with every deposit, you just make sure that you don't reach the ceiling. You just a few shillings below the ceiling of raising alarm. And even if there's an alarm, you can always say that, you know, you have congregants, you have 20,000, okay, let's say 5,000 or 3,000 congregants, and you don't know who brought the money, so you can't be held liable. You know, you just opened the offering box, and there's no way of tracing back who gave the money, who gave what. So, in fact, churches are the best. Churches are the best for money laundering. And of course, in Kenya, I think we have seen from Hustler himself how it's done. You say in the church that, oh, I've given 10 million for you guys to buy this and this or to build the church. And then you take off with the 8 million and you leave 2 million. And pastors are only too happy because, you know, then they also want that money. So they're glad. They'll gladly, you know, wash the money for you. So that you are seen to see, but you remain with the money in one way or the other. So, and again, as I've said, this issue of apartments, building apartments, it really raised my eyebrows because I was like, why is there all of a sudden an influx of too many apartments which are being built? It makes no sense. You know, there are too many, and then even the prices now have gone down because you know, people are using the bad money, okay, the dirty money to build the apartments. Then they want to upload the apartments and say that, you know, this is where I got the money. I sold these apartments and then this is how I got the money. You see, like that. Thank you, Mr. Roman. Back to you.
Kenya with love, do you want to add to it?
No, I think she said everything that I wanted to say. That's it. I mean, she's preempted me. So you can go ahead and introduce the other person. You're the chair for now. I'm here though.
No problem. Bwana Chaka, sijui kama una maoni ya kuongezea.
Hapa kwa laundering, money laundering kidogo hii sijapata vizuri mpaka mnieleze vizuri ndio nijue nitachangia vipi. But kile nitazungumzia mambo na Murkomen, alafu na mambo na Gachagua, na nitaanza na mambo na Gachagua. Ukweli ni kwamba Mato huyu hakuwa choice ya wengi wakati ule wakijiandaa kuhusiana na masuala na running mate katika mrengo wao ama katika chama chao cha UDA, bali kwa sababu alikuwa ametumia mapeni ya kutosha, akawa na swali la kuweza muuliza Ruto, but mapenzi ya wengi yalikuwa kwa Kithure Kindiki ambaye kwa sasa aliweza kupewa huo waziri. Na ukweli ni kwamba kwa ajili ya hilo mpaka sasa hivi naweza nikasema hana mapenzi na rais ya kweli, lakini wakishatoka huwezi jua tu, utaona kwa pamoja wa nini, lakini kwa kweli ukifuatilia kiundani hapana. Pili, masuala ya Mudavadi kupewa majukumu sawia na ya Gachagua sometimes pia nayo ni issue. Unakuta Mudavadi yeye yuko smart kuweza kujitafuta na kutengeneza kesho yake, while Gachagua yeye yuko full kabila, na ukweli anataka kuwa mtu wa mlima za kingpin. Hivyo wachache wanamsupport, but wengi wa Wakuyu watu wamechange mind, wanamuelewa vizuri, na mvutano huu ni kama kuna mtu anagonga gogo alafu asikize mlio. Lakini kwa upande wangu binafsi, mimi kama Chaka tayari nilikuwa na mashaka na Gachagua since hapo before, kutokana na desturi na tabia zake na matendo yake na historia yake. Nimejaribu kufuatilia tangia kiwadio mpaka wakati huu ambapo Gachagua alijipata tu amekuwa deputy president. Historia yake haikuwa ikinifurahisha. Matamshi yake yale yanakuja kwa kinywa hayana chungio, linalotoka ndilo. Zaidi lote ni kwamba ana ule usisi sana ama mimi sana katika kauli yake, katika moyo wake, jambo ambalo pia linamshusha hadhi na kumpa Ruto kwamba yeye sasa aonekane ni civilized na huyu jamani mshamba. Hivyo wabunge kumpichi wale wa Luya wale wanafanya hivyo kwa sababu wanajua wakishaanza kugoga hili gogo, kisha wanajua pinzani wale wengine wako kwa pinzani wataungana na wao, na bila shaka huyu mtu anaweza akaenda. So mimi naliunga mkono ili kama atakuwa mpishi au apinchi, kwa sababu kwanza hana kuunganisha. Huyu mtu ana ukabila mwingi, na pia tutapata nafasi nzuri ya kuweza kumfuatilia regesha zile picha zetu ambazo juzi kesi zilifutwa angalau zirudi, endapo kama pengine ataweza watu kumpata watu wa kwanza kuuliza Murkomen, naye kule kuenda anaingia kwa siasa, afuate wajitafutie kiongozi au si wa UDA, basi maana kujitia waibu kule. Kwenda mahali una propose mtu watu hawamtaki, wanakutukana hata na wewe na ni waziri, sometimes pia it shows bad image. So kwa kweli aliyakoroga Murkomen, sasa alikuwa ni haki yake ayanywe, maana wananchi wao walisimama wenye kusema kwamba tunaona kwamba ni nani anaweza tupa, uwezi tupangia, we nenda tu rudi kule mahali upo, na ni haki. Kwa hivyo kama waziri unatoka katika hali ya usiasa kidogo, unarudi katika hali yako ya nini, ya kuonyesha picha nzuri. Na ndiposa mimi mara nyingi napingana na hao mawaziri kwamba wateuliwa wakiwa ni wanasiasa, maana siasa haitatoka kwao. Mawaziri wangeteuliwa watu tofauti ambao hawahusiani kutokana na mashahada zao na masomo yao, wangeteuliwa watu wengine wenye expert na hizi kazi. Lakini hawa kuchukua wanasiasa na kuwabandika vyo, sometimes mtu siasa haimtoki, maana ndio imekuwa baba na mama katika moyo wake. Sasa haya aliyokuta katika hawa wananchi ni haki yake ayakute, ili ndio aonyeshe kwamba wewe ni waziri wala si kampeni tena siku hizi. Kwa hivyo hili la masuala na subsidy hakuna kitu, kuna vyenye tutakuwa na mabadiliko. Tayari tushaona mfumo wetu kwamba ni huo. Mwananchi tujipange kwa hali zetu, tujipange na maisha yetu, lakini kusema kutakuwa na lingine zaidi jipya katika serikali hakuna, itakuwa ni hizo ahadi tu. Na ukiona kuna kazuri kalijitokeza katufuatilia huko ndani, utakuona pia kana ubaya mwingi. So wananchi ni tujiamulie, tuamue sasa, aidha tukubali serikali tuele tusonge mbele, ama tujitokeze tuseme hakuna mapema, na ni nguvu hiyo ambayo tutaitumia hapo. Hata damu zitamwagika kutaka kukomboa tena hili, lakini kama ni kumezwa mato, ndugu yangu, tushamezwa. Tusipotumia nguvu na lazima basi hakuna vile ambavyo tutasonga mbele. Ni kuamua kuvumilia na tujaribu kusubiri maembe chini ya mnazi. Mimi nitakwamia pale, masuala ya money laundering hayo nitabidi mnifahamishe vizuri ndio niweze kupata amali starting point kwa kuanzia na kujenga hoja yangu. Lakini usipoamua wananchi kwamba hatutaki hii serikali, hatutaki kuongozwa hivyo, usipojitokeza kwa nguvu moja na kuamua kuumia, bwana, lazima hapo kuna mvutano, lazima tutamie. Lakini baada ya kuumia kwetu tutoke mahali ambapo tutaweza kuyasahau haya yote. Lakini kusema tunaogopa kwa sababu tukutoka tutafanywa hivi, hakuna vile ambavyo tutasonga mbele. Ni kukubali hii serikali na kuamua kwamba mwananchi apambane na hali yake. Asanteni.
Yaani Chaka, unataka tugoje maembe chini ya mti ya coconut? Ala, ololo.
Kwa sababu wananchi tusipojitokeza kwa nguvu mato na kuamua kwamba, kwa sababu tayari tushamezwa hii miezi mitatu, si kazi ndogo ambayo imefanyika upande wao kujipanga haswa, kwa sababu najua unapoingia katika uongozi katika hali ambayo unaielewa kwamba si hali ambayo ni ya usawa, unaona lazima ujipange ili kuweza kutetea hii. Sasa kutetea uongozi wako ili uendelee, kwa si rahisi tu kwamba tayari hivi tu tusipoamua kujitokeza na kuumia, maana kupigwa tutapigwa. Ushaona kitambo tumpokonye uongozi tutakuwa tumetoka, wengi watakuwa wameumia. Kwa nini tuamua haswa kufa gari kufa driver? Alafu tena swali lingine Mato wanajiuliza, mfano tu yani la Mungu tu, sasa hivi pengine tu rais wetu age kibahati mbaya, hatuombi hilo, alafu just imagine Swad ama aje ashike Swad Gachagua kama mrisi hapo. Sijui nyinyi wenzangu kama mnavuta picha gani pale mbele. Yaani tu mfano tu rais tu lolote lile mtokee, Mungu weza amchukue, maana ni mwanadamu. Alafu sasa katiba yetu namruhusu kwamba Gachagua aje aingie pale. Hali hii ambayo yuko nao mnasema asiwe impeached, awe impeached mapema, huyu mapema kabisa. This not kind of our leader we Kenyans like. Huyu ni mtu ambaye ana umimi mwingi, ana trouble nyingi tu. Sasa kama naingiliana na Sakaja na vitu vidogo kwamba wao sisi wa Kikuyu ndo akija kwa mlima ni sisi wa Kikuyu, sisi ni nini na akija akipata kabisa uongozi, how little be. So kwa kweli hapa tusipojitokeza mato kwa nguvu na kushikana na kuamua kufa gari kufa dereva hii uongozi, tunasubiri maembe chini ya mnazi. Maana ni mambo na kukubali, let's accept and move on. Jambo ambalo mimi limenisinya na sijui tiba yake itapatikana mwaka gani. Hii ya let's accept move on. Huyu haki anaachwa kando, watu wanakubali tu tuende mbele. Huyu haki tutampata lini? Huyu justice anaitwa justice. Justice kwenye vyombo vyetu vya usalama. Justice kwenye mahakama zetu. Justice kwenye tume zetu za uchaguzi. Huyu mtu tunampata haki hapa at least. Ni lini tutampata? Au ni let's accept and move on. Basi kama let's accept and move on, hapo ndipo naposema tunayasubiri maembe chini ya mnazi.
Asante sana Chaka kwa kwa maoni yako, na hao ni maoni mazuri sana. Hata sidhani kama naweza yaita maoni ama ujuzi, manake ni kweli ambacho unachosema. Hatuwezi kuwa tunakaa kila enzi tupata, wajua tupata kuna kama sasa huyu jamaa unamuita Gachagua, mimi kama hiyo umeuliza hapo mwisho, akiwa kibahati mbaya, hakuna mtu tunaombea maovu, lakini kibahati mbaya wa Kenya ni waulize. Sasa kama jamaa yeye anajua tu sisi jamii ya wanini, kama niliona I was watching, nisameni Kiswahili changu si kizuri kama cha Chaka, lakini naweza jaribu. Nilikuwa namuona akiwa Nyeri leo. Was watching something akiwa Nyeri akisema hapa ndio, this is the headquarters za jamii yetu na hapa ndio kwetu na nini, na akasema tunaleta free internet hapa. I don't know if anybody watched that, lakini mimi niliwatch kidogo. Sikuwataka kuiangalia manake nasikiaga kutapika nikimwona huyo jamaa. Si ati si Mkenya, si binadamu, lakini huwa simpendi kabisa na naona akiwa mtu wa kijiji tu anyway. So nilikuwa nikijiuliza sasa, akisema hizi vitu ati hapa ndio headquarters ya chama chetu na watu wetu na nini, najiuliza na hii country yetu Mdigo naye ana nani? Mkamba kule, Masai, Mkisii, nao yao ni gani? Na hii ni nini unasema yetu na you're the second from the top? You're no longer a Kikuyu leader or a central leader. Saitoti, you never saw Saitoti go to Masai land and say huku ndio kwetu. Mudi Awori, Kibaki, when he was vice president, you never used to see, when you become when you get there, you are a leader. Wachia governor, wachia chief. So I want to ask you guys, my fellow panelists, do we have leaders in Kenya in the top seats? Or do we have tribal kings and money-making people? Do we have people who are nationalists, patriots of our country? Or what is it that we have? And I want to give my fellow panelists, now Stone, I can see you. It's time for you to come back. Kuna mahali nakimbia. Stone, you need to come back. Do we really have a country that is led by people that actually look at the whole country in general? Or do we, what is it that we have, and what kind of do we still remember that Mandera is still Kenya? Do we still remember that Turkana is still Kenya? Do we remember the marginalized places are still Kenya? What is this that we have a vice president associating with their home ground and not going to do things to the marginalized places? It's a question I want as panelists and people who are listening to us, and even the guys on the comment section, you're also panelists because we watch what you're saying, and people who are listening to us. What is this Kenya that we're doing today, and what kind of leaders do we have? Do we have nationalists that are leaders of national stature, or do we have tribal leaders and chiefs and DOs in the name of national leaders? Public, I think it's you as we wait for Stone PK. Stone PK harakisha because I need to go somewhere. Nilikuona umekimbia. But come back. Kuja unisaidia hapa. I have to do something. Stone PK, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kenyan with love. There's something I wanted before I go to the issue of the leaders and whether the marginalized communities are or the minorities, the communities which are minorities or marginalized in Kenya are being represented in the government, who is taking care of the interest. I want to talk something about money laundering again, which is very alarming. Now, Mato, we have issue of for example, the CBD. Let's talk about the CBD. It's being taken over by Somalis. So a lot of buildings belong to Somalis, and it's very interesting that you know them the way they operate. And by the way, if there's any Somali in the comment section or any Muslim, please don't take any offense. I'm not trying to bring offense. I'm just putting across that this could be another way of money laundering. So, like in the CBD, many times you find, because they Somalis like a certain style of making the building, of building, the commercial buildings, and then even things like restaurants, they kind of have a similar kind of design. So these guys, I've just been noticing off the cuff. I've just been noticing like they're acquiring a lot of really prime real estate. They're acquiring a lot of like the older buildings which are in the CBD. They are buying them out, then they build new ones for rental income. They're having a lot of chemists in the CBD. They're having a lot of majority of restaurants now in the CBD are owned by the Somali people. Somalis are now building estates, like an entire estate, just like their own estate, where they have a mosque at the door, at the entrance, or something like that. There's estates like that now here. So if you look at the way Somalis operate particularly, I'm just saying particularly Somalis, they operate in the West. They usually come in and they start a business in one particular place. Then they start buying out. They start buying out neighborhoods and buying out. So at the end of the day, these places become like their strongholds. Like where you can say Indians and Parklands, most of Parklands areas, Indians who have taken over. So Somalis are taking over prime area. And it's not only in Nairobi, the same in Mombasa. I don't know about other places, but I've noticed in Mombasa and Nairobi particularly that really prime areas, especially in the CBD of Nairobi, it's crazy, And even if, sometimes they put a front over an indigenous, these other people, but behind the scenes, like some of the chemists, you find there's a row of chemists, like a whole lane, where it's like a chemist, one shop, a chemist, another shop, a chemist, like that. So when you go to these chemists, you see the person who's selling to you is not a Somali, but if you look behind the counter, there is a Somali who is behind. So and then the same thing with restaurants as well. And now they are having buildings there. They even have, like, for example, if you find a building, a commercial building, a prime commercial building, like for example, there's a building in I think Parklands or Highridge, where Diamond Plaza is. There's there's the original one which is taken up by Indians, but then they bought the land just next and they built another one, which I think they call Diamond Plaza 2, which has even prayer rooms or mosque inside. So obviously the building, there's no way it can have prayer rooms if it's not owned by either a Muslim or a Somali, and most of the people you see coming there are Somali. So I'm getting a bit worried because also even more, I've been noticing that a lot of areas seem to have, the most issues because of the way they keep the muezzin or muezzin, the person who is on the loudspeaker telling people to pray. So I've noticed that they are set up like nearly everywhere. You can find those, and nowadays they're not building the old style kind of. They're really building very expansive and big mosques, and you find that nearly every inch of Nairobi now is covered. So I'm really wondering, like as you had Duale. I'm sorry to bring this religious topic, but I think you had Duale starting to say that if you're a Muslim woman and you don't wear hijab, you better know whether you're gonna relocate from Kenya. And I have just noticed, it's like, I don't know, Kenyans at times you're a bit slow to pick up on things, but I'm having a feeling that for Duale to have that kind of guts to talk like that is like there's an agenda to Islamicize this country, and particularly the urban areas. There's an agenda, and this money, these guys, we can't say. In fact, if you go to, even in Italy now, it's not the old type buildings which were there. They are building new modern. If we go to South B, there's a lot of apartments which are owned by these Somalis, and we all know, of course, the money is coming from pirates. They will not tell us the money is coming from those Dukas. This money is coming from piracy money, so it's being laundered. But you see, the thing is, they now are, with this government, with this country, by the way, you can do anything. You can be a drug dealer. You can be using piracy money from piracy. You can be anything you want to be, a wash. You can start betting company with laundered money. But the only thing that will put you in problem is if you're not in the government, so you don't have the ear of the government, of the politicians. So that's why you see even the Jama of Professor is now in parliament. I think he's the MP for Kasarani or something, the owner of Professor, because these betting companies are also very key money laundering outfits in Kenya, and this is not started now. It was being used by some Europeans from Eastern Europe during, I think, I don't remember, but they started a long time back. But they would just come in with a lot of, and then they would say that this money we are getting it from people betting. The kind of money we are talking about cannot be even, it's not even, some of it is not even in the economy. Like even if we are saying that we are talking about how much money is in the economy on a day-to-day basis, let's say in a place like Nairobi or whatever, it's beyond that. So that money is being laundered through betting companies. So I don't know, but I am feeling worried about this Somali issue because I'm feeling like they're taking over our country by now. That's what I'm feeling, especially in Nairobi, in CBD now, every like restaurants and they buy out other restaurants owned by non-Somali or whatever. And they have entire buildings now, so many of them. Like if you see an old building there, usually they see an old building, they'll proposition the owner and give you money you can't refuse. So then they promote your old building and they come up with their own big one, nice one, and they just stay behind the scenes. And in fact, I even noticed even in places like Nakuru, they have hotels, not hotels of restaurants, hotels ya kukaa, like a 4-star hotel with rooms and everything. So you see behind the scenes the Somali. So I'm like, what is happening in this country? Like, has anyone else noticed this? Or it's only me? Thank you, Kenyan with love. The other issue I'll address in the next round. Let me not hog the space.
And before I bring in Jeremani, Chaka, najua ulikuwa umesema story ya money laundering huko umeshika mahali tulikuwa tumefika. Tulikuwa tunasema money laundering sana sana inatumika kwa church. Ni kama wewe ukiwa na mamilioni ambao unajua ulipata ilali ama opposite ilali.
Hilali kwa njia isiyokuwa hilali.
Kwa hiyo opposite.
Kihila. Ulipata mali ama ulipata pesa kihila. Si kihilali, but kihila kwa njia zako ambazo si sawa. Yani kama so yani mbinu zako kihila yani kwamba ulitengeneza mapeni kwa njia ya milango ya nyuma.
Ama pia umetengeza pia bandia. Sasa utazingizaji kwenye system. Hiyo ndio money laundering ambayo tunasema makanisa sana sana yanatumika. Manake hakuna mtu atauliza hii ulilipwa na nani, ulitoa wapi, hii unajua ulipe. Hiyo ndio tulikuwa tukisema money laundering. Na nani umesikia public participation zile zingine ameleta pia ambazo watu wanafanya money laundering. Lakini sana sana mimi kwangu naona ni kanisa sana sana, na najua si ati naona kanisa sana sana inatumika. Manake hata uwezi shika pasta atakwambia nilipewa sadaka, sasa unataka nifanye nini? Hakuna invoice.
Mfano mzuri ambao tunaweza tukauzungumzia, tumeona kama Wakenya tunafuatilia haya mambo vizuri, tuliona. Hebu nikuulize Mato, wakati ukiwa si kiongozi unaweza fanya mambo makubwa, alafu leo uje upate uongozi unyamaze uwe ufanye tena hayo mambo makubwa, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaona mabilioni yakitiwa kwa makanisa. Tulikuwa hapa leo, niko kanisa la mahali fulani natia bilioni 2 na nunua hivi, ushaona. Kesho niko kanisa fulani nafanya hivyo. Now the time nimepata uongozi ni sawa niendeleze basi na kumwaga hayo mabilioni, ambapo siaoni tena yakimwagika kama pale mwanzo. Of which mimi kitu kilinitia tu katika akili yangu, nilijua kwamba makanisa yanatumika visivyo, kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaweza akafanya audit ya kanisa, hii pesa mmepata namna gani, juu ile ni pesa ya kupewa. na ukiwafuatafuata kwambia hii ni sadaka, mtu amejitolea tu kwa neema yake na mambo yake kwamba anampenda Mungu wake na kwa dalili zile ameziona kwa ndani ya kanisa, basi ni shukurani. Kwa mtu ametoa mamilioni yake kwa sababu ya shukurani. Huwezi mfuata kasisi ama mambo na wazee wa kanisa kaanza kupewa kujua kwamba hayo mapeni mengi wako nayo wameyapata kwa namna gani. Na ndivyo ambavyo wanasiasa wajanja wanalitumia kanisa kuweza kuficha hayo mapeni yao, kuweza kuficha waibu zao ambazo zikitoka machoni kwa wananchi basi itakuwa ni jambo ambalo si la sawa. Na kwa kweli makanisa ndiyo ambayo yanatumika vibaya zaidi, yanatumiwa vibaya zaidi na hawa wanasiasa wajanja, na ndipo ikaja mfumo huu wa kubadilishwa haya mapeni. Haya mapeni yalikuwa yamebadilishwa tuweze kukwamisha yale, lakini pia wajanja walikuwa washajua mapema kitambo tukibadilisha, wao nao walikuwa washaanza kufanya mambo yao. So hii Kenya tu hatuna bahati. In fact this time around katika uongozi tuko nao hatuna bahati. Sisi ni mayatima wa uongozi. Watu wapende wasipende, wanidharau, waone haya yangu nazungumza si akawa, lakini nasema bado still sisi ni mayatima wa uongozi. Tuna lack uongozi, we are lacking leadership, kwa sababu wale ambao wote wapo katika hii serikali hakuna mtu ambaye ukimfuatilia hana mahali ambapo kahusiana na masuala ya pesa. Kwa hivyo wao watarudi watukwambie sijui Kenya haina pesa. Haina pesa wapi? Wakati na kina nani wameweza hizo pesa kama si wao? Kwa sababu wao ndio wako katika ngazi hizo za uongozi. Sisi wananchi tuko mashinani, wao ndio wanajua pesa hii ya Kenya inaenda namna gani na ilienda wapi na nani kachukua nini. So we are lacking leadership. Tunakosa uongozi, mtu ambaye anaweza akafuatilia zaidi akasema bwana hii pesa hii kampuni yako una miaka fulani haulipi ushuru. Je, hii kampuni yako hii kampuni umepata umejenga kinamna gani? Hili jengo ulilijenga kinamna gani? Hii pesa hebu tufanye audit ya hii pesa ni namna gani? Salary yako ni hii, tunajua umekaa kwa muda huu na unafaa uwe na kiasi hiki cha mshahara. So hakuna mfuatilizi ambaye anaweza kupigana na hili jinamizi la corruption. Na ndio hapo nasema tunakosa kiongozi. Yule tuko naye ni mdosi. Watu juzi walinicheka naambia hata Raila ni mdosi. Ni mdosi kweli, sijakataa, ana pesa zake, lakini pia ana ule utu wa uongozi, ana ile kwamba na roho ya uongozi ndani yake. Na ndio maana hatujalishi ile mali yenye iko nayo, lakini tunaangalia ile roho amesimama wapi katika hili taifa. So for real tunakosa uongozi. Sisi ni mayatama kiongozi. Wale wapo katika sasa hivi katika uongozi wote ni wale tu. Ni wale tunawajua tu. Kama hajahusika kwenye shamba amehusika na hapa. Kama hajahusika. Kwa hivyo tuna lack uongozi, na hawa watu wote hiyo pesa zaidi wameficha katika makanisa. Unakuta makanisa this time around wote wanaunga serikali mkono. Baadhi kanisa mengi tu iko katika serikali kwa sababu wanajua ni nini haswa. Kwa hiyo mimi sitakuwa na mengi tu ya kuchangia, ilikuwa ni kuongeza, lakini nadhani dadangu hapo ameweza kuyaeleza vizuri kwa ufasaha. Mwenye sikio asikie, ila tu mwenye kujenga nchi ni sisi wananchi na wenye kuibomoa ni sisi wananchi. Kuungana kwetu kwa pamoja na kuhakikisha kwamba tunamulika vizuri hii serikali ili kusudi tujaribu kutengenezea vizazi ni sisi. Tuamue kupigwa, tuamue kudhalilishwa, tuamue kumwaga damu, lakini tuhakikishe kweli haki imesimama na njia ya uongozi tumeshaipata, ili ndio tupate kiongozi ambaye atakuwa ni bora zaidi kuweza kuliongoza hili taifa. Asante Mato. Japo nimewaingia.
Asante. Alafu wacha ni let me just I'm sorry panelists, let me answer to someone called Sami. Anachoma moto huko kwa comment section. I believe kama kila mtu anamuona. Anatuambia kama tutashinda tuongee tu shut up. Kama tusaidii Kenya na hakuna kitu inafanyika. Sami, you know, revolutions, let me teach you something. I don't know how old you are. You might be older than I am, or I might be older than you. But I'll tell you something. Revolutions people don't just wake up and go to the streets and just that's the revolution. It comes out of a narrative of people talking. And when people start talking, even independence that you share today, people used to sit down and talk, and that's why the wives of the Mau Maus and the Mekatililis and the people who fought for independence, the wives, they used to know where to go leave the food while the husbands were in the, in the fields, because the people had spoken about it. They knew that we are not going to be colonized anymore. We are not going to be, workers anymore. We want to do something. So there was a conversation. It all starts with a conversation. If you decide that tuamke tu saizi, yes, tumeanza kuamka, and that's why we have this conversation here in this channel. And even when people are talking, the what do you call it, the bunge la wananchi and all that, it comes from a conversation. You just don't wake up in the morning and go do that. So please bear with us, because this conversation, people learn so many things and people get united. Right now, I'm watching here, there's almost, almost 150 people watching. Those are not the same people that were watching yesterday. And maybe those that are watching may pass it to someone else. The Bunge la Mwananchi will do something else and talk to people, so that by the time we get to that place that you want us to get so quick, and I think we need to get there, I agree with you, but we already have conversed what our problems are. So relax, Daddy. People are talking. Last time when we had the fight in 2007, I don't know where you were. The reason everything just iliamka tu kila kitu ikachomeka, people had not had the conversation. It just started. So ukiona tukiongea hapa, be a part of it. Let's talk, so that the day that we decide to change it, be it tomorrow, be it today, we are in the same page. So that way we don't shed blood, but we change our country to be a better place. Mr. Jeremani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kenya with love. One of the things that I wanted to comment on is regarding the Murkomen matter. I see from the scrolling comments that he faced hostility selling UDA, and my question is, I thought at this point in the progression of the country, he is supposed to be selling government policy. Maybe public participation can help me understand what the psyche is, but I thought the time to sell party policy, party manifesto is over, and we are at a nation building stage. I'm asking this very naively because I know it's common for the people in power to forget that they're now building the nation as opposed to running party positions. My other concern with that again is what systems are in place to assist beyond personality, because an incident happens, I hear one minister has run there, another incident happened, another minister has run there. Is there no system to help manage some of these occurrences that a minister must run to every spot where there is a fire? Aside from that, I also wanted to pick up, I heard Julia comment yesterday about the impeachment of Gachagua. And I'm also speaking here very naively because I think there are no people who are available to follow through on such a proposition. Impeachment, how does it come? In what form? Led by whom? I think it's still a long way off It cannot be left to politicians to make that determination. Those are my views in that, with regard to that subject. And then I also see the element of subsidy or subsidies. Electricity has been having subsidies, but I also observe that the energy sector has been one of the most translucent, if not opaque, sectors in the Kenyan economy. No one can print their statement of their bill and take you through all the costs listed once you make your payment for electricity and speak authoritatively and say, this is what this cost is about, this is what that VAT is about, this is what forex adjustment is about. And I always believe that where there is no understanding of what has been presented, therein lies the loopholes for those who know better to take advantage of. I want to also come back to what public participation shared with regard to money laundering. And my question, before I come to Kenya with Love, my question again on the money laundering bit is, are we retreating to the notion that those who are corrupt or those who know how to corrupt systems with regard to money laundering are always way ahead of our systems to catch up with them? That we do not have systems that can detect, deter, and possibly bring to book those who participate in those schemes. Kenya with Love, you had your hands up.
Yeah, I was asking kindly, Stone PK is here now. I was asking you kindly if you can continue. Stone PK is here too. I really have to cater for something, so I was going to leave you guys. While I was leaving, I also, Brian Richard is telling me here on a side note to please give tribute to Ken Block. I don't know who that is, a talented driver that participated in our local rally juzi. I don't know if you guys know him. I personally do not know, but Brian Richard, nimefikisha ujumbe, imesikika. So guys, I just wanted to tell you guys, thank you. I just have to cater for something, but Stone PK is here. You're in good hands, Jerumani, and everybody else. I really appreciate you guys, the guys in the comment section and everybody that has been here with us. And public participation. Chaka, salam, asante sana, mwaka mpya bwana. Stone PK, thank you for coming back and helping on this one. Jeremani, thank you for always, taking the slack when, something, when we get, caught up. And we do really appreciate everybody that has been here. Thank you guys, and everybody have Happy New Year. And I hope 2023 will see us to our destination where we want for our country and for ourselves. At this point, I just wanted to say good night and inshallah, Mungu abariki sana. Asanteni.
Asante Mato. Bogi inaendelea na job. Nani alikuwa juu?
Kwanza Stone PK.
Sema.
Hebu tuambie hii mambo ya Wasomali. Umesikia venye wame take over?
Wamesema wamefanya nini?
Wame take over.
Kenya ama wapi?
Kenya. Them, especially these towns, cities.
Swali take over kitambo. Siku za zile kulikuwa na mapirates.
Bado sasa ndio wana take over. Sasa wana take over kwa ubaya. Wako ndio wana own parking, ndio wana own buildings huku kwa
Si walianza na gava. Remember participate public walianza na gava. Walichukua gava kitambo. Siku ile ilikuwa hata ID na passport zinapatiwa mtu ukimuuliza aseme jina moja ya Kiswahili ajui. Ukimuuliza chifu wao ni nani ajui. Unakumbuka when they were all collected kwa pale Kasarani, wanaanza kuwekwa kwa malori wasafirishwe, ikaleta ngori sana, wakaambiwa human rights, sijui nani anafanya hivi, it is wrong, nini na nini, ikasimamishwa. That is when we lost it. So what is happening right now ni confirmation, na tumeuzwa na huyu jamaa wetu. Juu jamaa ni chapa anataka.
Na kwa kitu kibaya, me what I've seen we are in problem because hata kwa my estate, by the way, unaona wanaenda wanachukua, unaona kama hizi buildings mzee zenye zilikuanga za Wahindi hizi zenye zilikuanga nyumba mzee za kitambo za Wahindi, so they wanabuy hiyo alafu wanajenga 17 story kwa estate, ati kwa town CBD. Alafu CBD sasa commercial buildings one after the other one, restaurants the same. Sasa ni kama wanachukua kila kitu bwana, mpaka I'm beginning to wonder. Unajua ni venye nilisikia nani anasema with a lot of confidence, huyu Duale anaambia watu kama hamtavaa buibui mtafute pale mtaenda kuishi. Sasa ndio nimeanza kuona hiyo confidence pia imetoka out of nowhere. He knows that we are in state capital ya Wasomali.
Ukiangalia hii estate kuanzia Imara Daima, wacha tusiende Nairobi West, anzia tu hapa Imara Daima. Those of you who know Nairobi well, Imara Daima tu, wacha ile ya BAT, zile nyumba zilikuwa bungalows, the flats that zimeshikana na pipeline na wapi, hizo flats ni za kina nani? Na ni flats yes. Alafu uende pipeline yenyewe other than Kirimas, alafu sasa uingie estate kama Kasi Nyayo estate, one of the biggest estates in the world, in Africa. They wananunua, and you know they are doing it illegally. Because unakuja wewe Mwafrika umenyanyaswa, una pesa ulikuwa umenunua, umeshindwa kulipa mortgage, unaonyeshwa milioni 6, unaachilia nyumba. Unaona? Unaachilia. Sasa ndio niliambia watu siku moja last year, nikawaambia what is going to happen, Nairobi itabaki na hao watu. Hao wengine watu indigenous, unafukuzwa, mnaenda Mlolongo, unaenda Kajiado, unadanganywa bado uko Nairobi. Kajiado si Nairobi, ushatolewa Nairobi, umengatuliwa. Sasa watu unaenda Kamulu ni Kamulu si Nairobi. Lakini umetoka Kimbuni, nyumba umeuza ama umeshindwa kulipa ama something has happened. Una maploti Thika, Ruiru. Yeah. And you think you are in Nairobi. Hakuna. That is how people are watu kutolewa kabisa. Maana yake serikali yenyu imeshindwa kuwa empower, imeshindwa kuwasaidia mjikimu kimaisha, umeshindwa kujikimu kimaisha. So hapo ni hatari. Na huyu nani yako juu ameinua flag hivi, Duale ameinua flag hivi, ataachieve kabisa. Enda Garissa uone vile anaifagia. Sasa mmempatia power. Na jamaa ule anajua watu ni anawaambia free economy. That is the worst that you can have. Free economy, extreme capital. Unaulizwa wewe uko maskini, ndani ya kilimo uko maskini. Shauri yako. Hiyo ndio sasa unasikia ndio serikali ambayo walikuwa wataki ipenduliwe. Maana kupitia socio-democracy ndio serikali inajai mwananchi. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni Raila na wale wengine. Watu ambao wanauliza mimi nimeshinda jirani yangu amekula. Mtu ambaye anauliza mimi nina baiskeli, jirani yangu kunanyesha anaendaje kazini? Mtu ambaye mimi nina gari nashuka kwangu natoka namuona jirani ana kamwavuli, lakini tunaenda njia moja, naweza nikampa lift. Those are the social democrats. Capitalist anakupita anakupigia maji. Kwa nini unatembea mguu? Mbona hukujipanga mapema? Si ndio tunaambiwa na hasla. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa sisi hatujajipanga. Yaani wewe ni maskini kwa sababu hukujipanga. Bas. Dunia ya Kenya ndio imefika hapo. Chaka Mdunen bro, ujambo?
Brother PK. Sijambo ndugu yangu. Habari za mwaka mpya?
Salama bro. Umeuona 2023 wa majozi na kuchaga meno.
na kusaga meno huku tukusubiri maembe chini ya mkorosho. But for real, mimi kuna kipindi nilizungumzia hili swala, kwa sababu hili swala la hawa jamaa hawa ndio wataja sasa hivi, kwa sababu niko na jirani hapa na Watanzania, lakini nimejaribu kuangalia mipaka yao, jinsi wanavyokabiliana na hawa jamaa. Mimi Kenya nikaona sisi one day tutakuja kujutia zaidi, kwa sababu hawa watu wako all over sasa hivi. Hakuna pembe ya Kenya hautapata Msomali yupo. Sasa swali langu, kwani mimi najiuliza tu na uchache wangu wa elimu, hivi tutamjua yule wa Kisimayu ni yupi, wa Mogadishu ni yupi mwenye ni original Msomali, na hawa wa Kenya ni wapi? Ni wapi? Kwa sababu hawa watu wote ukiwaona ni wao tu, huwezi mtofautisha. Yeti ndo tumewaacha, wameingia kwa serikali, wameteka kila mahali. Sasa hivi kila mahali wapo, kila kona ya hii Kenya wapo. Je, hapa tutakuja kutofautisha vipi yule ambaye ni original Msomali kutoka Somaliland huko, na wale tunasema wamekuja huku ni wazaliwa wa huku, kama inavyosemekana kwamba kuna wale ambao ni Wasomali wazaliwa wa Kenya? Hivi hili jambo litakuja tuathiri katika vizazi vyetu vijavyo? Hivi hii serikali inafumba macho, inanifumbia macho na kuona hawa watu ni ndugu hawa, wakati wote hao watu ambao wameweza kusambaratisha nchi yao, leo tumewakaribisha mpaka ndani ya bedroom, wote tumeweka. Leo hii hata kwa security ati tunategemea wao. Mimi hili jambo pike linaniuma sana 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 sana. Wameteka kila mahali. Je, kesho na kesho kuta tutakuja kuwaweza hawa watu ambao wanatajua tujua ndani na nje? Haya, wacha niachie hapo, Wakenya watajiuliza wenyewe maswali. Lakini mimi brother pike ni kushukuru sana sana tu, huwa nakufuatilia na kusikiza. Ni mtu umenitia moyo haswa, umenifundisha, najengeka katika hoja zako unavyozipanga hapa na misimamo yako. Mimi huwa nafagiliwa sana, yaani jana nilikuwa kwenye hili, lakini baadaye nilikaa nikakusikiza ile speech umezungumza, zilinitia moyo zaidi. Na ndipo hapo Kenya tuamue tusuke ama tunyoe, tukubali ama tuamue kuumiza nyama, lakini tuhakikishe tumesimamia haki, tuhakikishe kwamba tumelikomboa taifa letu. Maana hapa ni lazima papigane, damu imwagike, wachache watakwenda, wengi watabaki, lakini wakibaki kwa vizazi vinavyokuja. Lakini bila hivyo, haya ni hapo kwa accept and move on. Sasa sijui miaka gani hii tutakuja kumalizana na hii kasumba ya tukubali na tuendelee. Kwa hivyo sina mengi brother PK, bado nakusikiza hapa na nipo mpaka mtakapofunga.
Asante ndugu Chaka, hapo ni kweli yaliyo kweli yasemwe, yaliyo ya uongo yatajwe pia kwamba ni uongo. Na ukweli, unajua, ni kama nilisema, ukweli ni kama simba. Simba hahitaji protection akiwa kule kwenye mbuga kule. Yeye anatembea bila wasiwasi, hata angalii kando na kando, because the lion does not fear. The lion stands. And that's how the truth is. The truth does not need defending. You don't need to have a lot of theories, to try and support what is true. Same thing with justice. Truth and justice are the same, actually. You can use them interchangeably. I wanted to say there is something we are talking here about on the topic there about the Kalenjins rising against their own Murkomen. I know most people have discussed this, wamezungumzia, lakini kwa kweli ukiangalia kwa undani, Orengo alisema siku moja kwamba government eats its own people. Utafikiria unamnyanyasa mtu, kwanza kwa sasa ni supporter wako, and that reminds me of this phrase where you talk of victors versus competitors, yani washindi na washindani. Kuna kuanga na transition ambayo watu husahau kwamba wakati mnashindana mnahitaji competitors themselves. Kisiasa, you are there as the candidates, and then you have the voters. When you are competing, you need the voters. Competitors need the voters. Hata mkiwa kiti kimoja mnagombania watu 10, mnahitaji milioni 5 ambao ndio wengi kuliko nyinyi. Yeah? Na mnapigana, mnafanya bidii so that you get the votes. And then out of the 10 guys, there is one who emerges as a winner. Sasa if you forget, wewe bahati mzuri umekuwa mshindi, umevuka pande ile, you immediately are transformed from a victor. Umetoka kwa ile victor sasa. Wewe ushapata ile victor sasa, umetunikiwa ile. For you to perform, sasa lazima sasa tena uanze kubeg hawa ambao wamekuchagua. Kwa hivyo unabadilika, unakuwa mpole kwa sababu utahitaji watu wa kufanya kazi nao. Na ndio unakuja sasa unachukua wale wote walikupigia kura, wale hawakukupigia kura, unaweka pamoja. Yale ambao unajadili ni maslahi yao. Sasa si la ajabu kuona Kalenjin sasa wameanza kumgeuka Murkomen. Na watageuka kabisa. Hustlers will become, sitaki kusema hilo lingine, watageuka na ndio watameza hawa. They are the ones who will start swallowing all these other guys. Because why? Sasa hustler amekuwa na njaa, ameenda kuhustle siku ya moja, ya pili, ya tatu, hajapata chochote. Utafikiria ukimsalimia umwambie UDA atasema kazi watasema nini? UDA wanasema nini? Kazi ni kazi. Atasema kazi ni kazi ipi na ana? Utasema UDA anakuambia kwenda huko. Kama hivyo Murkomen ameambiwa sasa. And it's coming. In fact, the revolution, you don't need to even whatever, it will just happen. Pole pole. Wewe chaka ndugu yangu chaka, you know that. Because you lied to people. Uliwaambia uongo. And then uongo is normally short-lived. Hata kama ni dada yako ama ndugu yako ulimwambilia unga na hapati, unafikiria atakuimba? Yes, participation. Sema.
Nimeona mtu akicomment wakale wako pamoja wanatufunga macho. Sasa guys, let me ask you, those of you who are saying that wakale wana pretend that they are together. There's nothing like being together here. Kwa sababu sasa hii 23 ikifika na huna hiyo 70k ya kupeleka mtoto yako shule, au utaenda useme ati ni mkale, whether school ni ya mkale, hata kama iko in Kale land, you have to pay the fees. Sasa kama subsidy ya fees ilishatolewa, ama sema sasa help ilitolewa and all these subsidies, if you want to tell me Kalenjins are not being affected by the removal of these subsidies, tuliona ile nyingine sio ilikuwa mashujaa, ilikuwa majamhuri ama whichever, I think it was jamhuri or mashujaa, when they in Eldoret hakukuwa na mtu hata mtoto kwa function. That shows you that watu is not that wanajifanya, because watajifanyaje na they are also being pinched by the same problems that any other Kenyan is being faced. In fact, hao wako in a worse disadvantage kwa sababu hao most of them ni wakulima wa mahindi, na mahindi ndio hiyo imeletwa GMO, imeletwa tani ngapi, ship mzima imeletwa na GMO, na hao ni wakulima wa mahindi. Sasa before walikuwa wana struggle kwa sababu NCV haikuwa inawalipa vizuri, inawalipa after long time, inawalipa na installment. Sasa hii industry wanataka kuua kabisa. Sasa ikuwe maize industry imekufa, who will suffer most? Isn't it Kalenjin? So obviously hakuna vyenye Kalenjin atakusupport wewe leader because you are from his tribe if you are not going to represent his individual self interest. Kama mtoto yake hawezi enda shule, atakusupport Murkomen ya nini? Hata kama ni ndugu yake wa kuzaliwa tumbo moja, kama mtoto yake anakaa kwa nyumba kwa sababu hawezi afford fees, sasa fees subsidy imeenda, health imeenda, what do you think such a person can feel? So let me shock you, but you'll be surprised that Kalenjins will be leading in this revolution. You'll be very shocked because hao kwanza ndio hard hit kuliko hata mtu mwingine. Thank you. Con PK.
Sema public.
Nilikuwa nasema hii revolution itakuja, itaanza na Wakalenjin. Because they are the most hard hit na hii government more than the rest of us. Sababu maize industry inajulikana ni ya Wakale. So maize industry ikiharibiwa, Wakale ndio watakuwa hardest hit kuliko anybody else. And majority of Kale are not rich people, they are poor. So hata wenye ni ndugu zao wachana hata na anything, even their own relatives. Kama wewe brother yako ama sister yako ama your uncle ni president na huwezi pata fisi ya kulipia mtoto shule, utakuwa rafiki yake kweli? Huwezi. Utaandamana na wengine wakiandamana. Ndio nilikuwa nasema.
Unajua what is happening is inaitwaje hiyo umaskini ni inaletewa shida na wale watu ambao ni nani, wale wanaitwa ni wale wanakuwa ni wale ambao wanakosa chakula. Okay, manake hawana chakula. So kwa hivyo vile inakuwa ni kwamba ndio lazima kuwe na viongozi ambao wanajaribu kuweka rasilimali pamoja, uzalishaji pamoja na nini ingine. Hizo vyote ndio hao watu waweze kusaidika. Sasa wakati wa watu kusaidika, hakuna huyu ni ndugu ya Stone PK, huyu ni wa ndugu wa Participation, huyu ni wa Jerumani, huyu ni wa Chakamdune. Hapana. Kwa hivyo ndio inaitwa ile leadership ikikosa njia. Si Wakikuyu anasema ndongoria ikilimp zote zina limp. Si ndio inasemekanaga hivyo? Na haziwezi fika kwa maji. Ama inasemango aje nani? Si ndio hivyo? Iwezi, yes. Ikidhua ndongoria iwezi fika kwa maji. Hiyo ni watu ni wahenga walijua, leadership kabisa. In any way, mkianza kugeuza tenets of leadership, muanze integrity. Kenya ilikuja ikakuwa mtu mwizi ndio tunagosha, ndio tuna praise. A guy works for 5 years in civil service. Anajenga nyumba ya milioni 30 na amefanya kazi civil servant 5 years. Ameangusha nyumba huko Ngong, Kiterian, wapi 30 million, anaendesha V8 na mnampraise. Mnasema huyo jamaa is a very hard working guy. That is in Kenya. We joined Liberia and West Africa where we say people are working hard. And somebody cannot explain why in your account you have 1 million or 100 million in your account. And you are told don't respect people's privacy. So this is something, it's a cancer. 60 years of independence, I don't see how you will cure that. It's not possible. So the truth is we will disintegrate into what Somali is. This I can say without even fear of ever. Somali, we have very extremely rich people who are eating the country, eating the resources of the country. And then we have extremely poor people who are dying and languishing. So it's a man-eat-man society. But had they stopped when they removed the Siad Barre, that's when they opened that cancer, the can of worms. It could have been as bad as they were saying, but it was bad because it was preventing these thieves who have taken over to take over. In Africa, ukisikia kiongozi ule ambaye anazuiwa achukue uongozi, kama vile mlizuia Raila. Mlimzuia kwa nini? Because alikuwa amesema kitu yake ya kwanza ni kupigana na corruption. Wale wote wameiba wafungwe ama warudishe hela. Ruto alipochukua yeye alifanya opposite. Wale wameiba, you are free to continue stealing. You don't need to even reach nursery school class to see how silly this is. It's something you even don't need to go discussing. So you sit here praying that Ruto will sijui atawasaidia nini, atafanya nini. Watu wanacheka na nyinyi. And drug dealers want Ruto to be the president. America wants Ruto to be the president. China wants Ruto to be the president because people want to deal with corrupt people. People have shortcuts. So the world is gone. Hapa ni kulia tu, every man for himself and God for us all. So basically, the people, even when you are being told to go and vote, you are going to vote what? You vote A, you are given C. And you utavote, at your vote will count. How will it count? Dunia imekwisha. It is another world order where it is those who have, who control and rule. That's the bad state of affairs. Sasa itakuwa tu ni every man for himself, man.
Nimeona mtu kwa comment, nimeona mtu kwa comment anasema ati Kalenjin hawezi revolt against Hustler because wanajengewa $1 million hospital. $1 million hospital itaendwa na watu wenye wako na pesa, my friend. Kama huna pesa, hata empty inaitangwa Moi Teaching and Referral. Are their services free? So if that is the public hospital and the services are not, did you think $1 million hospital ndio zitakuwa bure? I think you people are not serious at all. You are commenting at $1 million hospital ni ya watu wenye wako na pesa, my friend. Those who can afford. Germany take over.
I had wanted to ask Stone PK something, lakini naona ameponyoka kidogo. But let me ask this to everyone else who is present na wale pia kwa comment section. What is it that our systems, we do not have systems that can help us overcome some of these challenges we're talking about? Because my observation is that it appears all the schemers are always way ahead of our systems. And maybe now that Stone PK is back, anaweza tupatia hii jibu. Our systems, what are they founded on? Or our systems, are they too weak that schemers can always overcome them? Stone.
Jaraine, sorry, I did not get your question vizuri. If you don't mind, rudia tafadhali.
No problem. Nilikuwa nauliza, does it mean we do not have systems that can always stay ahead of schemes or schemers? It appears that we are always overrun by schemers. The schemers are always better organized than our government systems. And yet we know there is no person who has a better systems than the totality of government.
Thank you, Jerani. You know, you cannot scheme. The biggest thing here, in fact, even Ruto is not a schemer. There's nothing he has schemed. He has just taken advantage of what has been sold as corruption to be something you are supposed to adore and cherish. 24 years of Moi corruption. You know, all the years we've had, nobody really came out strongly to talk and stop and try to fight corruption. Even here on this TV, when we start addressing the issue of corruption, you will see how many people will sustain that discussion. Because Kenya ilifika mahali ikakuwa ukianza kuongea juu ya corruption, watu wanaanza kufikiria huyu mtu ana kitu anaongea. And we remember the country we used to point fingers at in Africa, mnajua ni gani? Oh, hii nchi ni very corrupt. Oh, huko ikakuja wenyewe wakasema hatuna hiyo vocabulary in our language. Wenyewe. So waka accept is part of it. For those of you might have been able to visit huko, mnajua. Yaani ukiongea corruption watu wanacheka, anashinda huyu fala anaongea nini. Imekuja fast forward, ikakuwa fast tracked. Na ili fast trackiwa na serikali ya Jubilee from 2013. Unaona? because pale ya 24 years ya Moi ilikuja ikakita mizizi. Kibaki akaingia despite his bad health, akajaribu kupigana nayo, akaipiga kiasi fulani. Bahati mbaya tumesema ni miaka 10 peke yake. So alipotoka, who came in? Jubilee. Who was the deputy captain of that Jubilee? Is the president today. Who says corruption cannot stop any development in any part of the world? He is known to have said that. So he does not believe kuna kitu inaitwa corruption. Hata ukisikiza Ruto akiongea, ningetaka ule atasikia, uwe mna mark speech yake. How many times he mentions corruption in 1 week? I'm telling you, akiwa ata mention mara mbili, wallahi billahi, itakuwa hiyo siku kutanyesha. His mouth does not know how to pronounce that word, because you pronounce what exists in your brain. Okay? Aya. In Kenya, we have communities that do not have the word thief. Yes, and I don't want to name them. There are communities that believe ukiiba ni werevu. Kweli urongo, Jerumani. I don't want to name them. Kuna kule ukiiba, wewe ndio njamba. Wewe ndio kiruagindet. In Kalenjin tunasema kiruagindet. Ukiiba wewe ndio tunaita nini, mundu kwa Waluya wana jina yake. Ati yani hakuna story, ni ulitumia ujanja. Sasa ikakuja ikabatizwa ikakuwa huyo ni mjanja. My brother, how do you expect Kenyan community to change away kutoka kwa wale? Na kuna communities ambazo zinaamini nikienda kwa Chakamdune ni bomoe boma yake, nichukue wale ng'ombe na mbuzi na mke wake na watoto, nitoroke nao, watakuwa wangu, na nitakuwa nikienda nikipiga kifua nitasema nilivamia huko nikachukua. That moral does not exist. I want you guys to really understand the root of all this evil. So and those people who do that, they never talk about fulani kuna njaa, fulani family fulani hawana chakula, jameni tuwasaidieni. All right? And then on the opposite, there is somebody who keeps on saying, hey man, Northeastern wanakufa njaa, maskini tufanye nini? Let's try to raise funds to help. Let's try to do this. This area mvua haikunyesha, wanahitaji this. Huku kuna nini? So there are those two people. So who do you expect to participate fully in terms of empowering communities to be self-sustaining? The answer is so simple. Unatakiwa tu kwenda class mpaka nursery school, ujue hiyo majibu. Huko kwingine ukiendelea unakuwa mnoma. Okay? Who will be able to feed or to help? Tunaita empowerment. Who will be able to think of empowering a nation towards the level of sustainability in all aspects of social whatever circle? Kikazi, kinini. You have to do that. Is it somebody who comes in, formula yake ni stop, stop, stop? Umekuta kuna lifeline. Jamaa amewekewa oxygen kwa mfano. Acha nipeane hiyo example. Lakini ukakuta hiyo oxygen kuna haijatolewa kwa the main tank. Hapa imetolewa kwa the main tank na jamaa haijawekwa kwa bili yake. Ako ICU. Jeremani we ni daktari, we ni whatever. Umekuta huyu jamaa ametapiwa hiyo oxygen direct kutoka mahali ya bill. Utakata hiyo oxygen ndio aanze uconnect kwa ile inalipa bill, ile mita ina run, ama utaenda uulize kwa nini oxygen iko bypassed, haiko kwa mita? Will you disconnect or you'll just let him breathe, let him survive, and you go and sort out with your people? If you are human, if you are inhuman, you will disconnect. Useme hajalipa, lazima awe amekunywa oxygen nyingi sana, kwa hivyo wacha akufe. I'm giving that example to just show how this government, how evil it is. Huwezi kuniambia sasa umekuta wazee wanapata ile hela yao 200,000 ambayo inawasaidia panene mno. Ati wewe kwa sababu umekuja na theories kwamba kuna makatel, your first option ni kukata, stopping. This is evil. It's only a devil who does that. Umekuta village, dada zetu wanaenda ofisi hospitali, wanajifungua, anapata sabuni, mtoto anapata nguo nini na nini, anatoka tu vile alivyoingia, isipokuwa anatoka akiwa na mtoto plus nguo, kuna kila kitu. Ameleta Mkenya mwingine duniani na tunamshukuru. Hata ni vile sasa program ilikuwa ita improve, ukizaa unalipwa. Wewe unakuja unasema hapana, that should not happen. Just because you don't know what it means for this mama, this young girl, amepata mtoto, maskini wa Mungu, hana kazi. Ndio, labda ana mume, ana kijana anafanya tu kazi kidogo kidogo huku, lakini 22,000 labda amefanyiwa cesarean, hawezi hata ukimpa miaka 3. You know, we have leaders who don't know that there are Kenyans who cannot raise even 10,000, hata ukimpa 1 year. Because what ana make ni chakula tu ya family, kaunga na nini, ana survive hivyo, maskini wa Mungu. Kisha unamwambia sasa lazima kila mtu alipe 25,000, kila mtu lazima ashughulike. Kwa nini alioa? Kwa nini? You see, any time you find somebody following that, hiyo analysis, huyo ni shetani tu, si binadamu. That is what you have in government today. And for me, despite all this, it is for mwananchi sasa, yule ambaye anaumia. Wacha sisi tunapiga hapa kwa ma-TV. Mwananchi huyo ako pale, huyo ndiye ataumia. Kiatu yeye kinamfinya. Kiatu kimemfinya na kitamfinya. Ule mwananchi hata hawezi kusubiri hata dakika moja, kiatu kimemfinya. Yeye ndiye atakivua. Kwa hivyo watu wasiache. Yes, Jeremani.
Kuna swali moja ukiniallow ni interject.
Endelea.
There's a difference between politicking and governing. Not all politicians can govern. Not all who govern can politic. Do you think we have a situation where this principle is understood in the current government? Because I have a lot of concerns about how the governing is being run or intertwined with politics.
Oh, Chaka amepotea, nilikuwa nataka kumpa hilo. Anyway, Jeremani, hata tukiangalia tu with basics of governance, na uzuri wa Kenya waliona kutoka pale mwanzo, you know, even when UDA was campaigning and all that, it was just politicking. Actually, what they were saying on the platform ndio ilikuwa hot air. But Kenyans waliconfusiwa ati na hiyo 50 bob. Manake walikuwa wanatoa chapa na hizo ma-t-shirt za yellow. The hot air actually was coming from UDA. Analyze there are 7 points agenda. Ile agenda ya 7 points. And we analyzed this the day before yesterday. We compared, we juxtaposed the two. And we were looking at number 1 of Azimio and number 1 of, because our listeners had come and said, you guys who seem to be on the side of Baba, you've not told us what could have been the alternative. And that's a very naive question. The alternative was Baba as the president, based on the manifesto. Unajua, if Kenyans want to really rejuvenate and change and emancipate ourselves from slavery, we should now start to go with the ideologies. Tunajaribu Stone PK, ideology zake ni gani? mnampatia miaka 5. Zikikuwa ni rubbish, mnaingiza Jerumani. Unaona? Sasa tungeangalia hizo, tungeona zile za Azimio, zile pointi 10 za Azimio ambazo zilikuwa zimesema kila nyumba itapewa 6,500 as immediate as possible, ndio watu watoke kwa hiyo umaskini wa kukosa chakula. Because the basic thing you need in life is number 1, life itself, which is sustained by food. So life and food are intertwined. And anybody who thinks of life and food, and that's why I love Islam. Hiyo dini inaamini uhai ni chakula. Na wanasema ikiwa hupatii maskini chakula, wewe utakwenda kwenye, inaitwa nani? Utakwenda Jehannam. Which is true. You're not able to save us all. So basically, anybody who comes into power and cuts that livelihood. Hiyo point moja, by the way, ndio ingefanya Wakenya wapige kura, na waliponyang'anywa kura na Ruto ile pale Bomas, ndio wangeingia Bomas wachome, na wachome hao walikuwa Bomas because wamenyang'anywa 6,500. That was good enough to cause a revolution. Yes. Yani una njaa, unaona mtu ule alikuwa anakuletea chakula amepigwa rungu pale na mtu ameanguka chini, chakula imemwagika chini. You are supposed to chase that guy who has done that and burn him. Wakenya tulizubaa. Yes, bwana Jerumani.
Allow me to interject. Hapo kwa people stepping in sababu ya 6,000. You know, when you look at it very critically, you discover even the 6,000 was not something that the Kenyan citizen himself alijiletea. This was something brought upon the Kenyan as a gift or a promise that you will be given this. Did the Kenyans get together wakasema we want watu wazee wapewe 6,000 because that is what will trigger the revolution, something that you have agreed collectively. Ikiondolewa, then you have cause to rise up. But kama hamkuileta wenyewe, then you have no basis for unity to fight against.
Sasa bwana Jerumani, hakuna siku moja utakaa hapa atuambiwe Wakenya wameleta kitu pamoja. That's why they have leaders. Nowhere on earth that you'll have this is what people have decided. Hakuna. People decide through their leaders, and that's why those who come out as leaders, they design agendas and then they come and bring it to the people. And that's why you find like what Azimio leader did was he went around with the agenda, the 10 points. He went to every county. Akawaambia, jameni, kuna this thought. Tumekaa chini tukafikiria hii ni dawa. Munaona inaweza kuwa? And they accepted. Walienda all around waki-accept. Wakisema ni kweli hiyo itakuwa dawa. It's good. It's okay. Wakasema it is okay. So he went around, ndio alikuwa anaziita azimio la kina mama, azimio la kina vijana, azimio la all that. And this copycat called UDA, ndio wakakuja wakaanza the same thing. They were following every track. Wakakuja wakaanza chapter hizo. You know, trying to do exactly what Azimio was doing, but only change the name. Sijui chapter. They even said they will give sanitary pads to girls in school. That's the easiest thing that any government can do. They are not able to do that. Sanitary towers. Si unapeana order to locally. Local distribution. You know, some of those people who have worked with NGOs, they know how easy it is to implement such a program. You know, you just decentralize. Yes.
Do you know why I'm saying something that has not been brought by the citizen has a high risk of failure? Let me give you an example. And in my example, I will borrow from history. So I'm saying, Stone, are you with me? Because I don't want you to miss this point.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jeremani. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm saying I want to borrow from history. In 1959, or way before that, maybe 56, Tom Mboya led something called the dock workers strike. The dock workers in Mombasa, they went on strike, major strike. And that's how Tom Mboya was able to build himself as a credible leader for that could be looked up to nationally. He was working under the umbrella of the ICFTU, International, I'm forgetting, but Trade Union something Federation. With time, arising from that dock workers strike union, is when now Tom Mboya crafted what we know today as the National Social Security Fund. So it was Tom Mboya's brainchild. The fee that was introduced was supposed to take care of people in old age. We know that. And it was well established. And this is why I'm saying the risk of people not understanding that something introduced by the leaders, yes, it can get us going somewhere, but in the long run, it may also fall apart because it may be seen as this is some so-and-so's intention, not the people's intention. Now, today, we have a lot of people questioning whether NSSF is, why should I pay NSSF? Because the pension I will get will not even sustain me for a year after retirement. And the question again is, how was NSSF introduced? This was introduced way back in the 60s. And today people do not see the value of NSSF contribution other than, I know 200 shillings every month will be chopped from my salary. And what I'm saying is this: if NSSF was actually birthed by the people, and the people said, just in the same format or manner you said, views are collected all around, but it is not seen, for example, as, if I may use the example of Baba care, it is not seen as Baba care, but as people care. I don't know if you get my insinuation. Yes, throw the idea to the people, but dissociate from it so that the people take the view as, you can actually make people believe that this was our view, not his, and then run with it. Then the people will sustain it longer. That's why I was headed with my point of interjection. Sorry, I don't know if I distracted you.
Jeremani, there is no idea that doesn't have the owner. Hakuna idea on earth that does not belong to an owner. The biggest challenge, or whatever we should be looking at, is once it belongs to whoever ideated it, because it has to have been ideated by somebody, then how is it sprout out? Now, the process of ideation is the initial point. It's, I have the idea as Stone PK. The second spot, or the second circle now, it begins with the dot. The dot is my idea in my brain. Then from the dot, I do a circle. So this idea, who else do I involve to help me look at it and even think further? Then I go to Jeremani. Hey man, I have this idea. What do you think? I make you understand it. We do the pros and cons. We do everything about it. We start thinking now. We think, we put the real thinking, the intellectual, everything, the two of us. Then we say, ai, apana, hii kitu, wacha tutafute public participation. Then you expand the circle. And as you move along, it gets whatever is not necessary is mutilated, in a cut off, and whatever is adding value is added. Then it grows and grows and grows. So in terms of communities, the idea is developed from wherever source, which is within the same community. Because if we say, for example, Baba Care, let's forget about the naming. It's public health, okay? It is community health care, yeah. And of course, in terms of people brand them according to the source of whatever, of where it came from. So that should not be an issue, because if you hate an idea because it is Stone Piquet who started it, then you have no basis. So what I'm trying to say, fast forwarding, is that idea, if it is well rooted and well spread and well diagonized, and there is the process of doing that when it is anything involving communities, you begin with yourself, you go to the communities, discuss about it, they vote about it, you go to all the ages, age, gender, and all of them, they decide, women talk about it, ladies talk about, girls talk about it. That in participation is what now we call public participation. And in politics, public participation, of course, you can give it whatever approach you want. You can do town hall conversations, you can do zinaitwaje mabaraza kule nje mnaongea, and then people will tell you. And also you can even do public opinion, what do you call it, polls, opinion polls. So out of that you can tell, this idea is not rating well. But I can assure you, none of the ideas or agendas of Baba or Azimio that was not resonating with the people. And none of them that was rocket science. None of them was rocket science. They were so simple, so basic to implement. Why? Because number one, on top of the list, or rather what was to help make them happen, was to deal with where money was disappearing to. Because all the 10 ideas cannot work without kushika wezi ama kukomesha wezi for the time being. And we learned this from Kibaki. Aliingia akasimamisha wezi. You may drop from 100% corruption, ukisimamisha to 40%. You see the difference as you are fighting with the rest of the 60%. Then within another 1 year or 2 years, umeongeza another 20. Then you are dealing with 60%. The difference is enormous. The money that you will have is enormous. I remember, waraia walikuwa wanashika polisi wakiwa bribe. Public people wana arrest policemen when they were receiving bribes. Baka polisi sasa wakabadilisha lugha, wakikusimamisha wanakuja, vipi bro? Unamwambia poa. Uko salama? Unamwambia unaenda wapi? Naenda Meru. Okay, njia ni sawa huko umetoka. Unaona hiyo conversation na polisi? Unamwambia iko sawa. Anaambia gari iko sawa Anasema okay. Hapa ni jua tu linatuweza bana. Una maji? Na si ati naomba unihonge. Unasikia polisi ndiye anakuambia hivyo. Alafu unajua sasa nyinyi watu wa magari tumebeba machupa ya maji. Unatoa chupa kama 5 unampatia. That is what was happening. Lakini chapa hakuna. Some people would give money out of their own volition. Of course, and I would see some people even, kama kuna mvua, they come with umbrellas donating to these policemen. We had started becoming human beings. Because corruption dehumanizes you. Who is giving and who is receiving, you become devils. You become evil. Because when you are bribing this guy, unamdharau sana, unamuona ni takataka. Na wewe naye ambaye huyu anachukua kwako, anakuona wewe ni enemy yake. Kwa hivyo anakugandamiza kabisa. So corruption, mgiver and ule anapatiana, they are not human anymore. Wako katika level ingine. They are in another bubble. Manake wameingia ushetani sasa. You who is giving, you are so bitter that huyu jamaa anachukua 300 yako, bila whatever, ni kwa sababu wiper yako moja haikuwa inafanya kazi, you know, anataka umpatie hiyo 300 shilling. Maybe is what you had in your pocket, and you go cursing that guy. Huyu jamaa naye anasema hawa watu wa magari ndio tunakula. He forgets he has a salary. So what I'm saying here is that whatever the agendas, the ideas from these teams that go campaigning or went campaigning, if Kenyans were keen, they would have, today they would not be lamenting what they are lamenting. Because number one, walikuwa wameambiwa within 100 days, nitarudia 6,500. Number two, health. Number two, sorry, education. Itakuwa free. Like the way Kibaki did. In his 100 days, alisema hakuna mtoto atabaki nyumbani. Watu wakaanza kusema, the naysayers, oh, it's not possible, nina nini. Kibaki akasema, wacha waende shule, wasomee chini ya miti as we build classrooms. Lakini wako shule. Waende asubuhi, wako na mwalimu wherever it is. What is a class? A class doesn't have to be building. Mtoto amesoma hata kama alikuwa amekaa chini kwa nyasi na arudi nyumbani. Baada ya mwezi moja, miezi mbili, tatu, madarasa yatakuwa. It happened. So Kenyans lost it. Kwisha. To recollect it, it's not easy. The moment you allowed a thief to take over, ukakubali fisi aende kwa boma yako kuchunga mbuzi wako, kwisha maneno. Yes, Jeremani, you want to say something?
And I wanted to interject at that point. If you had 3 things to take care of, assuming we gave you the presidency and we said, these are 3 priorities Kenyans want you to address. Number 1, address corruption. Number 2, address elections, if I may call it, system. Number 3, address judiciary. Which of these 3 would you give priority in the first 100 days?
Jeremani, my style is very radical. Immediately I'm sworn in, I would suspend the constitution for 100 days as the commander-in-chief. 100 days, no constitution. I'll be the constitution, and I'll take a few people, wale tumechaguliwa now, and I'll address corruption. Now, when you address corruption without the constitution, is you deal with it squarely. For me, I don't want issues of human right, justice, and all that. If you have stolen, and it is listed that you had these issues, tunakupatia, within those 100 days, we want 50% of what you have stolen back kwa serikali. I seize all the houses that you are not able to account for, all the buildings, kila kitu, within those 100 days. That is number 1, which means mwizi, ukitaka uokoke, the Monoratam will be saying, by this time, I want 50%. Kama tunajua una bilioni 5, within 50 days, 100 days, 50 days, tunataka kusikia serikali, Central Bank ina bilioni 2.5. Juu hakuna mtu ana bilioni 5 ambazo ati hazijulikani mahali ziko. No way. Hata hakuna mtu ana milioni 200 worth ambazo haziwezi patikana. Na it is you. Number 2, within those 100 days, I don't want to hear about systems. Niko na military yangu. The thing is to make sure that there is no stealing that is going on. Judiciary is not working that time because it has failed by the time I'm taking over. Like, so I want to deal with that, and then I'll have so much money returned. After the 100 days, nitapeana ile inaitwa whatever, like there is an English word. Okay? And I'll be smart. Yeah? Sorry?
Moratorium.
Moratorium. I'll deal with moratorium. And within that time, I'll tell people, if you know you are corrupt, just tender your resignation so that you don't lose your benefits. If you know you have a case, and if you think you don't have, and I get you, and we will come for you, ole wako. Period. I know people will not like me, but within 5 years, Kenyans itasawa. People will want to kill me. That's okay. Yeah? But I can assure you, Jeremani, it will happen. You will kill me after I've set precedents, and anybody who will come after me atapata njia imetengenezwa. What Kibaki lacked was somebody to come and help him, because he had missed the boat. Let me finish. Because he had missed the boat on tribalism. If he had gotten Raila in 2013, Raila angenyorosha upande wa tribalism. Plus economy hiyo ambayo Kibaki alikuwa ametengeneza, Kenya, ndugu yangu, ingekuwa mbali. Because Raila would have dealt with tribalism and only nursing the systems economy development ambazo Kibaki alikuwa ameset, which would have been very easy. And how do you deal with tribalism? Meritocracy. Simple. And then you follow the system, yeah, economic development ambao Kibaki alikuwa ameset, which was very simple. Kila kitu, benki zina pesa, mashinani watu wana hela. Sasa unamaliza tu tribalism, appointments zisikuwe ni tribal, watoto wakichukuliwa shule hakuna ati huyu ni Mkisi, huyu ni Mberu, huyu ni Mumbere. Economy enough. Within the 10 years of Jubilee, it was Baba who took over, I believe. Ingekuwa, and that is what now we would have come to do in 2022. That president would have followed, because you have to start away. Unaweza kata njia jirani, nikute si pana, lakini umekata njia. Mbeleni kulikuwa hakuna. So mimi nakuja na jembe yangu, nasema hapa jirani, hii njia ilikuwa 8 meters, wacha niongeze. There is a way that jirani did. But you are given money, you never ngoa mawe kwa njia. So Stone PK anakuja na ile pesa kidogo kuanza upya. 10 years have been wasted. That is where Kenya is. Now, it's even worse now that this regime has taken over. We will be talking of, it's beyond a disaster. I mean, its country is done. Let me welcome Alex, Alex Media. Karibu sana ndugu yangu.
Just before Alex aingie, and welcome Alex. I wanted to just make a quick follow-up with Stone PK there. Are you saying the current constitution as is does not have the teeth? That's why in your first 100 days you'd suspend it?
The reason I will suspend it, because the constitution is fantastic, but the people to implement it are making it seem like it is not, it is toothless. So by me suspending it is because I will not have people excusing myself. But you see, as per the constitution, we are supposed to do X, Y, Z. This Kenyan constitution was meant for people above board. This constitution is for people who believe in integrity. Na Kenya hakuna. It can never work when we have Kenyans who believe when you steal, you are working hard. It cannot work when you say corruption cannot stop any development. This constitution is useless when you say that when you vote, lazima uweke askari kuchunga kura yako in the name of the agent. This constitution cannot work when you have judges of the High Court being bribed to go and pronounce things to the opposite, and they pretend that Kenyans don't know. It can't work. So the best I could do was to suspend it so that I deal now with this evil direct. And it has happened. Jerry Rawlings did it. Thank you, Jeremani.
Yeah, actually, I came in because of Jereman. Jereman proposal. I think Jereman still has hope, thinking that we do have a functional judiciary. Jereman, in your submission, you need to remember we don't have a judiciary. Your proposals are good. They can only be good if we have a functional judiciary. as we speak right now, we don't have a functional judiciary. Whatever we may do, you see, even when Kibaki was the president, we had so many problems. When Uhuru was the president during his first term, when we did not have the handshake, and you remember, we had an attributor that we could even go when they say we cannot picket, we cannot not demonstrate. Justice Odunga will give us the go ahead, and it could actually embarrass the government. So it was functional. When Maraga was the Chief Justice, it was extremely functional. So that gave us an opportunity as a country to be able to have that democratic space. And that is when your ideas could have worked. But as of now, where we are seated, Jeremani, you need to understand your ideology and philosophy cannot work in our country because the judiciary has been bought. And of all people, I did not even expect Maraga could take a state job from William Samoei Ruto after cancelling the election. Now you see, the person that we respected most in the judiciary was Maraga, and he has already been bought. So the guy is in a shopping spree. Jeremani is in a shopping spree, and he has succeeded. He has shopped in Nakumatt, he has shopped in Naivas, he has shopped everywhere. Now hatuna mahali tunanunua kitu yoyote. We have nothing in supermarket of called integrity of supermarket. So who is left? Nobody. So I think, I used to think Stone is an extremist to some point, but I think he had some cathedral thinking. He was ahead of us. Maybe because he has participated in politics before. That gravitational pull that we had before that could bring us together is not there. We are discouraged because where do you go to? Look at what they have done. All cases have been dismissed totally. Even the simplest of cases that you could see somebody like Baraza, who see a simple case whereby somebody has taken a gun and killed some. People like Linturi who are coming from some room, and they say, I didn't know where I was going, and they sleep in somebody's bed. Character, morality has been compromised. And these are our cabinet ministers. So, I mean, I like how you argue, but back in your mind, remember, we have no judiciary. All these things we used to do, and the reason we succeeded is we had a functioning judiciary. It's not there anymore. So what Stone is trying to say, to suspend the constitution, is just to say Koome must go. That is the first thing. Koome must go. Once Koome goes, then you constitute a functional judiciary that is able not only to attribute anything that is going on, but that also is fair and produces justice. And that's the kind of country that we can survive on. But where we are seated as a country today, I mean, where do you go to? Where do you go to? Ruto is the constitution. Ruto is above the law. Ruto is a demigod. Ruto is everything. You saw in Mombasa how, you see, everybody who was coming in the podium was talking as if he's a demigod. And when you have a country whereby you have somebody who is a demigod, and for some reason, after Ruto met Ramaphosa, Ramaphosa has become the same thing with the ANC. And now you see people like Jacob Zuma, people like, I saw about 4 people, are coming out of ANC to form their own party so that they can fight ANC, so that ANC will not take power again, because Ramaphosa has become what? Because they also do not have a functional judiciary. So, Jeremani, your ideas are very robust, but not in the Kenya we live today. The Kenya we live today wants the people's participation in deciding the direction. And that can only happen if people decide to go to the streets and make sure that they take what is theirs. And there's no negotiation of that. Because from the look of things, Ruto and his people have pre-planned what they want for many years to come. It is not, these are people who are way ahead of us in terms of planning. You see, one of the statements that made Ruto to be what he is, you like me or not, I will say it. When Ruto fought tooth to nail in 2007 when the elections were stolen, Kibaki said something that he should not have said. Kibaki said, sisi wote tuliiba kura. Wewe nani alikuambia ukaiba kidogo, mimi nikaiba nyingi. Sisi wote tuliiba. Nani alikuambia usiibe nyingi? So Ruto came to understand that elections are not conducted. Elections are stolen. That's the statement that made Ruto to be who he is. He understood, because remember how he fought in Bomas. That boy, at that time, he was just a mere boy. He fought tooth and nail for ODM. At some moment, nobody even wanted him. Karua did not want him to be even in the cabinet ministry. So he learns his politics that, oh, when you want power, election does not matter anymore. What matters is you go full throat, take it, and don't regret it. But Baba did not learn that. Baba thought that we still have democratic space in that country. And he also came to learn what Kibaki did. Kibaki used his Chief Justice well. And they did what? Wakamuapisha. So the man understood the politics of the judiciary and the politics of deception and the politics of full-blown throat chest, whereby you take it by force. And that art and science, he has mastered it very well. And you can see how cabinet ministers fear him. So what you are saying is right, but it cannot work in our country right now. We must reclaim the judiciary. After we reclaim the judiciary, then whatever your proposals are going to work. But of now, I think Stone is right. If we don't do what is necessary, then we are duped. Let us stop this conversation and agree that, you know what, this is going to be our life in the next. They went to, was it in Eldoret, where they agreed that judicial capture? They went to Eldoret and you saw Gachagua send the Nyeri governor and said, and even spoke in Kalenjin. What did he tell them? That we are ruling until 2042. As we are thinking of 2027, these people are thinking of 2042. My friend, it is either we do what is necessary or we stop talking. I hope, as Baba said, it's going to give us a major direction. And if it does not, I hope people like Stone, who are a little bit bolder than us, are able to come up with something better so that we may not be depending on Baba all the time. Otherwise, we can't continue to have a civil conversation with people who are gangsters. You cannot. You cannot negotiate with gangsters. And this is a gang. When I say gangster, it's a gang. It's a gang of Chebukati. It's a gang of Koome. It's a gang of Ruto and the rest of the people who bankrolled the stealing of the election. Because the money that was used to steal the election went through Venezuela, went through, you saw Matiang'i stopping a lot of money laundering that was coming through Kenya. And sometimes Ruto was stopped going to Uganda because of the same issue of money laundering and how they were going to pay their cartels and cartels who are to do the work. So now we must wake up and say, okay, if this is what they are doing, are we still going to be civil the way we were civil? Thinking that putting Karua there is going to streamline. In fact, Karua is the one who made even things go worse because all corrupt officials in the government, when they looked at how Karua was straight, man, they were worried. And what happened? They all ganged together. That's why you saw the hemorrhage. Slow but steady. The Kirinyaga governor went, Muturi went. We saw the hemorrhage of people who are with Uhuru. Just go to where? UDA, and we could not understand it. And Babu Owino explained that thing very clearly the other time as he spoke. So we need to come up with an idea whereby we need to agree that we don't have a country. We don't have a constitution. We don't have a judiciary. So the only way, as Stone has always proposed, and then streets, if you don't, stay with it until 2042 as they proposed.
That's it.
So, Alex Media, thank you. I wanted to make a follow-up with you on that one. What I get from what you said is that, one, judiciary is not functioning as ought to, or is virtually broken, number one. Number two, that you've alluded to the presidency also not upholding the constitution as what I wanted to know with you at that point is how does one take back the judiciary? What means can be employed? That's one. Number two, if people are called to the streets, as you suggested, do you think there will be enough people to get to the streets to effect that change tomorrow, if that was called?
Two good questions.
Alex, do you want to take that?
Yes, I will. Two good questions. When we promulgated the new constitution, I thought Charles Njonjo was crazy. I want you to go back and Google the article that Charles Njonjo wrote on The Nation about the new constitution. This is what he said. We have brought a new demon to our country. We have empowered the judiciary beyond and above the level they are supposed to. Soon we are going to. I remember reading that and I castigated that man. I said he doesn't know what he's saying. I went back and read that thing. Was it about 3 days ago? That's when I realized these people had a giraffe's neck. They saw beyond. Because he was a lawyer. He read it. He understood it. But we didn't. We were celebrating over the death of our country. Yet we didn't know. The judiciary has been empowered beyond. Look at how they frustrated Uhunye. Everything that was taken to judiciary, down, down, down. The last nail was BBI. And there was nothing Uhuru could do. Because we wanted to uphold constitutionalism. We wanted to be above the bar in Africa. So it is not that we are extremists. What we are saying is that the judiciary was empowered too much. And therefore, it has every luxury to do anything it wants. And if it wants to frustrate you, it can, as it frustrated us. Orengo said the words that Koome used were not judicial language, and you can understand that was not a judicial language. But what could we do? Nothing. Uhuru was to do nothing. So I think what Stone Picker is saying is that we must make sure that we take back the judiciary. And the only way to take back the judiciary is to do the Sudan way, the Sri Lanka way. I mean, there is no any other way. I've really thought about how to do it. Your second question, will we have enough people? My friend, that Kamkunji meeting, if you did not see it, it was of a short period. And do you know where people traveled from just to come to that Kamkunji meeting? It shocked me. You know, I thought people are not I thought there's going to be electoral legacy. because people were already sick and tired. We were extremely sick, not just sick in terms of just psychological. We were physically sick. But still people had the audacity and the encouragement to go there. And given the facts of the sufferings of Kenyans right now, more especially the school fees. Wacha maneno ya unga na vitu zingine. More especially the school fees. Jeremani, I guarantee you, people will come out. You saw what happened today in Keio Marakwet. Those people, when they were shouting, it's because of the electoral discourse. They've been disconnected now. They've realized the lies. And they themselves are mad. They are madder than us. Because for us, we knew we have been duped. But for them, they thought it was a utopia. Now they've been given a dystopia. And it's in front of them. You hear me? If they can shout to their own leaders, what tells you of that? It tells you they are sick and tired. And you know, Baba is not a person who calls for meetings without explaining why we are going to that meeting. So if he tells people that we must talk about school fees and other things that are important to Kenyans, electioneering period is over. Now Kenyans are feeling the pitch. They are feeling it, whether you like it or not. And the people who are feeling it most are the Kalenjins. Mbona unaleta mahindi na sisi tuko na, I don't know if you saw that video of that young Kalenjin man who showed us his maize that he cannot sell, and he said, wallahi nisipo uza hii mahindi nitaichoma. These are his own people. So when you say, when he calls, will people come? That guy is delaying us. We are even mad at him. He's delaying us. We wanted this thing to come even before school fees comes. And that is why, if you saw some statements that were being made today, is because when Raila said he's going to make an announcement, now Linturi comes, makes a statement that very soon in February, Unga is going to come down. When they said it's going to take a year, another cabinet minister came and gave a statement. Why? Because the statement of this man is like a holy decree. It is divine to Kenyans. So when they heard that Baba is going to give a major declaration of what is going to happen, and that thing is going to be before January, now you saw the cabinets coming to give some silly statements. Why were they doing so? And they looked sick when they were giving those statements. Why were they doing so? Because they know through the intelligence that they get on a daily basis that Kenyans are ready for that major proclamation that Baba is making, and whatever is going to be said of that, people are going to follow it. This school fees issue, Jeremani, don't take it as simple as you can. Jeremani, this school fees issue can bring a revolution from 20,000 to 69,000. And the average pay of Kenyans, I don't know if you look at our GDP and our income disparities. The average pay of a Nairobian is 40,000. Now let's do the calculation. The house is 15,000 maybe, depending where you're staying. Transportation is there. You have taken the fuel subsidies. Now the transportation has gone up. You have taken the fuel subsidies. Food has gone up. What remains of those people? They can't afford to take their children to school. But they can't afford to keep their children to school again. They can't afford to keep their children at home again. What happens of them? Whether they like it or not, they will rise up and say capital N-O and they will ask Ruto, what part of no don't you understand? Is it the N or the O? We are here to tell you, if you can't do this, then you have to ship you out. And that is going to bite Kenyans. Now, the university education, I don't know if it's true or not, the help is being taken away. How are people going to afford the tertiary education? Do you want to tell me that this, you remember in the 90s, I don't know how young you are, in the 90s, the people who propelled and helped politicians until Moi closed the university for 1 year were the university students. And I think we are going back there. We are going back there. So when you ask, will we have enough? We are ready. Baba is the one who is late.
Thank you, Alex. Let's watch this. Let's watch this, Jerani. Then you can also comment. Let me share something. Sorry, it's taking a little bit longer. Let me, as I try to see what I think it needs some technical support. Now, I wanted to really kind of echo and agree with what Alex has said. That where we have reached, honestly, it's a matter of life and death. I know, as a country and as a community, Kenyan community, we have many colors. We are a chameleon community. And this thing has caught up with us, Alex, and all those who are on this panel. You know, it's a behavior that I've seen develop. We are not very young. We've seen several. We've witnessed several leaders. And once you have witnessed at least 3 leaders, you are able to have some comparative power. We have seen several elections. We've worked in various sectors of our country. So we have a wider experience when we analyze some of these things. My biggest worry that has been, haunting me as I see, or as I've been growing up and, in my country, my biggest worry was, where is this attitude going to leave us? The attitude of relenting on good leadership. Because I saw it coming. I've seen it severally. When you have an election rigged once, twice, thrice, 4 times, sincerely speaking, and then when you hear all what goes on is something that your ears would not want to keep, then it's very worrying. Very worrying indeed. And truth to my fears, it came to pass in 2022. But before 2022, when Maraga was the Chief Justice, there was a candle of hope that came. It rekindled my confidence. I said, Hallelujah, Mungu ametusikiza. Wallahi, I celebrated, I adored Maraga mpaka hii siku amepewa kiti, nikafikiria ni fake news. I was even arguing with one of my very close in-law. Nikamwambia, don't give me that nonsense. There's no way. And up to now, I'm in denial. Because the biggest hope that I had seen for this nation was when Maraga nullified that election. Then I said, yeah, we are heading there. When the Supreme Court says all this was nonsense, you guys have to go back, I knew, yes. So the second point, because I knew, and up to now, my belief is, until that day, when elections will be sampling something over 90%, we may not be 100%, but the day it will be like the day Kibaki was elected first, not the second election. Then we shall say Kenya tumerudi kwa njia. The day that the MP you have in your constituency ni ule wote mmekubali, hata opinion polls mmekubali, hata ukienda village unauliza ni nani, watu wanasema ni Stone PK. The day huyo ndiye anaannouncewa mshindi MCA na nini na nini, wallahi billahi, that is when we will know the country has resurrected. Why? Because mwananchi has the best judgment. Mwananchi ndiye anajua katika ma-MCA wale wamesimama kwa wodi yao ni nani wezi. Na sitakosa kuongea juu ya wizi, because wizi ndio inatuua sisi nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mwananchi knows Stone PK hii mali yake. Stone PK alimaliza university juzi na amekuja hapa anaendesha V8. Na tulisikia tu aliandikwa KRA, amefanya tu mwaka moja. Your villagers wanajua. They speak in whispers. Wanasema wachana na Alex bwana. Alex tulisikia alipiga deal. Once you hear wananchi saying ulipiga deal, they are just saying we ni mwizi. It is simple. Ukisikia tu wananchi wanasema Jeremani, kuna deal alipiga, hati anakaaga wapi? Germany. Hata anatafutwa na FBI ya Germany inaitwa nini? You know, that is the truth. The day we shall be able to count the votes the way they are supposed to be counted, and announce ile number, ile totaling umefanya, is when we shall get that leader ambaye ana qualify for chapter 6. Because what happens, even if a few slips in washinde, they will not survive in a parliament of 80% chapter 6 qualified people. They will resign. They will either change or resign. Hiyo ni kabisa. Yani unaingia bunge mahali hakuna kuhongwa, unapitisha miswada ya kusaidia mwananchi, ukijaribu hivi utaresign mwenyewe. So basically what I'm saying is, actually hakuna kitu ingine tunatakiwa tutafute. Hata baba hata akituita kwa street, hatuendi kuongea ati sijui fees imepanda, sijui nini imefanya, sijui ni one agenda. One agenda. Mwizi aliiba elections, kwa hivyo wale wengi wako ofisi waliiba election, wezi kazi yao ni kung'atuliwa. Tusiambiwa ati hatuwezi fanya election nyingine, we don't care. Waizi tufukuze wote, hata tukiweza kuua tuue. Unless they confess. But what we are seeing is thieves continue to thump chest and chest thump. Thieves continue to talk with authority. Thieves continue to say mutadu. It is Sri Lanka way and no other way. Until we get somebody who will maiden a new IBC ambayo itadeliver election vizuri, reconstitute. In fact, we should dismantle Supreme Court completely, because if you have a proper IBC, the other lower courts will be able to solve those other cases. With a proper IBC and the proper systems, which we've had, the presidential election will not be contested. I can assure you that. Because if you have systems ambazo hazina kamango, ambazo hazina hiyo ujinga, the numbers will be very clear. I know people debate, but the truth of the matter is Ruto cannot make even 4 million votes. From where? Which Kenyans are so foolish to vote for somebody who is corrupt and who is a thief and all that? Hakuna. We are insulting the intelligence of Kenyans. Nasema ati ameshinda 200,000 votes. We don't want to visit that. But the day we should be able to dismantle IBC totally. And even we can stay for as long as possible without even elections. We don't care. But we want something to be put in place. So Baba is delaying, yes. But we don't want him to come and talk and give us hizi vitu ndogo ndogo, sijui ati we are opposing, we are putting government on check. Which government do we want to put on check? In fact, I want Baba, if he listens to this program, there is nothing to put in check. Because this government ni mwizi kwako kwa nyumba. Ni kama mwizi ameingia boma yako, ati alafu sasa unakaa hapo, we ni watchman, ati kuona vile anafanya huko. Ati asiue hii ng'ombe asifanye. How stupid can we be? How do you even start sitting and overseeing an illegitimate government? My option is only one. I mean, two options. Leave it to go. And I keep on saying, Azimio people, resign. Let Ruto run with these people. Rudini mkae, because you are there. You are just earning money. And 2027, you will go nowhere. 2020, whatever it is, you will go nowhere. Unless this government is stopped and is stopped by force. You can't say, oh, we are negotiating, we are sitting in. Look at it this way. All what you have seen is it drama zimeanza. It's melodrama. Oh, there's a drama about Gachagua being impeached. Do you want to believe that kind of nonsense? Ni Ruto tu amejua watu ni wajinga. Ati Ruto and Sakaja, oh, Kikuyus are being fighting with whatever. These are just drama, melodrama, to keep us busy. Alafu Ruto atakwambia after 5 years, I was busy setting up all what Uhuru had spoiled. 5 years, ati kunyorosha, kutengeneza. And he's saying that, revolutionizing education. What revolution do you need in education? Nonsense. Matiang'i did not revolutionize education. He fixed education. Unless he doesn't know English. What you do, you use the system that is there. Ukikuta watchman wako ni mwizi, si ati unavunja gate, unaweka ukuta, you still need the gate. Unatoa huyo mwizi, unaandika ule ambaye si mwizi. Where kuna nchi gani ambayo imefixiwa na stopping? Ati umekuta wife yako leo hakupika, una decide you never buy food in that house. You are foolish. Ama Wanandi wanafanyanga kazi hivyo. Unakuta, that is very, very silly. Ati you stop. Which government? Even the worst government, when you enter there, you just change. Una change Minister of Finance, una change Minister of da, and you give them your agenda. You don't say, now all the money that was going to education, stop. All the money that was going to national hospitals, stop. All the money that was going to, stop. And you are not telling people all that money was budgeted for, umestop, ikaenda wapi? Now, utuambie hiyo miezi yote imestop, what is the interest? Because the money was there. Then you lie to people, you ulikuta sijui shilingi mia ngapi kwa account. Are we stupid as Kenyans? You are telling us that nonsense? That Uhuru kukupatia sword hivi alikupatia account ikiwa zero and Kenyans bought that garbage? It's very annoying to think of this kind of a thing. Yeah? So basically, I'm telling Kenyans, you are on your own. You are on your own, Kenyans. You are on your own. You either own what is there, perish. 24 years, you know what happened. Those of you who are very young, you don't know. Okay? The injuries we have up to today, the corruption that we have, which we have not been able to kill, iliwekwa mizizi na Moi. And it is known. Moi killed all the parastatals in the name of they were expensive to the country. Which governments don't have parastatals? If you go all over the world, rail is run by the government. You can own it 50-50 with a private partnership. Okay. Then you say, oh, you know, housing finance collapse, kwisha nini, and they collapse them, wakagawana manyumba na kila kitu. Corruption of the highest order. It's nonsense. So these people are of the same school. So 24 years nimeambia watu of Moi, Ruto will do 24 shida to the power of 4. Wakenya wajue hivyo. Na tutajua hatujui. Yes, Jeremiah or Alex, whoever wants to say something.
So, Jeremiah, I want to read for you. From 2012 to 2014 or 16, Njonjo decided that he's going to have a weekly column that he used to write and on legal issues and prejudice matters that affect Kenya and how he has seen the new constitution. Let me read for you one of the best articles. At that time, I loathed him and I wondered what's wrong with this man. But I think he was prophetic in nature. And today I agree with him. And that's why I have to be very careful. Now, when I look at people, when they write articles, I should not be very critical. I should ask myself, do I really understand from where it's coming? This is what he said. The presidential system is going to divide us and has divided us. It has brought all this nonsense I now hear called the tyranny of numbers. What we need is a president who is also an MP, who has a constituency he has to answer to, who occasionally has to talk to the ordinary voters in his own constituency. The Westminster system served us well. There was some false enthusiasm that we should have adopted presidential system. It's time we admit we have made a mistake and go back to Westminster. It has excellent checks and balances. It forces ministers to routinely have to justify themselves in Parliament, and it has clear separation of just like any other democratic space. I believe we have thrown out the baby with the bathwater. We should have corrected whatever might have been a mistake in our Westminster system instead of abandoning it. Now comes the most important statement. And I believe that so long as we retain this divisive presidential system we have now adopted, we are going to continue to pay a steep price for it is having its top leadership, irrespective of who is the president, will unavoidably be isolated from the concerns of ordinary people on a day-to-day basis. And that is what has happened. Ruto has completely been isolated from the concerns of ordinary people on a day-to-day basis. That's why he's taking away all subsidies. That is why he doesn't care the school fees from 20,000 to 69,000. That's why he doesn't care about anything because of the presidential system that we have. He was right on that. And the reason I'm saying that is because we had checks and balances whereby we could allow the ministers to be. A minister is also a member of parliament. Whether he likes it or not, he had to be in parliament. Now we have ministers you call to parliament to answer questions. They totally refuse, and there's nothing you can do. Or they come there and lecture you. There's a time Matiang'i was called to come to parliament. Instead of taking Q&A, he lectured them. He lectured the MPs. So what we are saying is this. I think the system that we took over, we thought it's going to serve us well because it was called the new constitution. And sometimes we lie to ourselves that it was progressive. It can't be progressive if ministers are not answerable. If we had Linturi as the Minister for Agriculture, at the same time, he's an MP sitting in Parliament, ungeona vile ingewaka moto. We could have people like Manduku. We could have people like Otienda Molo. We have MPs who are very progressive, who could have asked these people a lot of questions in Parliament, and paka uone something can be done. Now, we have an isolated system whereby these people are not answerable to nobody. And there's nothing you can do. They will take you to the nearest political pit and throw you there, and there's nothing you can do. Yeah? They can tell you, suck it and get used to it, and there's nothing you can do. Because that's what they are telling us all the time. Suck it and get used to it. That is the kind of constitution. When people keep on saying that this is the most progressive constitution, whereas ministers are not accountable to what they say, what they do, the decrees they make. You see, the other day, Machogu made some roadside declaration that really made a lot of noise. And then he came out and said, oh, you misunderstood me. It wasn't this and way. I tell you, we must correct some of the mistakes that we made. The things that have made us to go where we are, some of them are making tribal counties. Where we are, we decided to make tribal counties. And I heard how to take tribalism out. It is not possible to take tribalism out of Kenya now, since all our counties are tribal. You cannot expect a Jaluo to become a governor of Kisii. Take it to the bank. You can't. Only Nairobi, whereby anybody can become, but other counties, you can't. You can't. We have reached a point whereby Kisii will only be governed by Kisis. Whether they are inept, it is their person. That is how it's going to be. We have reached whereby Bungoma is going only to be by the Bukusus. Whether the person is inept, deal with it. If you have a progressive Muindi who has proved over the years, like today Simbarati launched a new municipality. And he decided, and he told his people, I'm going to put Odunga to be the caretaker of this municipality, the new municipality. He's a Luo, you know him, he's capable. Do whatever you want to do. I don't have to choose a Kisii. I will choose somebody who is capable. We don't have leaders who are as bold as that. So whoever that was saying that we can deal with tribalism in Kenya, we made tribal counties. And until we go back, we make regions, the 8 regions that were supposed to be made, they could have brought us together. But we have been divided. The factionalism that is there right now, you can't take it away. You can't expect Abukusu to become a governor of Kisumu. It can never be, my friend. And now we are going to a point whereby the people in Mombasa are saying Arabs cannot become the governor next time because they had an issue with Arabs. So I think we have a conglomerate of problems that honestly, unless we sit down and we have an honest, open communication whereby as Kenyans we ask ourselves, where are we heading? Are we heading in the right direction? Then I think we are permanently stuck with our problems. And I think the generation that is going to come is going to ask ourselves, why did you do this to us? Because it's going to get to a point whereby, in terms of employment, because I think we were told 30% of indigenous people, of non-indigenous people in the county should come from other counties. But we have counties whereby they have employed 99% of indigenous people, 99%, not even 99%. You find only 1% that is coming out of that tribe in that community, in that county. So it's going to reach a point whereby if I am a Kisii, I must go back to Kisii to look for a job. But how many jobs are there in Kisii County? So tackling tribalism is now, before we go way too far to a point whereby now it will be difficult. I think we have a way we can fight. And now Ruto is proposing Kuria County, Tahita Taveta County. Now we are even making, instead of resolving the problem, we are even making more tribal counties. Kurias want their own counties. Taita Tavetas want their own counties. I mean, we cannot go that way. Then why do our children go to different schools? Why do our children go to University Masende Muliro? But when it comes to getting a job, you have to go back to your county. So tribalism, I think, has been entrenched to a point whereby, to my own opinion, until we dismantle the present counties constituted tribally, they were constituted. And that was Martha Karua's suggestion, unfortunately, because when they went to that meeting, Raila stood firm and said, let's make regions. Martha Karua, there was a standstill. So the only solution so that we could move ahead and get from that and start having federal administration was to agree on something that later on we were going to do what? To tackle. But what happened? We don't have the courage to tackle it. So tribalism is entrenched. As long as we have tribal counties, we are not able to take it away. It is a thorn. It's a thorn on our flesh, and we are going to live with it the rest of our lives as long as our counties are tribal. Thank you, Stone.
Stone, allow me to make two follow-ups. One is to Alex Media and one is to Stone. Meanwhile, I see that Nifa is asking for the link in the comment section. The other comment I've seen is Betty. Betty is asking if nimeridhika with the responses from Alex Media and Stone PK. Yes, nimeridhika. Now, my follow-up question is this, and this one I direct to Alex Media. The Westminster model envisions that there is a head of state and a head of government. Is Kenya ready to separate those roles? Have a separate head of state and have a separate head of government. That's what the Westminster model envisions. Think about it, Alex. Then I ask Stone PK this question. Do you think, in your own observation, will Raila Odinga match the expectations of the citizens when he calls or gives direction, when he calls either for action, mass action, or separate courses of action? Do you think he will match the expectations? Because expectations are very high right now. And I remember Alex Media was very disappointed when the 12th of December meeting was called off. And this is the background I'm coming with. Will those expectations be met when a course of action is called?
You see, let me tell you something. To a large degree, I blame the legal theorists, especially Yash Guy, who blindly copied the South African Constitution and called it the new Constitution. They were not empirical enough in their approach of the constitution making. Somehow, they had their own fears. They were not independent. That's what you must understand. The Westminster system had a parliamentary democracy, which we are missing today. By parliamentary democracy, I say is that we were capable to get answers in parliament by questioning the government, because all ministers, whether they liked or not, they were sitting on the front rows of parliament, just like UK. You know, I like UK model, whereby question, I don't know if you watch UK Parliament, Jeremani, to become a prime minister, and that is what you're asking, the separation of both the state and the government. To become the prime minister of UK or Britain, it's not an easy task, because you must be not only eloquent, but adversant with every kind of action and happening of that country. A question is asked, you have to stand up and answer it correctly, which means when you're choosing a prime minister, of which we wanted, when a prime minister is, you see, like a presidential system is you give power to a person and that power is vested on him for 5 years. But the West ministerial system is, Ukishin, like the last 3 months, Britain has had 3 prime ministers because of what? Because of what? They could not perform. Especially this lady that became a prime minister, then is firing people here and there. She had no clue of what the government is. She hires a black person to become an exchequer, and then he blames that person. You are not making the economy right. What happened? They shipped him out. So what we are saying is that parliamentary democracy is important, whereby we have all these people like Linturi, who are clueless. We have all these people like Murkomen, who lies to us about SGR. We have all these people like Machog, who are taking the help out. We have all these people. They should be sitting in parliament, whereby they are questioned. And what happened when they are questioned? When they are questioned, they must answer. And not only that, there is a follow-up. That's the good thing about West Ministerial. You ask a question, and then you may ask for a recuse so that you may answer it later on. But then there's also a follow-up of what did you do? So your question is kind of tricky. Is Kenya ready for that separation? Once we go back to whereby ministers are accountable, even permanent secretaries are accountable, because the ministers will answer questions on behalf of permanent secretaries. Once we go back to that system, then I'm telling you, it is easier to have that separation of power, because the work will be too much. The responsibility will be too much. The accountability will be too much. And that will force the sitting president not to accept all powers to be within him because of what? Accountability issues in parliament. But now that we are not, nobody's accountable. You saw the maize issue, The person who was speaking is the Minister for Trade. And you wonder, how is the Minister for Trade speaking about GMO maize and the Minister for Agriculture is mute? You can't do that in Britain, that the Minister for Agriculture is quiet while the Minister for Trade is talking about the maize. Who should have been the first one to speak? It should have been Linturi. So I think we have reached a point whereby the presidential system is not working for us. It has become a sort of a mini dictatorship. It has not fully blown become dictatorship. I don't want to blow things out of proportion. It has not become fully dictatorship, but we are headed there, because it's going to come a point whereby they are not going to be questioned. But I don't think Kenya is ready for the separation of those two. Anybody who's become a president wants all the powers, my friend. I thought Kibaki was the one who was going to do that separation. Once he took all the powers, then I realized Kenya is not ready. But then it takes sweat and blood in order for us to get that. And we must allow ourselves to evolve to that point. It is a process. It's not an event. We will evolve finally there. But it takes the will of the people, but also the will of the politician to understand it is good for the country. It is not going to harm the country. It's good for the country. Ministers ought to be accountable. If they are not accountable, then I think our parliament becomes boring. Look at South Africa model. These young people in EFF, they are only 46, but they can question ministers until ministers cry. Only 46 people. They question, I don't know, when Gigabe was the Minister for Finance and he took his wife somewhere else and they went for a vacation using, did you see how Floyd Shivambu questioned them? In 20 minutes, Gigabe cried. And what happened? Gigabe had to resign. That's what we want. By now, we should have had ministers who have resigned if we had a West Ministerial system whereby these people are. So, Black, I'm going to answer your question later on. I've seen your question. It's right here. I'm answering it. Let somebody else talk. But I'm answering. That's a good question, Black. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Alex, the clip I wanted to play looks like I'm not able to do that. It's something I wanted us to pick on what Kagame was being interviewed on. What is it? What is it? What formula? Yeah. Yes,
There was a question to you still pending. The question was,
Oh yeah. Now let me answer your question. Will Raila be able to meet the threshold if he says whatever he says? Unfortunately, Raila has only one thing that people expect him to say. You know, that's the most difficult situation. Unajua ile unakuja kuongelesha watu watu wanangoja tu word. Na wewe unakuja unaanza kupeana speeches. Watu wanaanzanga kutingiza miguu hivi. Wanasema ni aje bwana, bonga. You know, watu sasa hivi. And those of you who are doubting, there are people on the comment side. People right now in Kenya, they don't want to hear anything from Baba other than twende kazi. I know that might sound funny, but if people know that Baba is calling them for Christmas carols, sijui ati theories, sijui unajua the usual story of tuliibiwa, akiongea tuliibiwa, ataulizwa sasa tufanye. Unakumbuka sasa aliambiwa Baba, we are waiting for your signal, like the way Marema was telling, alikuwa anasema kwa mazishi ya Winnie, Mama, give us the signal. The people now just want one signal, and one signal is headed to the Capitol Hill. Yes. Now on their way to Capitol Hill, wanataka kupitia High Court of Kenya, Supreme Court of Kenya. They want huko ndio wanataka kupitia on their way to take back their state house. And I know people feel like it's a joke. That house belongs to the people. Na hiyo ndio ujinga moja, hata Ruto give speeches, unaona, as much as he calls himself sharp, he has forgotten. Anasema ati mtajua mjui. You are telling unaambia ati wafuasi wa Raila ati si ni wale tu. Si watu tunawajua ni wale tu. Wale wa kung'oa reli. Wale wa Can you imagine? Alex and Jeremani and anybody listening, if you are Ruto, you are president today, knowing you stole election, would you start poking? Unajua hiyo ni kuguza simba mahali fulani, sitaki kutaja. Unaanza kuguza simba dume, unaguza na kidole pale mahali pale. Wallahi billahi, haki ya Mungu, Mimi nafikiria Ruto amepumbazwa na shetani mpaka he does not know the potentiality and the lethal potential, the lethal status of what mwananchi can carry. My friend, you are daring mwananchi. Watu 1,300 wakimwagika pale Nairobi, jirani niambie, 300,000 people. Utadu? What will you do? Please, let's not be, tusifanye ujinga ati watu ni wale wale. That is annoying. Ni wale wale tunawajua, tunataka kujua wanafanya maandamano ngapi. And in fact, Baba is annoying us now. We've been challenged. Tunataka kujua wataandamana mara ngapi ndio tuwapatie security. Tunajua Ruto ametoka utopia, amesahau Kenya. Akia Mungu wallahi billahi. Kweli ukipata hiyo kiti inaitwa ya urais, kweli mtu anakuanga mjinga ya ajabu. Would you dare Kenyans? And you are daring Kenyans. Zazile wanalia, wanaumia. Hii wiki na Wakenya hawana chakula, Wakenya hawaendi shule na unawadea. It is not Baba who goes for maandamano. This is what Dr. William Samoei Ruto has forgotten. It's not Baba who goes to the streets. And in fact, Baba anaweza sema hiyo neno na tumwambie wewe rudi Karen, pumzika bro. Pumzika Buddha, wacha tudo hii job. Tutakuita tukupatie tukuinstall, which will happen. In fact, we don't want Baba there. Juu atamuua in the pretext. Waseme ni stray bullet. They'll give all sorts of nonsense. See, they tried when he was coming from airport. But they didn't know alikuwa protected to the tooth. When they shot his car and they were aiming where he was seated. We know that. So I'm not alleging. So in fact, we want Baba to launch na atoke hapo. Alafu ambie vijana twende kazi. Tutamuita tukishamaliza kulima shamba. That is what. Lakini akidelay huo moto utapoa. Watu watazoea tabu. Watu watazoea tabu, watarudi wa chini, watashindwa, wataanza ulezi na hii. For now, hata hatutaki amalize hii wiki. Na kama hatuiti twende kazi, wacha ikae. So Jeremani, nimekuambia tunangoja tu Baba atamke neno moja tu la twende kazi. Twende tukachukue hiyo kitu anasema tulinyang'anywa kwa nguvu. Simple. In fact, let me tell you, I know people are saying, oh, it will be criminal, it will be nothing. He will just tell people, please go for what belongs to us. Anataka nione atapelekwa kotini gani? There is no court in Kenya that can try Raila Amolo Odinga. We will ban it. Yes. Wajaribu. Kuna vitu huwezi kujaribu bwana. Ati umeshika Raila Amolo Odinga ati koti wapi? Iko wapi? Ulesikia wapi? We are laughing but we are bitter, man. We are feeling it is Baba, wherever you are, unatuchelewesha. Okanga na nani wako kwa ground wanasema we want to move. I know UDA people think we are joking. Watakuwa wanatafuta kwa kwenda t-shirt za yellow wataanza kuziweka, kuzificha si chini ya kitanda, wataweka kwa choo, pit latrines, because itakuwa tukikupata na yellow tunakufagia. That's how bad it will be. So mtu yote ana t-shirt yellow ficha wana. Na wote mtu join, because hii njaa ni yetu. Yellow, blue, tuko kwa njaa moja. Achana na Ruto. Ruto should be isolated. Sri Lanka style. Period. Aya, anybody coming in? Sasa Geoffrey nakuweka unatoroka. Unatoroka kwa nini? Unaogopa? Unmute.
Storoki, nimekuja tu nikuambie kitu moja ya PK.
Niambie.
Amadai hat of Raila bwana. But nimevaa. Unajua sasa Ukisema tuchome hizi nguo tumevaa tu, but we cannot support Raila. We cannot support Ruto bwana. We are diehards of Raila. So unasema tutupe kwa choo.
Haki ya Mungu umekuja na yellow wewe Geoffrey, wewe wallahi billahi. Na ninasema okay, unajua sasa tumekasirika anything yellow, hata kama ni designer umenunua yako zamani before UDA. We are just imagining is UDA. We will yani bro, ni kunoma.
PK, I have just one question. You know, as much as we are bitter tuliibiwa kura, and you're saying that we just need a word from Raila this week. Sasa unajua mimi naangalia naona wale the most loyal people ambao walikuwa na Raila, wale jamaa walikuwa die hard wake, ndio watu ambao sasa wamekuwa governor wote. People like na Orengo, people like na Absoman hapa Mombasa. Na sasa inaona mtu kama Absoman amekuwa mkono wa karibu sana na Ruto. Kila mahali wanafuatana kama makondo sahihi sasa. Sasa Raila amebaki peke yake na kina Babu Wino. Sasa ni nani ambao watamfanya awe na ile strength ya kusimama atupatie direction sahihi? Because watu wadogo kama sisi, watu wa chini, watu kina Ukanga, sisi tutasema ya. Lakini sasa the people ambao wako close naye, most of them wamemwacha, amebaki peke yake sahihi.
Thank you Geoffrey for that question. Kenyans who are listening to me, hao watu unaweza wahesabu? Si umewahesabu? Abruswana na Swaran sijui nani na nani. Raila
in fact, almost all governors ni yule Iron Lady peke yake ndio simuone akifuatana na huyu mtu.
Aya, 47 governors. Patia Ruto. Give Ruto the 47 governors. Give Ruto the MPs wa Azimio wote. Patia Baba Mwananchi. We will sweep all of them and put them in the garbage. Baba does not need support of Abdul Nasir. They need his support. And that's why they are whatever they are. Baba needs the support of the Okangas, the Stones, and everybody else on the ground. That's what I think. And there's somebody. And Alex, those are the people Baba needs. Wachana na hao watu wa matumbo, wachana nao. Hao walifikishwa na Baba kule wamefika. And they will never enjoy it. Baba calls today. He doesn't need to be surrounded by those MPs or those guys. By the way, you know, in Kenya, why do we think that ati MP akikusupport ndio umesupportiwa na wananchi? That's not true. Already right now, Kenyans are even annoyed, are mad with some of their governors and some of their MPs. Yeah, because we've known who they are. Somebody who has no loyalty will not be loyal to you as a voter. If you cannot be loyal to a person who made you win in his party, campaigned for you, unakuja sasa wewe umeingia, unakuwa ile chura. Unajua chura ndio inaambiwangwa ilivukishwa mto when it was on top of I don't know, the cow or something. Kufika upande yule mwingine akasema kuna mtu amenivukisha, ni mimi nimejivukisha. Wananchi know that. Mwananchi anajua. Right now the Kenyans know who is loyal and who is kigeugeu and who is tumbo person. So Geoffrey, don't worry. We are with Baba. 50 million plus.
Wacha ni also nisaidie Geoffrey kidogo hapo.
Yes.
Geoffrey, unajua every county is different. Na kuna vitu zingine, kuna ujinga huwezi fanya. Me, I come from Nyamira County, which is also same as Kisii County. Our governor made a mistake, and I hope there are people in the comment who come from Kisii who understand the working at DPP. Our governor made a mistake, and he did not tell anybody. It was a shocker to us. We saw him in State House. When he came back, right now, the politics of Kisii is so much toxic and so much polarized. Onyonka gave a speech of 32 minutes that was electric. We thought the end of the year, Simbarati may not even be able to finish his term. Then they were with two people. They were with Kibagendi and Japhet Nyakundi. And what happened was Simba realized that he has made a mistake. Yesterday, if you go to YouTube, I was laughing. I saw a topic written that the defiant and apologetic Simba Arati vows to support Raila till the end. That's 4 days ago, after he realized that he had made a mistake. My friend, we are the people who decide. Don't worry about them. Otuoma tried the other day, he apologized today. Otuoma tried that nonsense. He apologized today. Abdulsumar, you're going to see in the next few days, is going to get the little from the people of Mombasa. Because bado, school fees iko juu. Shida zetu zinaongezeka. There is no way we are going to bend ourselves and allow these governors to think that they are Hail Mary the Virgin. Usifikirie wananchi wanawaangalia tu hivi ati they are quiet. My friend, these are people who have problems right now. On the other hand, they are being threatened that, you see, even the disbandment, still the national government has not disbanded money. In fact, it was a miracle that they allowed even to give money for Christmas, because many counties were going to send most of their workers to Christmas and New Year without being paid. That's what Ruto is doing. Is using the wild card of the treasury not releasing money to counties so that he can frustrate the governors to a point that every governor can go see. Ask your question. What was the role of this young girl, Ruto's daughter, going to every county and seeing members of the governors? What role did he have? Who is she? Ruto is using that wild card, and he thinks that it's going to work. It ain't going to work. It has never worked. It's not going to work. It will never work. Take it to the bank. The people are seeing their problems. I thought it was only us who are in Azimio side. You have seen what has happened in Elgeyo Marakwet. That political legacy, we are tired. It's a political syndrome whereby we are going to say capital NO to these people and we must streamline. So wewe kuogopa kuwa ati governor ameenda huku, ameenda peke yake. Ameenda na watu wagani? Wewe umeona ameenda na watu wagani? Baraza tried that nonsense. Sivula tried that nonsense. It is not working. All the governors from Azimio have tried it. It is not working to them. In fact, it is to their disadvantage. The county now becomes dysfunctional. There is factionalism now. He divides the people if he had the Azimio. And that's why Sakaja is wise. Sakaja understood he's coming from this side. He chose more people from Azimio side to avert so-called what? Impeachment. While Sakaja is doing the right thing, Absamar is doing the wrong thing. So Raila akiita MCAs kutoka kule awaambie kujeni hapa niongea na nyinyi. Unafikiria hawa MCAs watakata? You see, let me tell you. Hata Simba Arati has not gotten out of the hook. He hasn't. You are going to see it. Somehow, he's going to pay for what he did. He should have told us that he's going to state us. Because when we were looking at succession politics, it was one of the few people we were looking and say, hey, iko Simba hapa. Not only from Kisii, it was through countrywide. And you do such nonsensical thing, and then you think that tunaenda kukusamea. He's going to pay it. We are not going to remove him. But we are going to teach him that you can't do this. You should not do this. So usiogope. There is a way they are also paying for their own sins that they have tried to do. But I can't also blame them. I can tell you that the national government is doing all it can to frustrate the county government, especially the ones that are from the Azimio side. And they are using every means of way, PR, intimidation, all these things. Why send Ruto's daughter to every county to greet the... what was the role of that? What was she? Julia, what happened in Elgeyo Marakwet is Murkomen was shouted down by his people. He tried to campaign for UDA and he was told, talk up, aenda kwa ofisi hatukutaki, and he was shouted and he was very much embarrassed to a point that he had to stop to talk. And it went on not only for a few minutes, it went on for as long as he was speaking. So if you missed that, then go to YouTube and see what happened in Elgeyo Marakwet. Then you will understand what happened. It is a political legacy. It's a syndrome. People are sick and tired of UDA's lies because it has caught up with them. Now school fees, we are opening schools and all of us are going to face the same consequences. It's not like the UDA people are going to pay less school fees. I wish it was like that. All of us are going to pay the same school fees. So Julia, that's what happened if you didn't see that. And you should come to the panel. Wacha kuongea kutoka hapo nyuma. I'm done, Son PK.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Alex. Geoffrey still has something. Okay, come on.
Yeah,
Geoffrey.
I agree with you, Alex.
And then I also welcome N Island. Okay, Geoffrey.
Okay, kila kitu ambacho umesema is okay. It's very true that the guy lied to people. Vitu kama mambo ya SGI, he lied to people in Mombasa. Akadanganya watu kuwa akiingia atarudisha Port Mombasa kutoka from Naivasha alete Mombasa. Nothing happened. So it's very true that people are bitter hapa chini. But now what I was talking about is somebody to guide us. You know, like we in Mombasa, hakuna mtu ambaye anatulead. Kama tuseme watu kama Kinokanga wako na hiyo nini na hiyo mkutano nao kila siku. They talk mpaka hata kwa media wanaonekana. But for us kila kitu iko quiet. Watu wanalia njaa, watu wanalala njaa, kazi hakuna, school fees hiyo watu wanafaa walipe, but there's nothing. So what I was saying is either like Mtembei TV, bora tuifanye iwe almost 24 hours. Kwa sababu kama sasa ndio watu wameamka in Kenya, at least watu wanaweza ingia wakasikia what is happening, alafu watu wanakuwa prepared. Kwa sababu hii najua itaenda for around saa 3 saa 4 mtakuwa mshafunga tayari. Watu hakuna kitu wanapata. But tukisema tusimame hivi, hakuna mtu anatuguide hapa underground. Ni watu tu tunaumia, but hakuna mtu anatuambia twende. Hakuna mtu anatuambia tufanye hivi.
Asante Geoffrey kwa huo ujumbe. Na Gaucho, chairman wa bunge la wananchi Kenya. Mahali popote ulipo, Mombasa branch yako haifanyi kazi. We are announcing this, we are calling you from this channel. Gaucho, okay, Bwana Okanga, harakisheni Mombasa muende muanjishe hiyo engine. Bunge la wananchi liko kila county. So if it's not Mombasa, it's not active, then actually they are trying to revamp every county. It's supposed to be active with the discussions going on almost every day. Nakumbuka Mombasa, bunge la wananchi lilikuwa linakutana pale nani karibu kwa PC. Zamani ilikuwa kunaitwa kwa PC, sasa ni regional. Hapo baada ya nani? Ya sijui siku hizi wana meet wapi. But Mombasa should not be lagging behind. Because bunge la wananchi, that is where wananchi have a voice. That is where they are able to talk. That's where they are able to say and express whatever they are feeling. That bunge was going to be strengthened by Azimio because Azimio wanted direct feedback from an alternative source. Because unajua mabunge wengi wanaingiaga, wengine they can be bribed so easily. Yeah? But pale ni mwananchi wa kawaida. And that's why it was going to be strengthened with equipments so that they are able to air their views directly. And we value them. We value Jacaranda, we value ile ingine ya pale Mfangano, kunaitwa nani? Jivanji, okay? And we value even this other one which is around Maendeleo, not Maendeleo, what do we call it? International House, pale juu Mama Ngina Street. Yeah, we know all where these bunges are and they are doing great job. Sasa Mombasa, Geoffrey, tumeshika hiyo. Na those of us who have access to Akina Okanga, access to Kaucho, by the end of this program, we are going to talk to him. Na Gaucho listens also is part of this, so hiyo amepata. Hiyo ingine at 24 hours, it is true. We are going to intensify because what we are doing here, I know somebody was saying inciting and all that. Inciting is a very good thing if you are inciting people for the right thing. It is only bad when you are inciting them for a negative thing. But now telling people you are suffering, hautaweza kulipa fees, uko na njaa, na una njaa kwa sababu mtu ameiba chakula yako. Una njaa kwa sababu mtu ameenda kuleta fertilizer when you need food. Una njaa because wale wote waliiba hela ya Kenya wameambiwa hawajaiba, wametolewa hizo kesi, so they are not going to return the stolen money. They are free to use that money. And the money they have, which was stolen from Kenya, is now personal. Kwa hivyo hakuna faida itasaidia Mkenya. So if that is incitement, let it be. If telling Kenyans that this government, whether you give it 30 years, 40 years, 100 years, it will never benefit you. Why? Because we have indicators. If a leader doesn't know how to dress, even if you give him 100 years, he will not know how to dress. If you give a hyena 100 years, it will never change into a condor. Never. Simba ni simba, hyena ni hyena. Mbuzi ni mbuzi. Okay? So definitely, whether people like it or not, things are going to be that way. And as we said, it's a matter of choice. Tuna njia mbili tu. Okay? Tuna njia mbili. Tuvumilie kuisha ama we stop it. Usipoziba ufa, tutajenga ukuta. Na ukuta utakuwa mgumu sana. Nchi ya Kenya, example is there. 24 years destroyed this country. Tukashindwa na Korea. Now we are begging Korea. Our president, he's not my president. That president of Kenya went to Korea to beg.
You have to withdraw that statement.
Yes, very fast. It was a slip of the tongue, very bad slip of the tongue. He went to Korea to beg. Imagine, unaenda kubeg mtu muliingia na yeye standard 1. Alikupita we ukifanya ujinga yako, ukaanguka mitiani, akamaliza, akaenda, akajijenga, then you go to beg. 24 years retrogressed us so much. Now we have...
And someone respond to this guy called Ruto.
Let's mute. Okay. People have mute. We need some people to mute. Wainaina, just mute before you come in. Yeah. Okay. I want to bring in other people. Sisi tumeongea sana. I know Leah, you are there. Let me bring Wainaina. I saw Wainaina. Do you want to say something? Just go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope maybe I'll speak later. Just proceed. I'll speak later.
Good morning. I thought it was me.
Oh, yeah. You know the problem, you are behind the curtain. That's why I didn't know whether you are ready. Yeah, go ahead and then Wainaina. Wait,
okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Wait a little bit.
No,
I just because I'm outside, I'm at work. That's why I have to. My phone is in my pocket. That's why.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to. Hata sitakaa sana. I wanted to congratulate PK because jana I said I'm going to sleep. Nimeamka saizi and Sunday Mona show is still going on. I had a chance to listen to, I don't know, it was PK when you talked about about during Moi era, and it's true. Ali, I know Alex said about the problem right now is tribal, the tribal, whereby if a governor has to stand, it has to be only in that, I mean, it has to be the tribe person. For example, governor of Kisii, governor of Kisumu, and governor of Mombasa cannot stand in Kisumu. I'm a governor of Kisii cannot stand in Nairobi. But Nairobi right now, because of Sakaja, at least it's metropolitan, and that's why. So it reminds me like in New York, whereby anybody, even people who came long time ago, migrated to America from Mexico, the Latino. Nowadays, they can also, so long as you have a American passport, they can also vie to be mayor of the city, or people, for example, not only Latino, but also from Italy, like Cuomo's. Now, what I wanted to say again is, I won't be long. What I wanted to say is to give a remarks about your Bunge la Wananchi. I used to think Bunge la Wananchi is also in Kisumu. I think they should also create another one in Kisumu. And those guys who are Okanga, they're also doing incredible job,
Just
whereby
sorry, Nifa. Just
yeah.
sorry for interrupting you. Just to inform you, there's Bunge la Wananchi across the country. There's one in Kisumu. I think
Okay.
sometime when I was in Kisumu, I used to attend some. So it's
Okay.
been developed.
Okay, that's great. So what we need to do, so I support also PK. PK talk about who your Gaucho. I don't know who Gaucho is, but he should be told we should extend, whereby if you guys need some equipment, we should also to let a paka radio. We should also bring radio, and it's not it will be also part of the income generation, whereby those guys wawe at least wanapata, they get also something, you understand, because the whole day you could imagine wanasimama hapo sisi. Okay, me, I'm not that, I'm not like you guys mlianza a long time. I used to listen to you until I said, let me also come, I contribute something. And that's why if you're a Kenyan and you're also staying outside the country, it's not only for those Kenyans who are staying in the country, it's also for all of us, because we also have friends, we have neighbors, and we have Kenyan who are family also. And like I said the other day, when a Kenyan is suffering, no matter how we're outside, and I salute also our brothers who are living in the United States, like Akina, I don't know if it's Alex or Kenyan with love, they're also doing something. So we should also, people who are outside, we should also try to see how we are going to boost you people on the ground. And that's how we're going to be, to keep nini hivyo polepole until we get tutapata hiyo the public view. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza, na kitu ya pili, of course, whoever somebody said huko bunge la wananchi na wanasikilizwa na sisi, of course they are listening to us, wanatusikiliza vizuri sana, but to them it's a little bit hard, because wakiona they don't know who nana anaongea from where, anatokea wapi. I think there are people in the show from Europe, also from America, and I don't know if we have also Kenyans who are living in Scandinavia. I will try to mobilize, because I remember when they said for the first time diasporans we are going to tunaenda kusimama, but some of us tulikataa because yeah, the people from so Kenyans living in Scandinavia, they're also majority. That's what I'm saying. I will try to get, because tulikuwa wengi, tulikuwa kwa mtandao pia, and we wanted to vote, lakini tulikataa with some of village Ebukati. I don't know what's coming. I don't know. Tukasema hapana. If he has to come, we have to engage with him one-on-one. Hatutakubali ati watu wengine wanatu represent. And then we said, some of us are living in the first world country, and living in a first world country, there's no way ati mtu anakuja ati anaenda Ujerumani peke yake, and then sisi sote tunafuata, tutakubali. And then we said, sisi pia we are paying taxes. And if you are paying taxes, hiyo pesa yenye inaletwa huko, it's part of we Kenyans who are living outside, the same like our remittance. Tukituma pesa, there's a way the country, the country that you're living in is a win-win situation, and the country also at home. So sisi kama, if it's anything, hata sisi pia we also spend because in the courtesy of our people, our family members, our relatives, our friends, some of our friends, our people we went to in school with in Kenya. And then sasa kumalizia, nilikuwa nataka kusema I'm only happy that you are talking about we should also be engaged, whereby kuna wale ambao hiyo ya bunge la wananchi na sisi wenye tunakuwa kwa mtandao the whole night kama kina PK since last night. You know, ukiangalia me, I went to sleep like 4 hours. Nimeamka and you're still there. So I'll say all of you wale bunge wananchi na nyinyi wenye mko kwa panel pia, you are also doing incredible job. So hivyo polepole mkisonga polepole hivyo, and also the nini, but I'm also interested na radio, whereby tutapata radio, tukishapata radio tunaweka into different counties, whereby pia nina run 24 hours ndo wajue kweli these people are really serious about it. Na sasa hiyo message itakuwa through, and after that ndio sasa tutaanza kuangalia vile nini ikianza, sahii session ikianza in UN, tujue vile I can get you guys, mtakuwa mnakuja and then we come and debate. Tuna debate huko, wakikuja na nyinyi pia mnakuja. That's how it's supposed to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ireland, for that idea. It is true. If we can have those radio stations, I know these days they are very easy to set up. If you have an idea of how we can get some of that support, then I think we can inbox each other and then we see how we can support those people and also establish community radios in the mashinani. That's the only way you can light this fire, because people need to be enlightened, people need to be informed. I realize people take advantage of lack of information. Manake kuna watu ambao kwa sasa they are suffering, ukiwauliza wanasema si tuliambiwa tuchague Ruto. You know, mashinani, you know, for those who are in town, cities and all that, ukisafiri kwenda village ndio utashangaa. People cry, ukiwauliza kwa nini mlipigia, wanasema si ndio vile mlisema. Ati tulisema. Nani walisema? Ati you people from town. Because there was no information. In fact, there was no information to counter the propaganda that was being sold to people. This I can attest. I was there throughout the campaign. I could see how people are being lied to. In my own constituency, people are blindfolded. Walifanywa kufikiria, yani they were bombarded with propaganda, but there was no counter. So they only took what they were being told as gospel truth. Now is when they are crying. They are saying how they did not believe that they could be lied to by the likes of Ruto. You know, people in the rural area, wakisikia deputy president, walikuwa wanachukua ni kama Mungu wa pili. Yeah? And that is where we did not have proper counter of the rubbish or uongo. We did not hit fire with fire. We went kupoza moto. Unaenda kupoza moto na moshi. Moto inapozwa na maji. Ama kama utaki maji, moto ikiwashwa washa yako. Mioto mbili inakuwa moto moja. So that is what we need, and we need to mobilize people. People need to know the reason why things are happening the way they are happening. What's the truth? I'm so disappointed with the media in Kenya today. They have all gone dead. Media in Kenya have come to confirm that Ruto won elections. Point number one. When initially everyone knows Ruto stole elections. So media imegeuka ikakuwa wanasema Ruto won. I was listening to Ngojiri of Nyeri. He's admitting, and he said that they had joined Azimio to be in government. Now that Azimio is not in government, they'll go to where government is. Alex and my brothers who are on this panel, what do you think of such a human being who says I was in this party because I knew it was going to form government, but now that they have not formed government, I have to go to this other side? Such people should never talk in front of human beings. As Stone PK out, sasa huyo ni kiongozi aina gani, Alex na Winton? ati ulikuwa kwa hii party juu unajua itakuwa serikali. So it was not your brain. Winston, it's your chance.
Just a minute before we
Niaje?
speaks.
Pa.
Okay, my name is Winston. I go by the name Sir Winston Ojuang. I'm from Houston. Let me know something, okay? There's nothing as good topics that you guys are talking about. I've been listening to you guys for a long time, okay? Okay. Baba will always be the champion of leadership in Kenya. You understand that, right? Baba is everything. No, not everything, but no, there's this thing. I don't know if I'm a Luo, so I'm a Juan, so I was saying. Baba said this in 2007. There is song by Onifa J. But yeah. And then Onipa J said in the same song, say, "Ngau mane wona no pedo na se tieko getiende." It means if my brother and my dad Ali Panda, what it meant in context was Ford Kenya is gonna be okay. Ford, yeah, I can NDP, I can Chinyamaji, I can. So Baba has always been the pioneer of Kenyan politics. I don't get yeah. The thing is 2023 ni upendo peke yake. Kama Baba alicheza na Uhuru, let's take it for whatever it is. Because we know what Baba means for Kenya. We know that as a fact. Baba is for Kenya. Ruto ni shetani yake na hata wa 2K. I don't know. Yes. The thing is, let's just pray for Baba's legacy. If anything happens, yeah, that's why when I asked for Alice, give me a chance to talk to you guys as a man, because Baba will Simbarati na Joho is the next leadership, and I mean that out of my heart. Yes, I'm a young at heart. Yes, I'm 40-something years old. Okay, listen to it. I'm not looking younger, but yeah. Those are new years. Yeah. So on this benefactor, I'm gonna give it to Alex to. Okay. So how do I start from this? And who's the moderator?
I'm the moderator, Stone PK. Thank you, Sana Winston.
Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution, and we really appreciate. Yes, Baba is the icon and all that. Thank you so much, Winston. From there, I want to go to Leah now. You are ready?
All right, thank you. Actually, I was just following up on the stories, and it surprises me that when I even check on the comment chat, there is this person called Geoffrey Ruto. I don't know from which bush he's coming from, that claiming that Bunge la Wananchi is a group of idlers is really sad, and he really needs to apologize. If you look at the history of revolution and those people who really revolutionized and changed how our governments work, most of them have come from Bunge la Wananchi. If you go to our parliament today or in these offices, elective offices, majority of them got their political roots from the Bunge la Wananchi. If you start with the Simbarati, the current PC governor, he used to be a staunch member of Bunge la Wananchi. Most of these MPs, that is where people practice leadership, they practice debate, and those MPs who pass through the Bunge la Wananchi, I think that the best lawmakers if you go to the parliament. So those guys are not idlers. And if at all you call them idlers, then you need to blame Ruto, who promised to give these guys 5,000 500,000 jobs each year. So the fact that Ruto failed to create these jobs is the reason why these people are still idling there. We are in the quarter of the year. So if you promise 5,000 jobs in quarter of the year, right now we should be having like 50,000 people already absorbed in the government departments. But what did we see? We saw even the little that they used to get from the government through kazi kwa vijana was scrapped off. So I think these groups like Bunge la Wananchi, these awareness that we're creating here are the only solution that we have as a country that is going to ensure we push for the right direction in our government. As Alex have just said, most of these people, Kenyans are suffering because of ignorance. We are not given information. Our mainstream media is currently captured. Our mainstream media is captured and they only advance the agenda of the government of the day. There are some things that if you want to know, like nowadays people don't watch news. Those people who know will not wait for this 1 o'clock or the 9 o'clock news. They'll simply go to Facebook or YouTube channels to get the real information. Because after all, the news we watch in this TV are just confirmation of what you already know, what has already been given to us. So people don't get the right information. And if you have an opportunity, like those people, there are some who've been following Facebook and they even don't follow the right people who can give them the right information. They follow propaganda sites like the pages owned by Dennis Itumbi, who will be propagating. Like yesterday, I saw this guy lying that there is no charges on M-Pesa to bank transactions, only for Kenyans to show him screenshots of how they've been charged. So we need to go out there. That radio station is a good idea. At least we need to reach those people who are in Mashinani. They're the ones who are suffering. And the majority of the ones who voted for this guy, you call your president, the Venezuelan president Ruto, are the ones who are in remote areas. And specifically the remote areas of Central where people are always busy in their farms. So they did not get information. They don't know much of this guy. They don't know how harmful this guy is. So it is upon us to keep on preaching to them and tell them, this is what these people mean. When they tell you kazi kwa vijana, this is what they mean. When they tell you they are going to revive economy, this is what they mean. They're not going to revive economy. They're going to revert economy back to the olden days where we came from. So it is high time we need to reach each and everyone. I like this kind of forums. They really create awareness, and in any community, I work with some communities that are reviving themselves, the ones that are recuperating from wars and such things. What happens? The first thing you normally do, even these organizations, before you transform community, you have to create awareness. You have to do an awareness campaign. So what we're doing here is right. We are really creating an awareness whereby somebody somewhere will be able to know that there is something wrong and there is something that needs to be done. So that is what we need to do. Otherwise, thank you. I'm still around. I think today we have to take this show the whole day. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. So those ones who will like to stay, we will keep on. The conversation will have to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Yeah, that's good. I hope we can be able. You'll try to check with our colleagues what's the maximum hours we need to do for one show, and then moving forward.
The last.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Leah. You froze. Okay, we've lost Leah temporarily, and as we progress, I would like to kind of add a voice to what Leah has just said. That the naysayers, the cowards of the time, the ignorant, people are the ones who would mean what the power of the majority is all about. And these are the ignorant who don't even read, they don't research, they don't know, they don't want to know how revolutions are done. what happens. You know, that level of ignorance is unbelievable. If somebody can can just vilify bunge la wananchi, that's a very ignorant Kenyan. Maybe there are people who left Kenya many years ago. They are so disoriented, and what they see or watch on YouTube and news is just very selective. Sometimes I meet people when they come back home, back to Kenya, and somebody, the way they talk and things they say, it's weird actually. Some of these people living abroad cannot even address a gathering of 3 people other than their family members on any political issue. They are ignorant kuliko hata sijui watu wengine gani. If somebody can talk nonsense about bunge la wananchi, huyo ni mtu ambaye ni pumbavu, hajui chochote. There are people who pass in town, umevaa kasuti kako, you see people discussing, you can't stop there to listen because you have no clue. Una idea, you are not able even to understand what people are saying. Yeah. Bunge la wananchi is so powerful. It discusses issues. It creates awareness. So if you don't know about bunge la wananchi, please keep off. Kabisa, achana na hiyo. You are just a group of those very ignorant Kenyans who pretend to know, yet you know nothing about siasa and what is ailing people. Yeah, you unapita na maviekti yako. Well, unaona two people gathering there, then you dismiss them, saying they are idle. They are idle people. That is very, 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 very insulting to those Kenyans. Some of them, there are people who are very learned, yeah, and they are there. They exchange very, very gigantic ideas. It is wrong to try and think that those are idlers there. In fact, in Kenya, there are no idlers. Ata Chokora is not an idler. Sorry to say that. They have their life. They are earning their life. They are busy hacking their life. It is very insulting to think that somebody is idle. Idle na umulishi. Jeremani, unaita mtu idle na hata umulishi. You don't know what that person eats. You don't know where that person sleeps. Kenyans, get out of that, man. Get out of here and stop that nonsense. Okay, let's get to somebody else who wanted to say something. Jeremani, you have something? As we wait for Leah to get connected.
Yes, I had something I'd wanted to share. And I saw this report released yesterday. This is a report of, this is called the Social Progress Index report. Let me give you some highlights from it that I thought should concern Kenyans. Give me a brief moment to retrieve it.
Jeremani, you are frozen. Or?
Sorry, I was retrieving the report. I wanted to highlight something from it. So the Social Progress Index report says the following: that Kenya is ranked number 115 in the world. Our basic human index needs is at 58.81. The foundation of well-being is at 61.49. In terms of opportunities, we stand at 53.59. The other thing I noticed from this report that I thought is on the weak side is that our inclusiveness is at 36%. And those are the areas that we rank lowest. The access to advanced education is at 42.39%. Personal safety is at 47%. Health and wellness standards 50%, shelter is at 58%. The reason I say this concerns me is because we seem to have other priorities. When I say we, I mean government, other than the things that will actually improve the conditions of everyday Kenyans. And when I look at the first 100 days of the current government, I'm concerned that none of what I've mentioned features in the discussion, or at least in the public pronouncements I hear from people representing government. And I thought that should be a point of concern. I don't know if Alex and Strong PK will say this is beyond the thought realm of the current government and that we should have a different approach to addressing those matters. It was a general comment I had. I thought to just share.
You see, I like what you have said because data is very important. Even in the IT, I think data right now, people are doing data. I think is amongst one of the highest paid because data is what helps the government to understand where it's coming and where it's going to. However, when you give it an empirical, as one of our friends has said, when you give an empirical data, you have to compare it with something. Kenya is a country of contradictions. Kenya is a country of disparities. Kenya is a country whereby the richest of the richest live and the poorest of the poorest live. That's why we have upper Karen and lower Karen. That's why you find expatriates, when they, like most of the expatriates, like three consecutive ambassadors of US, when they finished their terms, they decided not to come back. I think one of them hata alitengeneza makaratasi Kenya, akawa Mkikuyu na akatengeneza makaratasi. So when you give that data, you must understand that that data is you give the data for you and me. But there's another data for others who have big bellies and big pockets. whereby if you had to rank them, they have the best houses in the world, they live in the best climate in the world, they eat the best organic food in the world, and we can go on and on and on. There are roads, the kind of flowers that you see outside. I mean, go to Mutula Kilonzo Senior's house and just look outside and compare to Barack Obama's house in Washington, D.C. Let's be honest. Can you compare those two houses? No, I want you to Google right now Barack Obama's house in Washington, D.C. and from the late Mutula Kilonzo, and you compare the houses. Can you even compare them? So Kenya is a country of contradictions. Kenya is a country of disparities. This guy, Kamlesh Patni, once said, you know, when he changed from Kamlesh Patni to Paul, he became a Christian. He said a statement that I will never forget, and that was in Standard. That was many years ago. He said, Kenya is the Switzerland of Africa. In fact, somebody has said something here that is even important that you should read. Mutula Kilonzo even had lions in his own boma, and he was feeding them with goats. So you can imagine the way we are a country of contradictions. So Jeremani, so when you give empirical data, understand that, you see, and that's why we want this thing to come to an end. If there was equal distribution of wealth, Kenya will be at a level whereby I can tell you we will all be in the upper middle class. The problem is the greediness that has been entrenched to a point whereby we are forgotten. And I think that somehow there's a way Kagame tried to resolve that. And what did Kagame do? He abolished all private hospitals and private schools so that you don't have the haves and have-nots. So that all of us become equal. If you have to go to the hospital, the rich and the poor must meet there. What happens in that case? The rich will make sure that the hospital don't stink. The rich will make sure that the hospital is better because that's where they are gonna go. So, and that's why I'm telling you that data that you read is for the poor, for you and me. But there is another 24% in Kenya who live better. If you tell them to go to other countries, they will say capital N-O. They will never want to leave Kenya because their lives are good. So, and that's why we are fighting that. And we must fight that. The wealth distribution in our country must be equal. In my state of Minnesota, the governor, Mr. Welch, who used to be a congressman, when he became the governor, he heavily taxed the rich people to a point that right now we have a state whereby healthcare is almost free. Food subsidies for kids and all this is almost equaling. The school districts are better than they were before. And those are the kind of things you are saying. If you are paying taxes, you got to see the services. We have a system in Kenya whereby people have been paying in my ward, Jogo, in Kisii town. That's where I've built, in my ward, Jogo. People have been paying taxes and Jogo Primary School has remained the same since 1980. So that empirical data you are giving is for you and me. But there's the richer people who are in our country. When Queen Elizabeth became a queen, she became a queen when she was in Kenya. How? Because she had come for a vacation in Kenya. One of the biggest conservatory in the world is, Laikipia does not even belong to us. Laikipia belongs to, you understand, I don't even want to say. So that data is skewed. And such kind of data, sometimes when you see it, it is meant to discourage us and so that we may think that, oh, we are done. No, Kenya is a progressive country whereby, as Kamlesh Patin said, Kenya is the Switzerland of Africa. And if we did right and distributed the wealth very well and abolished these private hospitals called Nairobi Hospital, so and so, you will see our hospitals become better, you will see our schools become better, and our life will start improving. But I don't agree with that data. That data only belongs to me and you. There is those people who are up there like the Rutos, the Railas, whose children went to Makini, Brookside. Do you know there are people who are paying in Kenya? Do you know there are people who are paying 1.2 million per term? What are you talking about? So that data must be compared to something so that we can bridge the gap, so that we can make people angry, you and me. So when we are giving that data, let us not give it as if it's equal. No. Let us give it into comparison, into something, so that we can make people angry and mad so that they can go after what they are supposed to go. And that's why we must have this conversation. Let us not just give blank data without saying that there are people up there who have mansions that are bigger than Bill Gates in Kenya. In Kenya, Jacob Juma had a house When Jacob Juma died, they showed his house. 7,000 trees. 7,000. Do you know what that means? Boma yako iko na miti 7,000. What is that? So you must compare it with it, Jeremiah, with something. The richest of the richest live in Kenya. Every president in Africa has something in Kenya. That is why the other time when Ruto was trying to cancel Joho's companies from transporting, Kir called Ruto directly and told him, because Kir has invested heavily in Kenya. Most presidents in Africa they have a house in Nairobi. Go to Upper Hill and see.
Bill Gates we get from there too.
Go to Upper Hill.
Bill Gates from there.
Go to Upper Hill and see how people live. You cannot compare them with you and me. Okay. And then you ask yourself, where did I go wrong in life? Where did they go right in life? So your data is not right. Compare it with something, and you will see the difference.
Yes, Jeremiah.
Allow me.
PK, before
Allow me to qualify.
Jeremiah, hello, before Jeremiah had to say something, I wanted to make some remarks on Alex. Alafu Jeremiah, just a little bit on
Okay.
data.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Thailand umepotea.
The mic is off.
okay. Yeah, okay. So Queen Elizabeth, to Alex, Queen Elizabeth did not become the queen in Kenya. And it cannot happen according to their royal kingdom. When the father died, she was in a visit.
What I meant was...
Yeah, no, listen. Wait, I finish. Because you just said your remarks. I just wanted to correct. She never became, listen now. She never became the queen in... No, wait. No, you said she was a queen in Kenya. And that's why I want to correct you. She was never a queen in Kenya. When the father died, she was in visit in Kenya. But of course, she's the first one. Of course, she was the one to be. And she was rushed to go back to Kenya. You understand? I'm saying this because I'm in British Association in Kenya, in wherever you said. And you just said that Switzerland is the richest, whatever. It could be true. But you know, they also, it's a small country. Switzerland is a small country. That one I can say yes, but not really behind corruption. You understand? So I have to correct you like too. And data, when you're talking about data, everything is based on data nowadays. You understand? So if Njerumani was comparing the data, maybe you should say in another way, in Kenya, we have so many people who are rich, which is true, is not. Even the former Nigerian Obasanjo. Obasanjo, I hear also he has some residents in Mombasa, around Kilifi there, I don't know. So, but just to let you know, everything is on data, whether you like it or not. You understand? Maybe the data in Kenya is a corruption data, because data, everything has to be done on data. So when Jirumani is speaking about data, maybe it's us who should. We talked about creating awareness and communication, how many people in Kenya are going to listen to what we are saying and what we are advocating. You understand? But we also need data. We cannot just do stuff like that. We have to do with data. So that's what I wanted to let you know.
I want to respond to you. First of all, you did not understand what I said. And secondly, I want to say this. When we give statements, it is your duty to synthesize them and understand what somebody is saying. I literally said she became a queen when she was in Kenya. not being inaugurated in Kenya. Because when his father died, she was in Kenya in a vacation. If you do not understand that, I don't know your state of mind. Secondly,
that's what I said. That's what I'm saying. She was on visit in Kenya. And I'm saying like this because my grandmother, mother to my mother, met them when they were there at Lake Victoria.
or
So
not,
you say it, you understand, listen, you cannot become there by there because she's a firstborn. And of course, automatically, if your father died according best to royal kingdom, of course you're the one. But you said, you say, I did not understand. Of course I understand. That's why I'm saying we should not fight. I'm saying she did not become the queen in Kenya. She was in visit and then the father died. So she was rushed. She had to go back to United Kingdom again. So that, and it's not inauguration. You understand? Kingdom is not inauguration. It's only presidential, which is inauguration.
So what's the bone of contention here?
Contention is, when we're speaking PK, we have to be very careful what we are speaking. You understand? And some of us, when we are speaking, we are there to correct our fellow panelists. You understand? And correction does not mean she's right, I'm not right. When she say even the queen became, you understand? The let be queen. This is a wrong statement. We have to be very careful.
I am not going to argue with somebody who today said that Gachagua is a good person. That one, I'm not going to do that.
It's not saying that Gachagua is a good person. We were debating saying it's not gonna happen. Gachagua cannot be impeached. And even today in the morning, as I'm talking, they've already defended him. You understand? It's not saying he's a good person. Ruto is neither a good person. Moi, neither we are saying he's not a good person. Uhuru Kenyatta was neither a good person. You understand? They are also not good person. They are not good people, all of them. And that's why we're here, we are talking.
Can I provide some
progress? Let's make progress.
Can I finish with my point of order, please?
Go ahead, Alex.
I'm not going to argue with somebody who today said several times that Gachagua is a good person. And when we asked him the things Gachagua said, he said Gachagua has never said anything wrong. So that kind of mindset is what I'm saying. I'm not going to argue, and I'm not going to talk with somebody.
And ask him, Alex, I'm a female. I'm not him. I'm a female. Her. It's her. Again, I'm correcting you. Again.
Thank you. So I'm not going to argue with somebody who thinks Gachagua is a good person and Gachagua has never done anything wrong. That kind of mindset, I've said no. And we must speak with the truth here. We cannot argue with people who are not progressive. Mr. Jeremani, I did not say that your data is wrong. What I'm saying is that there is also another, as kudanganya hapa that I was saying your data was wrong. I'm only saying that there is a group of people up there that we must fight in order to bridge and come to where we ought to be. There are people who have literally more than colonists who have colonized us in our own country. That's what I was saying. Paul Jeremani, if you thought that I was dispelling your data, no. Thank you.
Noted.
Yes, Jeremani.
Oh, sorry, Stone, you want to? Okay. So noted, Alex. I got the input of your concern or your debate. I actually did not take any offense to it. Also, maybe Nifa, what Nifa was also coming at is the element of the queen. But what I also know from history is that Princess Elizabeth went up the treetops, Hotel in Nyeri, a princess, at night. When she came down in the morning, she was a queen. There is usually no vacuum. When the Queen Elizabeth died, immediately Charles became king. So It's just a matter of technicality that the inauguration took place later. But when she came down the treetops in 1952, she was effectively a queen. But what I wanted to share is something else. The social progress index data that I shared, and social progress was defined, was prepared by an organization called Social Progress Imperative. The report is available online. They ranked 169 countries, of which I shared Kenya was number 115. How do they define social progress? They define social progress as the capacity of a society to meet the basic needs of its citizens, establish the building blocks that allow citizens and communities to enhance and sustain the quality of their lives. Essentially, what I'm saying, and I come to the point Alex made, yes, we have a couple of people at the top. What this progress report says is that we have a lot of people at the bottom. And what we ought to be looking at is how do we bridge the gap between those at the bottom and those at the top so that we have a more flattened society. Flattened means equal society, where we don't have so many people enjoying the fruits of a country while others are at the bottom wondering, are we in the same country? That's the point I was trying to make with my data. I've also seen the concern from Mohammed on the comment section. Yes, when empirical data is shared, context has to be given. What is this data being compared to? And as I've shared, this was ranking 169 countries as far as the social progress context goes. Thank you. I hand it back.
Yes, Ton PK.
Yes. You want to say something, Alex?
No, I've Googled and he's very right. I've seen that. I'm going to read it. Thank you for sharing that information. It's very interesting, though, and it's something that we should read and understand. Thank you, Mr. Jeremiah.
Okay, thank you. Now that we have that clarity, Island, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm happy that the viewers also had to say something. It depends with the context. It depends with the context, and I'm happy now the debate has a little bit cooled down. So I'll go back again and say, even if you open your shop, you have to use data. How many people, how many clients that you have, and that's the same with health and everything. For example, like COVID, which broke just all over the world. We have to work with data. You understand? So it depends in which context the data is being, and that's why Jerumani was talking about it. So I'm happy. I'm happy what I was saying. I was also correct. Thank you so much, PK.
Thank you very much. I hope people are collecting data on mediocrity that is happening in Ruto's governance, so that by the next, they should give us data-supported mediocrity for the last 100 days. Yeah. Then it can support what we already see. Of course, data supports, but there is also danger with the data. These days, data is just maneuvered and manipulated to suit the objective of whoever is doing it. That's the problem. People have abused science now. So sometimes we prefer you go on to the ground. We call it ground. You go ground, unaangalia physical. Thank God digits imekuja, you can take cameras, and take photos of people starving, cows falling down like they did all over. You can take photos of shops running empty. You can take photos of people talking about Hustler Fund. So in this digital era, huwezi kudanganya mtu. There is data, there is what we call it, media, napiga picha. Then there is of course talking to mwananchi directly. Kwa hivyo, yes, let's engage all. One bottom line we are here agreeing is that Kenya is headed in the most disastrous way. There was some data that were released some few weeks ago. To me, that was rubbish. It was nonsense. And I know most of those companies also have been bought, unfortunately. In Kenya, everything has been bought. And these companies, they want to sell. The gazettees want to sell. People saying, sijui 50-something%, no, 50-something, very, very small difference. At 52, sijui, they said things were not okay. Then 40-something, 48, ati ndio walikuwa wanasema mambo ni mbaya, ni mzuri. Since when? Olisikia wapi? Ati Ruto can rate, hiyo at almost 50-50. At in 100 days he's ready. Then Wambugu, I will not stop mentioning this because unfortunately that interview was sent to me. And he's saying one of the things that Ruto has achieved is that he has moved all over the world, he has on international relations. Kenyans, we are fools, akia Mungu. Mpaka ma MPs wetu ni manongwe tu. I can decide to fly all over with Kenyan money. Citizen, nikienda nikisalimia watu na nikichukua selfie. Then you see Stone PK is doing very well in PR. He has not told. You don't tell us what you have gone to do. Kama umeenda Singapore, tuambie ulikutana na nani, wapi, what were you discussing? Ati Ruto has made the highest number of travels that no one else has done. Look at how foolish Kenyans are. Na hiyo ni pesa ya mwananchi inakuliwa. People are not even questioning. When Ruto went with a delegation that was the biggest, the biggest was it in the US? Kenyans wanapiga makofi tu. Na even the so-called MPs. Tumerogwa nini? Kwa Kikwetu tunasemanga tulirogwa na mrogi akakufa. Unajua once ukirogwa na mrogi na akufe, kuisha wewe. Because you cannot go back to have it reversed. So I think Kenya imerogwa na mrogi wa kutoka mahali kunaitwa Uvarire, na ni mzee mmoja alikuwa ndio mnoma na akadai. Kwa hivyo Kenya tuko nini? Wacha ni take this opportunity to welcome one of our very good panelists, respectable Bwana Nguru, karibu sana. Kabla uongee, wacha naona Geoffrey Ouma ameinua mkono. Ukimaliza Bwana Nguru.
I just wanted to add something.
Yeah.
Imagine wanapatia Ruto around 50+%. Now this guy can get only in 3 months. Then imefika 1 million and 1 trillion. Only in 3 months peke yake.
Good performance.
Walifikia wapi mpaka kapata 50+ hiyo mtu amefikia? Because me what I know, he only annually reward the closer people ambao alikuwa nao. Hiyo ndio kitu ambao alimanage ku reward peke yake. But the other things no, hapo alidanganya.
Thank you Geoffrey Ouma. Geoffrey Ruto, kama umechoka na hii channel bwana, funga bwana, usije hapa. Fungua yako. Open yours bwana. Acha kuumia. Close yours. Aya, Germany, and then we go to Guru.
Sorry. I was acknowledging Guru's entrance by raising a thumbs up. Not that I had anything to say.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful Germany. Bwana Guru, karibu sana. Ukumbi ni wako. Habari ya asubuhi huko?
Habari yenu, Stone PK, Alex, Godfrey,
Mzuri sana
Jeremani, and Ira.
Nashukuru sikuweza promise yetu
I hope you are doing fine.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go straight to the point. Somebody has just asked and raised the issue of 1 trillion debt in 100 days and where the money is going. If you go back to that television debate between Gachagua and Mother, you will find somewhere where Gachagua said they will seek to raise 500 billion in the shortest time possible to pay off pending bills. So do you have to ask anymore where the money is going? It's obvious that there are people who perhaps are well connected with these guys and are not being paid. And they are the first priority. That's all what I can say about that debt that we have accumulated. There are people perhaps who are already having their bank accounts burgeoning. And you know what happens with the tendering system in Kenya, and you also know that most of these are fronts for political figures. So we need not guess or second guess where the money is going. That is a priority. It is there. It is captured in the media. So it's nothing new. If in doubt, revisit that debate between Gachagua and Martha Karua. You will find a statement there by Gachagua saying they will be seeking to raise 500 billion within the shortest time possible to pay off contractors. They called them contractors, and that's it. So let's go back to where we are now on issues to do with social welfare. It is like it's collapsed in Kenya. This is a government that does not recognize the space of social welfare in its administration. Okay? So therefore, they have already also indicated that they will be doing away with the Higher Education Loans Board and replace it with another body. I can't remember its name. The changes that are coming, nobody knows how it will affect the funding of university students. So therefore, we are having a government that wants to change everything. Everything that was done in the past was wrong and needs to be changed. That's a mindset of this government. Somebody was making a joke. We might soon also have to change the name of the country. Guys, you remember very well when Moi came into power, he even tried to change it was called National Creed, or it was called what? There is something we were saying after after we sing the national anthem.
Loyalty pledge.
A loyalty pledge. He even changed that one. And many other things he also tried to change, which was very unnecessary. So I don't know whether they also maybe anything is possible with a person obsessed with power. You might even find possibility of changing the constitution to allow faces of the president to be brought back to the to our national currency. There are several types of leaders, and when you see a leader who is obsessed with changing everything, not for its own sake, but to be seen to be doing things, then the country is normally in trouble. Right now, truth be said is that this year could mark yet another very trying moment for the country. Not so much because we deserve it, but because of the planning. I don't know whether you are aware that the rains have not been very good. Yes, they have been there, moderate, but we are likely to face yet another trying year in terms of food situation. The government has, of course, gone out there to import. I don't know whether it is the one importing or it has given people the right to go and import. I believe it is the private sector that will do it. We'll never be told who are these. And I do not also know how they are going to balance the interest of our farmers and the interests of the consumers. That's a political question. The arrangement that was made by Uhuru to have rice bought by the armed forces, the police, and other government bodies, our farmers are saying that that program collapsed. They have not seen it happening during this government. So it means maybe it is being silently withdrawn. So there are many things that are happening, even people cannot understand what's happening. However, Ruto has told us that he has managed to save a lot of money since the withdrawal of our subsidies. He's managed to save a lot of money. It is Deto who always tells us here the governments do not exist as business entities. And I think that is the approach that this government is taking, that we are in the marketplace. You check the bottom line at the end of the day. Doesn't matter about those social welfare programs that were there. I'll give a simple analogy. I know most of you have come from families that have numerous children, especially those who are born slightly after the independence. That's a generation that we call the peace dividends of independence. You know that between 1963 to around 1971, 72, there was a boom, baby boom. And therefore, you can imagine then, if our parents, who and the advantage of getting maybe a piece of land from the clan and so on, you'd provide some family labor on the farm. And your father and mother would expect you to go to school and do well. So they combined those two things. You can imagine if a parent, just because you are many, he thought you could till more land, make more money. And then after 6, 7 years, he tells you, you know what? I've accumulated a lot of money in the bank out of the farm sales. And that is in total exclusion of you going to school. I think that is the situation we are in right now in Kenya. I don't know what the implications will be, because what is happening now will have an implication in the next maybe 5, 6, 7 years. Because if children stop going to school, if the medical situation becomes worse, we obviously have an impact on the society going forward. So it is for Kenyans to make up their minds. They either raise their voice and tell the government, no, that's not the way to do things. Or we just keep quiet. And I don't know whether we have a few brave souls like that of Raila Amolo Odinga and Imanyara and Paul Moite and the rest who can raise their voices on behalf of the wider Kenyan society, or seems quite a number have run that it doesn't pay. You don't fight for Kenyans and expect anything in return. You just give up your life and that's it. So that is a basic situation in which we are. Thank you for now. PK,
Thank you.
take it.
Yeah, thank you, Guru. Thank you so much for that. And I see Geoffrey has a question. Geoffrey?
Not to comment, I just want to add something about subsidy. Just look at this government. Imagine time ya Uhuru, we had something called Linda Mama. We had something kuhusiana na pesa ya wazee. Jamaa ameingia, kitu ya kwanza ametoa Linda Mama. I'm just trying to figure out how it will happen. Linda Mama ilikuwa inasaidia sana, but sahi ameitoa. Education kulikuwa na subsidy, akaitoa. Sasa I don't know how this year watu watakoperate nayo. Just imagine alikuwa amedanganya watu kuwa akiingia kitu ya kwanza ambayo atarudisha chini ni unga bei, but sasa hivi anaongea anasema kwenda tutangoja mpaka March, at least ikifika March ndo bei zitapungua. I think in Kenya the future is really in black. Sai we kwa tu sema kuna mali tunasonga na I don't know how we'll do it, kwa sababu hata tukisema tunasubiri things are zinaendelea kuwa worse every day. Things zinaendelea kuwa worse. Veneguru amesema kuwa we have to decide. It's true, we have to decide. But now, which way now? Because kama education hapo tayari shatumesi. Linda Mama ametoa, sasa wa mama wanaumia, kumaanisha kuwa ukienda kuzaa lazima utalipa pesa. Na sasa watu hawana pesa kwa mfuko. Education hakuna vile watu atalipa salary, watu watalipa ni hiyo school fees, kwa salary pia hata haiko. Alikuwa anaongea kuhusu ku abolish mambo ya, alikuwa na abolish hizi boarding schools. I don't know who is advising this guy. I think ni hao watu kina Itumbi, wale jamaa ambao wanasema ndio security professors, wale ambao wanajua issues za security, wanajua issues za how government is supposed to be run. I think those are the people who are advising this man. That's why he's messing everything around.
Yeah, Simeon, let me say something small about that.
Okay.
Even the greatest and the most powerful countries in the world, fortunately or unfortunately, who call themselves capitalists, have a sort of socialism in themselves. Look at the Social Security Act that Roosevelt started. Why did he start the Social Security? Because he realized when people retire, they became desperate. They were not able to work. They were not able to pay their mortgages and other bills. And they formed the Social Security Act, which until today is one of the benefits that you can never take out of this country. And that's a form of socialism. Look at Obamacare. Obamacare is another socialist agenda. And all these socialist agenda are subsidized. We have a program called Weeks for Kids. When you get a child, you automatically qualify for Weeks in this great country that where people still work and make a lot of money. They subsidize school education for every child. The last report I was reading is for every child, I think the American school system with free lunch, transportation, and everything it does to one child, it uses almost 8,000 per school semester. Look at the subsidies on utilities. When it's winter time here in Minnesota, if you are not able to pay for your gas and your electricity, haitakatwa, and nobody will dare do that. The government subsidizes it and pays for it. So the issue of subsidies, I'm not sure nani anadanganya Ruto. Maybe it's David Ndii. I'm not sure. That is his economic advisor. But the issue of subsidies is a worldwide thing, even to the most powerful countries. In order to allow the citizens to have extra money so that money circulation can be there, you ought to subsidize things so that people can have more money in their pockets to buy a TV, to put cable, to do all these things so that you can create jobs. You cannot create jobs by taking subsidies away, because then there is no money left for data. There is no money left for Wi-Fi. There is no money left for cable. There is no money left for other things. So you find that you are spending and you do not have money to do other things. Thus, the economy cannot grow. Subsidies are meant to put more money on the pocket so that the index, the consumer index, can be there. So that, you see, the economy grows by selling and buying. So if you are not able to buy something, how can you create jobs? Who's going to buy those products? So what they have literally done, and I'll give you, I thought it was 55, and I think Kenyan with Love told me that 64. When I looked today again, the index is 74 companies, major, have moved out of Kenya because electricity is too expensive. Electricity alone, you can't run a company. You know that people are not bureaucrats who go and get government, contracts. People are in production business. Therefore, they are using energy. Energy has become extremely expensive for them. Now they are moving to countries like Egypt, who subsidize what? Their energy, because business is sustainable. So once you take the subsidies away, you may think you're taking it from Alex and Stone PK, but you're also affecting companies who are doing direct foreign investment. So that's the unfortunate thing. And people are facing mass job losses, and that is bringing that poverty index, which Jeremiah just told us. And I think we are going to move from 116, which was a little bit better, Jeremiah. Maybe you are going to go to 168 if we don't take care of what is happening in our country. Very soon, Kenyans have been some of the most progressive and most literate people in the world. Wherever we go, we perform. Very soon, you will find that Kenya cannot export human capacity development. We have been one of the people who have been exporting human capacity development to where? To Qatar, to Middle East. Even here, if you go to Atlanta CDC, you find only Kenyans are working there. Some Africans, the biggest large number is Africans. So I think it's going to be history whereby taking of these subsidies is going to affect this country adversely, because Ruto wants us to be poor. And poverty is what he likes in us. One time, he used to call Raila Lord of Poverty. And this Barack Muluka read a book and told him that he's the Lord of the Flies, because the people who follow him like flies. And he stopped using that word, Lord of Poverty. And the thing is that he is now the Lord of Poverty. He is making Kenyans poorer than what they were. And that's what he wants. Guru, I saw your hand. Maybe you wanted to respond to me.
Yes, I'm telling you this, that this country has never been in a most trying moment than it is now. Alex, yesterday there's a report that already Tanzania has inked a contract to construct, to extend its railway right inside DRC. One of the things that has made this country thrive, Kenya, is its strategic positioning. And one of the things that make that strategic positioning be beneficial is because countries that are our neighbors have in the past inevitably hauled their goods, their cargo through our country. So we gain something. But right now, what is happening is that Kenya stands that risk of losing its strategic positioning and being able to tap into resources of our neighbors. Our neighbors are not sleeping. They are working hard to get a piece of the pie. Therefore, I saw that they are going to extend to 1,000 and something kilometers. And what is most interesting is that railway line will only cost 271 billion Kenya shillings. And it is thousands of kilometers. Now, when you look at our own, already I don't know how much we have spent. So it is a race against time. If Tanzania cracks it, because they are saying by 2026, they'll have completed the work. We are done. We are done, and that's it. So this government has a lot of work to do. Some of these petty politics, like the ones that we engaged in, or change the, clearing station from Naivasha to Mombasa and on and on. The other countries are not waiting for us to play such petty politics. They are moving on. So very soon we might find ourselves trapped with infrastructure that is not being used, and you pay for it. And imagine you have taken a loan, you have put in a business, and nobody comes to buy. It impoverishes the country more. So even as we play these small politics, internal ethnic politics, the world is moving on. Okay, when some pockets of the country think that Raila is the problem as an individual, then we have a problem. Rather than harness the knowledge and resources that we have, you can imagine Raila is the AU representative of the infrastructure, and maybe how much we will benefit in case his knowledge is tapped. So therefore, Tanzania is a giant that is coming up very fast. At the rate at which we are going, the other day, Tanzanian money were exchanging at, I think, around 22 with our sharing. Now it is 18. So it only shows you these people are moving and moving too fast. If we move the way we are moving ourselves, in the next maybe 10 years, Tanzania will be the giant in this region. So these are serious matters. And you know what happens is that, like Alex has said, electricity is a big component of manufacturing. So the moment energy cost is unbearable or cuts into profits, and with the East African market and the COMESA market, those companies will move to the other countries and make Kenya the market for their products. That's basically what it is. So we are sitting here on our laurels. If you ask some Kenyans, they'll tell you we are more advanced than Tanzania and the rest. Yes, we may have taken off fast, but it doesn't mean we are going to remain there. It all depends on how we play our game. Okay, so it's going to be a race against time. And the way I'm seeing right now with the issues that are happening, we can only hope, just hope, which may be based on quicksand. Countries are not run on a whimsical policy frameworks. Today you are here, tomorrow you are there. In fact, I can tell you that there are those companies that have left Kenya because of the uncertainty of policy framework. Look at the situation like the one in Naivasha. You market the place as a industrial hub. Then all of a sudden you make decisions that actually injure the basic businesses there. Those people will not come again. They will be jittery. There are people who are crying there because they borrowed money. They started putting up huge hotels that can attract even tourists. But today, they don't know what to do. They are left with a shell. When you have a government that does not have a predictable policy framework, you are setting the country for failure. And because we mix our policies with the petty politics, then perhaps that's why even people like Museveni, because they know us very well, they are not very sure whether to bank on us. They are not. The pipeline, you know, there was a pipeline that was to cross through Kenya as they exploit their oil, and we exploit ours. We are to have a joint kind of project, but somehow that also went cold. So there are big issues here. We are sitting here jumping up and down and thinking, oh, it's well. Oh, it's not well. The former president seemed to be acutely aware of the precarious situation that we were in and went out of his way even to form bridges with the DRC and the rest, so that even as we may lose others, we may gain others. But we can only wait and see what this government is going to do. Otherwise, it's not that we could easily lose our strategic positioning, which is actually our strength. That's what brings the money. Thank you.
Asante sana Guru. You've really brought in some very shattering revelations for those of the people who are not very well informed. Those people who still dream and keep on saying Kenya is there, Kenya is advanced, Kenya is big economy. We've been duped. Ni kama unaambiwa ukae ukiimba ati Kenya vile economa, Kenya lost it many years ago. And I always say you lose it when you lose leadership. You correctly put it, that we are busy engaging on who is the kingpin of look at that nonsense in this time and era. At nani kingpin ya wapi? Kingpin ya Mount Meru, no, Mount Kenya kingpin. Mimi ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. Look at that. Sincerely speaking, as much as we look down upon some of these countries neighboring us, and Kenyans bigger majority have not traveled. And bigger majority don't read news from other countries because they think they've been duped that we are the best. Oh, we are the best in East Africa. Best in what? Oh, we are strategically positioned. What does that mean? Oh, we have the biggest coastline. Have you looked Tanzanian coastline? From Tanga all the way to kule kunaitwa nani? Kule South Coast, kule South kabisa, kule kunatoka hii gasi ya zogozogo. Mtwara. From Tanga to Mtwara. Do you know how many kilometers that is? Of coast. Okay? So it's good you brought that up. And this is gonna tutaumia because sisi miaka 10 hapa tutakuwa tu tunaimba dance. Oh, Ruto is the best president, give him time to deliver. When he has stopped anything, when will he start them? Sasa yeye ana restart kila kitu, education system. How many times have you had Tanzania changing the education system? And they have some of the best doctors. Uganda the same. They have some of the very good doctors who are all over the world competing with Kenya. As much as sisi huwa tunaringa to our English is very good. Inatupeleka wapi? Kiingereza inakupeleka wapi? Mtanzania huyo unasema ajui Kiingereza, ndio huyo anapepea. Sasa ndio hiyo SGR. SGR imefika mahali kunaitwa Kigoma sasa. Alafu so let's not be myopic. Wanacheka tu wakisikia vile hapa election tunaiba election bombers, tunaanza kusema oh, mimi ndio president. Unfortunately, Kenya is doomed, ilirogwa, and it is doomed that it will be brought down by these people from Rift Valley. Okay? And I keep on saying, these people have no leadership. Sijui vile unaweza kupatia mwizi wa ng'ombe aende akakuchungie ng'ombe. Somebody who culturally believes in stealing people's cows and goats and everything, unamwambia aende akakuchungie hizo ng'ombe. You are lost. You are lost. Look at all these raids we keep on hearing. Oh, cattle rustling. Why is it only in Kenya? Have people asked themselves that? Mbona kwa Museveni hakuna cattle rustling? Na iko Karamojong na wale wengine huko. Why is cattle rustling only in Kenya?
Museveni alizima hiyo Karamojong. Leo you can't hear of those things.
It is, yeah. So
alizima.
I was in Uganda when he did that. But now these are thieves who believe in stealing, so they are encouraging it. Juzi ati mtu ameenda ati anaona, unapeana warning. You don't have to peana warning. Put on the jungle. Vaa hizo nguo, kaa huko wiki moja. Be in the front line. You are the commander in chief of the armed forces. Tembea na hiyo jango hapo. Tukuone. Na dare them to come. After 1 week, come back to Nairobi. Waambie if they dare anything, mwaga jeshi pale. Wapi? Unachunga kwa sababu you are part of that cartel. You are part of hiyo wizi wa ng'ombe. Time in, time out. Wizi. Yeah? Oh, sijui ni hawa, this tribe is doing this. It's a shame. Most of the things that are happening in this country called Kenya, it's embarrassing. And no wonder utakuta development wise we are going to rank. Wacha hizo statistics Jerumani unasema Kenya baada ya miaka 10 utakuwa unaonea nchi zingine na view sasa. Ziko huko hizo mnafikiria ni mbaya. Akina Museveni is not foolish. He's killing Kenya, finishing Kenya completely. Na Sulubu pale amenyamaza anatulia tu. Tanzania is a superpower ikipata uongozi mzuri ambao imepata sasa. Sulubu amechukua steps za huyu nani Magufuli. Hata tuwezi enda kuota ya utajiri ya Tanzania. Hapa tunaringa ati we are sijui nini. Where you cannot even hold elections, we don't know how to count votes. Mtu anakuja anachukua election na hata hajakuwa elected. We are flopping and we will have it very rough. Nani anataka kusema kitu tukiangalia raundi ya
There's something I wanted to say in regard to the SGR. Congo preferred Kenya, and Congo is a friend of Kenya. But our politics it went to a toxic level, to a point that Congo realized that we are not dependable. And why is it so? Immediately, Ruto became the president. To show Uhuru that he's in charge, he took the port operational from Naivasha dry port back to Mombasa. In the few days that he did that, he thought he was punishing Uhuru, but other countries really suffered. One of the countries that suffered and directly called Ruto and actually even warned him was Southern Sudan. You can understand other countries, their transportation system is a little bit better. I'm not saying it's the best, but compared to Southern Sudan, it became completely unsustainable to operate from Mombasa all the way to Juba. And the economy of Southern Sudan was going to be affected because of that move. Just a small mistake of Ruto trying to punish Uhuru almost killed some economies in our neighboring countries. So we became bad neighbors. And that happened within 1 month of Ruto becoming the president. Economies were affected, including Museveni's economy, who was a friend to Ruto. Now you can see Southern Sudan, Uganda, Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi, they suffered because of such a small mistake, because he wanted to punish Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta because of the dry port in Naivasha. Because nasikia hiyo shamba sijui ni yake ama ni nini, whatever it is, we don't care. Now, when such things happen, countries must look for alternatives that are stable. And you may find that the people that are building now that SGR at Tanzania are doing it so because of the instability of now our leadership that we have. We do not only have economic instability, but our political instability is going to continue as long as Ruto is the president. And they understand that Kenyans are not cowards. Once Kenyans have decided to become, to picket, it does affect the business of other countries. And that's where we are going from January. So in short, I agree with you that other countries now are going to switch to Tanzania because it's more stable, the government can be trusted, and they are not going to thwart their economies because these are countries that have been unstable for a very long time. It's now that they have started seeing a leap of economic development. So the switching of the port operation from Naivasha to Mombasa in that short time has affected us and will continue to affect us. And we are not going to be trusted by our neighbors. Thank you, Stone PK.
Just to add a bit of what Alex has said, look at it this way. Who we want to jeopardize his economy if the port operations will be dictated by who comes to power after elections? Who wants to get caught up in ethnic politics of Kenya? I don't know, but I understand part of the reason why Museveni was jittery about the pipeline that was to go through parts of Turkana coming up has to do with the security issues. and our politics. You remember what happened in 2007. Who wants to be caught up in those kind of things? Therefore, I'm seeing a situation that Kenya could be deceiving itself that they can still maintain their strategic position. That can only be enjoyed if there is stability in policy, in politics, in economics. But if it is not there, Tanzania could end up being the strategic position of this region very soon through its infrastructural development. Because all what these surrounding countries, our neighbors, require is a sustainable communication system, transport system. The other thing has to do with the corruption in Kenya. There is a lot of leakages and corruption in our systems, our transport systems, theft, and so on and so forth. So therefore, some of these bad habits, I don't think our neighbors would want to tolerate that. You are aware that at one time, Museveni had to come all the way to Mombasa to find out exactly what happens, that the Anguns can take 21 days. And now we want to regress and go back there. Who will tolerate this? Who will wait for our petty ethnic politics to play out with their economies? Ruto and Murkomen had to take a quick flight one weekend to Southern Sudan to go and salvage a business because Southern Sudan had made up their mind to move to Eritrea. That's it. So these people who sit here, some of them talking of how Kenya is a powerhouse in the region, and the other countries can't do without us. They are joking. They are joking. We can easily lose out. And by the way, you are aware Kenya does not have what we would call a strong base of minerals which we depend on. In fact, we've tried to be the position we are in Africa without mineral. Because if you look at other countries, they have at least 1 or 2 minerals that they rely on. Ours is just basically service economy with just a bit of agriculture. Very small manufacturing, which is about 7% to the GDP. So where does our wealth come from? That is a question Kenyans must ask. And that is why those who are knowledgeable enough, they know that this country, where we are right now, if we lose the momentum, if we lose that initiative, this is an economy that can regress in the coming 10, 20 years so badly that people will be asking, is this the Kenya that we are living in 2018, 2020? That's it.
Guru, most sad news here. You're very right. Kenya relies on soft economy, very software. Because we say we have human resources, yes, we do. And then what else? Oh, our tourism and all that. At one time, we used to say we had the best national park. That was a lie. It was a lie. Masai Mara is a dot of Serengeti, a dot. So what did Tanzania do? Tanzania invested in attracting experts from Kenya. So all our expertise, ile inaitwa brain drain, they went into Tanzania. For every hotel, 5-star hotel you go, and you can put this for record.
Don't PK, you went there.
Yes. So we were foolish. Tukaachilia maexperts wote, Tanzania ilitu overtake kitambo, anzia Zanzibar all the way to Pemba. Unakuta general manager Mkenya, assistant manager Mkenya, chef Mkenya, head of F&B Mkenya. Do you catch up with that? Now wanna instill now our expertise, because we are very good in terms of hospitality. You know, we hosted one of the best tourism colleges south of Sahara. So what did these countries do? They made sure they brought their people for training and took our people. As we are speaking today, tourists were even flocking into Tanzania during COVID. I mean, when flights were open. Kenya tukiwa hatuna. Yeah. So, Guru, you are right. People are seated here. Country like Tanzania has minerals. How many minerals? They have the biggest gas production. Inaitwa gas. Zogo from Mtwara. That can feed the entire of Africa. Ukitaka kutumia gas.
What about irrigation farming? They are expanding massively.
Yeah. So,
and that's why we had a conversation here in the comment section that the production of onions in Tanzania is so low that our production is so high that importing onions from Uganda is much cheaper than growing our own onions because of the government subsidies and secondly, the expansion of the irrigation in Tanzania.
Thank you, Alex.
If you go to Mudhurwa, where there's a lot of farm produce that is off-roaded there because of the market, you'll be surprised that most of those farm produce are coming from Tanzania right now. I want those who may doubt to go to the economic survey of 2021 or just look at the last 5 years from 2018 coming all the way to 2021, 2022. You will be very surprised. The trade balances are shifting slowly. We used to have a massive advantage over Tanzania because we used to export more of industry, I think, to them. But now because of the agricultural, that they are slowly cutting off the balance to their favor. So that is it. That's the way the things are.
Look at their factory, their fertilizer factory in Manyara, on your way to Lake Manyara. It's the biggest south of Sahara factory ya nini? Ya fertilizer. Na sisi hapa tunatoa fertilizer Ukraine ama tunatoa wapi? Afghanistan ama
Do you know, PK, there was a plan to set up a fertilizer factory initially during Kibaki's time in a place called Kamukuya. But when the ministers who came, you know where they came from, we started hearing of it going to somewhere in Eldoret. From then, we have never heard of anything else about it. That is the tragedy of this country. The political elite seem to have a completely different agenda from that agenda of the country. It is the same case with the Galana Kulalu. These are projects that seems to have been deliberately sabotaged because of our internal political engineering. I need not say more.
Now we are using that land kujenga nyumba.
You need to stone it. You need to stone. The thing that the two projects failed is basically they were asked big time bribes. And even the Israelis were very adamant on it. And even the Israeli ambassador wrote it on an article in our Daily Nation. and said the reason why they had stopped being part of such kind of big time projects. Look, it is said, and these are allegations, but I can believe it, that in order to allow foreign direct investment, sometimes you have to pay a bribe of almost 20% of the project that they are bringing. And therefore, it becomes unattainable that those who are bringing that, they do not understand why we should ask. And somebody has put it here clearly that the reason why all these projects now are going, and that's why you can remember Bush went to Tanzania twice while he was the president, and he really helped the energy industry. Remember, the prime minister had to resign because of corruption before Bush had to go there. And therefore, they were able, even though Kikwete was also a little bit corrupt, he was able to put corruption into its right place. But what did Uhuru Kenyatta do? When he went to Israel, he said he can't do it. He doesn't know how to do it. And even exposed us that we are the most corrupt people in the world. When a president says that on an international platform, how do you expect us to even get direct foreign investment? I mean, be honest. Corruption is one of the reasons why most of the people who come to do direct foreign investment, once they get here, they are asked 20% of that investment money. If it's 2 billion, they have to pay 200 million. If they can't pay that, and that's why most of these things, they do what? They go to Uganda, they go to Tanzania, or they end up going to Ethiopia. Thank you, Stone PK.
All right. So, lady, is there a lady? No, yeah, there is a lady. Island ako kwa curtain. I think we've really.
Yeah, okay. Are you closing? Or I'm
Yeah,
behind the curtains. I'm just listening because I'm
yeah,
at work. That's why.
we want to
But
do a round of
just to
1 minute.
just to finish my remarks is that shows, my word is I don't have to spend a lot of time speaking whereby we know our country is corrupt long time ago, and that's why even investors are running away. You understand? I'm a mentor in innovation. You understand? And it shows that our country, you understand, if an investor has to come to a country whereby your people or the people in the country are also going to benefit and get jobs, you understand? Because the investor has to create jobs. And this is in the system, and that's why these leaders in Africa or in Kenya, they want to be so bad, you understand, like head of state, because they know exactly what they want to do, apart from maybe the Raila. But and that's why you see it will continue suffering like that suffering, and these young countries like Tanzania are going to overturn. And I just wanted to finish. I remember when somebody said Kikwetu did a good job too, because when Mandela died, he's the only person in Africa who had to speak. Even by then, I think Uhuru was the president. He was never given a platform to speak. You understand? I remember very well. And when he took the podium with the microphone, they were just seated nearby where Barack Obama was. And they really clapped when Kikwete was going to speak. So Tanzania was on the march. The international community, they realized that Tanzania, even though they don't speak Swahili, they don't speak English, sorry, but at least if you watch the level of corruption, we cannot say each country has a little bit corrupt inside, but Kenya is taking another level. And even it used to be Nigeria, but I think now Kenya is even more, at the forefront, corrupt, you understand, than even Nigeria. Because even when Nigeria are going for election, it's not the level the Kenyans are doing. the leaders are doing. You just steal the votes, and these leaders, you go and manifest and say, I will do for you this, I will do for you this. If Uhuru Kenyatta told Kenyans, don't elect this person because of this and this and that, of course he was not elected. But there are people who, his tribe, there are people, and there are also those cabinet secretaries who are behind him, rallying behind him. You understand? So after the job is done, and here people are complaining, people are crying. So what are we gonna do? It's our generation again. We try to. It's not that easy. We have to try and to say, no, we have to stop this, and talk about tourism. It's the same thing. Tourism in Kenya used to be number one. You understand? Better even than South Africa. But what's going on right now? You find flights direct from Europe going to Tanzania, direct. So those are my remarks. Let me leave. I wish you all the day a good day, and probably we meet in the evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alan, for your input. And yeah, it's factual what you've said. But one thing I want to kind of not correct you, but just the notion that most Kenyans have is that Tanzania doesn't speak English. That's not true. Only what they do is that they have put Kiswahili as number one, lugha ambayo ndio wanatumia kikazi. They do speak English when it's necessary, but they feel like it's not necessary when they are doing their day-to-day business. They chose deliberately to use Kiswahili as number one. Kenyans chose to pretend to know English more than the British themselves. We are slaves, we are apes. We like apes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, PK. That's true. And I think it's they are national. I think national, whereby we're even good Kenya English and Swahili. You understand?